Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Ryūzaki, that damned old woman, she just didn't participate in club training and went to work to make money. She really kicked me out of the tennis club. Because Eikaizen Ryoma joined this year, don't you care about me? FG. Chen Fan grabbed the black jacket in one hand, and walked out of the gate of Seigaku with a tennis bag on his back, muttering. Chen Fan, a second-year student at Seigaku, originally traveled to this Net King world from his previous life. After enrolling in Seigaku, he became the first choice for the tennis school team in the first grade. He has a tennis talent beyond the reach of ordinary people, and even once snatched the aura of the so-called genius Fujisasuke. Known as Seigaku's strongest first grader and Seigaku Future Light. And Chen Fan has already known it after going through several games with 0 opponents in all battles. With his tennis level a year ago, no one can match him in the middle school tennis competition. To this end, Chen Fan also puts his focus on working to earn money, and plans to wait until the golden age of tennis arrives before the start of this year's national competition. Unexpectedly, because of the joining of Eikaizen Ryoma, Ryūzaki Sumire, who was already unhappy with Chen Fan, directly kicked Chen Fan out of the Seigaku school team. Seigaku kicked Chen Fan out, and Chen Fan didn't care about Seigaku either. But for now, there is no way to drop out of school, and the tennis club was kicked out again. It is equivalent to saying that the tennis tournament where the gold players gather this year has no chance for him. This is Chen Fan's most helpless. As long as there is time, Chen Fan will drop out of school and transfer to Hyotei, Shitenhoji or King Rukai University High School, and he will still have the opportunity to join the tennis school team and participate in this year's competition. But at this critical juncture, being unable to transfer schools means that he has no way to avenge Ryūzaki Sumire for kicking him out of Seigaku. This made it difficult for Chen Fan to accept. It's numb. Where else can I go now? Just let Seigaku win the championship and not be able to participate in the competition, just think about it. Sitting on the bus, Chen Fan looked out the window helplessly, thinking of being kicked out of the tennis club by Ryūzaki Sumire. He felt even more angry. If you have any money, just buy the Seigaku tennis club and kick that damn old woman Ryūzaki out of the tennis club. It's still used here to get bird spirits. Chen Fan muttered. Money is still very important in my heart. Tennis first, money second. Without tennis, there would be no happiness in this Net King world. Without money, it is difficult to maintain daily life. After all, after time traveling, he is an orphan. That's why I need to use my tennis training time to work part-time. Advertisement. Otherwise, if you have money, who would like to be a wage earner? Ham. If only he could be as rich as Atobe. Chen Fan thought of Mr. Atobe, the richest man in the Wang Wang world. Studying at Hyotei Academy, a private high-end noble school, everyone in the school team is a master of money. Especially the minister Atobe Kigo, the commercial sector of the Atobe group, is enough to amaze everyone. If he can be as rich as Atobe Kigo, Chen Fan can wake up from his dreams with a smile. Hey? Hyotei. Suddenly, from the corner of the eye, I saw the other side of the bus. It is a little earlier than the rush hour before students leave school and office workers leave work, so there are not many people in the car. 2 men, one tall and one short, in Hyotei uniforms were sitting in the first 2 rows. A teenager with burgundy half-long hair was talking with a man with dark blue half-long hair and glasses. The two were chatting and laughing, and from time to time, the laughter of the wine-red half-long-haired boy could be heard. Chen Fan recognized them. Ryūzaki Gakuto and Ashitari Yuushi, main players of Hyotei Academy Tennis Division, are currently doubles partners. As the academies of the Hyotei Tennis Club, the strength of the two is beyond doubt. Hey, Ashitari, the school main election competition is going to be held tomorrow, let's work hard. Well, except for Shotaro and Mingto who can pose a threat to us, the two sides should be able to win easily. We, Hyotei, must win the national championship this year. Ryūzaki Sumire clenched his fists excitedly and said. Puff. Suddenly. Advertisement. There was an inappropriate laugh from the back seat of the bus. Chen Fan was amused by Ryūzaki Sumire and the others. According to the information Chen Fan knows, although the current Hyotei looks very strong, in fact, its level of strength is at the bottom of the 4 major tennis academies. Let alone the King Rikai, Shitenhoji, and Seigaku this semester, because of the addition of 2 super rookies, Kintaro Tuama and Ekizen Ryoma, their strengths have skyrocketed. As for Hyotei, except for Adobe Kigo who is still at the national level, the others are at most at the level of the General Assembly or the Kanto competition, which is far from the national competition. What's more, according to the plot of the previous life, Hyotei will also lose to Seigaku. Hyotei's national championship dream is a bit too big to be true. Therefore, Chen Fan couldn't help laughing out loud. But his laugh caused the dissatisfaction of Ashitari Yuushi and Ryūzaki Sumire. Especially when they saw the Seigaku short sleeves Chen Fan was wearing and the blue and white tennis bag on the side, the two regarded Chen Fan as a provocateur. BD, what are you laughing at? Xiang Ri glared at Chen Fan, his tone a little annoyed. Hyotei and Seigaku were originally rivals, and members of the club didn't like each other, so it's normal to have their own competition. I laugh at your bird's stomach and your lion's mouth. Chen Fan is not afraid at all. What's more, he is not wrong, Hyotei's current level of strength is not enough to aspire to the national competition. Hey? Yuushi, what is this BD talking about? Xiang Ri obviously didn't understand the meaning of Chen Fan's words. He said that we are overestimated and want to win the national championship without the strength. Ashitari Yuushi explained from the side. He, who was always calm, looked at Chen Fan with a hint of unkindness. After hearing Ashitari Yuushi's explanation, Xianghai exploded on the spot. Proposed to have a tennis match with Chen Fan. Advertisement. Chen Fan agreed. But he made a request. If you want to compete with me, you can. However, as a teaching fee, after I win the game, you need to pay me 10,000 cherry blossom coins, how about it? Okay. But you are the same. After we win you, you have to give us 10,000 cherry blossom coins. Make a deal. The three of them got off at the Forest Park Net Court station. Xiang Ri and Ashitari Yuushi walked in front, looking behind from time to time, for fear that Chen Fan would slip away. But in fact, Chen Fan is already happy in his heart at the moment. A crazier idea came to his mind. Tennis mercenaries. Become a tennis mercenary in Hyotei. As long as the Hyotei people pay, Chen Fan can teach the Hyotei players skills, be their training partner, and ensure their smooth promotion. As long as the money is large, Chen Fan can even represent Hyotei in the competition. As soon as this idea came up, Chen Fan felt that it was feasible. In this way, not only can you make money, but you can also cut off Seigaku's way to win the championship, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for why he chose to be a tennis mercenary in Hyotei Academy, the reason is very simple. Hyotei has money. The students in Hyotei are rich. Not only Adobe, but also Ashitari Yuushi who is walking in front of him. If he can play golf, his family must be rich. Another reason is that in this area, only Hyotei Gakuen can expand the business of tennis mercenaries. Shitenhoji and Rikai are mostly too far away. Fudaman, Josei Shonen, and Rakeku are too poor. As for the impoverished corner of Higa country, let alone. After some calculation, Hyotei Academy is the best choice. So this game. Not only to win, but to fight until both Xiangri and Ashitari Yuushi are convinced. In this regard, Chen Fan is still very confident. Because Chen Fan's tennis talent is 1 in a million, already at the national level, and he knows the abilities of all the characters of Net King, so he doesn't panic at all. Although Chen Fan hasn't had much tennis training in the last year, but he never gave up his practice. Now he can remain invincible even if he meets top players at the national level like Seiichi Yukimura or Tezuka Kunimitsu. Chapter 2. Forest Park Network Court. There are ring-shaped trees on all sides. Not only the scenery is eye-catching, but you can also feel the cool wind blowing from the trees here when you play tennis here. It is a street net court that is very popular with tennis fans. Chen Fan and the others came early, and there were no other people in the online court. If it was later, they might not even be able to occupy the court seat. Before the start of the game, Chen Fan put on his black jacket. Feeling the added weight on his arms and trouser legs, he smiled with satisfaction. The weight training wristbands on the trouser legs and inside the jacket should weigh 10 pounds. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan opened his tennis bag again, took out a pitch-black racket from it, and then came to the tennis court. Hey? What is this guy doing? Ryūzaki Gakuen was taken aback immediately after seeing Chen Fan's behavior. It is common sense to guess the side before the game to decide who will serve first. Hey, don't you guess? Ryūzaki Gakuen asked curiously. No need, the right to serve is given to you. Chen Fan said calmly. This guy is really crazy. Gritting his teeth, Ryūzaki Gakuen turned and walked to his baseline position. Since the opponent is so arrogant, he will not think about being polite. Game start. Ashitari Yuushi announced from the referee chair next to the court. Ryūzaki Gakuen pulled a tennis ball out of his pocket, slapped it twice on the floor, and tossed it high into the air. His eyes were piercing, his feet were stretched straight, and the soles of his feet were exerting force. The whole person jumped up, and the center of gravity of the body pressed down along the racket. The tennis ball immediately flew towards the opposite court. Chen Fan runs fast and swings the racket right on the spot to return the ball. Look up! Ryūzaki Gakuen rushed to the net quickly. Net volley. Good opportunity. You ren. The Ashitari Yuushi shouted hastily. Boom! The tennis ball flew to the front court. Obviously caught Chen Fan by surprise. In this case, the Chen Fan racket leaned and barely touched the front of the racket. The tennis ball flew straight into the sky, leaping over Ryūzaki Gakuen. Lob! Ryūzaki Gakuen smiled when he saw the ball. Advertisement. He squatted down with both knees suddenly, exerted force on his toes, and jumped up high. The whole person was like a spring, and directly flew into the air. The moon turned over. Boom! Ryūzaki Gakuen's body did a backflip in midair and returned the ball flying into the air to Chen Fan's backcourt. Chen Fan, who was still in the front court, had no time to react and was already scored a point. 15-0. Ashitari Yuushi hurriedly announced the score. Immediately afterwards, before Chen Fan could react, Ryūzaki Gakuen directly started to pursue the victory, frequently using moon turnover to score. Boom! 30-0. Boom! 40-0. Boom! 1-0 Xiongri. In a blink of an eye, Ryūzaki Gakuen has already taken the lead in winning his own serve round. And Chen Fan still had a calm expression on his face, looking at Ryūzaki Gakuen as if he was looking at a prey, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. It's Chen Fan's turn to serve. Ryūzaki Gakuen on the opposite side couldn't help ridiculing at this time. Humph, are you at this level? Just now you were talking so wildly in the car, you thought you were a pretty good opponent. The voice just fell. A tennis ball flew from far to near in an instant, from the opposite court to the diagonal of the court. Boom! Advertisement. With a yellow beam of light, the tennis ball landed cleanly and scored. Ashitari Yuushi also didn't react a bit, but when he saw the black tennis ball mark on the diagonal of the tennis line, he was shocked and said quickly. 15-0. Ryūzaki Gakuen also quickly came to his senses. When he saw the black tennis mark at the diagonal position of the baseline, his face was shocked. Did this guy aim at the baseline on purpose? Or? No, it's impossible. Ryūzaki Sumire quickly denied it in his heart. Deliberately aim at the baseline position to serve, and the speed of the ball is so fast, which requires extremely high ball control and precision. This guy is just like me, and he is only a second-year middle school student. How can he have that kind of ball control and precision? It must be a coincidence. Yes. It must be a coincidence. Ryūzaki Sumire regained his composure, staring fixedly at Chen Fan, who was preparing to serve. Concentrate and get ready to hit the ball back. Opposite. Chen Fan's face was still calm, and he looked at Ryūzaki Sumire's left back from the corner of his eyes. This detail was noticed by Ryūzaki Sumire, and he secretly delighted in his heart. Back left. This guy is going to send the ball to my back left slot. Whoosh! The moment the tennis ball was thrown by Chen Fan and the racket swung, Ryūzaki Sumire ran towards his left rear. Idiot, I have already seen through your game. Ryūzaki Sumire looked smug. However, the next second, a yellow light beam fell on the diagonal position of the baseline on the right rear where he was originally located. Boom! The clear sound of a tennis ball hitting the ground sounded, and Ryūzaki Sumire froze in place. No way! Advertisement! He turned his head mechanically, clearly saw the ball mark at the diagonal position of the baseline on the right rear, and looked at Chen Fan on the opposite side with a shocked face. This guy! It's not a lie. He really aimed at the diagonal position of the baseline. The other side. Ashitari Yuushi, who was sitting aside as a referee, couldn't help but marvel too. Standing by the court, he saw all the details of the game. This guy just set his eyes on Yu Ren's left side to lure him. Even if Yu Ren waited until he swung his racket before starting to run, he still lost this point. This means that this guy changed the direction of his shot in an instant. In just a few seconds, I did so many details, and I was able to accurately hit the diagonal position of the baseline on the right, and the ball was so fast. He's a monster. Compared to Atobe, when did this character appear in Seigaku? Why has no one who has heard of Seigaku mentioned it before? Ashitari Yuushi's face became more and more gloomy. Now, the score on the field was drawn out like a stream. Chen Fan looked calm, and every ball was able to accurately hit Xiongri's baseline position. It's like an extremely precise tennis machine. It's a clean ace every time. 10 minutes later. The breeze blows from the forest, rustling the fallen leaves to the net court. Ashitari Yuushi looked at the scoreboard next to him in astonishment. The 6-1 gap was deeply engraved in his mind. Ryūzaki Sumire was lying on the court, panting heavily. The Hyotei team uniform on his body was completely soaked, just sticking to his skin, and the court underneath was covered with his sweat. Inhaling the cool air through the nose, my mind gradually became clearer. He raised his trembling hands, recalling the scene of the match with Chen Fan just now. His body felt a little chilly on his back. Terrible! Terrible! That man's tennis is terrible. After playing a game with him, I started to feel afraid of tennis itself. And looking at the blue sky above his head and feeling the touch from his fingertips, Ryūzaki Sumire felt like he was in a dream. There is still some shock in my heart. From the moment he entered the second half of the game, his vision, hearing, and touch were all incapable of perception. The feeling was indescribable and could only be replaced by fear. Ryūzaki Sumire could feel that if he competed with that man again, something more terrible would happen. Such a monster would be kicked out of the school team by Seigaku. It's crazy. If Hyotei has such a monster, I'd love to give him a confession. You say yes, Yuushi. Okay. Ashitari Yuushi nodded. He had witnessed everything beside him just now, and he had just recovered from the shock, and the shock on his face had not dissipated. Chen Fan. A tennis mercenary who can help Hyotei improve his overall strength as long as he has money. Chapter 3. Ashitari Yuushi frowned, recalling what Chen Fan said after the game. Back in time. 10 minutes ago. Chen Fan stands at the online court, holding the 10,000 Sakura coins he won from Ashitari Yuushi and Ryūzaki Gakuto. Compared with Ryūzaki Gakuto, who was lying on the ground panting, Chen Fan didn't sweat a single drop, and looked very relaxed. Ryūzaki Gakuto, while turning over the moon is a unique skill, it has also become his own fatal flaw. Turning over on the moon at high altitude can allow him to catch the ball that ordinary people think is impossible to catch, and at the same time quickly consume his physical energy, causing his physical energy and endurance to be consumed faster than normal people. In the second half of the game, falling into a weakness. Without the ability to jump, whether it is skill, strength, or speed, it is far inferior to a normal player. This fatal weakness, as long as the opponent understands it in advance, can easily know and use it. Your captain Adobe also suggested that you play doubles with Xiang Ri because of his shortcoming. Having said that, Chen Fan stopped and looked at Ashitari Yuushi. He said these words to Ashitari Yuushi. Because Ryūzaki Gakuto has been deprived of his vision, hearing, and touch, and is still in a coma. This year's Seigaku has a good kid. Apart from Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fuji Seiasuke, Seigaku is firmly in the third place. There is no accident, you will encounter their stumbling block in the Kanto competition. The three of Seigaku are just able to win the 3 games, and your captain Adobe of Hyotei is bound to rank himself in the singles position to compete with Tezuka Kunimitsu. Tezuka in his heyday was able to suppress Adobe Kigo. If this continues, not only will you lose in the Kanto competition, but you will not even be able to change the situation of being suppressed by the 3 of them in the national competition. And the only person who can help you complete the reversal is me. Believe that after this game, you now have a general understanding of my strength. Aren't you from Seigaku? Why are you telling us this? Ashitari Yuushi couldn't help asking. Suddenly a person from Seigaku appeared, with super strength, and said that he could help himself and others deal with Seigaku. It's so magical. It's very simple, for various reasons, I was kicked out of the Seigaku school team. Chen Fan said nonchalantly. Seeing that Ashitari Yuushi still wanted to ask more questions, Chen Fan didn't give him another chance. In short, you just need to know that I don't play tennis for any force now, just pay me enough money, and I can guarantee you to advance to the Kanto tournament. At the same time, I also undertake training guidance, including national championships, daily sparring and other business, which can be regarded as a tennis mercenary. Go back and tell you Adobe Kigo of Hyotei, think about it. This is my contact information, remember to detain me if you are interested. Holding the number card with Chen Fan's crooked writing in his hand. What a strange fellow. Are you so arrogant that you can win the national championship? Crazy. Advertisement. Ashitari Yuushi shook his head and pocketed the number card. It is undeniable that Chen Fan is very strong, but Ashitari Yuushi does not believe that he can win the national championship. Even Tsukimitsu Oki, Hyotei's former minister last year, only led Hyotei to the national semi-finals. Chen Fan is a person from Seigaku, and like them, he is only in the 2nd grade, so his tone is a bit too loud. Let's go, Yu Ren. Ashitari Yuushi greeted Mukai on the court. Ready to go home. He came to the bench next to the court and lifted the tennis bag on the chair. His face suddenly changed. It's so heavy. Yu Ren, are you putting stones in this tennis bag? Hey? This is not my tennis bag. That guy took it wrong. After Ryūzaki Gakuto recovered, he recognized that the tennis bag next to him was not his own. It must have been when the side was changed just now, that guy made a mistake. Open it and have a look. Tear. Ryūzaki Gakuto unzips. Inside the bag lay 3 black net rackets, and bundles of weight training lead weights in bundles. He reached for one of the net rackets, and the moment he grasped the handle of the racket, his expression changed. Heavy. Too heavy. Far exceeds the weight of a normal net racket. This is a net racket with an outer frame all solid iron. The weight is as high as 10 caddies, no, more than 10 caddies. It is estimated to be 12 to 13 caddies. This guy, didn't he fight me with this clumsy racket just now? Advertisement. Ryūzaki Gakuen turned pale. Recalling the same jet black racket that Chen Fan held in his hand just now, he couldn't help swallowing. Ashitari Yuushi heard what Ryūzaki Gakuen said, and also tried to pick up a pitch black racket. His eyes widened instantly. Heavy. Good weight. Monster. Weird man. That Chen Fan beat Yuan 6-1 just now with this same net racket? Watching him play tennis just now, I can't tell that this is a pure iron racket weighing 12 to 13 caddies, and he is acting too easily. Hey! A voice came from behind the two of them. Looking back, Chen Fan took the tennis bag and walked back to the court. I'm sorry, I took the wrong tennis bag just now, and I realized it was too light when I walked halfway, so I took the wrong tennis bag. Talking. Chen Fan handed the tennis bag in his hand to Ryūzaki Gakuen, and did not care about them opening their own tennis bag. In front of them, he took off the weight training wristbands on his arms. He threw it into his tennis bag indifferently. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. This. Ashitari Yuushi and Ryūzaki Gakuen both stared wide-eyed. Before they could be surprised, Chen Fan bent down, rolled up his sports pants, and took off the two weight training wrist cuffs on his ankles. This operation directly opened the mouths of Ashitari Yuushi and Ryūzaki Gakuen, and they were almost able to stuff an egg. You just fought me with these 4 weight training wristbands. Yes indeed. Advertisement. Chen Fan pretended not to care and nodded. In fact, Chen Fan picked up the wrong tennis bag on purpose. Otherwise, 2 tennis bags with so much difference in weight can be felt when you mention them. How can you pick them up wrong? The purpose of deliberately taking the wrong one is to shock Ashitari Yuushi and Ryūzaki Gakuen again. Since Hyotei is going to be a tennis mercenary, he must show super strength from the beginning to convince them. This is like going to a club. The technicians will wear some clothes and show off their impressive curves, so that customers can understand their general ability. Only by confirming that you are genuine, can customers trade with peace of mind. And deliberately removing the weight training wristbands in front of the two is also one of Chen Fan's means of deepening the shock. As expected. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the faces of the two froze immediately, and their faces could no longer express how shocked they were. Now, the hearts of Ryūzaki Gakuen and Ashitari Yuushi are already surging. They couldn't believe that such a monster would be kicked out of the school team by Seigaku. If the Hyotei school team can get the help of this monster this year, it will undoubtedly provide an extra layer of insurance for the national championship. Think about it. Ashitari Yuushi took out another 10,000 cherry blossom coins from his pocket and put them in Chen Fan's hands. Okay. Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the stack. What do you plan to do with this 10,000 yuan? Be stronger, if possible, fight with me. Ashitari Yuushi looked serious. He wanted to see if the monster in front of him really had the secret to make Hyotei stronger. Although in the match against Xiongri, it can be seen that he is very strong, but Ashitari Yuushi still wants to verify it with his own eyes. Talk to Adobe Kigo about it again if you can. You still want to become stronger with 10,000 yuan, and you still want to fight me. Are you crazy? Chen Fan's eyes widened as he weighed the 10,000 cherry blossom coins in his hand. Just now when he left, he had done the calculations. He played a game with 10,000 cherry blossom coins, and even corrected his weaknesses. It was a small loss. At best, only a little more than his part-time job. But the one just now is considered to be famous, so it should be called a loss. If you want to become stronger, you can. Chen Fan looked at Ashitari Yuushi seriously. You have to pay more. Ashitari Yuushi, Myukahi Gakuto. Chapter 4. Yueran, pay for it. Hey, Yuushi, 20,000 a game, you really compare. Bye. I bought golf clubs for this week's pocket money, and I will pay you back next week. I only have 20,000 left. I will lend you the last 10,000. I have no pocket money this week. Myukahi Gakuto looked distressed, reached out his hand and took out 10,000 Sakura coins from his pocket. Here. Xiangri reluctantly handed over the money to Chen Fan. Okay, thank you boss. Chen Fan was all smiles when he saw the money. The heart is dark and cool. Or Hyotei has money. The pocket money is tens of thousands a week. Compared with my part-time job, it is much more fragrant. Don't worry, the 20,000 yuan was originally just my appearance fee. But you are my first batch of customers, so I will give you a discount, 20,000 packages, accompanying games, pointing out weaknesses, plus guiding training, it is definitely worth the money. Chen Fan worried that the two felt that he was being taken advantage of, so he quickly opened his mouth to explain. But the two obviously didn't feel anything. After all, the money has already been paid, and they have no plans to refund it. I have one more request. Ashitari Yuushi spoke suddenly. FK? Still have requests? Chen Fan couldn't bear it when he heard this sentence. But seeing the 3 stacks of cherry blossom coins in the tennis bag, I held back. Make money. Not shabby. Okay, you say. After quickly calming down, Chen Fan smiled. You can't wear weight training wristbands while competing. And also, Ashitari Yuushi said, pulling out a normal spare racket from his tennis bag. Fight me with this normal racket. Chen Fan was taken aback. Reached out for the light blue racket. Haven't used a normal racket in a long time. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The reason why I have been using a pure iron racket and wearing weight training wristbands every day is not really just to hold 13. The pure iron mesh racket can be used to practice ball control, and the weight of the racket can exercise the strength of the whole arm and increase the power and speed of hitting the ball. Advertisement. The weight training wristband on his hand can make Chen Fan's wrist more flexible, and the serve is more explosive. It is an important prop used by Chen Fan to practice destroyed nothing. As for the weight training wristbands under the feet, they are only worn for practicing the full image shrinking ground method. Game start. The right to serve is given to Chen Fan. Hold the tennis ball in your hand and toss it lightly. Chen Fan's waist and abdomen muscles were tense, he jumped on his toes, and his right hand holding the racket was thrown out like a whip. A yellow beam flashed. Boom! There was the sound of a tennis ball landing diagonally behind Ashitari Yuushi. But he was still holding the racket and didn't react. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Myukahi Gakuto, who was standing next to the referee, realized it. 15-0. What? After hearing the verdict, Ashitari Yuushi turned his head and looked at the black ball mark on the left baseline behind him with a look of shock. When did this ball come? Didn't see the ball at all. This guy really didn't use his full strength just now. However, I was a little distracted just now. After calming down, I should be able to see the ball clearly. Ashitari Yuushi focused. This time his gaze was fixed on Chen Fan's arm. However, the next second, when Chen Fan swings the racket. Boom! Advertisement. A yellow ball shadow flashed. Immediately afterwards, a coolness came from the crotch. Looking down, a black ball mark appeared on the crotch. Obviously, the tennis ball passed through his crotch just now. Not only did he not see clearly, but he also did not react. 30-0. Myukahi Gakuto's voice came. Faster than the last ball. This guy, the serve alone has already caught up with Shotaro's heavy cannon serve. No, it feels faster than heavy cannon serve. And it's much more stable than Shotaro's serve. Ashitari Yuushi internally compares Chen Fan's serve to Shotaro. And the other side. Chen Fan also weighed inwardly. I only used 30% of my strength to hit serve, but I couldn't even catch it. It seems that they are weaker than I thought. It's not interesting to play this kind of ball that has no resistance. After all, after paying the money, it's better to give others a little game experience. Chen Fan thought, the strength of swinging the racket weakened, and he issued a normal serve. But even with normal serve, the speed of this ball is faster than normal serve. The speed of this ball suddenly slowed down. Ashitari Yuushi made a quick run and got in position early when the ball bounced. Staring at Chen Fan, observing Chen Fan's eyes, movements, and fighting posture. Quickly determine the best landing position. He holds the net racket with both hands and swings the net racket in a golfing stance. FAS. Boom. Ping online pumping. Ashitari Yuushi applies techniques from golf to tennis. The ball went over the center line and fell to Chen Fan's other side. Advertisement. That is a tricky angle, which is difficult for normal people to accept. Even if it is received, it is reluctant to fight back. And Chen Fan kicked his feet and started to run, catching the ball in 3 steps and 2 steps. It's useless, don't count. Hurry up and get to the point, I'll give you a chance to use brown bear arrested. After Ashitari Yuushi heard this, his expression froze. As you wish. With that said, he tilted the racket and hit a shot of chance, giving Chen Fan a chance to smash. Chen Fan also had no tricks, he jumped up high, and hit a smash. Ashitari Yuushi on the opposite side saw this. The body rotated, and with the swing of the body, and with the help of force, he used brown bear caught in the net. It's a pity the next second. Boom. The net racket in the hands of Ashitari Yuushi was shot down. How come? Yuushi's brown bear captured didn't hit the ball back. Ryūzaki Gakuen, who was standing by the court, let out a gasp. Brown bear captured is specially used to block the smash. As long as Ashitari Yuushi uses it, he will be able to counter the smash. It is a skill that can reverse the situation on the court. Even Adobe Kigo can't crack it. But now, it was easily cracked, which once again refreshed Ryūzaki Gakuen's cognition. Now, Ashitari Yuushi still maintained a half-kneeling posture, looking at the racket. He fell to the ground with a look of astonishment. The silence said it all. An invincible opponent. The crushing level, the gap is too big. Ashitari Yuushi has always been rational and calm, and is known as a genius in Hyotei. A man with the same title as Fuji Seigaku. So right after Brown Bear arrested was cracked, he already understood that he was destined to lose this game. It's pointless to keep playing. I lost. Ashitari Yuushi got up and said. Now he is eager to get Chen Fan to point out his weaknesses and guide his skills. If it can be useful. This Chen Fan, he will definitely hire. Add a layer of insurance to Hyotei. Now. It depends on what Chen Fan said. Chapter 5. On court. Ashitari Yuushi looked at Chen Fan, waiting for his pointing. That's great, you understand me so well. This directly saved me a lot of time, and the appearance fee of 10,000 yuan was easily earned, which is really cool. Chen Fan felt refreshed in his heart, and it was even more pleasing to the eye to see this pretty boy, Ashitari Yuushi. Next, let's see how to compile. Wrong, it depends on the pointer. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat and returned the racket in his hand to Ashitari Yuushi. Your level is worse than I thought. Chen Fan first said a word, which suppressed Ashitari Yuushi's self-confidence again. To make Ashitari Yuushi accept what he said from the bottom of his heart, he must suppress all his current confidence and let him lower his position. Really? After hearing these words, Ashitari Yuushi's face changed slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Known as a genius in Hyotei, he was continuously invited by Adobe Kigo at the beginning, and he was hired from the golf club to the tennis club even after talking and digging. If it wasn't because Adobe was too arrogant, thinking that Hyotei only needed him as a king, he didn't set up the post of vice president. Perhaps he has the best chance of being elected as the vice president of Hyotei. Now being told by Chen Fan that the level is not good, I am somewhat unconvinced. But if you lose, and it's a massive loss, the gap is like a gutter. Even though he was unwilling, Ashitari Yuushi chose to keep his mouth shut. Tell me about your weaknesses. Chen Fan glanced at Ashitari Yuushi, whose expression changed slightly, and then spoke. You have weak backhands, poor forehands, loose footsteps, and slow reactions. No one is decent. Say you're a Hyotei genius, hee. It's just so. Chen Fan counted Ashitari Yuushi's weaknesses one by one. The words stimulated him again. Master some gorgeous skills and think that tennis is like this. Your too rational and calm personality will make you lose passion on the field. You have the same problem as Fujisasuke, you haven't really played a good game of tennis, and you don't have your own beacon. If you don't really want to play tennis from the bottom of your heart, your technical level will always stay at the level of the regional qualifiers, and it's hard to be elegant. The advice I can give you is to find a way to like tennis. Done. Knock off. 10,000 yuan in hand. After Chen Fan gave the advice, he started to pack his tennis bag, turned and left the court. Only Ashitari Yuushi and Ryūzaki Gakuen were left standing. Advertisement. Yushi. Ryūzaki Gakuen poked Ashitari Yuushi, who was standing there in a daze. Ah! Sorry, I thought of something. Ashitari Yuushi came back to his senses, and after saying sorry, he looked at the back of Chen Fan leaving. His eyes gradually became clear. Ren, if we recruit this person to our Hyotei, this year's champion may really have hope. Although what he said just now was ugly, it made sense. It's all about our current problems and the changes we urgently need to make. I need to find new beacons, really like tennis, and you need to master the low-altitude moon turn. These are suggestions that can really improve our strength. This Chen Fan is really strong. The 30,000 yuan is worth it. Ashitari Yuushi gave his affirmation for these two games. For them, 30,000 is just a part of their pocket money for a week. With a week's pocket money, they can change their current predicament. This deal is very cost-effective for them. Seigaku Chen Fan. Never heard of it before. I don't know how much it will cost to hire him to win the Kanto championship. Ashitari Yuushi said in a low voice. Yuushi, do you really believe that he can win the Kanto championship? No matter how strong that guy is, 3 singles games and 2 doubles games, even if he can secure a win, there are still 4 games with uncertain factors. How can one person do it? Ryūzaki Gakuen analyzed from the side. But Ashitari Yuushi obviously has inexplicable confidence in Chen Fan's strength. No, I feel that he can really succeed. Ren, you should have a small treasury at home. What do you want to do? You don't want to borrow money again, do you? For the sake of the team, borrow it. I have bought too many golf clubs these days. After deducting the weekly pocket money, there is only 150,000 left. I only have 120,000, how much do you want to borrow? All. Hey! Yuushi! You are crazy! Almost 300,000. Aren't you afraid of that guy running away? Advertisement. Finally. It's easy to talk about it. Ryūzaki Gakuen agreed to borrow the money. Ashitari Yuushi was on the court, took out the contact number left by Chen Fan, and called. The other side. A busy street, a barbecue restaurant. Chen Fan earned 30,000 cherry blossom coins and was celebrating by eating barbecue alone. While eating, he cast his gaze out of the glass window. Across a river outside is Kabukiko, which is not suitable for children. Approaching night. The brightly colored lights were all lit up, and many dance hall girls twisted their bodies to attract customers, and the streets were full of feasting and feasting scenes. Chen Fan stuffed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, and his nostrils were filled with the smell of meat. The eyes kept appreciating the beauty of the opposite bank. Whenever you have money, you must go to the other side once to be cool. Chen Fan was looking forward to it. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, it is impossible for Chen Fan to not have some desires. What's more, this body is already in the 2nd year of junior high school, and all developments have matured. The major events in life must be resolved by a chance. Jingle bell. While Chen Fan was enjoying himself, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and pressed answer. Hey! It is you. Bao Guangdong champion. Can. As long as the money is in place, don't worry about how I solve it. I'll send you the price later. Let's talk about it first. The settlement is 20% for the first 3 days, and after qualifying for the Kanto competition, the settlement is 30%. Finally, if you win the Kanto championship, you must settle all of it. No credit will be given. Advertisement. Snapped. Hang up the phone. Chen Fan spent 10 minutes editing his price list and sent it to Ashitari Yuushi. After that, looking excitedly at the opposite Kabuki Street, his eyes are full. Bao advanced to the Kanto contest and became the champion with 1.5 million Hyotei coins, which is 10 million when converted into cherry blossom coins. Although it sounds a bit much, but for Hyotei's adobe, it's just a little bit of water. It was just over a month before the start of the Kanto competition. Calculated on the basis of 30 days a month, Chen Fan can earn over 300,000 Sakura coins in 1 day. Large villas, singing and dancing package services are just around the corner. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel excited and sighed. My salary reached tens of millions at a young age. Million. What's the concept? It's still more than a month to go to singing and dancing. Will you still eat barbecue then? Ah! Chen Fan's eyes showed disdain, and he glanced at the steaming fat beef on the chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. 10 million. Is this guy crazy? Is it true that all our money is blown by the wind? Ryūzaki Sumire couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this outrageous number. It is said that it includes guidance, sparring, and tactical services, so it will be a little more expensive. Ashitari Yuushi stared at the text message on his mobile phone, a little helpless. 10 million, at most 3 million after selling all my golf clubs. Fortunately, this guy can still pay in installments. Hey! Yuushi! Are you crazy? Are you going to sell all your golf clubs just to win the Kanto championship? No way, to force myself to like tennis is to sell the golf clubs, but there are 7 million left. Ashitari Yuushi pondered for a moment, then turned his head and glanced at Mukai. Don't look at me. My family is not as rich as your medical family. Ryūzaki Sumire showed a look of horror. 7 million is a huge sum of money to him. It seems that it is impossible not to discuss with Adobe. Ashitari Yuushi sighed, picked up his tennis bag, and walked out of the court with Ryūzaki Sumire. In the park woods, the three walked out. They were wearing black school uniforms, 2 men and 1 woman. Those 2 just now are members of the Hyotei school team. Look how excited they are, said Akira Kamio, a redhead with 28-something bangs. Chapter 6. Well, the one with the glasses is Ashitari Yuushi, who Hyotei calls a genius. Ibufukeiji, with dark blue hair parted in the middle, nodded. Fudamon's Ibufukeiji, Seigaku's Fuji Seisuke, and Hyotei Academy's Ashitari Yuushi are all players who have been dubbed geniuses. Iwushenji usually pays more attention to it, so he recognizes it. By the way, who was the one wearing the Seigaku school team uniform just now. Haven't heard from him at all. Ibufukasa frowned and said. Searching through the memories of Seigaku in his mind, he couldn't even recognize who he was. When the three of them were in the woods just now, they saw the match between Chen Fan and Ashitari Yuushi. Although they missed only one round, they were still intimidated by Chen Fan's ultra-high-speed serve and his ability to crack Brown Bear captured. With that level and strength, you should also know Seigaku's Fuji Seisuke and Tezuka Kunimitsu. Akira Kamio said as it should. No, that person is not Fuji Seisuke, I recognize Fuji Seisuke. Ibufukasa shook his head. Is that Tezuka Kunimitsu? Akira Kamio continued. As for the short-haired girl standing beside them, Ju Xing shook her head after thinking for a moment. No, Tezuka Kunimitsu wears glasses, and as the captain of Seigaku, he won't easily compete with players from Hyotei, who is also a strong tennis team, in this wild court. The only possibility is the other members who have just transferred to the Seigaku school team. What Xing said makes sense. Akira Kamio, who has a crush on Tachibana, quickly agrees. Ibu Shinji also felt that this was the most likely. This year's Seigaku is really scary. Tezuka Kunimitsu with national strength, Fuji Seisuke known as a genius, and that mysterious monster. If there are no accidents, we will meet Seigaku in the division preliminaries the day after tomorrow, right? Looks like there's a bad fight going on. Ju Xing was quite helpless, and the faces of the three of them were a little dignified. Because only by winning the regional preliminaries, Fudaman will be able to advance to the capital conference, the Kanto conference, and move towards the national competition. And there is Seigaku in the way. Obviously not very easy to handle. The day passed quickly. The next day, Hyotei Gakuen's dismissal bell rang. Myukahi Gakuto and Ashitari Yuushi headed for Hyotei Tennis Club. Tennis Mercenaries? 10 million bags and we become the champions of the Kanto competition. Ha 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 ha. Yuushi, are you stupid? You also believe this kind of nonsense? Akutagawa Jiro rarely slept, and smiled on the bench in the net court. Adobe Kigo on the side is a little serious. Ashitari Yuushi didn't have to joke around. And Ashitari's strength is also known to Adobe, who can easily defeat him and Xianghai. I am afraid that this person has the same strength as Tezuka at the national level. Advertisement. Chen Fan. Seigaku Tennis Club. Adobe frowned, flashing memories in his mind. A long time. It seems to remember something. During the Kanto competition last year, the Seigaku first-year player who swept the street net court and was banned from playing, seems to be called Chen Fan. Because of the suspension, he didn't play, and Tezuka became famous in the first battle. Senior Tsukimitsu Oka gave him a great evaluation at that time, saying that in the next 2 years, he will be the one who will start Seigaku's hegemony. That person should be the Chen Fan that Senior Tsukimitsu Oka mentioned. Adobe Kigo will recall what his seniors said about Chen Fan. But this Chen Fan has a big tone. You actually said that I would lose to Tezuka in the Kanto tournament. Hey, how is that possible? The more Adobe Kigo thought about it, the more he felt disdainful. But he still decided to hire Chen Fan. One is to have a match with Chen Fan to see how he has the confidence to say such arrogant words. The second is to want Chen Fan to be Hyotei's training partner. After all, during the game, it is a strong opponent, and the players have made greater progress. Adobe doesn't believe in anything including the Kanto Championship, the National Championship, and coaching tactics. He didn't think at all that anyone could guide a player of his level. Anyway, 10 million is just pocket money to him, and it doesn't matter, it's just spending money to get to know Chen Fan. Ashitari, 10 million can be given to him, let him come here today. Tell him that Uncle Ben is waiting for him in the court after school in the afternoon. If you want this 10 million, you have to have this strength, right? Right. Kabeji Munehiro, who bumped into a cow behind him, nodded with a dull expression. Seigaku. Jingle. The get out of class bell rang. It's time for community activities. In the second grade classroom, Chen Fan's cell phone vibrated, and it was a text message. Hey? You actually called me 5 million, Hyotei is Hyotei. The boss is really grand. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He got up and packed his school bag, planning to go to Hyotei to meet the appointment. Advertisement. Suddenly, a voice came. Chen Fan, let's go to the tennis club together. In the past 2 days, a freshman named Ekizen Ryoma has come here. He's amazing. He's as strong as a monster. There was a carefree tone. Chen Fan knew without even thinking it was the voice of Momoshiro Takeshi. Look up. Momoshiro Takeshi, with neat short black hair, was looking at Chen Fan with excitement. And behind him, a taciturn Kaido Kaoru wearing a green turban with his hands in his pockets, standing sideways, seemed to be waiting for Chen Fan as well. The three of them are also second-year classmates, so they are more or less familiar with each other. Judging by their looks, they obviously don't know about Ryūzaki Sumire kicking Chen Fan out of the school team. Didn't the old lady Ryūzaki Sumire tell you? I'm no longer a member of the Seigaku tennis club. What? As soon as the words came out, Momoshiro Takeshi and Kaido Kaoru froze for a moment. Chen Fan didn't explain much, picked up his school bag and prepared to leave. Only Momoshiro Takeshi and Kaido Kaoru stayed where they were with surprised faces. What the hell is this all about? Momoshiro Takeshi's eyes were filled with disbelief. They know Chen Fan's tennis level. Although he rarely took shots on the school team, he was able to suppress Fuji Seigaku a year ago when he was only a freshman in junior high school. In terms of strength, Tezuka, Fuji, and Chen Fan can be called the big three of Seigaku. Could it be because of the incident in last year's game? Kaido Kaoru spoke suddenly, with a complicated expression. They were both in the first grade last year, while participating in the national competition. Chen Fan was suspended because he helped Momoshiro Takeshi and Kaido Kaoru in the street network court, which made him unable to participate in the national competition. Otherwise, last year's Seigaku is expected to hit the national championship. An Ekizen came this year, and I thought he could secure the national championship. I didn't expect Chen Fan to leave. The more Momoshiro Takeshi thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Go, Viper! Ask Coach Ryūzaki for clarification. At the same time. Advertisement. Chen Fan, carrying his tennis bag, walked towards the Seigaku school gate, preparing to take the bus to Hyotei Academy. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came from behind. This voice is very familiar to Chen Fan, it is the sound of tennis balls. Turn around. A yellow spherical shadow gradually enlarged and flew towards Chen Fan's door. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the tennis ball. Ah! Sorry. Sorry. Immediately afterwards, there was an exclamation. A girl in a Seigaku green school uniform skirt and 2 braids holds a net racket in both hands, stretches her body, says sorry and bows to Chen Fan in apology. Next to him stood a boy of the same age wearing a white hat and wearing the clothes of the Seigaku tennis school team, with a dazed expression on his face. These two are Ryūzaki Sumire and Ekizen Ryoma. Ryoma, please apologize. It was you who accidentally hit the ball too hard and almost hit someone. Ryūzaki Sumire whispered to Ekizen Ryoma. As for Ekizen Ryoma, his eyes were on Chen Fan, who was also carrying a tennis bag behind him. Are you also a member of the tennis club? As soon as the words came out, Ryūzaki Sakura's expression changed drastically. It's over, it's over. He didn't apologize for hurting someone, and the other party was still a senior, so it was somewhat taboo. If you encounter a senior with a bad temper, you will inevitably be beaten up. However, Chen Fan has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, how could he care about a brat? No, just an ordinary tennis fan. Chen Fan did not reveal his identity to Eikaizen Ryoma. On the contrary, he has a little interest in Ryūzaki Sumire. With white and tender long legs and a slightly shy face, she has the proper conditions for a heroine in a school youth drama. But it was only interested, Chen Fan would not take the initiative to attack an underdeveloped little girl. Here you are. Chen Fan handed the tennis ball to Ryūzaki Sumire. The gentle and sunny smile and clean and correct facial features inevitably made Ryūzaki Sakura dazed. It's like the Prince Charming who came out of a fairy tale book. Now, a bus appeared at the door. Chen Fan turned and ran towards the bus. Seeing this, Ryūzaki Sakura hurriedly shouted at Chen Fan. "Senior, I haven't asked your name yet." And Chen Fan had already boarded the bus. Eikaizen Ryoma suddenly walked to the front and picked up the student ID card on the ground. Just now Chen Fan dropped from his pocket while running. Chen Fan. Chapter 7. Chen Fan. He is Chen Fan, as Grandma said. Ryūzaki Sakura cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Is he famous? Eikaizen Ryoma asked curiously. I don't know the details. But I heard that in the first grade, he was called the Light of Seigaku with Tezuka and Fuji. However, a few days ago, my grandmother removed me from the Seigaku school team, saying that I have not been training in the tennis club, which will hinder Seigaku from entering the national competition. Because you joined Ryoma, Grandma thought that Seigaku didn't need so many regular players, so she kicked him out of the school team. Ryūzaki Sakura told what he knew about Chen Fan. The Light of Seigaku, who is as famous as President Tezuka and Senior Fuji. That guy should be very strong. It's enough to say that I am an ordinary tennis fan. Eikaizen Ryoma felt that he had been tricked and felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. Then he threw the Chen Fan student ID card on the ground again and turned to go to the tennis club. Ryoma. How could you do this? Ryūzaki Sakura couldn't help being a little angry when she saw Eikaizen Ryoma throw away Chen Fan's student ID card. It was originally dropped on the ground, so it doesn't matter if you put it back in its original place. Eikaizen Ryoma didn't take it seriously, and left without looking back. Ryūzaki Sakura picked up Chen Fan's student ID again, wiped off the dirt on it, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and put it in his pocket. Seigaku Tennis Club. The sound of hitting balls and tennis balls hitting the iron net echoed through the court. Tezuka Kunimitsu and Ryūzaki Sumire walk into the court. All Seigaku official players gather. Tezuka gave the order. Oishi, Kikumaru, and others put down their work one after another and stood in line in the court. Immediately afterwards, Sumire Ryūzaki tells about kicking Chen Fan out of the school team. The rest of the people were shocked. Fuji, who was usually calm, also opened his eyes. Kicked Chen Fan out of the school team. Fuji Seigaku has a complicated face. In his opinion, Chen Fan's strength can completely provide the safest insurance for Seigaku to hit the national championship. Of which coach Ryūzaki must have known. Now kicked Chen Fan out, and it's still before the national competition starts. It's hard to believe that there is no inside story. All eyes are on Eikaizen Ryoma. I probably understand why. Coach, if possible, I choose to withdraw from the school team and let Chen Fan return to the school team. Kawamura Takashi volunteered to withdraw from the school team. Seigaku is missing Chen Fan, which is bound to be a big loss. Fuji Seigaku was taken aback for a moment. Aaron. Needless to say, it is impossible for Chen Fan to return to the school team. He has never participated in training and has been neglected for nearly a year. His tennis level is bound to drop significantly. It is definitely not the same as last year's him. Advertisement. This year is the last time for your juniors to participate in the national competition. I can't let the uncertain factor of Chen Fan hold back the team. And there is no Chen Fan, an Ekaizen who just joined, can just take Chen Fan's place. The current lineup is the best lineup for the national championship. Above. After Ryūzaki Sumire finished speaking, she left without looking back, without giving anyone a chance to refute. After Ryūzaki Sumire left, Tezuka asked everyone to continue training and prepare for tomorrow's divisional preliminaries. The other players had to accept this fact. The other side. Chen Fan has already got off the bus. Walked into Hyotei College, asked for directions along the way, and came to the net court. Phew, it's my first day at work, and I'm still a little nervous. Chen Fan walked into the net court. The area of the entire Hyotei Tennis Club is as large as 5 Seigaku tennis clubs. Event-level net court. Brand new bleachers and indoor netting court. The entire court has many players at the moment. As expected of a big club with more than 200 people. Just after class, there are already hundreds of people on the court, and it feels spectacular to watch. No wonder you can support the elimination system. The Hyotei Gakuen tennis school team, as long as they lose in the official competition, they will be kicked out of the school team and won the school selection again before they can enter again. This also led to the Hyotei Tennis Club being very introverted. But these Chen fans don't care. When he came in, several men in the stands had stood up and looked at him. The leader showed a contemptuous smile with a haughty expression on his face. Adobe Kigo. The super-rich second generation with rich family background in Wang Wang world. It is also the main purpose of Chen Fan coming to Hyotei. Ryūzaki Gakuen and Ashitari Yuushi were also among them, holding out their hands. Not much to say. When Chen Fan entered the net court, Adobe had already picked up the racket and walked into the court. And when he walked into the court, everyone around him stopped playing. They all went to the bleachers. Advertisement. Hyotei. 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 The shouts of hundreds of people spread throughout the court in an instant. Normal people would lose their momentum by 3 points just by seeing this battle. But Chen Fan still didn't panic, and even felt that the atmosphere was more exciting. Even an away game can make people excited. That's great, I'll make Hyotei my family from now on. If you have money to take, the atmosphere is good. But before that, you have to pass the boss's interview. Chen Fan glanced at Adobe on the opposite court, and took out the pitch-black pure iron net racket from his tennis bag. That is. Ryūzaki Gakuen and Ashitari Yuushi saw Chen Fan pull out that thick, hard black racket. Can't help but look at each other, the eyes of both sides are helpless. Did that guy use that racket against Adobe? Chen Fan doesn't even have weight training wristbands. It's very possible, looking at his black coat, his arms are obviously bulging. Both of them were silent at the same time. Quite helpless. I was also worried in my heart that Chen Fan would lose the game because of his arrogance. After all, they spent all their money. If Chen Fan loses, they will be very embarrassed. Hyotei! 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 The shouting of the cheerleaders around continued. Adobe held one hand up. However, the next second, snapped. A crisp finger snap came from the opposite court. Chen Fan took the lead and snapped his fingers. The shouting stopped abruptly. Advertisement. The winner is me. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone looked at Chen Fan with his mouth slightly open. At this moment, Chen Fan became the focus. No one expected that Chen Fan in the away game would act so insanely. Ha 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 ha. Adobe suddenly laughed wildly. I haven't seen you in a regular game since I was suspended a year ago, but I heard Tezuka say a lot about you. I saw him today, he really is a very interesting person. I don't care about the absurd things you said about including the championship of the Kanto contest. I don't believe that I will lose to Tezuka in the Kanto Grand Prix. But my uncle is still willing to spend 10 million yuan to let you come and play 2 games. I would like to see how strong the guy who can win the national championship is. Don't let me down. The corners of Adob's mouth turned up slightly. Standing across from Chen Fan, he didn't feel that he was underestimated at all. 10 million just to get me to play 2 games? Really proud. It's just that you always look at people through the cracks in the door. This bad habit is not very good. Chen Fan thought to himself, and decided to teach the mighty Adobe a lesson. After all, this is the future gold master. If he is not allowed to fully understand that he has this strength, how can he make more money from him? As a tennis mercenary, Chen Fan didn't want to make a one-shot deal. A mere 10 million cherry blossom coins can't even afford a big villa. I said you can't beat Tezuka, it's true. If you don't believe me, I will perfectly reproduce this game as Tezuka and compete with you. Also, since I have already collected the money, whether you want it or not, I will help you get the champion of the Kanto competition. This is my professional ethics. Please respect my profession. But just providing tactical support and wanting me to leave the game is another price. Don't worry, for you, it's definitely worth spending 10 million on a layer of insurance for Hyotei. After Chen Fan finished speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, in full view, the racket was switched to the left hand. Everyone knows that Tezuka Kunimitsu is left-handed. Switched the racket to the left hand, this guy, I remember he is right-handed. Ashitari Yuushi's eyes widened. Using that kind of racket, wearing a weight training wristband, and changing the racket to the backhand while standing, and claiming to perfectly reproduce Tezuka Kunimitsu's tennis and Adobe match? How confident is this Chen Fan in his own strength? Ryūzaki Sumire was already surprised by Chen Fan's manipulation. Under such circumstances, both Ashitari Yuushi and Mukai thought it was impossible to replicate the national-level Tezuka Kunimitsu's tennis. Impossible. This guy is insane. Do you really think the Adobe he's fighting with is a rotten fish? However, if it is really done, then how strong is this guy? Ashitari Yuushi was shocked. Quietly looking at the court. Chapter 8. A perfect replica of Tezuka. Are you kidding me? Tezuka is not someone you can reproduce with a left-handed racket. Adobe's face was full of disbelief. Chen Fan didn't say much either. Believe it or not, we will find out later. Game start. Adobe took the lead in serving. Boom. A powerful side spin shot towards Chen Fan's feet. Chen Fan trotted 2 steps and swung his racket back. The 2 sides began to pull. You hit me with a ball. After about 10 back and forth. Boom. The tennis ball hit the ground. The first ball landed on Adobe's court. Chen Fan scored a point first. 15-0. Odori Siotaro acted as the referee from the sidelines. Naturally, losing just 1 goal will not cause Adobe much sense of crisis. On the contrary, a smile appeared on the corner of Adobe's mouth at this moment. Although he missed the goal just now, the rhythm of the whole game is still in his hands. So he didn't panic at all. Whoosh! Adobe played serve again, and the 2 sides entered into a tug-of-war once again. The 2 bite each other very tightly. 20 minutes later. Another tennis ball landed on Adobe's court. 1-0, Chen Fan. Shotaro's voice sounded, announcing the score. The surrounding Hyotei players couldn't sit still. Mingto Ryo, it took too long for this round. It took a full 20 minutes to divide the first round. Is this game another tug-of-war? Hyoji Wakashi, although President Adobe is 1 point behind, no matter how you look at it, he has the initiative. Ashitari Yuushi, that's right, following this rhythm, you will enter the tiebreaker that Adobe is best at. At that time, Chen Fan's mental strength, concentration and physical strength will all drop sharply, and there will be no suspense about the outcome. Ryūzaki Sumire, this guy, he pretended to be so arrogant at the beginning. If we lose, I'm afraid we will all be laughed out of our teeth by Adobe, Kabeji Mun Hero, the winner is the young master. Akutakawa Jiro, ZZZ. After winning the next game. Finally it was Chen Fan's serve round. Advertisement. Of course Chen Fan knows what the time of each small game represents, and also understands the psychology of Adobe and Hyotei players. Now they must think I've fallen into Adobe's rhythm. Unfortunately, when I actively wanted to enter the tiebreaker, it was Adobe who fell into the rhythm. Chen Fan observed Adobe's expression and thought to himself. That's right. Everyone knows that what Adobe is best at is tiebreak and protracted games. Generally speaking, those who entered the tiebreak final round had almost exhausted their mental strength, concentration, and physical strength in front of them. The tiebreaker is a period of weakness for normal people. And Adobe's high-intensity concentration allows him to slowly torture opponents who have entered a weak period like a hunter in the tiebreak decisive game. In the end, it is Adobe's specialty to completely defeat the opponent physically and psychologically. But in fact, Chen Fan also deliberately extended the game time. This can not only allow your body to achieve high-intensity consumption, but also help improve your strength. It can also completely defeat Adobe in the field he is best at, which makes him convinced. This competition is the boss's interview. If you don't perform well, how can you do it? Chen Fan thought, throwing the tennis ball into the air. Eyes aimed at Adobe's feet. Since we are going to intentionally lengthen the time of each round, the goal is to hit the ball where Adobe can easily catch it. Boom! The tennis ball flew over the net and landed at Adobe's feet. TCH, it's just an ordinary serve. Adobe was disappointed. Isn't it perfect to reproduce Tezuka? So far, I haven't seen a trace of Tezuka in you. Adobe spoke, waved the racket in his hand, and aimed at the empty door behind Chen Fan's left. Good shot. The door is wide open on the left. Mingo Ryo couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Adobe's ball. The speed and angle of this shot is perfect. Adobe's ability to judge the opponent's weakness is indeed better than ordinary people. Ashitari Yuushi saw Adobe's ball and couldn't help but praise it. Hey! Take a look. Advertisement. Myuka Higakuto exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of the court. I saw the other side of the court. The tennis ball, which had already landed and was destined to score, turned quickly in the air, as if a positioning device had been installed, and flew back to Chen Fan's left-hand side. Tezuka Field. Adobe's eyes widened in surprise. As an old opponent of Tezuka, he is very familiar with this game. The reason why Tezuka can be called a national-level player. It is because he has two famous stunts, Tezuka Field and Zero Short Ball. These two ball skills have beaten many players in the national competition. However, if you want to master this kind of ball skills, you need extremely high ball control, and you must also have a full understanding of the rotation of tennis balls. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can use. It seems that you still have some strength. It's finally a bit presentable. Adobe showed a hint of excitement, and his body ran quickly. His eyes searched and locked on the handle of the racket in Chen Fan's hand, and a flash of light flashed. Boom! A swing. The tennis ball flies straight towards the racket handle. Coming! Adobe's stunt. Waltz towards destruction. Mito Ryo exclaimed. The surrounding Hyotei Tennis Club members also started to applaud. Looking at Adobe again, he has leaped high, with a confident smile on his lips. Looking at the tennis ball bouncing into the air, he spoke. Just immerse yourself in my master's wonderful skills. Boom! Adobe spread his body in the air, concentrated all his body weight on the racket in his hand, and smashed a hard ball towards the court below. However, when he landed after finishing the smash, he saw that the racket in Chen Fan's hand was still in his hand, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. What? How could the racket not be destroyed? Advertisement. That shot should have hit his racket handle perfectly. Adobe still had doubts in his heart, but Chen Fan had already appeared in front of the net, ready to fight back, and it was too late for him to think about it. He wants to put the ball short. Adobe saw Chen Fan's movement and ran towards the net after landing. It's too late. This ball can be received. Looking at the tennis ball falling slowly in front of the net, Adobe made a judgment in his heart. He comes to landing position and swings the racket ready to hit the ball backcourt the moment the tennis ball bounces. But the ball didn't bounce. After landing, keep topspin on the ground, and then roll back. 0-0 short ball. Adobe stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I can even hit a zero-style short ball. Adobe was startled. He admitted that he underestimated Chen Fan. Originally, I thought that Chen Fan was just a person with a little strength who liked to talk big. I didn't expect Tezuka's skills to be engraved cleanly. It made him feel as if the person standing opposite him was really Tezuka. It's a lie. This guy actually used all of Tezuka Kunamitsu's skills. Tezuka zone and zero short ball. Ashitari Yuushi was also stunned. And he was even more shocked than Adobe. He and Xiang Ri knew that this Chen Fan had already been let go. Why didn't Adobe's waltz towards destruction knock down Chen Fan's racket just now? It's not because the pure iron racket is too heavy, there is no way to shoot it down. The game is still going on. Relying on the Tezuka area and zero short ball, he successfully restrained Adobe's Chen Fan and easily won his serve round. And gradually regained his own rhythm, suppressing Adobe. Hey! President Adobe was suppressed by that person. Who is that person? To be able to suppress President Adobe like this, he has completely taken the initiative. I heard it's called Chen Fan, a tennis mercenary who was hired by President Adobe for 10 million to help Hyotei win the Kanto championship. 10 million. It took 10 million. No wonder he was able to suppress President Adobe. The strength of 10 million is really well deserved. 10 million, President Adobe really has a lot of money. The prize money for the national championship is not even 10 million, is it? What do you know? For seniors, taking Hyotei to a whole new level is more important than money. The surrounding Hyotei community members were amazed at Chen Fan's worth of 10 million. But Hyotei is a private aristocratic school after all, and all the students are children of wealthy families. The 10 million was only a brief shock, so he turned his attention back to his court. Time passed by every minute and every second. In the long tug-of-war, and Chen Fan's intentional or unintentional release, Adobe readjusted his mentality and quickly tied the score to 6-6. The two sides officially entered the tiebreaker. Chapter 9. Entering the tiebreak. As expected of Adobe, the speed of mentality adjustment is beyond human reach. Ming Huliang said with some admiration. Once you enter the tiebreaker, it's Mr. Adobe's world. This is his favorite tiebreaker. Come on. Senior Adobe. Let's go. Hyoshi Wakashi shouted loudly. TCH. I'll take it next time. Didn't you take the Hyuxia class in junior high school well? Who is going to be the one? Adobe was not a little happy when he heard Hyoshi Wakashi cheering. With keen observation skills, he has already discovered the clues. This game has been played for 2 full hours from the beginning to the present. This guy is only sweating slightly? What kind of monster is this? Won't he feel tired? Adobe became more and more startled. But since I've been dragged into the tiebreaker, I definitely won't lose to you. Adobe focused again and kept attacking. A new round of tug-of-war has reopened. The two of them are like robots that don't get tired, and they don't have the slightest intention to stop the game. Another 30 minutes passed. The sky has completely darkened. The spotlights on the net court were turned on, instantly illuminating the already dim court. The surrounding Hyotei members are still watching this more than heart-pounding game. In the referee's seat, Odori Siotaro looked a little tired, but his eyes were still wide open, for fear of missing a goal. And on the scoreboard next to him, the score between the two sides has come to 88 to 87. Adobe leads by 1 point. But the next second. Boom! The tennis ball passed Adobe's feet in an instant. Odori Siotaro quickly flipped the scoreboard. 88-88. Seeing that the score was tied again, the members of the Hyotei Tennis Club couldn't sit still. When will this game go on? I want to go home for dinner. I also want to go home for dinner, but I don't want to miss this game. I didn't expect that Chen Fan is also a monster, his body seems to be inexhaustible. Please, whoever wins is fine, end the game quickly. My eyes are blurred, can they still see the ball clearly? At the same time, it wasn't just the Hyotei Tennis Club who were feeling tired about the match. Even Ryo Mingo, who was selected by Hyotei, and others felt visual fatigue after watching the same tennis match for nearly 3 hours in a row. No. Can't let Adobe continue to fight. Tomorrow is the divisional preliminaries. If the physical and mental strength is consumed a lot tonight, it is hard to guarantee that it will affect tomorrow's game. Advertisement. Ashitari Yuushi is already ready to call the fight off. Others don't know Chen Fan's current state, but he understands that Chen Fan's current state is definitely better than Adobe's. With a racket like that, backhanded all the time, and weight training wristbands on all 4 limbs for competition. After fighting fiercely for 3 hours wearing a jacket, although I sweat a lot, my breath is still very stable. Compared with Chen Fan, Adobe is a bit embarrassed now. There were pools of sweat on his court. Not to mention the disordered breathing, and the lack of blood on his face, this is a symptom of mild dehydration. If the game continues, Adobe is doomed to lose. Adobe, stop. If we continue the competition, we will have the regional preliminaries tomorrow. Ashitari Yuushi came to the court and spoke persuasively. The other side. Chen Fan froze for a moment when he heard the words of Ashitari Yuushi, who suddenly came forward to stop him. Boom! 88 to 89. Chen Fan leads again by 1 point. Hey? Why did it stop? My uncle can still play. Tomorrow's sub-regional competition, without my uncle playing, Xiongri and the others can win the game. Come on. Continue to fight. It is absolutely impossible for me to lose to Tezuka. Now. Adobe has completely regarded Chen Fan as Tezuka. Winning Tezuka's obsession has kept him going until now. Cao. This Adobe has hit this level and still wants to fight. The face is as pale as a dead person, and if the beating continues, he will be admitted to the ICU. If this interview accidentally sends Adobe away, that's not okay. Seeing Adobe's pale face, Chen Fan felt that it was almost the same. If the main money is lost, it will be difficult to do work. Moreover, Chen Fan's purpose is to suppress Adobe, and now it seems that the timing is almost the same. Just end the game straight and simple. Thinking of this, Chen Fan took out a tennis ball from his pocket again. Whoosh! Advertisement. With a flick of the arm, the tennis ball flew into the air, Chen Fan swung his arm, and the racket tilted 45 degrees, a side cut. The tennis ball flew into Adobe's court with a strong spin. It's over. It's starting again. The ball is going towards Adobe's feet again, and the two are going to draw again. Mingle Yang was quite helpless. They have seen such a scene many times, and they are already a little numb. How long will this game last? Hyoji Wakashi is also inevitably a little irritable. Aren't they tired? I'm tired of watching. Myukahi Gakuto was crying, he really didn't want to watch the boring tiebreaker anymore. Hey? Why are they still playing games? Behind. Ci Lang rubbed his sleepy eyes, he had already woken up from a nap, unexpectedly he was still beating. However, just when everyone looked tired and thought that the score between the two was about to be evened again. Rustle. The tennis ball didn't bounce after it landed, it kept friction and spinning, and then rolled towards the net. After seeing the ball, all the people present were stunned and opened their mouths wide. The group was dumbfounded. Type 0, serve. Adobe froze in place, his face full of shock. The scoreboard was flipped by Shotaro again. 90-88. Then, the game is over. The score is 7-6, Chen Fan wins. Odori Shotaro couldn't believe that the game ended so suddenly. Silence. No one spoke in the entire court. After a long time, many members of the Hyotei Tennis Club breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. It's finally over. This game is really stinky and long. President Adobe actually lost. Advertisement. That Chen Fan is so strong, no wonder President Adobe is willing to spend 10 million to hire him. With the addition of Chen Fan, our Hyotei will definitely win the national championship this year. I really don't know how President Adobe found this monster. It looks about the same age as us. After winning the game, Hyotei's other ordinary members have all left. Only a few of Hyotei's top picks are left. Adobe took 2 sips of the water offered by Birch, and his complexion improved a bit. The way he looked at Chen Fan changed. Adobe has always been proud, but if he can be defeated, he will be able to pay attention to him, and it is also a kind of respect for Chen Fan. However, he is also the president of Hyotei, and he manages more than 200 members, so he is still a little unconvinced. You are really strong and can perfectly reproduce Tezuka. But if you remake Tezuka, Kawachi can do it too. What's more, Tezuka himself dare not say that he can win the national championship. How can you say that you can win the national championship for Hyotei? Is the tone a little arrogant? If you can win the national championship by replicating a Tezuka, Rikai University High School won't win the national championship twice in a row. Adobe looked at Chen Fan and said. It can be seen from the words that he obviously regarded Chen Fan's whole card as Tezuka Kunimitsu's skill. Naturally, Chen Fan could hear this. Damn, why is this Adobe so stubborn? If that's the case, don't blame me for pretending. Chen Fan was quite helpless in his heart. Then got up and accidentally dropped his net racket on the ground. Clang came the sound of steel colliding. Adobe froze suddenly, picked up the racket that Chen Fan had dropped on the ground, his expression changed. Iron. What? When Hyoshi Wakashi and others heard Adobe's voice, they also looked at the racket, and they were stunned when they found that the racket was really made of pure iron. Iron, at least 12 to 13 caddies. This guy just used this kind of racket to fight President Adobe? Hyoshi Wakashi and others looked at Chen Fan in horror. Oops. I accidentally dropped it. Sorry, my left hand is a little rusty, I can't hold it for a long time just now. Chen Fan suddenly said a word. Once again, everyone was amazed. So this guy is right-handed? No way. Hit zero-style short ball with a backhand, zero-style serve? Can you control the ball so precisely? I saw he used it so smoothly, I thought he was left-handed. It's unbelievable. Mingo Ryo and the others couldn't help but speak. Myokahi Gakuto and Ashitari Yuushi both rolled their eyes after seeing everyone's reaction, and combining with what Chen Fan said, they suddenly understood something. This guy, what careless. It was dropped on purpose. This guy is right here in Versailles. Chapter 10. Just when Adobe and others were surprised with the pure iron racket, Chen Fan then started to work. In order to highlight his brilliance and raise Hyotei's impression of him, Chen Fan took off his coat inadvertently. Oh, this wristband is sweating a little, it's too wet, please change it. As he spoke, Chen Fan took off the weight training wristband in his hand. Then he opened his tennis bag, pulled out a new weight training wristband and put it back on. While he changes weight training wrist wraps on his arms and ankles, the voices of Adobe and others suddenly disappeared. The air seemed to freeze. All of a sudden it quieted down. Chen Fan did not speak, and quietly did the two actions of removing and wearing. And the Hyotei people on the side also watched silently. Now, words have no way to describe their current mood. Looking at Chen Fan, they felt for the first time how insignificant their tennis skills were. I also deeply felt the strength of Chen Fan. Adobe even more so. He looked at Chen Fan's figure and suddenly lost the previous arrogance. Now when he looks at Chen Fan, he feels hopeful. Hyotei's hope of getting the national championship. Perhaps, this guy can really do it. Champion. When Chen Fan returned home, he fell on the bed with a tired face. After playing against Adobe for 3 hours in a row, he was exhausted physically and mentally. Ding dong. A text message arrives. Chen Fan picked it up and raised his eyebrows. Good guy. Adobe actually sent him the remaining 5 million Sakura coins directly. The boss is the boss, he's quite generous, and he's not afraid of me running away at all. Meet as planned. In the end, the 5 million cherry blossom coins should be settled after Chen Fan helped Hyotei win the Kanto contest. Giving it in advance now is considered a pleasant surprise. I still underestimated Adobe's financial resources. Chen Fan looked at the few zeros at the end of his account balance, and suddenly felt that his money future was bright. It costs about 50 million to buy a single family house in Sakura country. It seems that the price of future projects will be raised. Otherwise, when will we be able to have a big villa and beautiful women with fragrant cars? It's time to branch out. If I remember correctly, Seigaku will meet Fudoman in tomorrow's preliminaries. Maybe earn some extra money. Think here. Chen Fan picked up his somewhat old laptop. Advertisement. Found the most famous tennis forum in Sakura country. Edit your own business on your computer. Tennis mercenaries accept orders online. P.S. Seigaku does not answer. Sparring partner, 200,000 an hour. Online coaching skills, 500,000 per hour. Playing on behalf of the team, 800,000 a game. Pack to win. Bayo advances to the regional preliminaries, 1 million. Bayadu Conference Champion, 5 million. Bayo Guangdong Conference Champion, 10 million. Order accepted. Package National Competition Champion, 100 million. In addition, we also undertake private customization business, heads up, revenge, custom game score and other business, waiting for you to tease. World-class strength. You are the one. Need speed private, fiery. After editing these, in order to attract traffic to a greater extent, Chen Fan also changed the cover to a photo of a sexy girl. It feels a little dry. Chen Fan looked at the photo and felt that something was missing. Yes. Chen Fan clapped his hands, quickly tapped the keyboard with both hands, and added a sentence to the sexy photo. Private. The husband is not home. Alone and lonely. I have everything you want. Little big brother, come and play. After editing this sentence, Chen Fan also pasted some hearts and peaches on the above text, which is a bit of a party title. The overall style looks full of youthful hormones. This time it feels a bit right. Chen Fan looked at the cover of the photo and nodded in satisfaction. Snapped. A return key, successfully published. After doing this, Chen Fan edited a charging message again. Seigaku Rookie First Year Ekizen Ryoma's Game Analysis. After analyzing Ekizen Ryoma's skill information and general weaknesses, Chen Fan set this information as 1000 Sakura coins. As long as someone views this information, he can earn money. Advertisement. As Seigaku is a famous tennis school in the country, there must be many people who are interested in newcomers. As for why Ekizen Ryoma was edited, Chen Fan did not deliberately target it. If you edit the skills of Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fuji Seiasuke, even if someone buys it, you may not be able to beat them. If there are too many people who buy posts at that time, Chen Fan's reputation will be bad if he can't win. At the beginning, I used Eikaizen Ryoma as an experiment, and when the fame came out, the game analysis posts of Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fuji Seisuke and others could also increase the price and sell better. Snapped. Another enter key. Post sent again. After doing all this, Chen Fan covered the computer. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and he also climbed into bed. God! I bet you with Ryūzaki's 10-year lifespan. May my business flourish. Chen Fan covered himself with the quilt and muttered. When he finished speaking this sentence. Night sky. A bright meteor streaked across the sky above his window. Late at night. Fudoman's Akira Kamio is surfing on her phone in bed. He has earphones in his ears. Both feet are being followed by the heavy metal music in the earphones. Keep up with the rhythm. Keep up with the rhythm. The more Akira Kamio listens, the better he gets. He dictates heavy metal every night before going to bed, and surfing the internet has become his hobby. When he swiped the phone screen, 2 brand new pieces of information just jumped out of the tennis forum. The first one is a photo of a supposed actress. The bright red title above the picture is very eye-catching and attracts sperm. Private. The husband is not home. Alone and lonely. I have everything you want. Little big brother, come and play. New release. Seigaku Rookie First Year Eikaizen Ryoma's Game Analysis. New release. Seigaku. Tomorrow's opponent in the regional preliminaries. Akira Kamio is still a shy boy, he directly skipped the actress photo and was attracted by the second message. Did you make a mistake? You still have to pay 1,000 Sakura coins. Akira Kamio complained when he saw the pop-up recharge page. But 1,000 cherry blossom coins is the price of a bowl of ramen to him, which is still acceptable. Advertisement. In addition, he was also very curious about this post. So reluctantly spent 1,000 cherry blossom coins to buy and view. After some checking, Akira Kamio's eyes widened. Spin serve. Small steps on one foot. The analysis of this post is really quite decent. It's even written out how to crack it. These 1,000 cherry blossom coins are quite worth it. I didn't expect Seigaku's new freshman to hide this trick. If it wasn't for this post, he might suffer a lot tomorrow. It's well written, send it to Shen-si. Akira Kamio said, forwarding the post to Ibuo Shinji. Yiwu Shen-si spent another 1,000 interest coins to buy. Then the more I watched, the more fascinated I started to study. At the same time, somewhere far away on the big board, Shiraishi Kurinashuk, Shitenhoji's current captain, with silver hair and bandaged hands, browses tennis forums. On the tennis forum, you can learn about tennis-related information in each competition area. Shiraishi checks it every night before going to bed, and pays attention to the school tennis team or rookie players who have been injured recently. Okay. The husband is not home. As a boy in the 3rd grade of middle school who has grown up, Shiraishi was immediately attracted by the sexy photos on the tennis forum. Click in with a strong curiosity. I found out that it was a baiting post, and I was very disappointed. Then I watched the content of the post. Tennis mercenaries. Including the national champion. Shen Jingbing. It's so funny, I'm crazy about money. Isn't there really a fool who would buy it? After Shiraishi glanced at it, he quit the post directly. Then saw another paid post by Seigaku. 1,000 cherry blossom coins. Shiraishi's face darkened. After struggling for a while, I finally couldn't help my curiosity, and paid 1,000 cherry blossom coins to watch it. 3 minutes later, Shiraishi exited with a hint of joy on his face. I didn't expect Seigaku to join a new first-year kid, it's pretty amazing. This post is really well written, and the principles of Eikaizen Ryoma's skills are written in great detail. And also wrote some small suggestions for coping. The 1000 cherry blossom coins know some amazing information. Shiraishi said. Leave a comment below the post. Well written. Looking forward to the next message. Come on. That's it. An hour after the 2 posts. Chen Fan successfully owned the after-sleep income of 3000 Sakura coins. As for most of the other surfers on tennis forums, many schools chose to pay to watch it, and some of them bought it and planned to watch the preliminaries tomorrow to confirm whether the information is accurate. Chapter 11. The next day is Saturday. The sub-regional competition officially started. Come on. Come on. Go. 9 ghosts. Keikaki Middle School must win. Keikaki Middle School must win. Come on, Yukwon Middle School. Come on, Yukwon Middle School. Great. 1. Various levels of cheers came from all courts in the open-air competition venue of the regional preliminaries. Numerous tennis schools have started their own games. And Seigaku, who is a seed school, can skip a lot of games and arrive an hour late. At this moment, the cheers faded away. Here they come. They are finally here. Seigaku's. Everyone was discussing, and their eyes were attracted by the entrance of the sub-regional competition. I saw Seigaku's group of 8 people wearing blue and white school team uniforms, with tennis bags on their backs, walking like the wind, walking with their own aura. It is completely different from the tennis clubs of other schools. Especially Tezuka Kunimitsu, who walked at the front of the team and wore glasses with a serious face, was even more powerful. Report as they come to the racers. More and more people are attracted to them. It's the Youth Academy. It's Tezuka, look this way. That's Tezuka Kunimitsu. The man who brought Seigaku to the national final 4 last year. As expected of Seigaku, the aura is completely different. Under the attention of everyone, Seigaku started playing. As a seed team, Seigaku has won all 5 games in the small division preliminaries, and has been promoted all the way. Soon came the final of the regional preliminaries. After learning that today's opponent in the final is not the previous year's Keikaki Middle School, but the non-seed team Fudoman, everyone was surprised. Momoshiro Takeshi, Keikaki Middle School lost to Fudoman 5-0? What kind of school is this? I have never heard of it before. Fujisiasuke, no matter what, the person who can defeat Keikaki Middle School 5-0 and defeat Kuki cannot be underestimated. Kikumaru Eiji, I didn't expect it to be a dark horse. The other side. Several first-year tennis club members in Seigaku were also discussing this matter. TCH, even if Fudoman is the dark horse this year, we must win. Our Seigaku is a strong seed team, how could we lose to an unknown non-seed team? The first-year kid who spoke was proud. It was Horio, who had played tennis for 2 years. Advertisement. Hey! Horio. Next to him, Katsuo, who was also in the first-year tennis club, patted Horio on the back. What? You are very noisy. Horio was disdainful, turned his head to look, and then widened his eyes with horror. Fudoman appeared in front of him. Look up! A group of people in Fudoman school uniforms came before them. The leader was a man with dyed yellow hair and a cropped cut. His eyes are very sharp and full of aura. Standing face to face with Tezuka, the aura is not weaker than Tezuka seems to be a player with national strength. Tachibana Jipping. Tachibana Jihei held out his hand. Tezuka Kunimitsu. Tezuka Kunimitsu also held out his hand. The two shook hands politely. After simply saying some polite words such as go all out and have a good fight, Tachibana Yoshihei took Akira Kamio, Ibyo Shenji, and others to leave. When leaving, Akira Kamio and Ibyo Shinji paid special attention to the first year with a hat, Ekaizen Ryoma. The two communicate in whispers that only they can hear. Hey, Yuwu, that's Ekaizen Ryoma from the forum? It doesn't look very powerful. That post says he's a monster from Seigaku, it's nonsense. That 1000 cherry blossom coins can win this first year brat without spending any money. The corner of Akira Kamio's mouth was a bit disgusted. From the outside, Ekizen Ryoma doesn't look very strong. You need aura without aura, and you need height without height. Looks like a normal first-grade kid. I felt a little bit of a loss in my heart, and most of the 1000 cherry blossom coins were spent in vain. Whether there is a double blow or not, we will know later. Yuo Shenji's expression was still indifferent, and he didn't see any emotional fluctuations. But from Ekizen Ryoma, he can feel slightly the same breath as himself. Advertisement. This is his intuition. It seems that there will definitely be a match between the two of them. The game starts soon. A game of doubles 2. Seigaku sent Fujisasuke, who is known as a genius, and Kawamura Takashi, who is good at power tennis. On Fudoman's side, Ishida Tetsu and Sakurai Masaya, who are also good at power tennis, are sent. No surprises. When Ishida Iron used waving ball, the scene was one-sided. In the end, Fujisasuke chose to abstain at the score of 4-2 for the sake of Kawamura Takashi's arm. Seigaku doubles 2 and loses. Immediately following the game of doubles. In order to stabilize the score, Seigaku's golden combination, Oishi and Kikumaru, easily won the game. After Fudoman and Seigaku scored 1-1. The game of singles 3 begins. Akira Kamio vs Kaido Kaoru. At the beginning of the match, Kamio had some friction with Hyotei. And Kamio has also investigated Kaido Kaoru and understands that he is an easily irritated person. So he started his own tactics. On court, Kamio and Hyotei were fighting back and forth. Why is there no one in your Seigaku? You even sent a poisonous snake like you. Kamio said suddenly, with a bit of yin and yang in his tone. BD. What are you talking about? Kaitang hates people calling him poisonous snake the most, and Kamio's words just touched his thunder point. In addition, when they were warming up just now, when the two met, it was already full of gunpowder. Kamio said this now, directly making Kaido furious. Advertisement. He stopped directly, did not return the ball that Kamio hit, rushed forward, grabbed Kamio by the collar, and was about to beat him up. Hyotei. Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting on the sideline's coach chair, let out a loud shout, which made Kaido stop. You know, hitting someone with your hands in a game will result in disqualification from the game, or suspension from the game in severe cases. Last year's Chen Fan was suspended because he shot players from other schools on the street during the national competition. On the other side, Kamio, who was almost beaten, saw that Kaitang was really enraged, and was secretly happy. The more impatient you are, the easier it is to lose your rhythm. As long as I bring this Kaitang into my own rhythm, I can quickly end the game and avoid entering the protracted battle that he is best at. Kamio secretly calculated in his heart, and continued to speak. Hey, by the way, isn't there a very powerful guy in your Seigaku? He didn't show up today. Could it be that you are your Seigaku's trump card? Kamio began to ask questions, while guiding Kaido into his own rhythm with his own language guidance. On the one hand, he could also take this opportunity to learn about the mysterious strong man wearing the Seigaku tennis school team that he saw in the forest park the day before yesterday, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Hyotei replied with a somewhat angry tone. No need to pretend, we saw with our own eyes the day before yesterday that guy easily defeated 2 of Hyotei's school teams in the forest park nets court. Among them, Ashitari Yuushi, who is known as a genius, was directly beaten. I have conceded defeat. This kind of strong player, you didn't let him play today. It seems that Seigaku looks down on our non-seed teams very much. Kamio's tone became yin and yang. He had already decided in his heart that the Chen Fan he met the day before yesterday was the ace player who was hidden by Seigaku. But as everyone knows, after hearing Kamio's words, everyone in the Seigaku school team was a little confused. Easy to beat Hyotei's two school team main picks? One of them is Ashitari Yuushi? What is this guy talking about? Oishi's eyes widened in disbelief. Hyotei and Seigaku were the top 4 tennis teams in the country last year, and they were able to advance to the Kanto tournament every year, which brought great obstacles to Seigaku. Its club members have more than 200 members, which is several times that of Seigaku. Hyotei with a super club means more reserves of outstanding players. Strictly speaking, overall it is much better than Seigaku. A player from such a strong tennis team was beaten by Seigaku? It's just unbelievable. As the vice president, Oishi still knows the level of Seigaku's strength. Can do this, I am afraid only Tezuka can do it. Easy defeat of Ashitari Yuushi. Fuji Seiasuke opened his eyes after hearing this. Ashitari Yuushi, like him, has the title of genius and can defeat Ashitari. Fuji Seiasuke turned his head to look at Tezuka who was sitting upright beside him. Everyone else looked at the hand in unison, including Ryūzaki Sumire. The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Boom! There was a clap of thunder in the sky. Accidents will happen. It began to rain heavily in the net court. The game was forced to stop. Players from both teams were trapped inside the pavilion. The atmosphere is more depressing. Chapter 12. The rain is getting heavier. The forced suspension of the singles match made Hyotei a little annoyed. It's not just because of the little friction that happened in the game just now. It is also because the body that was warmed up and adjusted to the best state fell short. Hiss! Hyotei made a sound impatiently. When he heard from the competition party that he was not sure whether the game should continue, he became even more irritable. Turn around and leave, waiting for the notification. The other side. Fuedamon's Kamio plugged in the earphones, played heavy metal music, and beat rhythmically with both feet. That guy from Hyotei, his snake ball is really tricky. Just in case. Kamio thought to himself. Opened the tennis forum on the phone. It's really good. When I close my eyes and open them, I actually have a sleep income of 5,000 cherry blossom coins. When Chen Fan woke up and saw the money displayed on the account, he was a little happy. Although 5,000 cherry blossom coins are very little for his current net worth of tens of millions. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Chen Fan still understands the truth that for the sake of the Xiangzhi Beauty Villa, the accumulation of small things makes a lot. Did it die? A voice came from the phone. When he opened it, he found that someone on the tennis forum privately messaged him. Let's keep up with the rhythm. Hello, I want the resources of the youth student Kaido Kaoru, do you have any? This name is Kamio. In today's sub-regional competition, he seems to have met Hyotei in singles 3. According to the original plan, Hyotei finally played a snake ball and won the game 7-5. He was one of the 5 people who bought Seigaku Ekaizen's post yesterday. Chen Fan murmured to himself and did not reply immediately. He looked it up on tennis forums. Sure enough, I saw the current score of Seigaku vs Fuedamon in the regional competition. Lose 1 win 1, Seigaku. In that case, I'm sorry. A smirk appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, Kaido Kaoru's resources? Do you want the one with the pants on or the one without the pants? Let's keep up with the rhythm. No, not that kind. Kind of like Ekaizen Ryoma. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, got it, that's the one who wears pants. Kaido Kaoru's skill dismantling is priced at 10,000, but since it is playing Seigaku, I will give you half price, 5,000 Sakura coins. Let's keep up with the rhythm, so expensive? Wasn't it only 1,000 Sakura coins yesterday? Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, I admit that I am suspected of raising the price by sitting on the ground, but you win the 5,000 Cherry Blossom coin package, why don't you do it? You can think clearly. If you want to win this game steadily, your game is very important. Once you reach singles 1, according to my data, Tezuka is sure to beat your captain Tachibana Yoshihei. Baga. This fellow. Really? Advertisement. Kamio couldn't help but cursed. What's wrong? Kamio. Tachibana Jipping turned his head curiously. No. Nothing. Kamio answered quickly, looking at the phone screen, thinking to himself. Did this guy recognize me? How does he know that I'm from Fudaman, and he also knows the captain's information? Is he on the field? The more Kamio thought about it, the more startled he became. Looking around the field, there was no one else around except Seigaku. Most of the people went to hide from the rain. This made Kamio even more frightened towards this Nara 42 shotgun fairy. I gritted my teeth. Buy it. Kamio sent 5,000 Sakura coins directly. Soon, a rather detailed guide was posted on the other side. Kaido Kaoru, second year of Seigaku, good at protracted warfare, nicknamed Viper. The above are some basic information about Kaido Kaoru, which Kamio already knew, so skip it directly. Pull down quickly. End the game quickly, hit the ball in the middle of the court more, and focus on his feet, which can effectively limit his snake ball. When the referee does not announce the end of the game, you must not relax, Kaido Kaoru will not miss any chance of the ball. When you see him approaching the edge of the court and hitting a pinball, hit the ball in the opposite direction to him, and you can score as long as you catch it. Kamio looked a little dazed. That's it? Gone. A-hole. Do these really work? I cheated another 5,000. Kamio felt a little apprehensive. Looking at these simple words, it seems somewhat unreliable. The other side. After sending Kaido Kaoru's strategy to Kamio, Chen Fan glanced at the time. 10 o'clock in the morning. Advertisement. Because Hyotei also went to other regions to participate in the sub-regional competition today, so Chen Fan is also equivalent to a disguised rest. There must be nothing wrong with Atobe. I don't have much to do at home, let's go to see the match between Seigaku and Fudaman. Just to see what that old woman Ryūzaki Sumire looks like when she loses the game. As Chen Fan said, he stood up immediately, ready to go out. Hey? Is it raining? Bring an umbrella. Chen Fan took an umbrella at the door, closed the door, and went to the preliminaries. The scene of the regional competition. The rain is getting heavier. After receiving the news of the weather forecast, the competition party did not choose to cancel today's game after learning that it was a shower. So the various tennis schools are still sheltering from the rain at the competition site, waiting for the rain to stop. Seigaku seating area. Because of what Kamio said, everyone was discussing. Talk about who beat the two Hyotei varsity picks. Tezuka, you did it. Sumire Ryūzaki showed an expression that I understood, and sat on the bench with her fists folded. No. Tezuka answered blankly. Don't pretend, it doesn't matter, the opponent is Hyotei's, and also our old opponent. It is understandable to kill their spirit. I won't blame you. Ryūzaki thought that Tezuka was afraid that she would blame her, so she quickly explained the matter. But coach, I really haven't. Tezuka turned his head and looked at Ryūzaki Sumire seriously. This time, Ryūzaki Sumire is completely covered. No. Confused, Ryūzaki Sumire turned his gaze to Fuji Seigaku who was aside. Fuji? Could it be you? Advertisement. Fuji Seigaku also shook his head, and now not only Ryūzaki Sumire was puzzled, but the whole Seigaku felt puzzled. Strange, if it's not President Tezuka or Fuji Senpai, who else could it be? Being able to easily defeat the two main players of Hyotei, there should be no one except these two. Are you right, Ekaizen? Horio stood beside Ekaizen Ryoma and spoke. Have no idea. Ekizen Ryoma was not interested in such things, and took a sip of a bottle of grape-flavored soda can. The other side. Seeing that both Fuji and Tezuka said no, Ryūzaki set his sights on Ekizen Ryoma for the last time. Ryoma, it must be you. Ryūzaki Sumire smiled. Since neither Fuji nor Tezuka made a shot, the only person in Seigaku who is likely to win the two Hyotei main selections is Ekizen Ryoma, whose strength is not yet clear. In addition, Ekizen Ryoma is the son of Ekizen Nanjiro, and he has won many primary school cup championships in the beautiful country, and has a very high tennis talent. With all these aura blessings, the more Ryūzaki Sumire thinks, the more likely it is Ekizen Ryoma. No, coach. Ekizen Ryoma answered helplessly. Momoshiro Takeshi next to him also nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. Ekizen didn't go to the Forest Park net court at all the day before yesterday. He and I were eating burgers at McDonald's. Right? Ekizen. Okay. Seeing that the two of them really didn't do this thing before, Ryūzaki Sumire was even more puzzled. She began to doubt the authenticity of what Kamio said, and believed that Kamio probably used nonsense to influence the mentality of their team members. That Kamio said that that person didn't show up. Obviously, the person he said is not among us. Otherwise he would have recognized it long ago. Inui Sadaharu analyzed it and provided new ideas for everyone. Everyone in the school team is here, who else? Horio interjected suspiciously. Actually, there is another person. Fuji Seisuke spoke suddenly. Another person. Momoshiro Takeshi and others turned their heads to look at Fuji with curiosity. Fuji Seisuke said slowly with a serious face. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. After hearing this name, several members of the Seigaku school team were a little surprised. Indeed. Inui Sadaharu nodded. Chen Fan was kicked out of Seigaku by the coach the day before yesterday, and he just returned his school team clothes yesterday, and on his way home, the only street net court he could pass was the Forest Park net court. And his strength, a year ago, everyone must have known. Inui Sadaharu's words brought back everyone's memories. Chapter 13. A year ago. Chen Fan's tennis level really surprised many people. Keep a calm mind at all times, extremely precise ball control, almost perfect explosion, and those amazing ball skills. He was directly accepted into the Seigaku school team by Tezuka when he was in the first grade. Even in terms of tennis talent and ball feel, he once crushed the genius Fuji Seisuke. In the Seigaku Tennis Club a year ago, he was the most popular star player. If it wasn't for being suspended later, Chen Fan might be even more famous than Tezuka now. Impossible. When everyone moved their suspects closer to Chen Fan, Ryūzaki Sumire directly denied it. That person can't possibly be Chen Fan. Since the suspension, he has never participated in the training in the school, and he has not even participated in the tryouts in the school. You are training every day, and others are also training every day. You should be more aware of how bad the level of tennis will be if you don't train for a week or a month. Not only the sense of the ball, but also the ability to control the ball will show a cliff-like decline, and even the feeling of holding the racket will feel strange. Not to mention Chen Fan hasn't trained for almost a year. In that state, it is simply impossible to beat Hyotei's two main draft players easily. What Ryūzaki Sumire said made sense. She has always pursued steady basic training and believes that tennis training is more important than talent. When Chen Fan didn't go to training, he was already dissatisfied with Chen Fan. It's just because there is no suitable candidate for a substitute, so he has been kept. Later, when he met Ekizen Ryoma, a talented young man who returned to Daxia, he chose to kick Chen Fan out of the tennis school team without hesitation, and let Ekizen Ryoma take his place. This incident also caused many members of the tennis club to discuss and chew their tongues behind their backs. Now if other members are convinced that Chen Fan is the one who can easily beat the two Hyotei candidates, Then she, Ryūzaki Sumire, might become Seigaku's sinner and be sprayed by more people. What's more, Ryūzaki Sumire herself doesn't believe that person is Chen Fan. Can a guy who has wasted a year playing tennis beat Hyotei's 2 main picks? That's really a ghost. Sumire Ryūzaki thought to herself. That's right. Chen Fan hasn't participated in tennis training for almost a year. Logically speaking, his level should still be in the 1st grade. Maybe even Ekaizen can beat him now. Kikumaru frowned and said. After hearing Ryūzaki Sumire's words, he also felt a little unlikely. Seigaku simply doesn't have this person. The only thing that can be explained is that all of this is a lie deliberately fabricated by that cameo in order to influence our mentality. Kikumaru gave a reasonable explanation, and everyone felt that this reason was the most acceptable. Thus, the last object of suspicion was also completely dispelled. The person who defeated Hyotei's 2 main candidates at the Forest Park Net Court the day before yesterday was also regarded by others in Seigaku as a lie of cameo. The rain is getting heavier. Advertisement. Ryūzaki Sumire and Tachibana Singh stood under the billboard to hide from the rain. The two just went to the bathroom, and when they came out, it was raining. Although we were running fast, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Finally, in order to avoid the rain, we had to stand under the billboard. Looking at the rain getting bigger and bigger, there are faint signs of wind. The two were a little anxious. This billboard is not big, just enough to accommodate 2 people. But once it rains heavily or the wind blows, they will definitely become drowned. What to do? The rain is getting heavier. It's obvious that today's weather forecast says there will be no rain. Fortunately, I took a look at the weather forecast when I went out. It's not accurate at all. Ryūzaki Sumire's voice was a little crying. She was wearing a skirt today, and if it got completely wet, she would run the risk of losing her nakedness. You don't have to worry, look at the weather, the rain will stop when it rains. Ju Xing on the side was a little calm. Really? Well, but we should wait for the gust of wind to blow away the dark cloud above. Ju Xing pointed to the dark cloud above. At this time, in the distance, a Chen Fan wearing a black windbreaker and holding a black umbrella walked past them. You, hello. Ryūzaki Sakura summoned up her courage and shouted at Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan stamped his feet and turned his head to look over. Just now, he was looking at the road and didn't notice the 2 people under the billboard next to him. It's him. Ju Xing was surprised. The moment she saw Chen Fan, she remembered the scene at the Forest Park Court the day before yesterday. Chen. Senior Chen Fan. Ryūzaki Sakura also found out that the person she called to stop was Chen Fan, and was a little surprised. Is there something wrong? Chen Fan glanced at them, his face still grim. What? Ryūzaki Sakura looked at Chen Fan's small umbrella and didn't know how to speak, but suddenly thought of something. Advertisement. She hurriedly took out the handkerchief from the small satchel beside her, opened it, took out the student ID card inside, and handed it out respectfully with both hands. This, the student ID that the senior dropped that day. Okay. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment. Reaching out to take it, the fragrance of a girl's handkerchief still remained on the student ID card. Chen Fan opened it and saw that it was indeed his student ID card. When it fell, I didn't know at all. Thanks. Chen Fan put away his student ID card and was about to leave. Seeing Ryūzaki Sumire's shoes start to splash the rain, she suddenly understood what her intention of calling out to her just now was. I originally wanted me to pick them up for a ride, but when I saw that my umbrella was a bit small and could only accommodate 2 people, I didn't know what to say. This little girl is still kinda cute. It's just that her dead grandma is kind of annoying. Think here. Chen Fan grabbed Ryūzaki Sumire's small hand with one hand. Under her eyes full of surprise, he put his umbrella in her hand. This umbrella is for your use. No. That's not what it means. Take it, it's going to be windy, your shoes are all wet, and you'll catch a cold later. What about you, senior? I have a hat. Chen Fan forced the umbrella into the hands of Ryūzaki Sakura, grabbed the hat of the black windbreaker, walked into the rain and left without giving them a chance to speak. The two looked at Chen Fan's back in the rain, feeling a little mysterious and lonely. Shaoqing. In the pavilion. Ryūzaki Sakura and Tachibana successfully moved from under the billboard to a more spacious pavilion that can shelter from wind and rain with Chen Fan's umbrella. The rain outside was pattering, falling more and more obliquely. Only then did Ju Xing ask. The one just now, is it Seigaku's? Ryūzaki Sakura turned to look at Tachibana, not understanding what she wanted to ask, and nodded. Advertisement. Can you tell me his story? I'm quite curious about him. 20 minutes later. Senior Chen Fan must also really want to participate in the competition, so I came to the competition venue. Otherwise, what's the reason for him to come here on this rainy day? Ryūzaki Sakura felt sorry for Chen Fan, thinking that Chen Fan really wanted to represent Seigaku in the game. If Chen Fan heard this sentence, he would have to complain in his heart. Labor and management now have nearly 1 million appearances at a time, who the hell will give you Seigaku a free white job? Live your sweet dreams. An aside. Ju Xing heard the whole story from the beginning to the end, and was extremely shocked in her heart. He was kicked out of the school team because he didn't practice. Think he's down? Are you kidding me? Seigaku's coach really helped Fuedaman a lot this time. If he stays on the school team, I'm afraid Fuedaman has no chance of winning with the strength he showed the day before. I don't know what that Chen Fan is thinking now. If you can. Ju Xing has already started to think about Xiaojuju in her heart. Another 10 minutes passed. The rain that lasted for an hour finally stopped. With the sound of the radio. The match between Seigaku and Fuedaman singles 3 resumes. Ryūzaki Sakura also separated from Tachibana. However, when Ryūzaki Sakura arrived at the net court of singles 3, the scene in front of her shocked her. Senior Haitang, you actually lost. On court. Haitang was lying on the ground covered in mud. On the opposite side, Kamio was full of excitement and cheered. On the scoreboard, Kamio beat Kaido 6-3. When the whole game entered the protracted battle that Haitang was good at, the game ended quickly. In the end, he even hit back Kaido's unbelievable volleyball. Such an ending was unexpected by Seigaku. Fujisiasuke, the opponent seems to have known Kaido, and the rhythm of the whole game is very good. Oishi, well, not only that, he has a very good understanding of Kaitang's ball, and every ball hits Kaitang's feet, which perfectly limits Kaitang's snake ball. Momoshiro Takeshi, the poisonous snake's tennis style is to constantly use the snake ball to make the opponent run back and forth, exhausting energy and time, and finally dragged into a protracted battle, just like a poisonous snake, consuming the prey alive. Hitting the poisonous snake's feet is like pulling the snake's teeth. Kawamura Takashi, that Kamio is also worthy of praise. He didn't let up even the last ball. He even hit back the incredible drizzle shot by Kaido. Everyone in the Seigaku school team was surprised by Kamio's performance in this game, and praised again and again. Chapter 14. The other side. After the victory, Kamio was also full of joy. Ishida Iron, Kamio. Well done. Ibyo Shenji, the rhythm of this one is very good. Tachibana Jihei, I played well, the overall rhythm of this game is perfect. Members of Fuedaman's tennis team praised Kamio. Kamio, who received so many compliments, felt a little embarrassed, and was very grateful in his heart. I didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. He said Baoying was really Baoying. The 5,000 cherry blossom coins are too worthwhile. It was really surprising. Not only did he write down all of Kaitang's weaknesses in his skills, but he even fulfilled the last note. If it weren't for the last reminder, I'm afraid that volleyball would have really allowed him to score. After a whole game, Kamio was able to personally experience the awesomeness of Chen Fan's Hyotei Raiders. Now he totally believes it. Even a normal tennis player can beat Hyotei after getting Chen Fan's Hyotei strategy post. I don't know who that person is, but the post provided is completely aimed at Seigaku in all directions. It's really sad for these Seigakus. Kamio sighed, and then quietly told Ibyo Shinji the authenticity of this information. Is everything you said true? It's absolutely true. That guy's post, even a not very good person read it, can win. It's completely aimed at Seigaku. Kamio patted his chest to guarantee the ticket. There was also a little more confidence in Ibyo Shinji's eyes. He turned his head to look at Seigaku's camp, his eyes were slightly hot. As long as we win this game, we will be number 1 in the regional competition. The momentum of the players on Fudoman's side has greatly increased because of Kamio's victory. On the contrary, there seems to be a dispute on Seigaku's side. Coach, this singles too, let Tezuka play better. Oishi was a little anxious when he heard the coach play Ekizen Ryoma. Now the score is 2-1. As long as we lose another game, we will not be able to play in the Metropolitan Conference as the number 1 seed team in the region. There will be many more games. I understand that Ekizen is originally scheduled to be the second singles on the list, but in order for the team to get the first place in the regional competition more steadily, it is normal to make appropriate adjustments at this time. Oishi persuaded Ryūzaki Sumire earnestly. The other team members also frowned, looking at Sumire Ryūzaki. They understand Oishi's good intentions. Ekizen Ryoma is indeed very strong, but he has less experience in the main game after returning to Daxia. For the team to qualify steadily, it is the best choice for Tezuka to play in singles 2 at this time. But now Ryūzaki Sumire is unusually stubborn. No, I believe Ekizen can win the singles 2 match. Sumire Ryūzaki refused with a firm attitude, and she set her sights on Ekizen Ryoma. Just kidding, this is Ryoma's first official game after returning to Daxia. Changing people now, doesn't it mean that I admit that my vision is bad in a disguised form? Advertisement. Then the fact that I drove Chen Fan away, wouldn't it be treated as a joke? No problem, Ryoma. No problem. Ekizen Ryoma's gaze became a little sharp. He carried the red racket from his tennis bag with confidence. Ekizen Ryoma paused as he passed Tezuka Kunimitsu. President Tezuka, you can warm up in 10 minutes. Madness. Arrogant. What a big tone. After 10 minutes to warm up, this sentence reveals not only arrogance, but even contempt for the opponent. Normally speaking, if the level of the two players is very different, the game will last for 1 to 2 hours. At the same level, you can even play for 3 to 4 hours. The warm-up time is about 20 to 30 minutes. Ekizen Ryoma asked to warm up after 10 minutes, meaning that he wanted to finish the game in less than an hour. As expected. After hearing Ekizen Ryoma's words were heard by Fudoman's Ibyo Shinji, he looked at Ekizen Ryoma with a little murderous look in his eyes. It takes half an hour to solve me, where does Ekizen Ryoma come from? Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you lose later? I might win in an hour. Is it possible that Ekizen Ryoma didn't even think about it when he said that? Why do you say that? Does he look down on me? Yuo Shensi spoke super fast, rambling without any emotion. This is his bad habit. I like broken thoughts. Shensi has begun to reveal his true nature. Advertisement. After Kamio heard Ibyo Fukagi's complaint, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that our Fudoman is very lucky today. That first-year kid from Seigaku made Shensi serious with just one sentence. Ishida Iron also smiled. Because they know. When Yuo Shenji started to think about it, it was when he entered the state and concentrated his attention the most. Soon. The two candidates for Seigaku singles are confirmed, and it is still Eikaizen Ryoma. Facing Eikaizen Ryoma's arrogant words, Tezuka Kunimitsu only responded to him. Concentrate on it. Game start. Eikaizen Ryoma starts serving. He changed the racket to his right hand, took out a tennis ball from his pocket, and slapped it on the ground twice with sharp eyes. Eikaizen switched the racket to the right hand. That means he's going to use external rotation to serve. Eikaizen, this guy, is ready to use external rotation serve as soon as he arrives. He is really merciless. Seigaku's first-year cheerleaders, Horio, Katsuo, and others immediately became excited when they saw Eikaizen Ryoma's pose. Even Sumire Ryūzaki, sitting on the coach's bench, was all smiles. Son of Eikaizen Nanjiro. Let them open their eyes. Whoosh! Eikaizen Ryoma tosses the tennis ball high. The body jumped. Hit the tennis ball straight out. There it is. Outspin serve. Horio and the others shouted in unison. The tennis ball quickly crossed the net and landed at Ibyo Shinji's feet, spinning continuously. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards. Swish! The tennis ball flew straight towards Ibyo Shinji's face. In a panic, Yuo Shinji quickly turned his head to the side, and the tennis ball flew out of his ear. Shock! Incredible! Except for Ibyo Fukaji and Kamio, Fudaman was all overwhelmed by Eikaizen Ryoma, the outer rotation serve. 15-0. The referee quickly announced the score. Spin serve. Sure enough, as said in that post, Seigaku, that first-year kid, knows a kind of rotating serve called external rotation serve. Because of this serve, Ibyo Fukaji completely believed in that post. You're still a long way off. After Eikaizen Ryoma brushed out this sentence, he hit an outspin serve again. However, this time, Iwo Shinji has taken precautions. Last night, he had studied that post from beginning to end. External rotation serve is actually a kind of cutting serve. If you want to counter this kind of serve, you only need to use the chop and control the appropriate strength to counter it. Recommended strength: the strength to hold the egg is good. Excess force will send the tennis ball flying off the court. The solution to Eikaizen's strategy came to Ibyo Fukaji's mind. He quickly lowered his center of gravity, and the racket of his right hand hit back with a chop from the bottom up. Boom! Tennis balls are picked up. Then it flew towards the sky, drew a perfect arch bridge-like arc in the air, and landed precisely on the diagonal position of the baseline. Boom! The tennis ball hit the ground. Then it bounced to the barbed wire fence behind Eikaizen Ryoma, and after still spinning a few times, it fell to the ground. Eikaizen Ryoma froze in place. He opened his mouth wide. You actually sent back the external rotation serve. All the while, Eikaizen Ryoma used an outspin serve in the opening, and opponents would be intimidated by him. Then he successfully pretended to be compared, and by the way, he was able to use the external rotation serve to win the next serve round. It is no exaggeration to say that the external rotation serve is his stunt, a trick that has been tried and tested. But now, with just the second goal, the stunt he was most proud of was actually cracked, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Hey, so dangerous! That post is really accurate. If I had put in a little more effort just now, the ball would have flown out. Looking at the point where the tennis ball landed just now, Iwo Shinji felt a little more credible about the post in his heart. If he still has uncertainty about the outcome of this game just now. So now that he has cracked the external rotation serve, he already has 80% confidence that he can win this game. The remaining 20% is reserved for Eikaizen Ryoma. Chapter 15. Boom. 30-15. Boom. 40-15. Boom. 1-0, Yuo Shensi. Having mastered the technique of breaking the external rotation serve, Fukaza Ibyo did not have any accidents, and directly broke Eikaizen Ryoma's unique move. At this time, Ekizen Ryoma remained calm. He looked up at Ibyo Shinji. You're pretty good at it. But, you're still a long way off. Finished. Ekizen Ryoma swapped the right-handed racket to the left. Good show, it's time to start. The other side. Ibyo Shinji also noticed that Ekizen Ryoma is left-handed. The corner of the mouth curled up. Obviously, the post has already written all the information about Ekizen Ryoma. He and Kamio already knew this basic information. Ekizen Ryoma, I'm going to tell you a cruel truth. I already know everything about you. Your tennis has no secrets from me. Whether it's an external serve, or a one-footed step after switching to the left hand, I know it all. In this game, you have no chance of winning. Ibyo Fukaji looked at Ekizen Ryoma as if he were looking at a cocky wretch. After hearing this, Ekizen Ryoma froze on the spot. The originally complacent face froze instantly and disappeared quickly. How would he know that I hid the basic broken step with one foot? I've only just learned it, and I haven't used it in front of other people, not even in school practice. Ekizen Ryoma began to feel surprised inside. Puzzled. Although I don't know where you learned that I can basically walk with one foot. But it doesn't matter if you know. I was going to use this gate anyway. Ekizen Ryoma said. The body began to jump, and the feet bounced very regularly. However, the next second, a yellow beam of light flew towards Ekizen Ryoma quickly. In the blink of an eye, it landed at his feet, and after a while of spinning, it quickly flew towards his face. Boom! Ekizen Ryoma's white hat was shot down. Ibyo Fukaji's side spin serve. 15-0. The referee spoke. Spin serve. Advertisement. Ekizen Ryoma froze. Don't think you're the only one who can play tennis balls that fly toward the door. You're nothing more than a first-year kid. Accompanied by Ibyo Shinji's words. Another side spin serve flew out. Seeing this, Ekizen Ryoma thought for a while and smiled confidently. He imitated the technique of Ibyo Shinji just now, facing the flying tennis ball from bottom to top. Boom! As expected, the tennis ball was successfully received. But because the strength and angle were irrelevant, the tennis ball flew straight into the sky. The outside world. 30-0. The referee's voice sounded again. No. Come again. Boom. The outside world. 40-0. Come again. Boom. The outside world. 2-0. Ibyo Shinji. This time, Ekizen Ryoma was completely confused. He has always been a super fast learner, and he has tasted the frustration of other than his father. What a pity. Ibyo Fukaji shook his head. Now he has complete control over the singles 2 match in his heart. There is no suspense. 10 minutes into the game, he had cracked Ekizen Ryoma's superb outspin serve and scored 2 points with an eye for an eye with a side spin serve. 20 minutes into the game. According to the information on Ekizen Ryoma Raiders, he cleverly used his secret technique temporary paralysis to block Ekizen Ryoma's basic single foot step. 30 minutes into the game. With all the Fudoman players looking forward, he hit a side spin serve for the last time. With another throw-in by Ekizen Ryoma flying high. Competition is over. Advertisement. 6-0. Ibyo Shinji. Congratulations to Fudoman Academy, they beat Seigaku 3-1 and won the first place in the division preliminaries. The referee's voice was unusually high-pitched. It reverberated throughout the preliminaries of the division. What? Seigaku lost? No way! Seigaku is the seed team, last year's national Final Four. Don't you know? Seigaku's singles 2 has his head shaved. Seigaku's singles 2 had his head shaved? True or not? Who is singles 2? Fuji Siasuke. It is said that he is a first-year kid who is highly valued by their coach. A first-year brat, no wonder he lost. The coach is so blind that he actually handed over the most important singles to a first-year brat. It's really a deep well. I'm so confused. Suddenly there were many voices of discussion on the court. Everyone started pointing at Ryūzaki Sumire and Ekizen Ryoma after hearing that coach Seigaku still handed over the important position of singles 2 to the first-year kid in the key game of 2-1 and the score was behind. Certainly. There was another group of people, after watching the entire singles 2 game, their faces were full of shock, and then ecstasy. The post on that tennis forum turned out to be true. It's too awesome, it's just right. I wonder if Ekizen Ryoma's own script is based on acting to earn pocket money. Looking at it now, 1,000 cherry blossom coins for this post is really not expensive. Don't think so much. Go buy it. Yes, yes, yes. Otherwise, the post will be deleted at that time, but it will be a big loss. Finally mastered one of Seigaku's weaknesses. Soon. In the next few minutes. Chen Fan's mobile phone kept ringing text messages that the money had arrived. I pay for your posts for Song Crazy. Dream can play 3 Tezuka Kunimitsu pay to buy your post. Yukwan talented golfers pay to buy your posts. On court. Seigaku and his party looked lonely. Oishi's face was livid with anger, looking at Ryūzaki, who was not angry at all. Kikumaru, the little one lost. Horio, our Seigaku lost to a non-seed team. It's really annoying. This guy Ekizen is too underestimated. He even asked President Tezuka to warm up in 10 minutes, let's see what the hell is going on. Losing the game in an hour, President Tezuka doesn't have to play at all. The whole Seigaku atmosphere is extremely depressing. Horio's words were like a thorn in the ears of the others. Seigaku. National top 4 teams. He even lost to a non-seed team in a division preliminaries. Advertisement. The news spread, I believe it won't be long before Seigaku will be nailed to the pillar of shame and become a joke. Enough. Ryūzaki shouted angrily. She glanced at Ekizen Ryoma, her face was a little ugly. She never expected that the debut stage she prepared for Ekizen Ryoma would end like this. Originally, I thought that Ekizen Ryoma's shocking battle would be reported by Tennis Weekly as the title of Seigaku's strongest first-year freshman, so as to expand the popularity of Seigaku Tennis Club. Now it is impossible to steal chickens and lose rice. If there is no accident tomorrow, Seigaku will be on the headlines of Tennis Weekly and various forums. She is bound to have a meal of criticism and scolding from the principal. At this moment, Inui Sadaharu spoke suddenly. No wonder. No wonder Ekizen will be so well managed in this game. Inui Sadaharu's words immediately caught the attention of the others in Seigaku. Ekizen Ryoma also has a strong sense of curiosity. Look. Inui Sadaharu said and turned on his mobile phone screen. On the tennis forum, someone analyzed Ekizen's skills and weaknesses. The information is very accurate, and one copy only costs 1,000 Sakura coins. On the phone. Seigaku Rookie First Year Ekizen Ryoma Skill Analysis. The title is particularly eye-catching. Everyone took the phone and opened it. All of them looked serious. Fujisiasuke, this post, the analysis is too in place, and it completely writes out Ekizen's whole cards. Kawamura Takashi, just read this post, no matter who can effectively counter Ekizen. Kikumaru, no wonder the little one loses. Horio, I even wrote what color underwear Ekizen likes. Ekizen Ryoma. Damn it. Who the hell is it? Why does this guy with the ID name Nara42 Shotgun Fairy know Ekizen's information so clearly? Ryūzaki Sumire's face was livid, and now she is no different from the old witch in fairy tales. In short, the person who posted this post should be someone who is very familiar with Seigaku, and he seems to have a festive relationship with Ekizen. Fujisiasuke analyzed. Someone who is very familiar with Seigaku? Wouldn't it be Chen Fan? Kikumaru frowned suspiciously. Impossible. Chen Fan, who hasn't been to the tennis club for a year, might not even know what Ekizen looks like. How could he know so much about Ekizen? Momoshiro Takeshi hastily defended him. Then everyone thought about it, yes. To be able to write such a detailed analysis post must be someone who is very familiar with Ekizen. Humph. No matter what. Don't let me know who this BD is. Ryūzaki said through gritted teeth. And the other side. Ekizen Ryoma this party. One person came to mind first. Could it be Dad's prank? He is very familiar with me, and has a grudge against me. All the factors fit together. Yes. It must be him. It must be that he wants to see me embarrassing. Ekizen Ryoma immediately decided that Ekizen Nanjiro was responsible for all this. Chapter 16. Ha ha ha. This dead old woman has a dead face. I can't laugh. Going back today will inevitably scold and criticize the principal. There is also Wang Yu before, this BD can be regarded as deflated. He can't wait to see him pretending to be 13 is more uncomfortable than me eating SI. Today can be regarded as making me feel better. Ha 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 ha. Now next to the net court. Chen Fan, who was wearing a black windbreaker, couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, Kamio, who was closest to Chen Fan, heard his laughter and turned his head to look. It's that guy. Captain. I'm talking about that guy. Kamio suddenly shouted loudly. Tachibana Yoshihei, Ibufukeiji, and others turned their heads to look. Just in time to see Chen Fan smiling and looking at them. Chen Fan. Why did he come here? Everyone in Seigaku heard the movement from Fudaman, turned around and found Chen Fan beside the court. Humph, you are no longer a member of the school team, what are you doing here? If you want to go back to the school team, it's impossible. Ryūzaki Sumire snorted coldly. Chen Fan appeared at the regional preliminaries at this time, so she naturally thought that Chen Fan wanted to return to the school team to play. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing again when he heard Ryūzaki Sumire's words. Back to the school team? Ha ha ha. Damn old woman, don't make fun of me. Please take a look at the situation. Seigaku lost to Fudaman in the regional preliminaries, no accident, tomorrow will be the headlines of the major weekly news magazines, now you beg me to go back, I will not go back. Chen Fan's face was full of indifference, and he couldn't even help laughing. He really doesn't care what Seigaku is back. Go back? Do you know how much I pay for a game now? Hyotei, with a bright future, and Seigaku, who is in vain. Only fools choose Seigaku. Isn't Xiangj Beauty Big Villa fragrant? What's more, it is Chen Fan's pleasure to sell Seigaku materials now. It is Chen Fan's pleasure to destroy Seigaku. If this goes back to Seigaku, the fun is gone and the money is gone. What a fart! Please come back, you don't even want to come back. Don't use these aggressive methods to stimulate me, I have seen more routines than you. There are winners and losers in the competition, and the occasional 1 or 2 failures will not affect our confidence in the national competition. Now you come here to gloat. This kind of villainous behavior makes me more determined. The decision to kick you out was correct. Chen Fan. No matter what Chen Fan says, Ryūzaki Sumire thinks that Chen Fan has ulterior motives and wants to return to the Seigaku school team. In this regard, Chen Fan has nothing to do. Yes, you are right. Chen Fan nodded. A word came to mind. When you meet a stupid girl, please don't stop her, ask her to train her to be a big stupid girl. Advertisement. Chen Fan now has a deep understanding of this sentence. Some words don't make sense to Shibai. That being the case, there is no need to say anything. You finally admit it. I just want to go back to the Seigaku school team. Ah yes. Let me tell you, I still say that, I will never let you come back in this life. Ah yes yes yes. Is there anything else you want to say now? Ah yes yes yes. Chen Fan smiled and stepped back, not wanting to say anything to this idiot Ryūzaki Sumire at all. The hatred value for Seigaku in the heart has once again skyrocketed. After deciding to go back, step by step to make Seigaku the most confused. Be sure to torture Seigaku slowly. Fury Ryūzaki Sumire to death. The other side. After listening to the conversation between Chen Fan and Ryūzaki Sumire, Kamio was stunned. There's nothing wrong with Seigaku, is such a strong player kicked out of the school team. Kamio, what are you talking about? A strong player? Tachibana Yoshihei didn't understand what Kamio meant. Subsequently, Kamio told Tachibana Yoshihira in detail what he saw with Tachibana Anko and Ibyo Shinji at the Forest Park Net Court the day before yesterday. That person really easily defeated the two main candidates of Hyotei. So you didn't make that up. Only then did Tachibana Jipping understand. He thought that what Kamio said in the game before was intentionally said to influence the opponent. Looks like we were able to beat Seigaku this time, luck accounted for a large part. Tachibana Jipping was suddenly disappointed. It's not entirely luck, Captain. It may also be because of money. Kamio blinked and said. Money. Tachibana Jihei looked at Kamio suspiciously, not knowing what the hell he was talking about. Next, Kamio and Ibyo Shinji also told Tachibana Yoshihira about the tennis forum. After Tachibana Yoshihira checked Eikaizen Ryoma Raiders and Kaitangsuan Raiders, he was shocked. This person. This post. The writing is too professional and detailed. Advertisement. Even the principles of their skills have been analyzed. As long as there is a little bit of talent and ability, people with a little bit of practice can even use their skills. Good. Great writing. Such a post is only sold for 1,000 Sakura coins and 5,000 Sakura coins. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. This name is really domineering. Tachibana Jipping was a little excited. He wasn't excited about finding Seigaku's restraint. But I am excited that someone can analyze the ball skills in such a detailed and easy to understand manner. The skills in it will give people an illusion at first glance, easy to understand, deep but not profound. Tachibana Jipping admired the person who wrote this post even more. This Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, judging from his ID, should be a 42-year-old tennis senior in Nara. As for his shotgun, it should mean that the tennis ball he hits is as powerful and hard to catch as a shotgun. Tachibana Jipping was already imagining what the person who wrote this post was like. Because this post is too professional. Even he felt rewarded after watching it. Team leader. This person seems to hate Seigaku very much and made another thread, would you like to see it? Oh? What post? Check it out. Tachibana Jipping suddenly became interested. Kamio immediately handed over the phone screen. The moment he saw the screen, Ju Jipping raised his eyebrows unconsciously. That extremely sexy photo came into view, which made his blood boil unavoidably. Kamio. Tachibana Yoshihei looked at Kamio with a strange look. Oh, Captain, it's not the kind of harsh content you think. It's that person's occupation and the task issued. Occupation? Becoming an actor. Seeing that the explanation was unclear, Kamio clicked on the post directly. Chen Fan's trickery post appeared in front of Ju Jipping. Tennis mercenaries. Not taking orders from Seigaku. Including the national champion. So expensive. The Kanto competition is actually booked. Seriously. Advertisement. After Tachibana Yoshihira clicked on this post, it was like discovering a new world. This is the first time he has heard of tennis mercenaries. Looking at the various tasks above, as well as the customized services, Tachibana suddenly felt that this person was too talented. What kind of person does this have to be able to say such things as the national champion and the champion of the Kanto Grand Prix? It's not like there are fools who believe that someone can win the championship, right? Tachibana Jipping couldn't help complaining. I don't believe it either, and the above price is not affordable by ordinary people. Mostly it is used as a gimmick, so that people can pay attention to and buy his analysis posts. This may be the reason why his analysis posts are so cheap, but other services are so expensive. In contrast, any fool knows which is the best deal. Yiwu Shenxi analyzed. But how did he know? This is where Chen Fan is astute. Low-priced analysis posts are equivalent to samples of major luxury goods. After seeing such awesome comparisons in analysis posts, rich people will definitely want high-priced services more. It's like going to a bathing center. Girls in the 98, 198, and 298 stalls, if they see a good-looking girl at 98, they will definitely take off at 298 if they are not short of money. Clatter. 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 While Tachibana Jipping and the others were watching the tennis forum, there was a sound of footsteps. Tezuka Kunimitsu walked towards them with Fuji Seigaku and other Seigaku varsity members. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to fight against you this time. There will be a chance. Well, let's save our game for the next meeting. It is good. After Tezuka Kunimitsu greeted him, he bowed slightly and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Tachibana Yoshihei was struggling in his heart, and he was still hesitating whether to tell Tezuka. After seeing Tezuka being cheated by Ryūzaki Sumire's singles just now, he was actually quite upset. Tezuka. Okay. Tezuka paused, and Seigaku's group turned to look at him. Actually, that Chen Fan easily defeated the two Hyotei main candidates at the Forest Park Network Court the other day. I can guarantee this. He's playing at a high level and he hasn't dropped one bit. So I think your coach may not be so suitable to be a coach. Honestly, even I think your Ryūzaki coach is very annoying. Not to mention Chen Fan. If you're like me and you're the captain or the coach, I think there's a good chance Chen Fan will come back. Even if you don't come back, your tennis club will be better than under that Ryūzaki Sumire. Tachibana Jipping earnestly persuaded. Thanks. We are students after all, not good enough for a coaching role. Seigaku's rules are different from your Fudoman's. However, what you were able to tell Chen Fan surprised us. Thank you for telling us all about this. Tezuka Kunimitsu bowed again and led Seigaku away. Chapter 17. I didn't expect it was really Chen Fan. Seigaku on the bus on the way back. Fuji Seigaku spoke first. The faces of everyone on the bus were not very good. If you lose a game that you shouldn't lose, no one will be happy. Even Kikumaru, who used to be the most active, is silent now. Is that Chen Fan strong? Suddenly the voice of Ekizen Ryoma rang out from the silent bus. Very strong. Fuji Seigaku turned his head and answered seriously. The simple two-word answer made Ekizen Ryoma suddenly feel competitive. That day I lied to myself that I was just an ordinary tennis fan. Now you can hear the two Hyotei main picks easily slammed. It was also admitted by the genius Fuji Senior that he is very strong. That guy. How strong? Compared to me now? Ekizen Ryoma asked. Fuji Seigaku opened his eyes suddenly, his face serious. You can't catch up with horses, and it's hard to catch up with the existence. What? Ekizen Ryoma was stunned. Now he is known as Seigaku's strongest first grader, also known as a monster. Even Sumire Ryūzaki praised him. This kind of him can't even catch up with horses, so it's hard to hold a candle to him? Are you kidding me? In the first grade, he beat Tezuka 6-2 and me 6-1 in the school ranking match. Even the Yamato seniors at the time praised him very much, and gave him the singles position without hesitation in all official competitions. If it wasn't for the fact that he was suspended for street tennis last year, the position of singles should be his. Fujisasuke's words came clearly to the ears of the others in Seigaku. Their eyes were even darker. Okay, don't talk about it. Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting in the front row of the bus, stopped Fuji from speaking. The reason why Eikaizen lost the first game this time is largely because the trick and style of play were analyzed and announced by that post. This is also impossible. Ryūzaki Sumire opened her mouth to find an excuse for Eikaizen Ryoma. Stop talking about Chen Fan. He's not a member of the school team, and he can't transfer to other schools during the national competition. So what if he can easily beat the two Hyotei main players? We are destined not to meet him, and he cannot influence us. Not to mention Tezuka, Fuji can handle it, so let's put Chen Fan aside. The top priority now is to prepare for the Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly in a week's time. During this period, improving your strength is the most important thing. And also, Ryūzaki Sumire paused at this point, then turned to look at Inui Sadaharu. Agen, remember to keep an eye on the movements of that Nara 42 shotgun fairy. See if we can find that person and bring him out. Advertisement. I suspect that person is someone from within the Seigaku Tennis Club. Ryūzaki Sumire talked a lot, and finally turned the topic to the Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly. It seems normal, but everyone knows this is Ryūzaki Sumire's usual routine. The topic changed. Now, the atmosphere in the bus compartment was even more depressing. No one said a word. Fell into a deathly silence. The next day, the news of Seigaku's upset loss to Fudoman Academy in the regional preliminaries quickly spread throughout Tokyo. Tennis Weekly, Tennis Forum, tennis major events and other major media rushed to report, sending Seigaku to the headlines. The reputation of Fudoman Academy also began to rise gradually, becoming a dark horse in the eyes of everyone, and being interviewed by major media. Fudoman's tennis club has also begun to receive many applications, and the tennis club has a faint tendency to grow. But the opposite. This time, Seigaku, who suffered a disastrous defeat in the divisional preliminaries, is another scene. The bustling internet court in the past is a bit deserted. Katsuo Horio was the only first-year club member to pick up the ball. The workload of picking up the ball has increased rapidly in the past few days, making them miserable. Simultaneously, Ryūzaki Sumire's coaching room. Resignation applications piled up on the entire table. Ryūzaki Sumire's face was full of sadness, and her face felt a little old. He had just been scolded by the headmaster for 2 full hours. Not only do you have to write a self-criticism, your bonuses and wages are deducted by half, and your pension is almost lost. If it hadn't been for Ryūzaki Sumire taking over Seigaku's tennis club for many years, she would have almost lost her coaching position based on her influence this time. Eikaizen Ryoma. I believe in you, you will not let me down. Hyotei. Adobe Mansion. Seigaku lost to Fudoman. Where did that school come from? Holding the Tennis Weekly newspaper in his hand, Ryūzaki Gakuto said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Seed team, the top 4 in the country, lost to a seed team without any reputation, I laughed so hard. Advertisement. Mingol Yang couldn't help laughing out loud. Seigaku actually lost in the preliminaries. Odori Siotaro was also surprised. Tezuka didn't even have a chance to play. Where did that first-year Eikaizen Ryoma come from? Adobe narrowed his eyes slightly. As the captain of Hyotei, he sees things differently than others. This time Seigaku lost the game. The problem is mainly due to the decision-making mistakes of the players and coaches of singles too. As the second singles, he didn't have any ability to resist in the key rounds, and in the last game, the coach didn't even switch to the more stable Tezuka. The failure this time is also what they asked for. Adobe quickly discovered the weakness of Seigaku's loss. Actually, Chen Fan is more important for Seigaku's failure this time. Ashitari Yuushi's voice suddenly sounded. Oh? What about Chen Fan? Everyone in Hyotei suddenly felt confused. The final straw that broke the camel's back in the singles game was a post on a tennis forum. Speaking of which, Ashitari Yuushi turns on the projector at Adob's house. The screen on the wall shows Chen Fan's post about Eikaizen Ryoma. After everyone saw it, they were extremely shocked. The angle of analysis is too professional. No wonder Seigaku singles 2 lost. I can do it too. But what does this have to do with Chen Fan? Could it be Chen Fan who posted this post? This person's ID is Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, and has a relationship with Chen Fan. Adobe turned to ask. I really didn't know it before, but that's the problem. Ashitari Yuushi switched to the next post. Sexy female photo. Ashitari, I didn't expect you to. Ryūzaki Gakuto showed a smirk, like I understand you. Ashitari Yuushi ignored this and rolled his eyes. Click on the post. Advertisement. Information and quests for tennis mercenaries appear. Everyone's expressions suddenly became a little subtle. You should understand after seeing this. Tennis mercenaries. The Kanto competition has been taken. I understand everything. Indeed. See this post. Needless to say. Tennis mercenaries, and the style of this post. Who else but Chen Fan? It seems, we still found the treasure. Adobe smiled and his eyes lit up. It's time to invite Chen Fan to give us a lesson. Adobe, Chen Fan said he would call him, and he will have to pay extra. Ashitari Yuushi reminded him carefully. Plus things that money can solve are nothing. Adobe waved his hand. Ryūzaki University High School. Even on Sunday, there are still big Ryūzaki players in school team uniforms training on the net court. The king, Ryūzaki, has won the national competition for 2 consecutive times. The teacher of the king who has been trained extremely rigorously. This year, we are determined to win the national 3 consecutive championships and create a great era of Ryūzaki. Sonata, did you read today's Tennis Weekly? What? Seigaku loses to non-seed Fudaman in upset in divisional preliminaries. I know, it's none of our business, no matter which team or team, there is no dead end for Ryūzaki's 3rd consecutive championship this year. I'm not talking about this, but the key person who caused Seigaku to lose, Nara 42 Shotgun Senior. You mean that post, right? I read it too. People who can write that kind of post are really strong, but what does it have to do with us? Boom. Sonata, wearing a black hat, swung a racket. A flame flashed past and landed at the baseline position, and a black ball print appeared. Yanagi Renji stood quietly in the court without continuing to serve. We are likely to meet him in the Kanto competition. That person posted another post, saying that he is a tennis mercenary. As long as he pays, he will contract sparring, coaching, and win the championship of the Kanto Championship and the National Championship. And, according to his post, the Kanto competition has already been contracted. Those who can play must be the same age as us, and they are also junior high school students. High IQ Yanagi Renji from the post. A lot of information was analyzed. Middle school students. Strong. Love money. Has a feud with Seigaku. The Kanto competition, then I'll wait and see. Sonata's eyes were sharp, with a trace of fighting intent. Chapter 18. Kyushu Okinawa. Seaside. The 3rd Okinawa Bitter Melon Eating Contest. Surrounded by a group of shirtless vests, dark-skinned Icelanders. In front of them, rows of palm-sized emerald green bitter gourds. Several contestants quickly stuffed the bitter gourd in front of them into their mouths. One after the other, chew quickly. Their eyes were rounded and their faces were ferocious, as if they were accepting some cruel punishment. Okinawa bitter melon is a special kind of melon that has 10 times more bitter melon hormones than the bitter melon on the market. It is something that even the original residents of Okinawa can hardly swallow. Come on! Come on! Come on! Eshiro! Hurry up! There are still 10 seconds. You have already surpassed the second place by 15 bitter gourds. You are about to set a new record. Eshiro! The last 5 seconds. Hurry up! The champion will be yours soon. Around, several middle school students in purple vests kept shouting. Among the contestants, Kite Eshiro, who combed back his hair and wore square glasses, had a fierce look in his eyes. Pick up a palm-sized bitter gourd, pop means 2 bites, put it in your mouth briefly, and then swallow it quickly. The game enters the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Competition is over. Winner, Kite Eshiro. Consecutively won the Okinawa bitter melon eating contest 3 times in a row. This time he ate a total of 38 bitter gourds. An island resident with a thick accent holds Kite Eshiro's arm high. Winning! All cheers! Kite Eshiro set his sights on the championship reward. The winner of the bitter melon eating contest will be rewarded with 10,000 cherry blossom coins. For this 10,000 yuan, Kite changed from a man who didn't like bitter melon to a 3-time winner of the bitter melon eating contest. This time of day is when Kite earns extra money. As long as he can get the money, he can eat as much bitter melon as he wants. To celebrate Kite's victory, Kite is very generous and invites Kai and others to eat bitter gourd popsicles. Hey, Kite, did you hear? Seigaku lost to Fudoman in a shock. Kai, who was wearing a hat, took a bitter gourd popsicle and licked it, showing embarrassment. That's nothing to do with us, no matter who it is, it can't stop our Higa from marching across the country. You are not interested in this, but there is a post, you must be interested. Advertisement. Post. Look. Kai said, and handed the phone to Kite. After seeing this post, Kite raised an eyebrow. Outrageous. This guy actually makes money from tennis. We are also like him. It would be great to make money from tennis. It's much better than working part-time. Kai made a suggestion. Make money from tennis? It's all fake. How can there be such a good thing? What kind of tennis mercenary? It's all a gimmick. The person who posted this post has a problem with his mind, and you have a problem too. Hurry up and eat this popsicle quickly and go to work. I haven't got the money for the ferry ticket to the outlying islands and the funds for the tennis club. Kite scolded Kai and told him to dispel this unrealistic idea. Kai didn't mention it again. After eating the popsicles, he continued to go to the beach to sell Okinawa's special bitter gourd popsicles. Tennis mercenaries. Watching Kai walk away, Kite silently took out his cell phone. Open the tennis forum. Initiated a private chat with the avatar whose ID is Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. The other side. Chen Fan just woke up, finished washing, and started to prepare breakfast. Just now, he was woken up by Adobe's phone call. Let him go to Adobe Manor to analyze the skills of all Seigaku players on the spot. Before Chen Fan could offer the price, Adobe jumped up from the bed with a word. Analyze 1 million, analyze Tezuka 2 million, arrive within 2 hours. Okay, boss. Although Adobe's tone was a bit harsh, Chen Fan did not have any dissatisfaction. This is a big order. Who makes people rich? Wait, let's analyze the already analyzed Ekizen Ryoma again, it should be counted as a head, right? That's an extra million. There are too many people buying posts in the past 2 days. After helping Adobe and the others to analyze them, I will delete some of them, share them on the forum, raise a price, piao for the second time, and earn another wave. I'm simply a genius. Advertisement. Chen Fan turned the poached egg over and began to think about how to maximize his own interests. Ding dong. The familiar text message from the mobile phone rang. Is there someone in the forum chatting privately? Business is here. Chen Fan immediately turned off the fire and took out his cell phone. I'm a killer, hello, do tennis mercenaries make money? Can you take me? Hey? This ID locates, Okinawa. Chen Fan reacted immediately, Kite Eshiro. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, why should I take you, what can you bring me? Chen Fan poses a very real question. I'm a killer, my tennis skills are not bad, you can't do it alone, can you? If you are a sparring partner, I can help you and give you a commission. See this reply. Chen Fan hesitated. This Kite has such a good mind, he is indeed a standard wage earner. The Higa Junior High School Tennis Club where Kite is located is the poorest tennis club in the world. Members not only have to work to earn money, but also buy the expenses for going out to the competition. Not even a decent internet court. There is no time to train and no venue to practice. Even so, Kite was still able to lead Higa Junior High out of Kyushu. He even mastered the miraculous skill of full image reduction method. In terms of strength, he is also a player at the national level. Most of all, Kite's favorite, like him, is money. As long as Kite can make money, then don't worry about him having other ideas. Chen Fan is not afraid of doing it alone if he wants to make his reputation bigger and the resources of the channel funder are in his own hands. This little brother, you can accept it. And the advice that came out, was great. It's really too slow for one person to make money. Currently, I'm just in charge of Hyotei, a big sponsor, and I'm a bit busy. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to accept Kite as his younger brother. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, yes, but there are conditions. The first is to be obedient and dedicated enough. The boss, that is, my orders are to be followed. If we can do it, let's talk about money. Advertisement. The message is sent and shown as read. But Kite didn't reply immediately, apparently hesitating. 3 minutes later. I'm a killer, yes, as long as the money is in place, I will definitely listen to you. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, share mode, or salary mode. Sharing model or salary model. When Kite heard this, he was stunned. As a wage earner who works every day, Kite naturally understands the pros and cons of the two modes. In the sharing mode, the wages may be high, but unstable. Salary mode, wages are low and stable. These two models, for Kite who is currently short of money, he chose the salary model without hesitation. I am a killer, salary mode. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, 300,000 a month, come to Tokyo, after signing the contract, you can pay half a month's salary in advance. As soon as the message was sent, Kite Eshiro did not reply again. Kyushu Okinawa. Damn. 300,000. How much bitter gourd do I have to eat to earn it? Kite's face was full of shock. He originally thought that the salary model was at most 100,000 cherry blossom coins a month. Unexpectedly, the salary model turned out to be 300,000 a month. 300,000. He has never taken so much money at once in his life. And you can pay 150,000 in advance. Go to the FG National Championship dream. How much is the National Championship bonus? Work to earn a living. I want to work. Tennis mercenaries. I am coming. Kite became more and more excited as he thought about it, and typed a reply with trembling hands. I'm a killer, boss, I don't have money to buy a boat ticket, can I? Ding dong. The message goes out for 1 minute. A transfer message appears on the chat interface. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy transfers 50,000 Sakura coins to you. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, 50,000 in advance, and 100,000 after signing the contract. I'm a killer, boss, I'll buy a ticket now, and I'll be there at night. After sending the message, Kite hurriedly ran towards the dock by the sea. Kai, hey, Eshiro. Come sell bitter melon popsicles. Kite Eshiro, selling a fart. I went out to be a tennis mercenary and made a lot of money. If I make money, I will make a fortune with you. Kai, tennis mercenary? Can you come back from the national competition? Kite Eshiro, also participate in a shitty national competition. Make money. That's it. Kite bought the nearest boat leaving Okinawa and rushed to Tokyo overnight. Chapter 19. Adobe Estate. Every Sunday, the players of Hyotei will communicate and have fun here. Today, there is one more person here. It was Chen Fan, who was woken up by Adobe's ad money when he was half asleep. After chatting with Kite, Chen Fan rushed to Adobe's house. Head down to the live analysis of the skills of these Seigaku official 8 varsity members. I wrote for a full hour. 8 people, 8 skills analysis articles, 1 head of 1 million, Tezuka is 2 million. In just 1 hour, Chen Fan earned 9 million in blood. Created his highest hourly salary record, an hourly salary of 9 million. Chen Fan left all those skill analysis to Ashitari Yuushi. Ashitari Yuushi then imported it into the projector and cast it on the screen. One after another, the skill analysis of Seigaku personnel was watched and studied by everyone. 30 minutes later, the Hyotei school team let out a long breath. Myukahi Gakuto, that Kikumura's stunt shot is quite powerful, but his weakness is the same as mine, and his physical fitness is not good. Ashitari Yuushi, the genius Fuji Seisuke's 3 returns, swallow return, white whale, the principles and skills are really exquisite, worthy of being a genius. And the disappearing serve, if the opponent doesn't know it, I'm afraid it will be taken one after another next. This Fuji Seisuke's skill analysis contains too much gold. At least 1.5 million Sakura coins. Hearing what Ashitari Yuushi said, Chen Fan let out a clang in his heart. This wave of blood loss is 500,000. After watching the skill analysis post, it is not only Sun and Ashitari Yuushi who feel emotional. Shotaro and the others also nodded repeatedly, benefiting a lot. Odori Shotaro, Inui Sadaharu's data tennis, and Kaido Kaoru's snake ball, it looks very ordinary, but if you encounter it, it's really difficult. Akutakawa Jiro, it's amazing and interesting. That Tezuka is worthy of being a national level player, and he can bring tennis back to him. It's simply too strong. At the same time, sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed, Adobe, who was holding a coffee in his hand, saw the analysis posts of Seigaku on the curtain with excitement in his eyes. With these analysis posts, Seigaku will be trampled under our feet completely. Tezuka, what kind of monster did you kick away? Adobe glanced at Chen Fan, who was yawning beside him, feeling very satisfied in his heart. Now they are waiting to meet the Seigaku people in the Kanto competition and beat them up. That night, Chen Fan walked out of Adobe Manor. Ding dong! A text message came from the phone. The account immediately received 5 million Sakura coins. Back to the north, real money is amazing. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. UFG throw money at me every now and then. Chen Fan couldn't help but turned his head and made a face towards the gate of Adobe's manor. There is no other reason. Chen Fan wants to sell the information he wrote to Hyotei at noon on the tennis forum, so he can take both sides. Adobe agreed, but with one condition. After that, Chen Fan is not allowed to privately provide or charge others for public posting about the skill analysis of Hyotei players. And that 5 million is equivalent to Adobe's compensation to Chen Fan. Advertisement. Not selling the skills of Hyotei players, Chen Fan is somewhat at a disadvantage, but it is not a big problem. Anyway, I also sell the skills of players from other schools, and I can sell them at a higher price. The wool comes from the sheep. Since you are throwing money at me, don't blame me for taking money. This time the Tezuka area, and Fuji Seisuke's 3 return balls, it's a bit of a loss to pack them together. Chen Fan decided immediately. After, the advanced and powerful skill analysis will be sold separately. Tezuka's Tezuka Phantom, Sonata's Moving Like Thunder, Difficult to Know Like Yin, Yokomura's Destroying Five Senses, and Fuji's various return shots and attacking skills are sold separately. You can make a lot of money. And Eikaizen Ryoma's update of their skills will definitely make Adobe a fortune. Chen Fan muttered to himself, telling about his future plans, fully expressing the traits of a profiteer. Jingle bell. Chen Fan's phone rang suddenly. Take out your phone and have a look. Okinawa number. The answer key was pressed. Hey, boss, I'm here. Kite's voice came from the phone. Understood, I'll go there right away. The other side. Kite was standing in a dilapidated alley. The alleys are narrow and dark, with no street lights. Only the lights of the Zonghua restaurant Wang Zhang fried dumpling on the next street give this alley a glimmer of light. There were many empty wine bottles scattered in the alley, and the ground was flowing with wine, urine, or swill, emitting a sour smell. The boss really lives here. Kite panicked when he saw the surrounding environment. After all, he is also a third-year middle school student, so he is somewhat afraid of encountering evil forces. Shouldn't be pinched at the waist. Standing alone in the alley waiting, the more Kite thought, the more outrageous he became, and the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Next second. Suddenly, he was tapped twice from behind on the shoulder. Ah! Kite yelled. Chen Fan raised his leg and kicked. What did you call you? Shut up. Wait until labor and management are complained about disturbing the people. It's me. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Kite. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan took Kite to the room he rented. First, I climbed a creaking wooden ladder with no lights. Through a narrow corridor full of debris. After opening a rusty iron door on the outside, he pushed open the wooden door that was damp and musty inside. Snapped. Chen Fan turned on the lights in the room. The room was flickering, almost narrow. Sorry, it rained yesterday. The wiring on the roof is old and water seeped, and the light bulbs are faulty, and I haven't had time to change them yet. Chen Fan pointed to the flickering light bulb and explained, thinking about it, he now has a huge sum of 50 million cherry blossom coins. Ah, no, I'll buy a house in a few days, if I don't change it, I'll just make do with it for 2 days. Although Chen Fan deliberately explained. But Kite still felt a little creepy. This condition is even more difficult than that of Okinawa. Can such a boss really offer a salary of 300,000 a month? Kite's heart was shaken. Old boss. Your place is a bit like a haunted house, it doesn't seem very clean, or... Kite spoke nervously, ready to find an excuse to escape. Next second. Snapped. A stack of cherry blossom coins with a denomination of 1,000 yuan was slapped on the table in front of Kite. Although it is said that the cherry blossom coins have a denomination of 10,000 yuan, Chen Fan still likes to count the coins, and exchange them all into a denomination of 1,000 yuan, which is more impactful when thrown in front of people. What problem do you seem to have? Chen Fan frowned and asked. With the flickering of dim lights, Kite's facial changes can be vaguely seen. Now he is staring at gold stars, as the saying goes, he is looking for money. Money, money. It's really possible to advance 100,000 in one go. At this moment, Kite was jumping with joy. Today, he only earned 10,000 yuan after eating bitter melon to death. The 100,000 yuan in front of him had too much impact on him. No problem, boss. Now even if there is a ghost in your house, I will pack it up and take it to practice together. If you have anything to do, just ask, boss. Advertisement. Okay. Be enlightened. Chen Fan laughed out loud when he heard this. I just like Kite's love of money. Soon. Kite directly signed the contract with Chen Fan without any hesitation. officially became a tennis mercenary under Chen Fan. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan turned on the computer, added the tennis mercenary post on the tennis forum. Tennis sparring, 300,000 sparring sessions for employees, 500,000 sparring sessions for bosses. Immediately afterwards, in order to make his price less intimidating and facilitate order placement, Chen Fan added another task. Revenge customization, professional team. How you want to send him away is up to you. The single price starts from 10,000. The price is determined by the strength of the players, there is no upper limit. Perfect. Arrange kite for a sparring session a month, the rest of the day I just earn money. After doing these things. Next, Chen Fan set his goal on the Tokyo Metropolitan Convention that will start next Saturday. Now the reputation of tennis mercenaries is still not very loud, and many people still don't believe it. It is necessary to expand its influence and become a tennis mercenary. Then, Chen Fan is ready to attack Seigaku. In a blink of an eye. A week passed quickly. During the week, Chen Fan has successfully spent 50 million to buy a standard cherry blossom-style wooden villa in a prosperous area. There are rockery, flowers, and plants in the front yard. The backyard was originally a tree, which was cut down by Chen Fan and transformed into a net court. The villa has 3 floors. The rooms are numerous and fully furnished. Overall, Chen Fan is very satisfied with it. The only dissatisfaction is its price. The 50 million cherry blossom coins consumed Chen Fan's hard-earned money all at once. It made him feel distressed, and he suffered from insomnia for several days, making it difficult to fall asleep. And when he knew that the big villa he bought worth 50 million cherry blossom coins was the real estate of Adob's family, it was like a lightning strike. Damn it! I'm going to lose sleep again tonight. Chen Fan glanced at the real estate certificate in his hand, and the seller said Adobe Group, showing sadness. Evil capitalists. The wool really comes from the sheep. Shook his head. Chen Fan turned on the computer. Tomorrow is the first day of the Tokyo Metropolitan Convention. Chen Fan is ready to snipe Seigaku again. Make some money off of it at the same time. Chapter 20. If I remember correctly, Seigaku will face off against St. Rudolph College tomorrow. Tomorrow, when they meet St. Rudolph, the doubles will win 1 and lose 1, but Seigaku's golden combination will lose. And singles words. The singles 3 are Ekizen Ryōmuf's Fuji Yuta. The second singles is Fuji Seisukev's Guan Yuechu. San Rudolph lost both games and ended up losing 3-1. So, if you want St. Rudolph to win, use singles 2. It's Ekizen Ryōma again. I'm a little embarrassed. Chen Fan was quite helpless. Wrote a post, posted it to a tennis forum. Ekizen Ryōma's new ball skills, comprehensive analysis of B-word dribble. The reason why Fuji Yuta of singles 3 lost was because of Ekizen Ryōma's new skill, the B-word slam, so cracking the B-swipe is tantamount to crippling him. Perfect. Pricing. 10,000 cherry blossom coins for Chien, it's not too much. Immediately afterwards. After setting the price of Ekizen Ryōma's new skill, Chen Fan singled out Fuji Seisuk's analysis post from the 8 analysis posts he wrote to Hyotei and the others. Found it, sell more than 1 post. Sell out Hyotei, sell netizens. Seigaku Genius, Fuji Seisuk analysis of 3 ball return principles. The name of the genius Fuji Seisuk, and his popularity, I set 100,000 Sakura coins, isn't it too much? Talking. Chen Fan pressed an extra 0 on the keyboard, and then published the post. Release time. Chen Fan deliberately chose the night. And when it was released, it also wrote an advertisement for tennis mercenaries. In this way, anyone who reads this post will be able to see the news about the tennis mercenaries. It's still 10 o'clock at night. In this way, Seigaku can be caught off guard and unable to make changes. After doing this, Chen Fan still felt something was wrong. Tisk, I was just thinking about posting Fuji Seisuk's skill analysis, but I forgot that the dish is better than Guan Yu. Fuji is not so easy to win. Even if you read the analysis post, you may not be able to win. As a rookie at the beginning of Guan Yu, he would collect information self-righteously, and the chance of losing is very high. It doesn't make any sense if you can't win. Chen Fan suddenly felt a headache. Fuji Seisuk is different from the previous Ekizen Ryoma. This is someone who can't win easily even after reading the information. I do it myself. No way. My appearance fee is too expensive, so it's a loss to get the blood myself. Chen Fan instantly vetoed his inner thoughts. Soon. Chen Fan subconsciously thought of Kite who had been idle all this time. Let Kite go, this competition has been rested for 5 days, and I haven't received a sparring match, so I earned 50,000 Sakura coins. Chen Fan decided immediately. Kite! Chen Fan shouted. The next moment, Kite appeared right behind him. Advertisement. Full picture reduction method. Boss. What are your orders? Kite looked respectful. Following Chen Fan, not only lived in a cubicle on the first floor of the villa, but also earned 10,000 cherry blossom coins every day. This is something he never dared to think about before. Every day here, Kite respects Chen Fan more. Now Chen Fan tells him to catch ghosts, and he will really catch ghosts. I'll introduce you to a job. Chen Fan pointed to Fuji Seisuk's analysis post. Study this post well tonight, and tomorrow you will compete with him, be sure to beat him beautifully. Beat him 6-0, with a bonus of 30,000. Beat him 6-1, with a bonus of 20,000. Beat him 6-2, a bonus of 10,000. Hit him 6-3, bonus 5k. Remember, we are a professional team. You are only allowed to win. You are not allowed to lose. If you lose, don't blame me for unilaterally terminating the contract and telling you to get out. Yes. Kite's face was full of excitement. Never thought there would be a bonus. The boss is so conscientious. Kite was overjoyed, and opened the tennis forum on his mobile phone, his face froze. Boss, you're selling this post for 100,000. I can't afford it, so please give me a copy. The other side. In a big detached villa. Guan Yu was playing with his hair. Hey? Sure enough, I was made to wait. This Nara 42 shotgun is really targeting Seigaku. As long as there is a Seigaku match, he will definitely post a guide. Guan Yu, who has a beautiful face, looked at the tennis forum on the laptop at first. Ekizen Ryoma and Fuji Seisuk. Our Saint Rudolph will meet them too tomorrow, so it is necessary to check. Double-click to open. The top-up payment interface pops up. 100,000 cherry blossom coins? Grab money. Guan Yuecho couldn't help complaining. Advertisement. 100,000 cherry blossom coins are very little for his family. But for him, it is also 1/3 of his monthly pocket money. And a post costs 100,000, somewhat beyond his expectation. Purchase. It's worth spending money on information. And it's Fuji Seisuk's information. Ding! There was a system sound of money loss, and the corner of Guan Yu's mouth twitched. There are only 200,000 left this month. 3 minutes later. Wonderful! Wonderful! The principles of Fuji Seisuk's 3 return shots have been analyzed so thoroughly. Even more and more accurate than what I have collected all the time. If I hadn't read this post, I wouldn't have known that the information I've collected for so long was all deliberately disguised by Fuji Seisuk. This Nara 42 shotgun fairy is really awesome. Which school is the data master? He should be good at intelligence tennis too. Guan Yu was full of praise after watching it. Turn around and send another post about Eikaizen Ryoma's B-word kicking strategy to Fuji Yuta. This tennis mercenary, what's wrong with Seigaku? Aiming at Seigaku like that. It's pathetic for Seigaku to mess with such a person. Guan Yu couldn't help feeling sorry for Seigaku. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's game. The next day, Saturday. The Tokyo Metropolitan Convention has officially begun. Tennis schools from all over the world entered the competition venue one after another to report. Seigaku, St. Rudolph, Yamabuki Middle School and other schools are all admitted. After the lottery session, publish the list of school matches. Seigaku and St. Rudolph met without any accident. The game starts soon. The sound of cheering can be heard all around. Seigaku, must win. Seigaku, must win. St. Rudolph come on. St. Rudolph come on. Advertisement. Humph. Seigaku, enjoy the surprise we have brought you today. Guan Yu stood in the woods next to the court, stroking his hair while watching the game confidently. Hello, Guan Yuechu. Suddenly, a magnetic voice came from behind Guan Yu. Who? Guan Yu was taken aback. Look back. A man in a black windbreaker stood behind him. Who is this guy? When did it appear? There is no sound at all. Guan Yu was surprised in his heart. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Standing behind Guan Yu is Chen Fan. Help me. Do you want to give your St. Rudolph a layer of insurance? Give it to us tennis mercenaries. Professional team, win. Tennis mercenary. You are Nara 42 shotgun fairy. Guan Yu's eyes widened and he exclaimed. Hush. We're trading, keep your voice down. Chen Fan stretched out an index finger and put it on his lips, motioning for him to stop speaking. Who are you? What's wrong with Seigaku? Guan Yu was very curious. He had never seen the man in front of him before, and he didn't know his identity, and he didn't know what his purpose was. Don't check the account, I'm here to negotiate a deal with you. Chen Fan directly refused to answer Guan Yu's question. What deal? In this game, you should have predicted Seigaku's lineup, Fuji Siasuke. I know, so what, I can win. Can you win? Young man, listen to my advice, Fuji is too deep for you to grasp, let me help you grasp it. How do you grasp it? It's very simple. Singles 2 will help you St. Rudolph win Fuji Siasuke. You pay for it, and I pay for it. It's guaranteed to win. Guan Yu looked at the person in front of him, somehow, with inexplicable trust. Because he read the post yesterday, he was really awesome, and even wanted to learn from him for a while to see how he collected information. The built-in favorability buff made Guan Yu hesitate for a few seconds before nodding. Okay. How much? Not much, originally 400,000, but if you fight Seigaku, I will give you a half discount, 200,000, and I will arrange for you a national level thug under me. 200,000. Hearing this number, the corner of Guan Yu's mouth twitched again. National level thugs, a little more expensive and justifiably expensive. Comforting herself in her heart, Guan Yu turned around and handed over the 20% deposit. Guan Yu never expected it. The man in front of him spent 300,000 yuan on him in less than 10 hours. A whole month of pocket money. Chapter 21. Tokyo Metropolitan Convention, a pavilion. Ding. The phone text message sent the message that 40,000 Sakura coins have arrived. That's great, a wave of blood came back. After completing this order, Kite's 20-day salary has been settled. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Since he spent 50 million to buy that single-family villa, his money is only about 1 million. No more money, not to mention the beauty of Xiangqi, Kite's salary can hardly be paid. This time Seigaku vs San Rudolph, he was waiting for Kite to win. Once Kite wins Fuji, Guan Yu will earn more than that 200,000. Kite, you shouldn't disappoint me, right? Fuji Siasuk's analysis post has been written in such detail for you, I value you very much. Chen Fan turned his head and asked Kite behind him. Don't worry, boss. Your analysis post is very helpful, and you also told me the precautions. If you can't win Fuji, then I'm ashamed to take your salary. There was a flash of light in the Kite glasses, full of confidence. Strictly speaking, the second singles this time is his first work at work. Be sure to complete the task perfectly and get a good start bonus. Okay. Kite. You're very enlightened. Chen Fan patted Kite's shoulder appreciatively. Should be, we are professional. With Chen Fan's praise, Kite smiled even more. This time we will fight for 0 and 3, try to beat Fuji Siasuk 6-0, no matter how bad it is, we will beat him in 6-3. Okay. Have courage. I will prepare a bonus for you. Perform well. Yes. It's singles 3, and it's almost time for you to warm up. Okay, boss. Reminded by Chen Fan, Kite, who was about to play singles 2, turned and left to warm up. And Chen Fan returned to the match between San Rudolph and Seigaku. Before that, he had already learned from Guan Yu that Fuji Yuta also bought his Ekizen Ryoma Raiders. Therefore, for this singles match, Chen Fan came back to watch the show specially. Looking at the face of that dead old woman Ryūzaki Sumire, who is half dead with anger, and Seigaku's other people are deflated, it is good for the body and mind. Chen Fan walked out of the pavilion and came to another pavilion. Sitting at this booth, you can watch Seigaku and Saint Rudolph's match court. Seigaku player seat. Ryūzaki Sakura looked around beside Ryūzaki Sumire, as if looking for someone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Grandma, let me go out for a while. Advertisement. Ryūzaki Sakura said something to Ryūzaki Sumire beside her, then turned and ran out of the court. This child, where are you going in such a hurry? Although Ryūzaki Sumire was puzzled, she didn't care about it. Because Seigaku vs San Rudolph singles 3 match is about to start. So far, Seigaku has 1 win and 1 loss in 2 doubles. You can only work on singles. Last time against Fudoman, giving singles to Ryoma was indeed unsafe. This time I gave singles 3 to Ryoma and singles 2 to Fuji, so it was safe. Ryūzaki Sumire simply estimated the direction of the game in his heart. Saint Rudolph is not a strong tennis team. If there is no accident, Tezuka doesn't need to play. Even if Ryoma's data is released, Fuji in singles 2 and Tezuka in singles 1 can win the game. 2 doubles and 1 singles, as long as you win 1, Seigaku has an 80% chance of winning. Humph, Chen Fan? Need it. Tennis Mercenary? Is it useful? Ryūzaki Sumire was filled with disdain. With Tezuka and Fuji, 2 top singles players in the team, and Ekizen Ryoma, a monster rookie with great potential, she has no panic at all. As long as my order of appearance is arranged properly, it will be easy for Seigaku to enter the national competition. After giving himself a sip of milk, Ryūzaki Sumire looked at Ekizen Ryoma who walked into the arena, his gaze still full of expectation. In the school ranking competition, Ekizen Ryoma learned a new skill B-shaped swipe, which was not mentioned in the previous analysis post, and it will definitely have a good effect. Ekizen Ryoma, start making your name right here. Show them your terrifying, inexhaustible potential. At the pavilion, Chen Fan looked at Fuji Yuta and Ekizen Ryoma, who had already started the game, with a hint of amusement. Wait, if that old woman sees Ekizen Ryoma lose, she won't know how wonderful her face will be. Chen Fan has already begun to imagine what will happen next in his heart. Sudden, a figure broke into Chen Fan's sight. Advertisement. That. Senior Chen Fan. Ryūzaki Sakura ran all the way to Chen Fan and greeted him. "What's the matter, little girl? Why is it like a dog's skin plaster, and I haven't seen it anywhere?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "What's the matter with you?" No, I just saw the senior here alone, so I wanted to come over and thank the senior for borrowing the umbrella last time." Ryūzaki Sakura had a shy face, glanced at Chen Fan, her face became flushed, and the roots of her ears turned red. Chen Fan has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, how could he not know what happened to Ryūzaki Sakura? Obviously, it is the girl's first heart sprouting. And Chen Fan is now a middle school student. Ryūzaki Sumire's granddaughter, if you take it, that dead old woman can jump. And the official distribution of Eikaizen Ryoma seems to be good if accepted. Who doesn't want a gentle and shy girl? Chen Fan thought about it briefly, and decided to tease Ryūzaki Sakura. "No. Come to thank me? How are you going to thank me? Have you brought your umbrella?" With Chen Fan's words, Ryūzaki was at a loss for words. This. Ryūzaki Sakura was immediately confused. She just wanted to find an excuse to show her face in front of Chen Fan, and it was sunny today, who would go out with an umbrella? For a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly became awkward. "Well, make a bet with me." "Bet?" Ryūzaki Sakura was instantly attracted by Chen Fan's words. "Just bet on whether Seigaku can beat Saint Rudolph today." Chen Fan pointed to the net court not far in front of him. "I'm sure I can win. Grandma specially handed over singles 2 to Senior Fuji today. He is very good. As long as Fuji-senpai wins, President Tezuka, the singles 1, will definitely win too." Grandma said it was a foolproof lineup. Advertisement. Ryūzaki Sakura replied without hesitation. "Then I'll bet on Saint Rudolph to win. Tomorrow is Sunday. I won. You play with me for a day. If you win, I will play with you for a day. How about it?" Chen Fan came with a wave of simple language routines. Ryūzaki Sakura, a simple little girl, was really taken in. She didn't realize the loopholes in it, so she agreed without hesitation. "It is good." Ryūzaki Sumire probably didn't expect that the foolproof lineup she told Ryūzaki Sakura this morning would not only cause Seigaku to lose the game, but also lose her granddaughter. On court, the singles match between Eikaizen Ryoma and Fuji Yuta is ongoing. Boom! A perfect external spin serve directly knocked Eikaizen Ryoma's hat into the air. 3-1, Fuji Yuta. The referee announced the score. The people watching the game around were full of excitement. Here it is. Outspin serve. That Fuji Yuta must have also bought Eikaizen Ryoma's strategy on the tennis forum. Sure enough. As long as you read the guide and practice hard, you can master the external rotation serve to a great extent. It's so pitiful that I was scored by my own trick, and there is no way to fight back. You said this game, will the first-year kid lose? You don't need to think about it, do you? You will definitely lose. While everyone was discussing, many people went to buy a wave of Eikaizen Ryoma Raiders. Since the post was published, Eikaizen Ryoma's external rotation serve, which was once regarded as a treasure, has been completely rotten. As long as anyone who bought that guide post, most people can already hit the external rotation serve. Instead, Eikaizen Ryoma couldn't counter his outspin serve, which became a joke. The skill that I am proud of has become my weakness, it is ironic to think about it. After reading the post, it's really easy to fight with you. I don't even need to use my ultimate move, I'm almost winning. Who did you offend? What a miserable end. Fuji Yuta hit back the incoming tennis ball and spoke to Eikaizen Ryoma. Only after fighting Eikaizen Ryoma in person can I know how much the strategy has changed. Straightforward cut to 70% of Eikaizen Ryoma's power, allowing him to start in hell mode. Mata Aoki. Eikaizen Ryoma suddenly spoke. Fuji Yuta saw that Eikaizen Ryoma was gliding on the ground, and dust and smoke rose from half of the court. Next second, Eikaizen Ryoma took off suddenly, came to the net and waved the racket for the net volley. Boom! The tennis ball immediately landed on Fuji Yuta's court, quickly drew an arc, and after landing and bouncing, drew another arc, which looked like a letter B was drawn on the court. B-word pump. Chapter 22. 15-0. The referee's voice sounded. B-stroke, you're still a long way off. After scoring with one hit, Eikaizen Ryoma couldn't help but start pretending. This guy must be stunned. This shot is a skill that didn't appear in the guide post. Just relying on that strategy post, you want to restrict me, how is it possible? Still a long way to go. Eikaizen Ryoma saw Fuji Yuta stunned in place, thinking that he was surprised by his B-shaped kick, and felt secretly refreshed. But as everyone knows, Fuji Yuta on the opposite side was stunned in place, just because Eikaizen Ryoma's release trajectory of the ball, even the gestures, were perfectly recorded in the post he bought for 10,000 last night. Who is the person who wrote that post? Fuji Yuta said in shock. The other side. Ryūzaki Sumire's wrinkled face only changed after seeing Eikaizen Ryoma perform a new skill B-stroke slam. It's time to fight back, Ryoma. Let them know that you cannot be targeted. Sumire Ryūzaki folded her hands on her chest, ready to watch Eikaizen Ryoma lead the score. Nourishing. 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 Eikaizen Ryoma squatted down again, sliding his heels on the ground, making a harsh friction sound. Here we come. B-word kickball. Seigaku's first-year cheerleaders, Horio, Katsuo, and others exclaimed in unison. Swish! After Eikaizen Ryoma slid to the net, his body jumped, twisting his body in the air, and concentrated his strength on the left hand holding the racket. Boom! The tennis ball flew into Fuji Yuta's court again. However, this time, Fuji Yuta has appeared on the first bounce of the tennis ball, raising the racket. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Yuta! Dangerous! Fuji Seigaku opened his eyes even more in shock. As Fuji Yuta's big brother, he still worried about his brother's safety. Is this guy crazy? Dare to catch the ball like this? That B-ball bounced and fell so fast. He went to catch the ball at the first drop, isn't he afraid of hitting his face? The younger brother of the genius Fuji, how could he make such an irrational judgment? Do you catch the ball with your face? It will definitely hit your face. However, just when everyone thought Fuji was going to get hit in the face by a fast-falling B-ball, Fuji swung the racket. Super half volley. Boom! At the moment when the tennis ball landed and bounced, Fuji Yuta's racket successfully returned the tennis ball. The tennis ball, hit back by volley's technique, picked up speed again and flew towards Eikaizen Ryoma's second half. Boom! Advertisement. The tennis ball lands. Return the ball to score. 15-15. The referee quickly announced. It turned out. It hit the ball back. Is this the younger brother of the genius Fuji Seigaku? He is really strong. Returning the ball with a volleyball? This guy succeeded in returning it once. The audience around saw this scene and exclaimed. Yuta! When did you become so strong? Fuji Seigaku was also surprised by his younger brother's goal. He never expected that his younger brother would use the volley technique to return the ball. You know, this kind of difficulty factor is very large, and it is full of skills. A batter has a lot to control. Ball speed, ball control, landing bounce time, swing time difference. Any less of these factors can cause the tennis ball to go out, or bounce in the face. Now Fuji Yuta has succeeded once, showing a level of strength far beyond the past. No wonder Fuji Seigaku is not surprised. There seems to be something strange. Fuji Seigaku narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting on Seigaku's coach's seat, changed his face. Coincidence? On court. Ekizen Ryoma unbelieves again with a B-stroke. Boom. 30-0. Ryūzaki Sumire, Boom. 40-0. Ryūzaki Sumire twisted her and began to fidget. Boom. 4-1. Yuta Fuji. Here. Ryūzaki Sumire couldn't hold back anymore. Advertisement. How is this possible? Ekizen's B-stroke kick is extremely tricky, and the timing is extremely strict. How could he be hit back all at once? Ryūzaki Sumire immediately broke her defense. Unless. Shocked, Ryūzaki Sumire seemed to think of something. Turned to question Inui Sadaharu. Again. On the tennis forum, is there any post about Ekizen? There's, and Fuji's. Inui Sadaharu raised his hand a little guilty. What? And Fuji's? Ryūzaki Sumire stared. Why didn't you tell me? Coach, that post was posted in the middle of the night, and it was a paid post. The price has risen to 10,000 Sakura coins, and even Fuji's post is worth 100,000 Sakura coins. I can't spend money on it. Inui Sadaharu feels aggrieved. He is a poor student, and 10,000 cherry blossom coins are sky-high pocket money for him. How can it be possible to spend money to buy paid stickers to watch? And he didn't get any rewards for doing this. He was still a half substitute on the team and played few games. Even if he bought it, Ryūzaki Sumire would definitely not be reimbursed. Why should he buy it? 100,000. Ryūzaki Sumire was also taken aback. 100,000 is already half a month's salary for her. Even if Inui Sadaharu spends it, she will definitely not be reimbursed. And now, even if she bought it, the college would not give her subsidies or reimbursement, it was just a waste of money. Looking at the posts on her mobile phone forum, she hesitated. Buy it or not? Now. Boom. 5-1, Fuji Yuta. The referee's voice came from the court again. Ekizen Ryoma is about to lose, Fuji Seigaku is about to play, and there is not much time left for her. If you can't figure out what that person analyzed Fuji Seigaku in the post, then singles 2 will become passive. Once Fuji Seigaku loses, Seigaku loses again. If you temporarily replace singles 2 with Tezuka, Tezuka has not warmed up. If my arm is injured again, I will meet Hyotei and other strong teams in Tokyo, and I will not be able to perform, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Furthermore, Fuji's style of play is more random and flexible. The effect of replacing singles with Tezuka is not necessarily better than Fuji. Purchase. Advertisement. After some thought storm, Ryūzaki Sumire tapped the pay button. Wow! The sound of gold coins being lost sounded. The 100,000 cherry blossom coins disappeared instantly and entered Chen Fan's pocket. Before singles 2 started, Ryūzaki Sumire gave Chen Fan 100,000 Sakura coins. Ryūzaki Sumire looked at the text messages of her mobile phone account, feeling a pain in her heart. Quickly view the content of the post. As she slid further down, her face became more solemn. Thin. Too thin. Analyzed all 3 of Fuji's returns. Even the disappearing serve principle and skills are also written. Fuji, take a look. Ryūzaki Sumire handed the phone to Fuji Seigaku. Fuji Seigaku checked it, and was also secretly startled. At the same time, there is an explanation for why Fuji Yuta can return the B-stroke. Fuji Yuta must have read another B-word pumping strategy post in order to perfectly restrain Ekizen. How is it, Fuji? Singles 2 match, are you sure? If it doesn't work, I can only let Tezuka go. Ryūzaki Sumire asked Fuji nervously. No problem. I also want to see how much it affects me after reading this post. Also, I'm not someone who can be defeated just by reading a post. Fuji Seigaku's eyes were bright, and he began to look forward to this singles 2 match. This look. Fuji is finally serious. Ryūzaki Sumire saw the strange brilliance in Fuji's eyes, and she was determined. 5 minutes later. Boom. Competition is over. 6-1, Fuji Yuta. Saint Rudolph wins the singles 3. The referee pronounced a crushing defeat for Ekizen Ryoma. At this moment, Ekizen Ryoma has no smile at all, his eyes are slightly dull, and he looks hollowed out. In the game just now, no matter what changes he made. In the end, the opponent will easily fight back. If you want to win the game, you have to change all your original habits, but this is not an easy thing. After the game, Ekizen Ryoma sat on the lounge chair like a mute. Don't take it too seriously, Ryoma. There will be more games in the future. It will definitely win. Ryūzaki Sumire comforts the future Seigaku pillar. Afraid that he would become decadent, he quit the tennis club. Then the meaning of her kicking Chen Fan out at that time is gone. Chapter 23. The pavilion next to the court. It started, this game is very important. Chen Fan saw the start of the singles 2 match, and silently said such a sentence. For a while, Ryūzaki Sumire who was standing beside him blushed suddenly. It's very important. What does the senior mean by this sentence? It means after this game, we can go out and play, so it's important. Senior Chen Fan speaks so directly, so shy. However, compared to Ryoma's elm bump and stupid brain, standing with senior Chen Fan is so reassuring. Ryūzaki Sakura looked up at Chen Fan cautiously. There is a huge difference in height between the two. Ryūzaki only reached Chen Fan's chest. Looking up at this height, you can just see Chen Fan's sexy Adam's apple and perfect jawline. Senior Chen Fan is so handsome. Ryūzaki Sakura's heart was pounding. But actually, now Chen Fan is looking forward to the upcoming singles 2 match on the net court. That sentence just now has no other meaning. The singles 2 match is related to whether the name of tennis mercenary can be established. Very important indeed. How could Chen Fan have thought that what he said casually would make Ryūzaki Sakura next to him distracted and start committing an info? Next, the match between Seigaku and St. Rudolph College singles 2 will begin soon. Seigaku, Fuji Seiyasuke. St. Rudolph, Guan Yuechu. Please enter the contestants from both sides. The broadcast sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of noise from the radio. What? Oh, I see. After a while, the referee spoke again. Because of St. Rudolph Guan Yu, before the start of the game, he suddenly felt unwell. Activated the 132nd article of the tournament league. In case of emergencies, with the consent of the coach and team captain, non-staff personnel or substitute players with a difference of no more than 5 years old can be selected to play. St. Rudolph singles 2 contestants, represented by non-staff, Kite Eshiro, 16 years old. Wow! As soon as the referee's voice came out, the audience was in an uproar. Kite Eshiro? Who? St. Rudolph has someone like this. I've never heard of it. I know all the tennis members from the 1st to 3rd grades. There is no such person. Kite Eshiro? Where did it come from? The surrounding audience, including St. Rudolph's club cheerleaders, have no idea who Kite is. At that time, Kite hadn't brought Higa Junior High School out of the Kyushu area. Therefore no one knew him. Advertisement. After hearing this name, everyone didn't know which god it was. Even Fuji Yuta was covered in circles after hearing the news. He turned his head and glanced at Guan Yu who was sitting on the bench. With a ruddy complexion and full of energy, he was playing with his hair, and he didn't look like he was feeling unwell at all. Guan Yu, what's the matter with you? Aren't you sick? Fuji Yuta asked. Everything is for the victory of our St. Rudolph. A smile appeared on the corner of Guan Yu's mouth. Just watch it carefully, this game worth 300,000 yuan. Seeing that Guan Yu was mysterious and didn't want to say anything, Fuji Yuta didn't ask any more questions, and turned his head to look at the playing field. Clatter! 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 A hunched-haired man in a black sport coat walks into the net court. The black sports jacket looks very ordinary, but it has a lot of content. On the front left chest, there is a white print Employee No. 1. On the back, there are 8 large white characters of Professional Team and Integrity Employment. This is the staff uniform that Chen Fan made for Kite. Before playing, a wave of ad placement will come directly. Winning the game can also deepen the impression. When they see tennis in the future, they will think of tennis mercenaries. This is a good impression memory. It's like when people are tired and sleepy, people will think of a certain cow, and if they are afraid of getting angry, people will think of a certain drink. And at this moment, seeing Kite's black coat, the surrounding air suddenly froze. Shock. Everyone was stunned. Quiet. There was no sound. The audience was dead silent. The silence was suffocating. A word appeared in everyone's mind. Advertisement. Tennis mercenaries. Now, all eyes were on Kite's black staff uniform. After a long time, the surrounding discussion suddenly sounded. It's like a sleeping Pandora's box has been opened. Damn it! Saint Rudolph, the 6th Academy, hired mercenaries. That person is a tennis mercenary? He doesn't look strong no matter what. Where did it come from? Dare to contract the championship of the national competition and the Kanto competition? Seriously? Is it really that strong? That's the man. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy? The guy who made me spend 1,000 Sakura coins. I contributed more than you, I have 11,000 Cherry Blossom coins. This guy looks very strong, and his aura is quite mysterious. Seeing how detailed the post is, the strength must be very strong. The surrounding discussions were very noisy and could not be stopped at all. The Seigaku school team sighed. Tezuka, Inui Sadaharu, and others looked at Kite, all of them had different faces and emotions. Tezuka looked at Kite quietly without saying a word. Kite Eshiro, this guy doesn't even look like he's playing stat tennis, it's amazing that he can write such detailed stats. Inui Sadaharu was surprised by Kite. Hey, this is the person who announced Seigaku's information. Kaido Keiru's face was gloomy, his eyes fixed on Kite, and he made a hissing sound. BD. After the game is over, we must drag him to the grove and beat him up. Teach him a lesson. You tripped us, Seigaku. As Horio said, he gestured to Kite twice, as if to crush him with his fist. Next second. Base. A sense of crisis came from the court. Kite turned his head and glared at Horio with sharp eyes. Ah! What a scary look! Horio was startled and sat on the ground, a sour smell came, and the crotch was wet. What a terrifying murderous aura! Ryūzaki Sumire looked at Kite, her face suddenly darkened. It turns out that the tennis mercenary is this guy named Kite Eshiro. Advertisement. Why is he targeting us Seigaku like this? I didn't offend at all, and even said I've seen this person. BD. Where did this guy come from? Ryūzaki Sumire couldn't figure it out, she couldn't figure it out. But let's be honest. When seeing Kite come out in that black coat, Ryūzaki Sumire was relieved. There have been many voices saying that the tennis mercenary is Chen Fan. Fortunately not. I just said, with Chen Fan's level, how can he be a tennis mercenary? I kicked him away and was right. He's not as good as Ekizen Ryoma, as long as after this game, stop this Kite from posting about Seigaku, everything will be fine. If you don't agree, Kaido and Momoshiro will probably be more than happy to greet this BD who tripped Seigaku. Ryūzaki Sumire has already started planning how to teach Kite a lesson so that he can remember. Playing field. Kite could vaguely hear the discussions of the people around him. Are these people blind? Didn't you see employee number 1 written on my chest? Think I'm the boss? Am I worthy? I'm just a part-time worker. Inwardly complaining to the surrounding audience, Kite then set his sights on Fuji Seigaku. Just in time, Fuji was watching him too, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Apparently, Fuji also counts Kite as the person who wrote and analyzed his post. The two sides did not speak. Just look at each other quietly. This is my bonus. Strive to win the boss's 30,000 yuan. Kite's eyes gradually became hot, and he remembered what Chen Fan said to him 30 minutes ago. Chen Fan stood at the pavilion and said a lot of words to Kite. Before the game, you don't need to say anything, and you can't admit your identity. Only if you win can you open your mouth to admit it, and run a wave of advertisements by the way. We are professionals. So word of mouth must be guaranteed. If you say win, you want to win. If you said you belonged to me from the beginning, I would be embarrassed if I lost. I have to refund the money. As long as you don't say you are a tennis mercenary at the beginning, I will fire you if you lose, and give you 10,000 yuan for hush money, then our reputation will still be the best. Win the package, win the package. The one who wins is my employee. Understand? Understood. Boss. I will definitely not let you down. Kite Eshiro glanced at Chen Fan under the pavilion outside. The boss is the boss, and there will be a little girl watching the game with me so soon. You have to perform well. For the 30,000 bonus. What geniuses, ghosts, monsters, I will defeat you all. A power of money suddenly rose in Kite's heart. Game start. Chapter 24. Fuji's Serve Bureau. Fuji took the tennis ball out of his pocket and slapped it on the ground twice. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the ball with 5 fingers, then raised it flat, and with a twist of his wrist, the tennis ball immediately spun and fell. Hold the racket in your right hand and, as the tennis ball hits its low point, give it a hard downward swing. Cut serve. Swish. With a strong spin, the tennis ball turned into a yellow beam and flew towards the opposite side. Kite has read the information provided by Chen Fan yesterday. Immediately, he headed towards the landing point of the tennis ball and waved the racket in his hand. At this time, Fuji's voice came from the opposite side. That ball will disappear. The voice just fell. The kite racket was instantly swept away. The tennis ball that was aimed at the hit point just now disappeared, and instantly appeared at the baseline position behind Kite. Boom! 15-0. The referee's voice sounded. Kite was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Chen Fan in the pavilion not far away, his face full of disbelief. The boss's analysis post is so strong. So accurate. Whether it's the path of the ball, the angle of the ball, or the principle, it's all described clearly. It's as if the ball has been programmed, and it will be executed according to the path and angle he described. No wonder the boss has the confidence to say that he wants to contract such a big business as the national champion. Kite was shocked in his heart, and once again strengthened his determination to follow Chen Fan. Appeared. Disappeared serve. A genius is worthy of being a genius, to have developed such a cut serve. Yo? Why do you suddenly understand so much? Money ability. The Fuji Seigaku skill analysis post on the tennis forum bought with 100,000 Sakura coins. It's really well written. This one from Fuji. Let the surrounding audience a little excited. Many people who bought posts for the first time also confirmed the authenticity and value of the posts, and they said that they were not at a loss. You should have analyzed my skills, right? Fuji suddenly smiled and said, he also took Kite in front of him as Nara 42 shotgun fairy. I can't catch my ball just by understanding the principle. Fuji said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Fuji grabbed the tennis ball again and made another cut serve. Here we come. Fuji-senpai's disappearing serve. Horio, Katsuo, and others shouted excitedly. Boom! After the high-speed spinning tennis ball hit the ground, it disappeared again. Saw Kite's racket again. The corners of Fuji's mouth curled up into a smile. Kite looked back, and the tennis ball lay quietly behind him in the left backcourt. Okay. He actually changed the flight angle of the ball. It's the opposite of the serve angle just now. Kite was surprised by this serve. Advertisement. Originally, he planned to aim at the target according to the strategy written in Chen Fan's post, and hit a volleyball at the moment the tennis ball bounced off the ground to counter. But Fuji's sudden change of course made him hard to catch. Do you understand now? My ball cannot be fully reflected by the data, because each ball bounces in a random direction, and even I myself don't know which direction the next ball will fly to. So your data posts can't restrain me. There was a hint of arrogance in Fuji's tone. Will my ball record be analyzed? Then I will change more balls for you to hit. Kawamura Takashi, nice job. Fuji. Momoshiro Takeshi, Fuji-senpai, come on. Kikumaru Eiji, Fuji is really good. Oishi. Oishi, well, Fuji, he is not so easy to be completely analyzed by a post. Seeing that Fuji scored 2 points one after another, everyone in Seigaku was already excited and cheered again and again. Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting on the coach's bench beside her, also showed a rare smile. As expected of Fuji, when his skills have been thoroughly analyzed, he began to try to add new changes to the ball. Smart. This Kite Eshiro, I'm afraid he's beginning to realize now that he underestimated Fuji. If the game is still known and analyzed, if the game can still be won, not only will it affect the analysis of this post, but Fuji's reputation will skyrocket again. At that time, not only will the shame of the past be swept away, but the Seigaku Tennis Club will also attract many members who come here again. After this game, everything will come back. Fuji, let's win this match magnificently. Just to win 2 goals. Ryūzaki Sumire has already started to imagine the various benefits of winning the game. However, how could things get him what he wanted? Pavilion not far away. Chen Fan and Ryūzaki Sumire watched the game. Senior, I just said it, Fuji-senpai is very good. You will lose. Ryūzaki Sumire said with a smile beside him. She simply only cared about winning or losing the bet, and didn't notice at all that there is no difference between losing and winning. I won't lose, I'm all set. Chen Fan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled confidently. Forget it. Senior, do you know fortune telling? Ryūzaki Sakura tilted her head, looking puzzled. Yes. I figured out that your grandma committed a foul today. As long as she is in court, Seigaku will definitely lose. Chen Fan followed Ryūzaki Sakura's words, said a few words casually, and continued. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all. Because he told Kite to release the water on purpose for the first 2 balls. Advertisement. The purpose is to make Ryūzaki Sumire happy first. As the saying goes, giving a person hope and then making him despair is more cruel than directly making him despair. And Chen Fan is now heading towards the title of Torture Master. Start, the 3rd ball will be different. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Kite turned to look at him, Chen Fan nodded. Kite on the court smiled when he saw the boss beckoning. It's finally time to start. I thought the bonus was going to leave me. Kite thought with a smile on his lips. Now. Fuji on the opposite side serves again. The tennis ball is the same as the 2 balls just now, and disappears again after hitting the ground. This time, however, Kite didn't panic in the slightest. Swish! Swing the racket and empty the air. The tennis ball appears to Kite's rear left. Give up, you can't get it. Fuji smiled slightly, turned his head confidently, and walked straight to the baseline, ready to continue serving and win his own serve round. However, the next second, boom! A yellow beam of light flicked past Fuji's feet and landed at the baseline. 15:30. The referee's voice sounded. Fuji's feet stopped immediately, and he froze in place. Then he turned around abruptly. Kite was already standing at the baseline with a smile on his face and beckoning to him. How come? How did he catch this ball? The speed of movement is faster than the speed of the ball. I was still on the field in the last second, and appeared in the baseline position almost instantly. Fuji was taken aback, surprised. Everyone was frightened by Kite's weird move. Next, start to fight back. Are you ready? Kite smiled at Fuji. Boom. Advertisement. 30:30. Boom. 40:30. Boom. 1-0, Kite Eshiro. In a blink of an eye, Kite counterattacked one after another, hitting all the disappeared serve back. The situation suddenly reversed. What a disappearing serve, the ball just doesn't disappear. Kite said slowly. Relying on the unique secret technique full image reduction method, coupled with the strategy post written by Chen Fan, he was able to catch the ball Fuji hit any corner and hit it back. There is no way he will lose this game. But for the first time to work, not only to win, but also to win beautifully. Kite's eyes lit up. Next, it's Kite's turn to serve. Swish. Same pose. Same trick. The same cut serve. This familiar scene made Fuji on the opposite side unbelievable. No way. Boom. Fuji just finished speaking. The tennis ball hits the ground and disappears. Kite really sends out the disappearing serve. 15-0. The referee raised his hand to indicate the score. Immediately afterwards, an incredible scene happened. Kite was in the next game. Successively used Fuji's brown bear, swallow return, and white whale. Pull the score apart at once. Under his offensive, the genius Fuji couldn't even score a point. The audience on the sidelines has already boiled. He even can play Fuji, the disappearing serve. Damn it! You can even return 3 kinds of balls. It must be the credit of that post. Buy it. If you can learn the 3 return balls of the genius Fuji, it will be blood money. Mom. The tennis intern next door who has been playing for 2.5 years bought that post, and I want to buy it too. Buy it. You have to buy it even if you want to sell it. Is there anyone who can make an order? Let's watch together. I don't have that much money. I. Almost instantly, Chen Fan's Fuji Seisuk ball skill analysis post is like a martial arts cheat book in the rivers and lakes, causing people to buy it. It's like everyone in the world has a sunflower book. If you don't learn it, others will learn it, and if they learn it, they will bully you and force you to learn it too. Chen Fan's move has a faint tendency to involve the tennis world. Chapter 25. Ding! 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 At the pavilion, Chen Fan's cell phone kept vibrating. Take it out and have a look. Chen Fan's eyebrows jumped wildly, and his breathing suddenly became short of breath. I spent 100,000 Sakura coins to buy your post for the ball madness. Tezuka, I love you. Spend 100,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. Unknown tennis player spends 100,000 Sakura coins to buy your post. Blah blah. One opened the tennis forum. A series of sound effects of gold coins falling into the bag came from the phone. And the phone keeps vibrating. Represents that there are still people who keep buying posts. Chen Fan glanced at the approximate account balance. In just a few minutes, the account increased by 5 million. And this number is still increasing. Cent. 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 Kite. Well done. This wave of publicity in disguise, I just fell in love with it. What is dedication? This is dedication. With joy in his heart, Chen Fan looked at Kite, who was beating Fuji on the court with stars in his eyes. Just a few short minutes. The disguised income that Kite brought him is already enough for Kite's salary for 1 year. What a sensible employee, he actually knows how to earn wages for himself. Which boss can't be moved to tears after seeing it? Chen Fan felt emotional in his heart. He reached out and rubbed his eyes forcibly. Slightly dry. Feng Dai Tai, dry your tears. Go back and give Kite more bonuses, and give him an outstanding employee award. While he was delighted, Chen Fan did not forget to plan some benefits for Kite. After all, he is not a black-hearted boss. The benefits that should be given should still be given. This wave of bonuses should be given to him 50,000 yuan. If there is too much, I am afraid that he will not be able to spend it all, which will affect his values. Now, standing next to Chen Fan, Ryūzaki Sumire saw that Fuji on the court fell behind by a large score and was beaten helplessly. For some reason, she still felt a burst of joy. Senior Fuji, I'm about to lose, why am I getting happier? No, I cannot. I'm definitely not happy because I'm going to lose to Senior Chen Fan. I'm going out to play with my senior tomorrow. Ryūzaki Sakura secretly glanced at Chen Fan, her heart beat faster. To be honest, whether the Seigaku tennis club wins or loses has nothing to do with her. Tomorrow, I will take Senior Chen Fan out. What kind of dress should I wear? Will he like my ponytail? Advertisement. Ryūzaki Sakura lowered her head, her face flushed. The sprouting of the girl's heart was out of control. Boom! A serve like a cannonball directly knocked Fuji's racket into the air. It landed on the field, branding a black ball mark. Big explosion. Kite opened his mouth lightly. Competition is over. 6-0. Kite Eshiro. The total score is 3-1. Congratulations to St. Rudolph College for winning this game. The referee's broadcast sounded. St. Rudolph's strong cheers sounded at the scene. Win! Win! We beat Seigaku! St. Rudolph defeated Seigaku. 3-1. We won! St. Rudolph's cheerleaders yelled like crazy. Even Fuji Yuta hugged Guan Yu excitedly and shouted. Guan Yu! Won! Won! We really won Seigaku! Too strong! That tennis mercenary you hired! Really too strong! Nonsense! 200,000! Can you be strong? Guan Yu couldn't help complaining. At the moment of winning the game, he has already transferred the remaining balance to Chen Fan. Now, his pockets are cleaner than his face. Won the game. Lost money. But at least they won. Money can be owned again, but the game cannot be repeated. After all, this is the first time their St. Rudolph has won against Seigaku. It's a great milestone. Guan Yu! You have brought the St. Rudolph Tennis Club to a new level. Too strong. Fuji Yuta couldn't help giving Guan Yu a thumbs up. It's not me who is strong, but money. Guan Yu was quite helpless in his heart, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Yes indeed. I took St. Rudolph's Tennis Club to a whole new level. You can ask the principal to get the money. Guan Yu slapped his thigh excitedly, and almost forgot about it. Advertisement. The tennis club won the game and can ask the principal to get money. Yesterday the baseball club won the top 8 in the country and there was no bonus. How do you get the money? Fuji Yuta's eyes widened suddenly, his face full of surprise. I saw Guan Yu took out his mobile phone. I found the number of the remark principal and dialed the phone. Hey! Dad! The tennis club beat Seigaku. Hurry up and send me money. Fuji Yuta! Is the school your home? That's all right. On court. Fuji looked bewildered. He never thought that he would lose so thoroughly. The opponent's strength, skill, and speed are all far above him. Although among them, his skills and style of play were seen through and studied, which was the main reason for his fiasco. But Kite's uncanny footwork, which can appear everywhere on the court, is also enough to allow him to return all the balls Fuji hits to the corners and be invincible. Over time, Fuji's mentality changed and he couldn't calm down, leading to the loss of the final game without any suspense. Ashamed. Shame. Difficult to recover. Fuji had mixed feelings in his heart, and he was very twisted. Among the surrounding discussions, the word genius could be faintly heard. This word, which was originally used to praise him, has become especially harsh now. Fuji stood up. He looked at Kite without saying a word. He is not someone who can afford to lose. On the contrary, losing the game is actually a good thing for him now. At least he understands that if he completely discards the title of genius, he may be able to usher in a greater breakthrough. I have been carrying the word genius for a long time, so tired. Perhaps. Chen Fan understood the uselessness of genius a year ago, so he didn't care about the title of genius on him. It's too late for me to understand. Fuji thought to himself, turned his head, and left the court without saying a word. Kikumaru, Fuji. Momoshiro Takeshi, Fuji-senpai, it must be hard right now. Inui Sadaharu, Fuji is not the kind of person who loses a game and then gets depressed. What's more, he has not won the game against Tezuka in the past. He will come back. Hear Inui Sadaharu say this. Several members of the Seigaku school team were relieved. And the other side. Advertisement. Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting alone on the coach's bench, looked livid. Lost. Lost again. Even Fuji lost. Ryūzaki Sumire clenched her fists tightly, very unwilling. It's all because of that strategy post. If there is no strategy post, how could Ekizen and Fuji lose? Ryūzaki Sumire became more and more unwilling. She stood up and loudly questioned Kite, who was about to leave. Who the hell are you? Why target Seigaku? What are you writing those posts for? The surroundings of the court suddenly became quiet. The audience around turned their gazes into the net court. Many media reporters also smelled the hot air, and picked up walkie-talkies and recording pens one after another. Okay. Kite was stopped by Ryūzaki Sumire's questioning, and stopped. He was anxious to go back to get the bonus. Now being stopped by Sumire Ryūzaki, I remembered that my ad hadn't been launched yet. Who am I? I'm just a laborer. The boss pays me, so I will do whatever I am asked to do. Why do you deal with you? That's the boss's business. I don't deserve to ask more questions. Also, I didn't write that post. I can't write such a detailed analysis post. I'm just a poor worker. Professional tennis mercenary team, employee number 1. Advertise here. Those who want to use tennis for revenge, those who are looking for a partner, those who want to be abused, or those who have difficulty in playing skills and want to seek guidance, can contact our boss on the tennis forum, ID Nara 42 Shotgun Ferry. If there are big projects at the same time, such as Bayo National Championship, Kanto Championship, etc., we will also take over, and you can contact us if you need it. Professional team, honest employment. Please look for Nara 42 Shotgun Ferry. Finished. Kite was about to turn around and leave. A-hole. Targeting us Seigaku, you want to just leave. Kaido Kaoru let out angrily. With the gaze of Ryūzaki Sumire, she hit a tennis ball in Kite's face. Kite's body flashed. Snapped. He held the tennis ball firmly in his hands, and his gaze was fixed with a trace of ruthlessness. I advise you not to act rashly. I'm learning ancient martial arts, so it's not a problem for you to hit 10. If the boss didn't tell me not to do it outside, it would affect my reputation. Before you changed it, you were already in the hospital. After Kite finished speaking, he threw the tennis ball on the ground and left without looking back. The reporter quickly picked up the camera to take a snapshot, but only his back was captured. After he left, fry pans around. FK. Did you hear that? That kite is just an employee. Isn't he Nara 42 shotgun fairy? I'm so happy for a long time. It's so mysterious. Tennis Employment Company. The employees are so strong, and the boss is so scary. Seigaku was actually targeted by them, tisk tisk tisk, sad. So Seigaku was really unlucky, he lost both matches because of tennis mercenaries. This is obviously a deliberate target. Whoever fights Seigaku in the future will definitely earn blood. Suddenly, I feel that if I meet Seigaku, it's not so scary. Tennis mercenary, who is the boss? Chapter 26. For a while, the two real identities of Nara 42 shotgun fairy and tennis mercenary boss aroused speculation. Some people think that he is a retired professional tennis player, re-employment. Some people think that he is an in-service coach of a well-known tennis school and has a problem with Seigaku. Others believe that he is a super talented boy who has never appeared in an official game. Certainly. Among the conjectures, more people still believe that he is a retired professional tennis player. After Kite left the court, many viewers frantically inquired about Kite's news. Ryūzaki Sumire looked ugly, stood up, and led Seigaku's people out of the court first. There are 3 reasons. First, I am afraid that reporters will surround me and ask questions that are difficult to step down. After all, Seigaku is a top 4 team in the country. In the team, there are Tezuka Kunimitsu with national strength, Fuji Seiasuke who is known as a genius, the golden combination of Oishi and Kikumaru, and Ekaizen Ryoma, who was hyped by Ryūzaki Sumire as the strongest rookie at that time, and many other strong players. It is a star lineup that is fully equipped to hit the country. And now not only lost to Fudomin Academy in the division preliminaries. In the first game of the Tokyo Metropolitan Conference, he lost again to St. Rudolph College. The star team with many strong players lost to 2 little-known tennis schools. Ryūzaki Sumire knew without even thinking about it, they would definitely put the blame on her as the coach. The questions asked must be very tricky. Make it difficult for her to step down. Second, I am afraid that other members will tell about Chen Fan. In the regional preliminaries, she insisted on letting Ekaizen Ryoma play because of a wrong decision, which led to her losing the game. Since then, members of the tennis club have always believed that Ekaizen Ryoma is the school team that came in through the back door. And Chen Fan was kicked out because Ekaizen Ryoma wanted to enter the school team. This time Ekaizen Ryoma lost again. I am afraid that many old Seigaku Tennis Club members have compared Ekaizen Ryoma with Chen Fan. When the time comes to pull out Chen Fan, Ryūzaki Sumire will definitely be pushed to the forefront. Third, lose face. If you lose, the non-seed of Fudomin Academy can find excuses and reasons, saying that Fuji and Tezuka are not at work. Now in the Tokyo Metropolitan Conference, he lost to St. Rudolph in the first game. And both schools have designated common ground, no coaches. Whether it is Fudomin or St. Rudolph, the captain is the coach. And win both games. Doesn't this mean that the coach is useless? Anyway, Ryūzaki Sumire is also experienced among the tennis coaches around her, one of the best seniors. Samurai Ekaizen Nanjiro's trainer. Seigaku Tezuka, coach of the talented Fuji. These few names are enough for her to cheat in the coaching circle. If the matter of losing the game this time is brought to her head, and it was widely reported by reporters, where to put her old face. It was precisely because of these points that Ryūzaki Sumire wanted to leave in a hurry. The other side. At the pavilion. Senior Chen Fan, my grandma and the others are leaving, and I have to go too. Ryūzaki Sumire said with an apology on his face. Chen Fan lowered his head and glanced at Ryūzaki Sumire. Eyes on each other. Ryūzaki Sumire face turned red instantly. Don't forget to take me to play tomorrow. I know. I know. Advertisement. By the way, don't mention me in front of your grandma in the future, and don't say that you have seen me. Why? Senpai, don't you want to go back to the Seigaku school team? Ryūzaki Sakura was suddenly puzzled. Originally, she wanted to go back and talk to her grandma so that Chen Fan could return to the tennis school team. Go back? Don't tell your grandma about this, don't want to say a word. Chen Fan was shocked when he heard this. Well done my FG tennis mercenaries. Also making a fortune sniping Seigaku. Don't make trouble for labor and management, hey. I counted my fate. I was destined to have a fight with your grandma. I definitely can't go back to the school team. If I go back to the school team, your grandma will die. What? Ryūzaki Sakura was shocked when she heard Chen Fan's words. Reminiscent of Chen Fan's ability to predict that Fuji-senpai would lose just now, Ryūzaki Sakura really believes that Chen Fan will be able to tell fortunes. Then, that's fine. Ryūzaki Sakura nodded and agreed to Chen Fan. Then hurriedly turned and left. After she left, Chen Fan didn't stay too long, and walked into the hidden grove next to the competition field. He stood under the third tree and waited. A cool wind blows. There was a rattling sound in the grove. Kite, don't keep showing up behind me with the shrink method, we are tennis mercenaries, not haunted house NPCs. Yes. Kite's voice came from behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned his head, Kite standard employee standing posture. You did a good job this time. You are so professional in your first job. I believe you will become an excellent employee. Chen Fan patted Kite on the shoulder solemnly with an expression that I liked you. It immediately made Kite feel that he was valued. It should be, the boss's words must be kept in mind and carried out to the end. Kite straightened his body, and his tone was slightly excited. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat, and his tone became more formal. Excellent performance and good contribution to the team in the first assignment in view of staff Kite. Chen Fan decided to award this employee with a certificate of excellence. I hope other employees follow Kite's example. Everyone applauds and encourages. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he glanced at Kite. Boss, there are only 2 of us. Kite reminded. Advertisement. There will be in the future. Take a formality. There must be a sense of ritual, corporate culture. Chen Fan glared at Kite and coughed twice. Everyone applauds and encourages. Crack clap clap. Kite clapped his hands alone. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took out a folded A4 paper from his pocket. This is the certificate of excellence for employees that Ryūzaki Sakura simply drew in the pavilion just now. On the top, 2 small red flowers are simply drawn with a red marker. Then Chen Fan wrote the crooked words excellent employee by himself. It looks like a masterpiece of genius who didn't graduate kindergarten. Kite was taken aback when he saw the certificate. Then he accepted the award with a dazed face. In my heart, I look forward to the bonus even more. Immediately afterwards, under his expectant eyes, Chen Fan took out a large envelope from his pocket, which was stuffed bulgingly. When Kite saw the envelope, his eyes widened. So thick. Bonus. My bonus. Kite's tone became a little hurried. Although before he signed the contract, Chen Fan had already patted 100,000 cherry blossom coins in front of him. But after he saw the money, he still couldn't help being excited. Take it easy. Don't make it look like we've never seen money. We are a professional team. Chen Fan noticed Kite's micro-movements and facial expressions, and spoke to him. Yes, the boss is right. Kite nodded repeatedly, looking anxiously at the envelope in Chen Fan's hand. Ahem. The originally set bonus is that after you beat Fuji Seisuk 6-0, you can get a bonus of 30,000. But in view of your outstanding performance, my boss decided to add 20,000 to you. Chen Fan patted the envelope, weighed it in his hand, and handed it to Kite after making sure there was nothing too much inside. Thank you, boss. Ecstasy appeared on Kite's face. He took the heavy envelope with both hands, and opened it impatiently. 5 stacks of 1,000 yuan cherry blossom bills lay inside. He could also smell the notes coming from them. New money. Advertisement. Apparently Chen Fan took it out not long ago. Hold the envelope with a slight weight in your hand. Kite has sworn in his heart that he will work for Chen Fan for the rest of his life. The extra 20,000 bonus that Chen Fan gave him has already won his heart and tied his heart firmly. Ding dong. At this moment, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that someone on the tennis forum sent him a private message. It's great, the order came so quickly. It seems that this wave of publicity is well done. Chen Fan said, and clicked on the private chat box. Loyal and strong male contestant Xiao Chun, hello, do you still provide sparring services? Blow kisses. FK. Could this be Shitenhoji's Koharu? Chen Fan panicked inexplicably. But after thinking about it, I don't like that, so why panic? Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, yes, do you need sparring services? Loyal and strong male contestant Xiao Chun, yes, I read the forum post, your number 1 employee Kite, can you practice with me? Rose. Forum post? Chen Fan was taken aback. Cut out the private chat box, and sure enough, I found Kite in many tennis forum posts. There is also information about tennis mercenaries. Many people are guessing who the boss behind Kite is, and other related information posts. No wonder, I thought how could Shitenhoji be so well informed about the existence of Kite? Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, you can provide sparring, but if the journey is far away, you have to reimburse the travel expenses. Loyal and strong male contestant Xiao Chun, no problem, I like the guy wearing glasses very much, you can pay more. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, 300,000 training sessions for employees, 20% of the down payment. Loyal and strong man Xiao Chun, no problem, I will wait for him tomorrow. Ding. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun directly transferred 60,000 Sakura coins. Chen Fan looked at the other party so happily, turned his head and glanced at Kite, his eyes were more complicated than Sufu. Kite, congratulations on making an order. Someone appointed you to be a sparring partner. Real. Kite's eyes lit up immediately. Although it is a salary system, but the boss is so generous, as long as I work hard, the boss will definitely not treat me badly. This is the motivation that Kite is still excited after hearing about the mission. Yes. Tomorrow. The location is Daban. Slabs. Kite was taken aback, with a sad face. Boss, the method of shrinking the ground is not used in this way. If you run to the big board, you will have to break your legs. What are you thinking? Can I treat you badly? Reimbursement of the fare. Thank you, boss. Kite was moved immediately. He is so used to it that he relies on his legs when going out, and just now he thought he had to run to the big board with his own legs. Since I'm going to arrive tomorrow, I'll leave now and arrive earlier to make a good impression on others. After Kite finished speaking, Chen Fan felt a little uncomfortable. I always feel that I owe Kite a lot. After hesitating for a moment, he took out 2 stacks of Sakura coins from his pocket. Here you are, the spiritual compensation this time. I'll give you 50,000 cherry blossom coins when you come back safely. Go. Kite. Chapter 27. Looking at the figure of Kite rushing to the station, Chen Fan seemed to see his shadow not long ago. Can't help shaking his head. Young man, I hope you will still be a teenager when you return. This time, Chen Fan was really afraid that Kite would be frightened, so he ran away overnight with his luggage on his back, and then promised the temptation of there is still 50,000 cherry blossom coins when I come back. Based on Chen Fan's understanding of Kite, even if he has been subjected to inhuman mental torture, for the 50,000 cherry blossom coins, he will crawl back even if he crawls. Sorry Kite, he gave too much. With a little guilt for Kite in his heart, Chen Fan clicked on the backstage of the tennis forum. Because of Kite's perfect game and Chen Fan's strategy post, the number of purchases increased significantly. Even his Fuji strategy post priced at 100,000 Sakura coins has more than 100 people buying it. This made Chen Fan, who had become a pauper because of buying a villa, return to tens of millions of worth. Ding! 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 In the private chat box in the background of the mobile phone, many sparring partners and guidance needs popped up constantly. For a while, Chen Fan's cell phone jingled non-stop. There are still a lot of rich people playing tennis. But Kite has gone to Daban now, let him use the ground reduction method to rush back. An unrealistic idea appeared in Chen Fan's mind. There are too many people chatting privately, and the prices vary. There are as many as 500,000 for a game, and as few as tens of millions for data purchases and revenge service. Chen Fan can only choose a few in principle, the task is easy, and the task of a larger amount. Others have no choice but to give up selectively. He watched the business come to his door helplessly, but he was at his wit's end. Chen Fan's heart was bleeding. Now he wishes he could wake up the system and set up a clone to make money. It seems that we really need to recruit more staff. Without Kite, I have to do everything myself, which is very tiring. Chen Fan sighed lightly. Now he has to write strategy posts to post on the forum, take orders as a training partner, and at the same time take care of the big sponsor Hyotei Academy, which is completely overwhelmed. Fortunately, it's only the Tokyo Metropolitan competition, so Hyotei doesn't need to be too concerned. When it comes to the Kanto competition, the focus of work must be on Hyotei. No one will take orders. Chen Fan felt a headache for no reason. Now recruiting can properly accept some players at the level of the Kanto competition, and lower the threshold a little. Let them take orders for smaller amounts. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and it is acceptable for a small amount of money. But the players at the level of the Kanto competition seem to be hard to find. Chen Fan walked home depressed all the way. After taking a bath, I lay on the sofa and fell asleep quickly. And when he fell asleep... Advertisement. The matter of Seigaku's loss to San Rudolph began to ferment. The next day is Sunday. Youth Academy. Even though it is Sunday, there is no need to come to school day. But there are still many people from the Seigaku Tennis Club, holding the resignation application form in their hands, and came to the coaching room. One after another, resignation applications were stuffed into the coaching room through the crack of the door. Originally, the regular selection members of Seigaku would visit the online court on Sundays. Uncharacteristically today, no one came. Even Ryūzaki Sumire, who was supposed to appear in the coaching room, was able to hide for a day. Stay at home directly on Sunday, behind closed doors. The entire Seigaku Tennis Club became extraordinarily deserted. Ryūzaki University High School. Internet Court. The school team is training in full swing. All members of the club have arrived one by one and are doing running training. The whole Ryūzaki is big, shrouded in a warm atmosphere. This is enough to show that Ryūzaki is determined to win the national 3 consecutive championships this year. Have you heard, Sanada, about the meeting yesterday? Yanagi Renji came to Sanada and asked. The little one is big, is it worth your attention? Renji. Our goal should be on the Kanto competition and the national competition. Before that, focusing on too much information would affect our training. Sanada still had a solemn expression on his face. He didn't pay any attention to what Yanagi Renji said was good. The same is true for other members including Rikai University. They have not paid attention to the fact that other colleges are actively preparing for the Kanto competition. Only Yanagi Renji, who needs to collect data, will pay attention to events below the Kanto competition. Tennis mercenaries show up. Seigaku lost 3-1 to St. Rudolph. Advertisement. Okay. Hearing about Seigaku's yet another loss to an obscure tennis academy, as well as tennis mercenaries, Sanada is intrigued. Tezuka was defeated. No, Seigaku still lost on singles too and Tezuka still didn't have a chance to play. Yanagi Renji shook his head. However, Seigaku's Fuji was defeated by a tennis mercenary named Kite Eshiro. 6-0, no fight back. 6-0. Sanada was also taken aback. Sanada still knows about Seigaku's Tezuka and Fuji. Both of them can be said to be strong players at the national level. Even Sanada thought it was a 50-50 split against Fuji. Even Fuji Seisuke was beaten 6-0, how strong is that Kite Eshiro? Why have you never heard from him? That Kite, do you know the information? Have a problem with Seigaku? No, it's more complicated than you think. Yanagi Renji uttered everything he knew. Sanada's face became more and more shocked. That Kite? Is it just one of the employees? There's someone else behind the scenes. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, don't know who it is. Why is this guy getting more and more mysterious? The more Sanada listened, the more frightened she became. Once things start to ferment, this tennis mercenary team and Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy will definitely become our biggest resistance. It's a good thing he just understands Seigaku's game and the way he plays. Sanada was a little rejoiced. Immediately afterwards, he summoned the school team for the main election and ordered them not to use their skills and tricks outside. At the same time, he asked Yanagi Renji to pay attention to the follow-up trends before continuing to train. The other side. Ekaizen home. Advertisement. Ekaizen Ryoma was teasing her cat, Karaban, with a dejected look on her face. Ekaizen Nanjiro, wearing a black monk's robe, is lying on the corridor, holding a newspaper in his hand. Hey, Ryoma, why are you so lethargic? Does your club have no activities on Sunday? Ekaizen Nanjiro pretended to be indifferent and asked. There are no club activities today, and the event has been cancelled. Ekaizen Ryoma said listlessly. The club activities have been cancelled? It's really rare. Ekaizen Nanjiro was even more puzzled after hearing this. On weekdays, Seigaku will go to club activities together every Sunday, and then Ekaizen Nanjiro will stay at home alone, and then live a two-person world with his wife. Suddenly Ekaizen Ryoma also stayed at home today, somewhat uncomfortable. Okay, why cancel club activities? Aren't you reading the newspaper? Because we lost the game yesterday, everyone is very depressed, so today we decided to rest at home for a day. What? Lost? Ekaizen Nanjiro was taken aback for a moment. He quickly opened the newspaper in his hand, dropping out the sexy photo book that was sandwiched inside. The newspaper in his hand was just a disguise, he didn't read it at all. Now after hearing Ekaizen Ryoma's words, he looked seriously. Losing to St. Rudolph. Tennis mercenaries. There is such a novel profession now, it's scary for young people. Why didn't I think of it at the time? Ekaizen Nanjiro shook his head. Looking at Ekaizen Ryoma who has been staying at home, he was a little anxious. Rinko is waiting for me in the room. The two of us once a week, this kid stays at home all the time, it's not good at all. Think here. Ekaizen Nanjiro couldn't help but speak. Ah, Ryoma. If you have a rare day off, it's better to go for a walk. No. Ryūzaki Sumire's granddaughter, she is very interesting to you, why don't you take the initiative to ask her out? Then I'll give her a call. Stinky boy, what are you calling? Go out and find her, go to her house and ask her out. That's it. Egged on by Ekizen Nanjiro. Ekizen Ryoma walked out of the house and walked in the direction of Ryūzaki's house. The other side. On the bustling entertainment street, Ryūzaki Sakura is wearing a black short skirt, paired with a pink top, and tied 2 cute ponytails, standing next to the Panma line at the entrance of the street. After seeing that familiar figure, he immediately smiled and waved at him. Senior Chen Fan. This way. Chapter 28. A whole day. Chen Fan ate and drank with Ryūzaki Sakura, playing from the street to the end of the street. When playing to the end of the street, Chen Fan can clearly feel that Ryūzaki Sakura has completely let go. Senior Chen Fan, this way. This is what I just said. Ryūzaki Sakura pointed to a tennis training room. Chen Fan looked up and was speechless immediately. Secretly scolded Ekizen Ryoma for hanging silk. Bringing a girl to the tennis training room, wouldn't it be the same as taking a girl to an internet cafe in the previous life to watch him play games? Senior, Ryoma is amazing. The number 1 record here is him. Ryūzaki Sakura looked excited. Okay. This sentence directly aroused Chen Fan's competitive spirit. Go. I'll take you to break his record. Talking. Chen Fan directly grabbed Ryūzaki Sakura's hand and wanted to go to the tennis training room above. Hand. Senior Chen Fan held my hand. My heart is beating so fast. I can hardly breathe. The two of us seem to be, like dating. Ryūzaki Sakura's face flushed, spreading to the upper ears. Looking at the firm and powerful palm, I felt an inexplicable sense of security. Tennis training room. Ekizen Ryoma was driving the machine with a depressed face. He originally planned to go to Ryūzaki Sakura to go out to relax, but when he arrived at Ryūzaki's house, he was told by Ryūzaki Sumire that Ryūzaki Sakura dressed up and went out early in the morning. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to go home. Who knows, when I got home, I ran into my parents. He immediately picked up his tennis bag on tiptoe, and went out as if fleeing. In order to eliminate the scene in his mind just now, he chose to vent in the tennis training room. However, the second he finished turning on the machine, he froze. I saw the leaderboard on the electronic screen at the front desk. His own name has been brushed down. A new record was set. Chen Fan, 83 balls. 83 balls. Chen Fan. Ekizen Ryoma rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe it, for fear of making a mistake. However, the message Chen Fan, 83 balls was indeed written on the screen. Chen Fan? Probably just the same name. Advertisement. Leaderboards in the tennis training room. It is the speed of the ball received from the tennis ball launcher in 1 minute of statistics. A tennis ball launcher will contain 100 tennis balls. For normal people, they would set the machine to fire one every 5 seconds. That is to say, all hits in 1 minute, at most 12. And Ekizen Ryoma set it to fire one every 2 seconds. It's already extremely fast. His record is 30 per minute. Even if the machine is adjusted to 1 per second, it can hit up to 60 per minute, right? How is it possible to achieve 83 per minute? And catch a ball in a second, is it really a human? Can you react? Ekizen Ryoma looked more and more frightened. Hastily walked towards the court in the tennis training room. Dragon. Ryūzaki. Ekizen Ryoma was stunned when he saw Ryūzaki Sakura outside the court. Dragon. Ryoma. When Ryūzaki Sakura heard the voice and looked back, seeing that it was Ekizen Ryoma, she immediately felt guilty, as if she had been caught cheating. Coach Ryūzaki told you to come here and find me. Ekizen Ryoma said as a matter of course. After all, he brought Ryūzaki Sakura to this place before. Otherwise, Ryūzaki Sakura is alone, with such poor tennis skills, it is impossible to come to the tennis training room to practice. Oh, you kindly bought me a drink, thank you. Ekaizen Ryoma saw the 2 bottles of drinks in Ryūzaki Sakurano's hand and said, "Ah, this." Ryūzaki Sakura didn't know how to answer immediately, so he could only hand one of the unopened bottles of soda to Ekaizen Ryoma. Snapped. Ekaizen Ryoma unceremoniously opened the soda, raised his head and took a sip. The moment he looked up, he saw the figure in the court. That person, the back looks a little familiar, as if he's seen it somewhere before. Soon, Ekaizen Ryoma was attracted by Chen Fan in the court. Advertisement. I saw Chen Fan backhand the racket, and the 2 machines in front of him fired tennis balls at him at the same time. And the launch time intervals of the 2 tennis ball transmitters are different. One server serves 1 ball per second. One server serves 1 ball in 2 seconds. As for Chen Fan inside, he didn't have any difficulties at all, and hit all the flying balls back with ease. Using 2 machines. And the launch intervals are different. What a strong reaction ability! Ekaizen Ryoma's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Chen Fan in the court. Boom! Hit the last ball. The system sound in the net court is broadcast again. Congratulations, breaking the record again. Your record is 102 goals in 1 minute. 102 balls. Ekaizen Ryoma's pupils shrank suddenly. It seems to have heard some terrible news. Yo, isn't this Ekaizen? The finished Chen Fan walked out from the court, just in time to see Ekaizen Ryoma at the door. It's you. That ordinary tennis fan. Only then did Ekaizen Ryoma remember Chen Fan. My heart was shocked. At this time, the attentive Chen Fan also saw the drink in Ekaizen Ryoma's hand. It was what Ryūzaki Sakurano had just bought for him. Ryūzaki Sakurano, who was watching from the side, secretly pointed to the drink in Ekaizen Ryoma's hand, and looked at Chen Fan with a guilty face. Instantly understood. Ekaizen Ryoma's self-righteousness strikes again. Treated the drink that Ryūzaki Sakurano bought for him as if it was for him. Ever since. Advertisement. Chen Fan decided to teach Ekaizen Ryoma a lesson. Ekaizen, are you here to play tennis by yourself? Chen Fan said with a smile. Ekaizen Ryoma turned his head and glanced at Ryūzaki Sakurano, and nodded, that's right. Then you play, my girlfriend and I went shopping. Girlfriend. When Chen Fan said this, both Ekaizen Ryoma and Ryūzaki Sakura were stunned. I saw Chen Fan walking straight towards Ryūzaki Sakurano, and took her little hand. Sorry, Ekaizen. Sakura is ignorant. I didn't know you were coming, so I only bought 2 bottles of drinks. Then I'll give you the drink. We'll just have a bottle for the 2 of us. As Chen Fan said, he picked up the drink in Ryūzaki Sakurano's hand. Sharing the same straw with Ryūzaki Sakurano. There was even a faint trace of lipstick on the straw. See this scene. Ryūzaki Sakura's eyes widened, and his heart was pounding wildly. Senior Chen Fan, you actually use the same straw as me. And even said I was his girlfriend. The more Ryūzaki Sakura thought about it, the more shy she became, and her body naturally leaned closer to Chen Fan's arm. Then Ekaizen, you can continue to play, and Sakura and I will leave first. By the way, I'm really sorry that I accidentally broke your record. Finished. Chen Fan took Ryūzaki Sakurano's hand and turned to leave. Ekaizen Ryoma is left messy alone with a drink in one hand and a racket in the other. Girlfriend. Ekaizen Ryoma felt an inexplicable sourness in his heart. Especially when he saw Ryūzaki Sakurano sharing a straw with Chen Fan, he felt sour all over. He glanced at the drink in his hand. Ekaizen Ryoma is very unpleasant. Damn. This BD. Didn't it just break a record? If I were the same age as you, I would definitely be stronger than you. Ekaizen Ryoma looked dissatisfied. With all kinds of emotions, he walked into the court. Just when he was about to vent all his emotions on tennis. He just noticed a black ball mark on the court. He walked over. I watched it for a long time. Then the pupils suddenly widened as if they were frightened. That guy, with such a high ball speed, hit all parts of the ball to one point without any mistakes. Chapter 29. The End of the Street. Chen Fan held Ryūzaki Sumire hand and stood on the street. People come and go on the street. The two of them were like an inconspicuous young couple in the crowd, and they didn't attract the attention of others. Silence. Holding hands, standing on the street. The sun was setting slowly. Dye the sky a fiery red. The shadow of the street was stretched, but the two still didn't speak. Quietly watching the flow of people passing through the street, Ryūzaki Sumire secretly looked at Chen Fan from the corner of her eye. The setting sun hits Chen Fan's three-dimensional facial features and perfect jawline. All of a sudden, Ryūzaki Sumire was stunned. Time seems to stand still. I do not know how long it has been. Does it look good? Chen Fan's voice suddenly sounded. Only then did Ryūzaki Sumire react, and quickly took a step back like a frightened bunny, and her little hand broke free from Chen Fan's palm. Yes. I'm sorry, senior. Ryūzaki Sumire apologized for her rude behavior. Don't be so apologetic. If you like to look at it, just look at it more. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth, and he bent down. The face was close to Ryūzaki Sumire eyes. Ryūzaki Sumire eyes widened and her breathing became easier. The distance between the two faces was less than 20 centimeters. My heart seems to be beating faster. Chen Fan said with a smile. Ryūzaki Sumire face was so red that it was about to bleed. This little girl is too easily tempted. Chen Fan could clearly feel that Ryūzaki Sumire was about to fall. Worried that he was overplaying, he straightened up. Thank you for taking me to play for a day today, Sakura. Chen Fan thanked. No. Where? Senior Chen Fan took me to play. Ryūzaki Sumire quickly waved his hand. Down all day. Chen Fan not only took her to karaoke to sing, went to the cinema to watch romance movies, and went to the chess and card room to teach her how to play chess and billiards. I also bought her delicious food such as ice cream, octopus balls, matcha cakes, etc. And Chen Fan pays for the whole process. This has made her very embarrassed. Snapped. I haven't waited for her to finish thanking. Chen Fan held up her right hand and put a cherry hair tie around her wrist. This is a thank you gift for you. I won't take you home. Finished. Chen Fan turned his head and left without a trace of nostalgia. If you didn't send her home, you should be able to deduct a lot of points in her heart. This little girl probably won't really play with me. Chen Fan left on his own, talking while walking. Ryūzaki Sumire is still too young. After getting along with her for a day, Chen Fan found that she was too innocent. If he really did something to Ryūzaki Sumire, Chen Fan still felt that he would easily feel guilty. Although Chen Fan's body is only 2 years older than Ryūzaki Sumire. Advertisement. But after all, as a human being in 2 lives, there is still a hurdle in his heart. What's more, I have done a good job with Eikaizen Ryoma today, so I should accept it as soon as it is good. If you take it too seriously, you lose. Chen Fan's heart is as transparent as a mirror. But what he doesn't know is that Ryūzaki Sumire is the easiest to fall into at an age that is ignorant of feelings. Senior. Looking at the back of Chen Fan leaving, Ryūzaki Sumire tightly held the string of cherry hairbands worth 100 Sakura coins that Chen Fan gave him. Walking alone in the street. The bustling streets also began to gradually become deserted. Chen Fan took out his mobile phone, looked at the private messages in the backstage of the tennis forum that kept ringing, and let out a long sigh. The headache problem has not been resolved. Tisk, I played all day. I still haven't figured out where to recruit people. Chen Fan let out a long sigh. The Kanto competition will start next Saturday. That means I'll be busy at Hyotei starting tomorrow, Monday. The time to recruit is running out. I don't know if Kite will come back tonight. Unknowingly, the sun had completely set and the moon appeared in the sky. The sky is full of stars. It made the originally deserted and remote streets a little more lonely. Chen Fan is still walking. Suddenly, Akin drew a perfect parabola in the air, and landed precisely in the trash can in front of Chen Fan. Lucky, really lucky. A voice came from the side. Chen Fan followed the voice and looked across the street. A man with orange bangs, black earphones, and pure white sportswear was looking at Chen Fan with a smile on his face. Sengoku Kiyosumi. Chen Fan recognized the man opposite at a glance. A third-year member of Yamabuki Middle School Tennis Club. Sengoku Kiyosumi, known by some as the 1,000 Stones of Fortune. Yamabuki Middle School. Seigaku's opponent in the next match. In addition to Kyunchi, there is also the monster Akutsu in the team. Why, almost forgot about them. After Chen Fan saw Kyunchi, he finally remembered Akutsu. If you can recruit Yajujin, it will definitely be worth it. Talking. With excitement in his heart, Chen Fan walked towards Kyunchi. And Kyunchi didn't leave, as if he was waiting for Chen Fan. Advertisement. Fuji Yumiko, Fuji's older sister, S divination book says that good luck will happen if you go out for a night run with black earphones tonight. It should be referring to this person. Kyunchi stuck out his tongue happily. When the two met and talked, Chen Fan did not beat around the bush. Directly inquired about Yakutsu's whereabouts. 10 minutes later. The conversation is over. When parting, Qianxi stopped Chen Fan. What do you want to tell me? According to the divination book, I got the last words from a stranger today, so that good luck can last until tomorrow. Qianxi's words instantly made Chen Fan understand. This Kyunchi is an out-and-out divination fan. Most of his actions will be carried out according to the divination book. The encounter and conversation between the two of them were all based on the content of the divination book by Kyunchi. What time do you exercise? What time to stop for water? It is an accident composed of various factors such as whether to talk to a stranger after meeting him or not. After hearing Qianxi's description, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Fate is a ring. Then let me give you a message. Tonight at 10 o'clock, open the tennis forum and buy the new post from Nara 42 Shotgun Ferry. Okay. After speaking, the two smiled and left. This series of behaviors was as weird as if they had known each other for a long time. The profiteer Chen Fan, in the last sentence, is all about making money. Night. Chen Fan returned to the villa. Tomorrow is Yamabuki vs Seigaku. I have to find a way to take Akutsu away. Lucky Kyunchi has money in his family, and he's so lecherous. If this kind of person is recruited, he will definitely be difficult to manage and won't work hard. Since he can't help me make money, then I will find a way to make his money. Chen Fan had a dark face and showed a smirk. Crack clap clap. Chen Fan tapped on the keyboard quickly with both hands. Several posts appear on the screen. Seigaku 2nd grade Momo Shiro Takeshi ball skill data analysis. Seigaku 2nd grade Kaido Keiru's game data analysis. Seigaku 3rd grade Kawamura Takashi ball skill data analysis. Analysis of Seigaku 3rd year Inui Sadaharu's ball skills data. The posts of these four people are priced at 50,000 cherry blossom coins each, so it shouldn't be too expensive. It's normal to raise the price after the name is advertised. As a matter of course, Chen Fan raised the price of the strategy analysis post that originally sold 10,000 Sakura coins to 50,000. And then, advertisement. Fingertips fly again. Analysis of Seigaku 3rd year golden combination, Kikumaru Ag, Oishi Wichiro double play. Analysis of the Seigaku gold doubles combination, one person will sell 50,000, and two people pack it together, no matter what, it will cost 120,000 Sakura coins. Chen Fan deleted the 150,000 in the amount, worried that no one would buy it, and changed it to 120,000. Come down with this set. I can earn 320,000. That Kyunchi believes in divination so much, then make good use of it and earn him a fortune. A smirk appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Snapped. Press the enter key to send all the analysis posts of Seigaku and others. The other side. Kyunchi's house. 10 o'clock sharp at night. Qianxi, who came back from running, opened his notebook. According to what Chen Fan said, I logged into the tennis forum. Type Nara 42 shotgun sen in the search box. Snapped. Enter. Page jump. Several paid stickers appeared in front of Kyunchi. Hey? Analyzing posts. Seigaku Inui Sadaharu, Momoshiro Takeshi, golden combination. Qianxi became interested in an instant. Seigaku is their opponent in tomorrow's match, so it's just a good time to get to know them. Snapped. Double-click the mouse. The recharge page pops up on the screen. Crazy? It costs 50,000 Sakura coins to read an analysis post. Qianxi's eyes widened, his perspective was completely refreshed. Purchase. The divination books say to listen to the last person. Otherwise, there will be no luck tomorrow. Thousand stones sounded what Chen Fan said when he was parting. I gritted my teeth. Top up to buy. Clatter. The gold coin loss sound effect sounded. Qianxi decided to buy all the posts and read them slowly. Each article costs 50,000 cherry blossom coins, it's ridiculously expensive. Qianxi complained, double-clicking the mouse in his hand. The sound effect of gold coins losing keeps ringing. Ding! Your balance is insufficient, please recharge. Okay. So fast. It shouldn't be. There should be 200,000 Sakura coins left. Qianxi frowned, and checked the background of the purchase. FK. 100,000 per post. 120,000 per post. Grab money. This luck is too expensive. I'm so touched. You can grab money directly, but you still have to write a post. Chapter 30. Tuko belongs to Tuko. But for the sake of tomorrow's luck, Qianxi still decided to buy this ridiculously expensive post. Then, Qianxi rushed in his only 100,000 cherry blossom coins left. The mouse continues to double-click. Clatter. 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 Every time the system sound effect of the loss of gold coins sounded, Qianxi felt a pain in the flesh. At the same time, Chen Fan's villa. Chen Fan's cell phone kept vibrating. Lucky Kyunchi spends 50,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. Lucky Kyunchi spends 50,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. Lucky Kyunchi spends 100,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. Lucky Kyunchi spends 120,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. In a blink of an eye, Chen Fan's account already has an extra 500,000 Sakura coins. Hehe, this small treasury of Kyunchi is quite abundant. You can even buy posts worth 500,000 yuan. It seems that I still underestimated his financial resources. Chen Fan sighed in his heart about Kyunchi's wealth. A plan suddenly appeared in my heart. Maybe, you can make a lot of money tonight. It seems that there is a loophole that can be exploited. Chen Fan turned his head and unconsciously revealed a bad move. Fingers on the keyboard again. Crack clap clap. One post after another was written by Chen Fan. Analysis of Seigaku Ekaizen Ryoma's new skill Tornado Smash Ball. Seigaku Kawamura Takashi Sprint Wave Ball Analysis. Seigaku Golden Combination, Doubles Lineup Analysis. Seigaku Inui Sadaharu Waterfall Serve Analysis. Soon, several posts appeared specifically to entrap the great injustice Zhong Kyunchi. Chen Fan coolly pressed the enter key. Then picked up the phone screen, waited quietly, and began to read silently. 5s. 4. 3. 2. 1. Ding. Lucky Kyunchi spends 100,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. Lucky Kyunchi spends 100,000 Sakura coins to buy your posts. Advertisement. Lucky 1,000 stones cost. In a blink of an eye, the 4 chapters posted by Chen Fan were tricked into buying. It's done. This Kyunchi is indeed a loyal divination fan. As long as he can do it, he will definitely do it according to the divination book. Let him buy my new post. Chen Fan raised a sinister smile. I can keep writing posts, but he has to keep buying them. As long as the post is posted before 12 o'clock today, he has to buy it. Ha ha ha. Get rich, get rich. Ever since, Chen Fan began to quickly write the post with his fingers. Post after post came out. The mobile phone also kept sending text messages that the post was purchased. At the end of the writing, the current skills of several other Seigaku school teams have been analyzed, and Chen Fan put his mind on Tezuka. Fingers tapped the keyboard quickly. Captain Seigaku, analysis of Tezuka Kunimitsu's zero-style short ball skills. Lucky Kyunchi, I'm sorry, you are destined to be unlucky to meet me today. Lucky for me. Chen Fan showed a villainous smile. Tezuka, national level player, Captain Seigaku. I set the price a little higher, is it reasonable? As Chen Fan said, his fingers pressed the number 0 on the numeric keypad. 500,000 cherry blossom coins. Tezuka skill analysis. Send. After posting it and sending it out, Chen Fan started counting down again. 5 4 3 2 1. Hey? Didn't buy it. Chen Fan was stunned. The other side. Qianxi looked at his small treasury that had been overdrawn, with a sad expression on his face. This guy, did he know something? A deliberate post? What a hell! In just 2 hours, almost 20 posts were posted. The lowest post is 50,000 Sakura coins. A Tezuka zero-style serve post costs a full 500,000 Sakura coins. Advertisement. Crazy. I can't print money that fast. Kyunchi has already collapsed a bit. He couldn't buy the analysis post of zero serve in front of him. But if you don't buy it, your luck will be gone tomorrow. This made him suddenly fall into despair. With the last glimmer of hope, he clicked on the picture frame of Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Ding ding ding. The phone vibrated. Chen Fan took out his phone and looked at it. Someone sent a private chat. Lucky Kyunchi, brother, please stop posting. Post it after 12 o'clock. I can't take it anymore. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, are you out of money? Lucky Kyunchi, it's gone, it's really gone, it's been emptied by you, there's not a single drop left. Run out of money so soon. That doesn't work either. Only a small savings of 5 million Sakura coins. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. It seems that I still overestimated Kyunchi. Still no match for Hyotei's Ado boss. Lucky Kyunchi, brother, can we discuss something? Delete the post, or lend me 500,000 to buy your post. Chen Fan glanced at Qianxi's message, and immediately closed the chat box. If I run out of money, I will talk to you about P. Lucky Kyunchi, brother? Why don't you speak? Lucky Kyunchi, brother? Are you there? I am serious. You can also lend me 500,000 yuan. I'm Sengoku Kiyosumi from Yamabuki Middle School, I promise to pay you back. Lucky Kyunchi, brother, real. Just take care of me. It's really hopeless after 12 o'clock. Help me. Ding. 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 The phone was still vibrating. But at this moment, Chen Fan ignored him directly. Then I made a cup of coffee and waited quietly. Time passed by every minute and every second. Soon. It was 12 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 10 minutes left in the next day. The vibrating sound of the mobile phone is also becoming more and more frequent. Advertisement. Apparently Kyunchi was already impatient. He regards divination as fate, and he is afraid that after 12 o'clock, his luck will disappear. It is because he is lucky enough that he believes in luck enough. Open the private chat box. Take a closer look. Lucky Kyunchi, please, brother. In the last 10 minutes, if you lent me money or deleted the post, I would do anything. Seeing Kyunchi so humble, Chen Fan smiled. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, really? Willing to do anything? Lucky Kyunchi, really? Brother. After seeing this sentence, Chen Fan directly sent the electronic contract that he had already made. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, sign this contract and work for me. I will give you an advance payment of 500,000 cherry blossom coins. Tennis Mercenaries. Qianxi on the other end glanced at the contract and was stunned. I wanted to check it carefully, but when I saw that it was the last 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, I didn't have time to think about it, so I signed the electronic contract immediately. It should be nothing. You still get paid for your part-time job. Qianxi comforted himself, and then sent the electronic contract over. With the 500,000 cherry blossom coins transferred to him by Chen Fan, in the last 10 seconds, he successfully purchased the Dazuka Kunamitsu Zero Style Short Ball Analysis Post. Hey, luck is saved. Qianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Lucky Kyunchi successfully spent 500,000 Sakura coins to purchase your post. Great! 500,000 is back in my pocket. Not only made money, but also got an employee for free. It's so handsome. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing. Now he has to admire his own brain. At first Chen Fan admitted that he only wanted Kyunchi's money. He didn't want to recruit Kyunchi as an employee, because he was not short of money and was difficult to control, and Chen Fan couldn't control it. And when he found out that he could get stuck in a loophole, he had the idea of taking Kyunchi as an employee. Earn Kyunchi's money first. Then make yourself 1,000 stone creditor. After finishing the work, let Kyunchi become his employee and help him make money. My mother is simply a genius. The capitalists have to kneel down and call me daddy. Lucky Kyunchi is really lucky. After meeting him, he became lucky. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more excited he became, and couldn't help dancing. Although Kyunchi's tennis level is not very good, he was able to follow all the way to the World Championship with luck. It's not bad to invite him in as a lucky mascot. In the future, I will let Kyunchi go for the sparring training of tens of thousands of yuan. This guy is a great girl-pleasing guy who can drive word of mouth and repeat customers. Find a chance for him to meet Kite. Chen Fan began to plan the work after Kyunchi suddenly froze. That's right. I almost forgot about Kite. Why hasn't this guy come back after going to Daban? Should be back tonight. Could it be that he was really scared and ran away? Chapter 31. Kite learned from Okinawa Furutake. It should be nothing. If you don't come back tomorrow, call the police. Chen Fan was worried for a while. He didn't even bother to make a phone call, and fell asleep when he was so sleepy. Sleep till dawn. Chen Fan finished his breakfast, packed his tennis bag, and prepared to go to school. Crack! The door opened. Kite lay in the doorway, motionless. Chen Fan was taken aback. Hey! Kite! Wake up! Don't die! I just bought a 50 million villa. Don't die here. My house will become a haunted house. It's depreciated. Chen Fan grabbed Kite's collar and shook it vigorously. However, it shook for a long time. After finding that Kite had just passed out, Chen Fan put it down directly. But he still didn't wake up. Chen Fan leaned close to his ear and spoke softly. Bonuses are being distributed. Next second. Almost when I heard the word bonus, Kite's eyes snapped open and widened. Boss. After seeing Chen Fan, Kite quickly stood up. Only after careful inquiry did I know. Kite's phone ran out of battery last night, and he didn't leave the door open for him when he came in, instead he locked the door behind him. And the house is too big, and the sound insulation effect is too good. No matter what Kite called, no one answered. Had to sleep outside. FK. At 9 o'clock last night, I seemed to be writing a post, and then I was too excited because of Qianxi's matter, so I didn't hear anything at all. Chen Fan felt a little guilty in his heart. But only for a moment. He looked Kite up and down, and wanted to ask about the status of the mission. Okay, Kite, it looks like nothing serious. This time I went to Daban, how about the gold master Xiao Chun I met? Vomit. Here, when Chen Fan asked Xiao Chun, Kite recalled the devil Xiao Chun yesterday, and couldn't help retching. And once he retched, he still couldn't stop. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the body, but there is something wrong with the mind. It's hard for you. Chen Fan somehow felt sorry for Kite. He took out 50,000 Sakura coins from his tennis bag. After Kite took over, it seemed to be getting better. Using money to successfully transfer the memory of Xiao Chun in my mind, the effect is outstanding. Advertisement. Old, boss. Anything is fine. Next time, can you not let me pick up such a guy with a special hobby? Playing a game of tennis with him makes me feel like I'm going crazy. Kite begged bitterly, with a slightly miserable voice. Okay, okay, next time you will not be allowed to go, let others go. Chen Fan also felt guilty watching it, and agreed again and again. Then let Kite go to the room to rest by himself, and hurried to school by himself. Shitenhoji Tennis Club. A coach named Watanabe Osamu, wearing a brown bucket hat and holding a toothpick in his mouth, gathered Shitenhoji's main picks for a meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to have something about tennis mercenaries. How about Xiao Chun? You should have fought against that tennis mercenary named Kite yesterday, right? The silver-haired Shiraishi was the first to ask. Yes, yes. Xiao Chun. That very strong tennis mercenary you mentioned, is he really strong? Kintaro Tuama, with red hair and a leopard print vest, asked while eating his favorite takoyaki. It is said that that guy is very fast. Is he as fast as a speed star with a big board like me? While speaking, Ashitari Kenya quickly snatched a takoyaki from Kintaro Tuama next to him and stuffed it into his mouth with lightning speed. The rest of Chitose Senri, Ishida Jin, and others, although they didn't speak, all looked at Xiao Chun. They were all very curious about how strong the so-called tennis mercenary who played against Xiao Chun yesterday was. After playing against him yesterday, I got a lot of data, and I can probably understand his strength. Next. Xiao Chun told everyone about Kite's data and that Kite was just an employee. Kintaro, the strength of an employee is at the national level? Really, the boss should be very strong, right? Xiao Chun, the boss should not be from the tennis club of his school, otherwise he would represent the school in competitions instead of being a tennis mercenary. Shiraishi, if it's really strong enough, in the national competition, ask them to help us play a match, wouldn't it be? Ishida Jin, I don't think it's necessary. Ashitari Kenya, that's right, Ayun's absolute strength will definitely win the next round, and Xiaojin and Shiraishi, the national competition, we are already safe enough. The rest of the people listened and nodded. Chitose, what do you think? Shiraishi turned aside to Chitose Senri. Hey, I'm the one who wants to quit the tennis club, so don't ask me. Chitose said helplessly. Advertisement. Chitose, I don't agree with you quitting the club when the national competition is approaching. Watanabe on the side spoke. Quit? What a joke. During the national competition, Chitose was the only one who could open one of the 3 gates of Wujodo Oku and confront Tezuka. Letting him go would reduce the odds of winning by 1 point. Shiu, my mentality is no longer suitable for the game, you should know. Chitose looked at Watanabe rather helplessly. After some conversation, Watanabe made a concession. Well, Chitose, I'll give you 2 weeks off. In the past 2 weeks, you can go to Kyoto to have fun, but during the national competition, you have to come back. This is already the biggest concession I've ever made, Chitose. Watanabe looked serious. Okay. Chitose could only nod. Starting tomorrow, I will take a trip to Kyoto and watch the Kanto competition by the way. On the tennis forum, it is said that someone has contracted the championship of the Kanto tournament. I'll go and have a look. By the way, if you have a chance, fight with Tezuka in Kyoto to see if you can open another triple gate of non-self mysteries. Chitose informed everyone in Shitenhoji of her plan. Then I went back to pick up some luggage I wanted to find, and headed to Kyoto. The scene of the Tokyo Metropolitan Games. Yamabuki. Come on. Senior Kyunchi. We must win. Go Seigaku. The cheers around the arena continued to come. Chen Fan slowly walked in from the game entrance. Seigaku's applause is getting less and less. It's almost blurry. As soon as you walk in, Chen Fan could clearly feel that the voices cheering Seigaku gradually decreased. On court. Advertisement. The game between Yamabuki Middle School and Seigaku is going on in the doubles game. The people around watching the game are people from other tennis schools. Tachibana Yoshihei also brought Fudaman Kamio and the others to watch the game. Seigaku played really hard in this game. Everyone knows all the cards. Kamio looked at the suppressed Seigaku and shook his head repeatedly. Last night, Nara 42 shotgun sent a lot of posts in a row, even Tezuka Kunimitsu's zero-style short ball. Ibuya Shenji also echoed from the side. Ju Xing, who heard the conversation between the two, was taken aback for a moment. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible for Tezuka to lose as well? Tangerine Xing couldn't believe it. She didn't go to the tennis forum much, so she was a little slow to know about the things on the tennis forum. But she knew Tezuka's name. If Tezuka is defeated by a little-known little guy in the Metropolitan Conference, that would be the final straw for Seigaku Tennis Club. It will even completely disband the Seigaku net court. No, Tezuka won't be the kind of man who loses easily to stats. Besides, Seigaku must also understand the importance of this game. They're bound to generate some kind of initiative. Tachibana Yoshihei looked at the Seigaku players on the field, and seemed to have confidence in them. Really? In a minute. Look. Seigaku is chasing points. There was an exclamation from someone beside the court. Everyone looked towards the court. Seigaku's doubles 2, Fuji and Kawamura scored quickly. In a blink of an eye, he scored 3 points in a row. With a score of 6-3, they won the doubles 2 game. This sudden reversal of the situation made the players watching the game exclaim in surprise. It is too fast. Before everyone reacted, the game was over. After all, he is a genius Fuji, and it is normal to win the game. Just because Kite won Fuji, it doesn't mean others can win too. Anyway, it is also a strong player at the national level. How can it be so easy to target? After the exclamation, the spectators also reacted. Fuji's strength isn't gone, it's just weakened by the post. Even if you know the content of the post, if you don't have enough strength, it won't help. After all, in addition to information, your own tennis foundation, ball feel, skills, and responsiveness are all very important. Just like a person born with no internal strength, giving you a peerless martial arts book will not help. Soon. Seigaku's doubles are a golden combination of Kikumaru and Oishi. And Tezuka's singles 3, also won smoothly. Without waiting for Sengoku and Akutsu to play, Seigaku won the game with a score of 3-0. But Chen Fan found something tricky. Chapter 32. Ryūzaki Sumire, that damned old woman, really made adjustments to the lineup. This time I know how to arrange Tezuka directly in the singles 3 and end the game steadily. What a long memory! Chen Fan sneered. But this game is still a bit weird. Although with Seigaku's strength, it is normal to win against rookies other than Sengoku and Akutsu. Even if those miscellaneous fish saw those posts, they couldn't play a good role. But after 3 games in total, it was too easy for Seigaku to win. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Sumire Ryūzaki, who was sitting on the coach seat. The current Ryūzaki Sumire, after seeing the victory in the game, has an inadvertent smirk on the corner of her mouth. There are tricks. Absolutely tricky. And it was this Ryūzaki Sumire who did it. Absolutely nothing to do with her. Chen Fan confirmed it immediately. But it's okay to lose. Sengoku and Akutsu both have never lost a game. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it is a professional team. If the news spreads that it has lost a game on a formal occasion, it would be embarrassing. Akutsu. Chen Fan's eyes searched for Yakutsu's figure on the court. Soon, his eyes stopped on a silver-haired, tall, and fierce-looking Yakujin. The purpose of coming this time is for him. As for the match between Yamabuki and Seigaku, even if it was a snipe, it doesn't mean much. Even the game was won by Yamabuki Middle School. With the resignation of Sengoku and Yakutsu, Yamabuki is destined to become an irrelevant weak chicken school. Although Akujin has not joined yet, Chen Fan has already figured out a way. As long as the routine is successfully implemented, Akutsu will definitely be able to join the team. After I have a rough plan in my heart. Chen Fan took out his mobile phone, clicked on Qianxi's private chat box, and sent a message. The other end. Because he was unable to play, Akutsu left the court with a displeased face. It's still a look of going its own way. Seeing this, Chen Fan turned around and left, ready to implement the plan. Ding! Qianxi's cell phone vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it. Really? Coming. Advertisement. After signing the contract, this guy won't let me go easily. Qianxi was crying and mournful, quite helpless. He slowly walked up to an old man with white hair and wrinkled face. This is their Yamabuki Middle School tennis coach, Shia Banata. In his 70s, he is called the Old Man by members of the Yamabuki Tennis Club. With the old man. Oh, it's Qianxi. The boss, who was depressed after losing the game, raised his head. I want to quit the tennis club. That's it. After the old man heard this, his expression was a little lonely, but he was not excited, and was still peaceful. He has coached for so long and has witnessed too many wins and losses. It's too normal to split and combine. Ajijin is gone, are you leaving too? Yes, but it's not because of Akutsu, I found what I need to do at this stage. Qianxi lowered his head and said very sorry. He needs to make money, he needs to work part-time to pay back the loan, but it is impossible to tell his partner Lao Ming about this. Do you still play tennis? Yes, tennis will always be played. Well, that's good. It's a pity that you don't play tennis with your talents, especially Yajujin. He is a rare genius who is rare in 10 years. If you meet him, help me persuade him. It is good. Qianxi nodded. Suddenly remembered something. That's right, old man. From the few games we lost just now, the players are saying that they have a feeling that they have been seen through by Seigaku during the game. Even the ultimate move, the route is analyzed. Seigaku, it is very likely that we scouted our tennis team before the game. You should pay attention to this point. Finished. Qianxi bowed and left the court. Go home and prepare to wait until night, meet at the location provided by Chen Fan. Advertisement. Has there been any scouting of our tennis club? The elder squinted his eyes and looked at Ryūzaki Sumire. It seems that you are indeed pushed, Ryūzaki. The old man is very clear in his heart. What kind of person is Ryūzaki Sumire? When it came time to threaten his own status or interests, Ryūzaki Sumire had more means than many male coaches. This is why Ryūzaki Sumire was able to sit firmly as Seigaku's coach for so many years by virtue of her female identity. However, the old man is already old, and he doesn't want to delve into many things. It is a fact that Yamabuki Middle School lost, and the skills are not as good as others, so there is nothing to say. That's it. Tokyo Metropolitan Conference, Seigaku's last game. Successfully won Yamabuki Middle School. I got the last ticket to advance to the Kanto competition on Saturday. Everyone in the youth academy really breathed a sigh of relief when they got here. On the return bus, the atmosphere in the Seigaku school team became active once again. This time, thanks to Coach Ryūzaki's guidepost. Winning is easier than ever, isn't it, Oishi? Kikumaru said excitedly. Well, the information posts written by Coach Ryūzaki, the collected information and the strategy posts on the tennis forums are not far behind. Oishi nodded. Although our current information is no secret, if we can also know other people's information, then there will be no difference. We can still easily win the game. But Coach Ryūzaki, when you collected the data, you didn't know it at all before. Inui Sadaharu holds a document in his hand. The above are the skills and identity information of the members of Yamabuki Middle School just now. This was distributed to them by Sumire Ryūzaki yesterday afternoon. This is why everyone in Yamabuki today feels that they and others have been thoroughly studied. Humph, as a coach, it's normal to be able to write posts. After all, I have also been a coach for most of my life. That tennis forum strategy post, if I want to write, I can also write a general idea. Ryūzaki Sumire spoke confidently. The rest of Seigaku nodded as well. Advertisement. Indeed. Ryūzaki Sumire has been coaching for so many years, it is normal to be able to write such detailed posts, or collect attention and analyze some data on weekdays. Sumire Ryūzaki glanced at the Seigaku people, seeing that she had dispelled their doubts, she was also relieved. The intelligence department of Ryūzaki Middle School is really powerful. I was able to collect more than half of Yamabuki Middle School's player data in one day. Fortunately, that old man ranked that Yajujin second in the singles. Otherwise, given the unclear information, we really wouldn't be able to win this match without fail. Ryūzaki Sumire also felt nervous when recalling the game just now. If he lost that match just now, Seigaku would not be eligible for the Kanto tournament. And she, Coach Seigaku, will definitely not be able to do it anymore. Precisely because this game is important. Ryūzaki Sumire spent a lot of money to get the strategy post from Ryūzaki Middle School, which specializes in collecting information on other schools. Simultaneously, in order to restore the trust of the members in themselves, falsely claiming that he collected the information for the team. That's why the players praised her in the scene in the car now. Next Saturday is the Kanto competition. During this period, what you all need to do is to develop your own skills, and try to make it known only to yourself, so as to avoid leaking your skills again. In this Kanto competition, we are very likely to meet our old opponent Hyotei again. Absolutely not to be taken lightly. Ryūzaki Sumire paused after saying this, and looked at Tezuka. Tezuka, you should have a good relationship with Hyotei's Atobe, right? Before the Kanto competition this week, let's arrange a friendly match with them. Ryūzaki Sumire's tone revealed that she could not refuse. Tezuka frowned and looked up at Sumire Ryūzaki. To be honest, it's okay to make an appointment for a friendly sparring match, but why is it emphasized before the Kanto competition? Although Tezuka is puzzled, considering the recent downturn of the team, a proper racket is needed to adjust the state. So he nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll talk to Adobe in a few days. Here Tezuka agree. The corners of Ryūzaki Sumire's mouth curled up, and a hint of slyness appeared in her eyes. But this look was quickly hidden by her, and no one noticed. Night. A coffee shop. Chen Fan was sitting by the window, holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. Opposite him, sat a young, beautiful, and charming woman. The two were talking and laughing, as if they had been friends for many years. And in fact, the two of them had only known each other for less than 3 hours. Chen Fan looked at the woman in front of him. Good figure and appearance, excellent image, and temperament. It's not obvious at all that she's a mother. Sitting in front of her was Akutsu's mother, Yuaki. Chapter 33. Aaron, this kid is so annoying. He skips class every day. I'm busy with work, so I can't control him. It's really troublesome for you. Yuaki was apologetic, bowed slightly, and apologized to Chen Fan. Where is it? The injuries on my body are not in the way. It was just lying in the hospital for 2 months. Chen Fan waved his hand, pretending not to care. But the oishi ointment wrapped around his left hand is particularly eye-catching. Now he is playing the role of a second-year junior high school student who was bullied by Akutsu and was injured and hospitalized. Before this, Chen Fan thought of many ways to win over Akutsu. But they were rejected by him one by one. If you want to bring Yajujin into your subordinates, you must not ask for it in person. What Yajuzan hates the most is when someone threatens and orders him. What to say to directly defeat Yajujin, and then convince him. I'm afraid only a fool would do that. Yakutsu has almost no weaknesses of his own. He is not like Kite, who follows the strong and likes money. As for the only weakness, it was Yuaki in front of her, a single mother. Yakutsu is a troubled young man who would strike at the slightest disagreement. I don't know how many people will be beaten in 1 semester. It's perfect to play a student who was once bullied by him. Who can remember? Chen Fan met Kyunchi yesterday and asked him where Akutsu's mother works. This is not. Go to the internet court to confirm that Akutsu went to the game hall after leaving the court and did not return home. Chen Fan hurried to the hospital to have an extra-large plaster cast. Then I got stuck at the intersection where Yajujin's mother got off work, and waited. This is how the scene of the coffee shop came into being. This month's salary has not been paid yet, but you have received the receipt issued by the hospital. I will compensate you as soon as you have money. I'm so sorry. Yuaki saw the oishi ointment on Chen Fan's left hand, and her apology grew stronger. No, auntie, you made a mistake. I'm not here to ask you for medical expenses. Chen Fan shook his head hastily. Joke. My plaster was all messed up in the hospital, where did I get the medical bills? No medical expenses. Yuaki was stunned, not knowing what was going on with the boy in front of her. And Chen Fan started to show off his acting skills. He let out a long sigh and looked sad. Actually, I saw my younger brother's appearance from Ajiajin. He was also a delinquent boy. He knew how to fight every day, and went to the game hall to play steel balls. Chen Fan's tone was sad and his expression was lonely, as if this happened. Your brother? Then your brother. Yuaki didn't know what Chen Fan wanted to express, so she followed his words and asked. Go in. Ah. Yuaki was shocked suddenly. Go in? But your younger brother should be under 16. Oops. Forget about it. The younger brother is young and underage, so he can't get in. Advertisement. Chen Fan panicked inwardly, but quickly rounded it back. Yeah, luckily he's underage, so he went to the juvenile prison. That's it. Yuaki nodded. Seeing that Yuaki believed it, Chen Fan continued. It is precisely because of my brother's lesson from the past that I don't want to see Akutsu go astray. I want to persuade you. Chen Fan observed Yuaki's face while talking. Really? Hearing the story of brother Chen Fan, Yuaki also had a sad face. Poor parents in the world. She also didn't want to see Yujin enter the juvenile prison one day. Oh. I've talked to Ren many times, but it didn't work. Aaron is not interested in studying at all. But I am very good at sports. From childhood to adulthood, I was admitted to the school because of my sports expertise. But he has been interested in every sport for a while, and then stopped playing. Recently, he has played tennis, and he doesn't know how long he can last. Yuaki had a helpless face. Chen Fan listened to it from the sidelines, and understood in his heart. Yajujin is very talented. He can quickly learn every sport, and he can be better than those who have practiced for several years in a month, so he feels boring. Seeing Yuaki mentioning tennis, Chen Fan hastily answered. If academics are not good enough, playing tennis for a long time is fine, isn't it? It's useless. Yuaki shook her head. I know this kid, Ren. He will soon find tennis boring and continue to wander the streets. Then if I have a way to make him play tennis for a long time, would you like it? Of course I would. It would also save me a lot of worry if Ren could fix a sport. That's great. Ms. Yuki, I have an uncle who is the owner of a tennis studio. Let Akutsu go to play tennis with him. Not only can he get a salary, but he can also have social experience and become independent as soon as possible, so he won't be allowed to go out and fool around. What do you think? Seeing that the time was ripe, Chen Fan quickly threw out his real purpose. Yuaki was really satisfied after hearing this, but she still had concerns. If it's possible, of course it's great. I'm afraid that Aren won't go. It's okay. I just need Miss Yuki to play a scene with me. Play? How to cooperate? Chen Fan quickly revealed his plan. We're like this. And then that. Night. Advertisement. Chen Fan Villa. Qian Shi, who was wearing a white sportswear, glanced at the villa. It was found that there was a black light inside. He swallowed nervously. This place looks very luxurious, but it's also a little scary in the dark. Could it be some dark force's lair? Kyunchi couldn't help but think of the scary old mansion in the comics. You're not bad, I was even scarier last time. Suddenly, an inexplicable voice came from behind Kyunchi. Immediately afterwards, Kyunchi's scream pierced the silent night sky. Ah! Kyunchi was terrified, his feet were weak, and he fell to the ground in fright. Looking at the man wearing glasses in front of him, he was terrified. Stop barking, be careful to eat bitter melon for you. Kite propped up his glasses with his hand. After Qian Shi saw that it was a person, he stopped screaming. Come to report, right? Yes, right. Come in, the boss has asked me to wait for you at the door for a long time. Kite said, opened the door, and led Kyunchi into the villa. Hey, what kind of person is the boss? Following Kite, Kyunchi couldn't help asking. From the beginning to the present, Kyunchi felt that his situation was a little dangerous, and there was mystery everywhere. I began to suspect that this boss was the leader of some evil force. Boss, he is a very good person. And it's also very generous. I was paid 300,000 cherry blossom coins a month, and there were bonuses. Kite mentioned Chen Fan with gratitude on his face. 300,000. Kyunchi exclaimed. A lot, right? I was more excited than you when I first heard 300,000. Kite thought that Qian Shi was also intimidated by Chen Fan's generosity. Yes, quite a lot. Kyunchi was ashamed. The impression in my heart of this boss I have never met is -1 again. To know. Just in the past 2 hours yesterday, that unscrupulous boss cheated him of 5 million cherry blossom coins. Advertisement. He was also set up to sign the contract and owed a debt of 500,000 Sakura coins. Why do I feel like my future is dark? Kyunchi's heart faintly collapsed. However, just when he finished saying this sentence, snapped. The lights of the villa came on. Well, now your future looks bright. Chen Fan pressed the light switch with his hand, and looked at Qianqi with a smile on his face. It's you. Kyunchi saw Chen Fan in front of him. I understood right away. Chen Fan is Nara 42 shotgun fairy. What I said to him last night, and the following posts, are all routines. UBD. I'll bite you to death. Because I met Chen Fan. The game is lost. No luck. The money is gone. Now people are gone. I have to work for this BD. No one can stand it. After all, the man in front of him has changed his life. Originally this time, he should lie on his big bed and chat with his cute and pretty sister. Now come to this ghost place and interview for a part-time job. Qianqi became more and more angry as he thought about it. He waved his fist and was about to greet Chen Fan's face. Kite. Escort. Chen Fan took a step back, saw the punch the size of a sandbag, and shouted quickly. The moment Chen Fan encountered danger, snapped. Kite whipped his legs, and directly swept Kyunchi's legs down. Qianqi lost his balance and slipped to the ground. When he still wants to struggle. Chen Fan pushed on one knee, then grabbed Kyunchi's two hands, and pressed them tightly. Dare to do something to the boss, do you want to deduct wages? Chen Fan smiled when he saw that Qianqi had been subdued. Kite is a meritorious escort. Reward 10,000 Sakura coins. Kite's eyes lit up suddenly, thank you boss. Then, Chen Fan set his sights on Qianqi. Qianqi suddenly felt bad. According to Article 8 of the contract, Kyunchi conspired against the boss and deducted 20,000 Sakura coins. Now the cumulative debt is 520,000 Sakura coins. Really? Qianqi gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness popped out from between his teeth. Trader, merchant. Chapter 34. It's really good. I made 10,000 in one fell swoop. Chen Fan said with a mean face. He said it to Kyunchi on purpose. The purpose is to make Kyunchi subdued. This new employee still needs to be trained well. Oh no, teach him a little bit. You profiteer. You will definitely be punished. Retribution? Really? I don't believe it. Chen Fan smiled wildly. What retribution? I bet with the gods every night before going to bed. The big deal is that when you draw bets tonight, use Ryūzaki Sumire for a few years of life. We signed a contract. As Chen Fan said, he took out a contract paper that had just been printed out from his pocket. He pointed to the signature in the lower right corner of the contract with his finger. See? This is your signature. The signature on it is printed and has no legal effect. Qianqi snorted coldly and retorted. Oh? Thank you for your reminder. Chen Fan said, and took out another box of red ink pad. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Under Kyunchi's frightened eyes, he pressed his red thumbprint on it. Snapped. Chen Fan took out the contract again and pointed to the fingerprint on the lower left corner. Here. We signed the contract, and you also stamped the red seal. Kyunchi. Now you can continue to beat me, but you have to deduct money. It's stated in the contract, or you can work for a full year. Or pay back the money. When the money is paid back, our labor contract will be terminated. Now Kite, you can let him go. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he asked Kite to let go of Kyunchi. Maybe it's resignation. Seeing that Kyunchi really didn't do it again. Only then did Chen Fan put down the baseball bat in his hand. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat. I'll pay you next time. Considering your character, you are quite unrestrained, do you choose to work part-time or full-time? There are also part-time jobs. Qianqi's eyes suddenly brightened. I didn't expect this boss to be very humane. Yes, part-time jobs don't need to be on call, you can choose to take orders. Chen Fan explained. Then I'll choose a part-time job. Qianqi said without hesitation. He also plans to set aside time to chat with his lovely sister. For a part-time job, it's like this. How about taking 15 tasks a month and getting a commission of 10,000 for each task? Advertisement. Only 10,000. Qianqi couldn't help being dumbfounded. But he comforted himself inwardly. Anyway, it's a part-time job. I take on 15 tasks a month, which is 150,000 yuan. I can also do 2 days off and 1 day off. It's much easier than that four-eyed boy who works full-time at 300,000 yuan a month. Thinking of this, Qianqi readily accepted. Okay. That's it. After that, Chen Fan put on a different yellow jacket. It is roughly the same as a certain group in the previous life. Those promotional slogans above are not too different from Kite's black uniform, with 2 words part-time job written on the left chest. This is your work uniform, remember to wear it when you go on missions in the future. If you don't wear it once, you will be deducted 50,000 cherry blossom coins. Chen Fan warned. Why is mine different from his? Qianqi couldn't help complaining. He's full-time. Of course the clothes should be more stylish. Chen Fan answered as it should. Okay, part-time job is not human right. Qianqi said, taking his overalls. Without saying much, he pushed open the door and left directly. It can be seen that he is still somewhat resentful. But Chen Fan doesn't care. Anyway, I haven't filled in the date of the contract, so Qianqi is destined to have to work for him. Hired a new employee. Chen Fan began to update the latest tennis mercenary information on the post. This time, he decided to be more professional. After all, he is also a little famous, so it doesn't work if he is too shabby, he loses face. Turn on computer. Fingertips flying. Chen Fan recreated a post. The cover remains the same. The content inside, Chen Fan re-edited. Professional team. Order online. Tennis mercenaries. Fulfill all your unwillingness. P.S. Seigaku does not answer. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Identity, boss. Advertisement. Appearance fee, starting from 1 million cherry blossom coins, no back cover. Good it, almighty. Undertake big projects, including the champion of the Kanto contest, orders have been accepted, including the champion of the national contest, undertake high-level acting and revenge. Analysis of player profiles and skills from major tennis schools. Private chat pricing. Character, friendly, super strong, winning every game, and breaking everything with money. Kite Eshiro. Identity, employee number 1. Appearance fee, starting from 200,000. Good it, martial arts tennis coaching. Undertake, Kanto event level agent, national event level agent, revenge battle, part-time bodyguard. I leave a message, people with bad habits do not answer. Do not accept orders from the Daban area. Character, extremely cooperative, mood and character plus money to decide. Sengoku Kiyasumai. Identity, part-time job. Appearance fee, from 10,000. Good it, heart-to-heart talk. Undertake, tennis guidance for primary school students, tennis sparring, low-level tennis proxy, tennis entry-level teaching, tennis knowledge answering questions, elementary tennis theory training, tennis revenge, primary school level, girls love guide. Character, he is kind and kind, leading the big brother type. The price is close to the people, and the value for money is absolutely guaranteed. Place an order quickly. After editing these, Chen Fan sent it directly with a dashing enter key. Boss, did you make a mistake? Why is that Kyunchi still accepting the girl's love guide? Kite pointed to the computer screen. Part-time job. It's natural to do more things. Small things must be left to him. You are so capable, you must be doing great things. Chen Fan inadvertently praised Kite. Kite really smiled. The boss values me so much. I must do a good job. There will be big things in the future, please tell me. Kite patted his chest with excitement. Hey! What a coincidence! I have a big event on hand right now. Advertisement. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly. The next day, Kite was wearing a black suit, standing at the door of the villa and looking in the mirror. Shiny gold rings on her fingers. The shiny leather shoes, the precious crocodile leather wallet in his hand. It looks like a nouveau riche. I said, boss. I look like this, how can I look like a boss? Kite looked helplessly at himself in the mirror. Oh, you are dark. If you are darker, you have the temperament of a nouveau riche. Just for one play, you still plan to ask me to hire professional actors. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. But I've never been in love. Oh. You don't need to talk about it. I've already talked to his mother. His mother will cooperate in the whole process, you just need to remember what I just told you. It is good. Kite nodded. What? Retell it and let me listen. Chen Fan asked with some concern. You are older than me, we both have different opinions, from now on I will call you brother, and you will call me dad. Kite recalled and said. Hey! That's right. But when you say this, remember to be a little more contemptuous, and a little more smug. Okay. Understood. Talking. Kite showed Chen Fan a few more times. After making sure everything was safe, Chen Fan took him out. Boss, shall we ride bicycles? Otherwise, you still want to take a car? I'm afraid that the gold on my body and these expensive suits will be broken or lost later. I'm interested, but it's okay. The gold ring is 3 pieces of 100 cherry blossom coins at a street stall, and the imitation crocodile leather wallet is 500 cherry blossom coins. What about the suit? Don't break the suit. It's true. I borrowed it from Adob's house. I'll pedal the bike a little later. Don't tear it. It is good. 30 minutes later. Chen Fan and Kite stood in the cafe panting. The door. Boss, isn't the agreed time at 10 o'clock in the morning? Why are you pedaling so fast? You put the bicycle so far on purpose and walk over here. Kite regained his breath and asked. You are now the owner of the tennis studio. It's me, uncle. Remember. You don't want people to see the boss coming on a bicycle, do you? It seems to be right. Kite nodded. Let's go. Finish this scene well. Chen Fan walked into the cafe ahead of time, and Kite also tidied up her appearance, and walked in with her back straight. Chapter 35. The window seat. Yuaki and Akutsu were sitting facing each other. The two were silent for a long time. Aaron, I don't want to drag you down either. The family has too many debts, and surgery is a big expense. So I found a tennis studio owner who was nice and willing to spend money for me. Wait, I will introduce you. Yuaki spoke earnestly to Akutsu. And Yajujin didn't say a word, sat on the seat quietly with a straight face, carelessly. She doesn't seem to care about what her mother Yuaki said. Just now, when he personally heard Yuaki say that she was suffering from a serious and difficult-to-treat illness, as well as the family's unaffordable foreign debts, he kept doing this until now. There was no movement for a full 10 minutes. I don't know what to think. Jingle. Welcome. The voice of the waiter came from the store. Yuaki looked at the door of the cafe, stood up quickly and greeted it. Only then did Gyakujin react and look back. Yuaki kindly walked over with a man in a suit on his arm. What an idiot! Has Kite never seen a woman, never been in love? With such a stiff expression, you can't be more natural. Chen Fan at the next table glared at Kite. There was a hint of deduction of your salary in his eyes. Seeing this, Kite quickly showed a hard smile. Holding hands by Yuaki, she walked up to Akutsu. Aaron, this is the boyfriend I told you about. Don't look at his young age, but he is already the owner of a tennis studio, young and promising. I also told you about that incident just now. We're going to get married next month, so. Yuaki finished speaking. Akutsu's face was very ugly. His gaze was on Kite, with a fierce look in his eyes. Just one glance sent creeps down Kite's back. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Akutsu's gaze made Kite uncomfortable. Yeah, shao. This guy looks scarier than me, more like a bad guy than me. Those dead fish eyes gave me goosebumps. What is the boss thinking? He wants to recruit this kind of person. Kite groaned inwardly. His body became more rigid. There was cold sweat on his forehead. The two just looked at each other without speaking. Chen Fan at the next table looked anxiously. What are you talking about? Why are you staring blankly? Chen Fan signaled to Yuaki with his eyes, asking her to deal with it and let Kite speak. Yuaki immediately understood, and secretly poked Kite with her hand. Only then did Kite react. He opened his mouth and suddenly didn't know what to say. My mind went blank. I only remembered one line, so I blurted it out. I heard from your mother that you are older than me, so let's talk about it differently. Advertisement. After I got married with your mother, I will call you brother, and you will call me dad. While Kite was talking, he also showed a look of being a villain. As soon as the words came out, Chen Fan opened his mouth wide and was shocked. Aren't you so special that you don't know the occasion? You don't know the atmosphere. It makes you sick of Yakutsu, not to make you die. Chen Fan thought inwardly that something was wrong. As expected, Akutsu, who had already disliked Kite for a long time, heard this sentence, and the murderous look burst out in his eyes. He couldn't bear it any longer and got up and sent Kite flying with an uppercut. Clang! Kite's body fell heavily on the table where Chen Fan was sitting. In an instant, the wooden table was knocked down. Things on the table fell to the ground. Fortunately, the Americano Chen Fan ordered hadn't arrived yet, otherwise Kite would inevitably get scalded. Immediately afterwards, Akutsu rushed up again. Before Chen Fan could react, Kite was kicked several times by the rioting Akujin again. Just when Akutsu was about to kick Kite's arm again, Chen Fan quickly stretched out his leg and placed it above Kite's arm. Snapped. Akujin kicked heavily on the weight training wristband wrapped around Chen Fan's calf. Chen Fan only felt his calf sink, but it was not a serious problem. Seeing Chen Fan blocking him, Akujin also stopped attacking, staring at Chen Fan. Yuaki behind him hurriedly pulled Akutsu away. Aaron! Yuaki was full of anger. Akujin turned to look at her with the same fierce eyes. Snapped. Yuaki slapped Akutsu on the face. Tears involuntarily fell from both eyes. You have let me down too much. Yuaki looked at Akutsu with eyes full of disappointment. Akujin was slapped and froze in place. He had never seen Yuaki looking at him like this before. For a moment, Akujin lowered his head and said nothing. Sorry to bother you. I think that when a Ren enters your studio, it will only cause you trouble. I'm sorry for wasting your time. With tears in her eyes, Yuaki bowed apologetically to Chen Fan and Kite. Advertisement. After seeing that Kite was fine, I was glad, but also completely disappointed in Akutsu. She turned and ran away from the restaurant quickly. Obviously emotionally broken. And Yakujin still lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Kite, go after her, don't leave Ryūzaki alone. When you lose control of your emotions, it's easiest to do stupid things. Chen Fan said to Kite, who was lying on the ground. Yes. Kite stood up and glanced at Akutsu. He has practiced ancient martial arts since he was a child, and his ability to resist blows is still good. If the boss hadn't said that he wanted to woo Ryūzaki to join, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist fighting back. Go, wait, and run away. Chen Fan urged Kite again. Kite nodded and left the cafe. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. He took out 10,000 cherry blossom coins from his pocket and handed them to the waiter at the side. Compensation for broken coffee mugs. Then he glanced at Akutsu and shook his head. According to the original plan, Ryūzaki and Ryūzaki lied about being ill and that the family owed huge foreign debts, and they found a funder to fill the vacancy in the family. Then introduce Kite to Akutsu and talk about marriage. Kite was uttering that classic line, which caused Akutsu to be dissatisfied and disgusted, and disagreed with the marriage. Then Kite can take advantage of the trend and ask Akutsu to join in on the grounds that Akutsu will pay back the money he helped Ryūzaki fill up. As for why Kite was asked to pretend to be this role, the main reason is that Chen Fan kept a closed eye, afraid that Ryūzaki would be impulsive. After all, let the employees do such a risky thing. Facts have proved that Chen Fan's closed eye was right, and Akutsu was really impulsive. But it's also Kite's stupid mouth, and he deserves to be beaten. Create this situation now. Akutsu is very difficult to win over. Oh, it's over. The win-win plan failed, and Kite's salary will be deducted back. It looks like a long-term plan. Chen Fan was quite helpless in his heart, and he was about to walk out the door. At this moment, Ryūzaki, who was silent just now, suddenly said, "What's going on?" Chen Fan stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Akutsu. At this moment, Ryūzaki is a little lonely and has some doubts. It was obviously Ryūzaki's slap and disappointed eyes that caused the effect. Hey? Looks like there's still something to do. Chen Fan rekindled hope in his heart. Let's find a place to talk, it's not easy to do business here. Advertisement. Chen Fan said, and left the cafe. Ryūzaki froze for a moment, turned his head and looked around. All the guests around looked at him with terrified eyes. Whispering sound. Akutsu turned his head and followed. Out of the cafe. Seeing Akutsu follow up, Chen Fan turned around and entered a small alley. I have already thought about how to win over Akutsu. 30 minutes later. Chen Fan glanced at Ryūzaki, who was leaning against the wall with his head up. Just now he has already told the whole story of the matter and the plan. It's just that Chen Fan changed the fact that he took the initiative to seek Yuki's plan to Yuki's initiative to seek their help. Akutsu was silent after listening. Has not spoken. But after he listened to it, he still kept it and didn't leave. Chen Fan knew that there was something going on in this wave, and maybe he could turn the tables. Next. It is Zai playing the emotional card with emotion and reason. Although everything just now was a lie fabricated by Ryūzaki. But Ryūzaki doesn't have any malicious intentions. She just hopes that you can become more mature, stable, and have a skill that can support you. No one is willing to spend more than 10 years of youth to raise a bad boy who makes trouble outside every day. Yuki can choose. As long as she reorganizes the family and pays you alimony every month, she can get rid of this kind of life. But she didn't. She is still trying to find a way to let you return to a normal life. When Chen Fan said this, he stopped. It was found that Akutsu's fingers were tightly clasped against the wall. I understand that I have spoken to his heart. Akutsu. I hope you can think about it. If what Ryūzaki said really happened, it's all true. If Ryūzaki is sick, lying in the hospital, and urgently needs a large sum of money, what will you do? If Yuji is old and weak and needs support, what will you do? Of course, there are not so many ifs in life. You can also take a chance and think that none of these scenarios will happen. But, do you dare to bet on Ryūzaki? Money. You need a lot of money. Even if all of these things happen, as long as you have money, you can solve them. Chen Fan finished speaking. Take out a business card from your mouth. Caught in the stone crevice of the alley. The crevice was right across from Akutsu, and he could see it. Think about Ryūzaki's disappointed eyes looking at you at the end. Consider properly. After thinking about it, take this business card and find me at the address on it. Our work is just 2 words to put it bluntly. Make money. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he turned and left. A long time. Akutsu glanced at the business card sandwiched between the rocks. Reach out and pull it out. Chapter 36. Night. Chen Fan Villa. Kite was lying on the sofa with his mobile phone in his hand, watching Chen Fan's post with relish. In order to stabilize the golden signboard of the professional team, Chen Fan integrated all the player information from each school, printed it into a book, and gave it to Kite for research. In this book, there is information about all Seigaku members. There are also materials of Rikai University, Shitenhoji, Fudoman and other schools. Only without Hyotei. After all, at that time, they had agreed to Adobe, the big sponsor, not to release their players' information to the outside world. And also received money. Chen Fan naturally obeyed. Do business. What matters is a reputation. As for Kyunchi, as a part-time employee, Chen Fan also gave him a copy. But that one is a shortened version. There is no analysis of the skills of national-level players such as Seiichi Yukimura and Genichiro Sanada. This is not because Chen Fan treats them differently and deliberately hides his clumsiness. Kyunchi's level of strength has not yet reached the national level. Giving him an analysis post that far exceeds his level of strength too early will only harm him. After all, he didn't even study his own skills. Premature analysis of other people's style of play is likely to be taken astray. Time passed by every minute and every second. At this moment, 8:40. Boss, do you think that Yakutsu will come? Kite glanced at the time and asked suddenly. 4 hours have passed since they came back. I don't know if he will come or not. Anyway, if he doesn't come, I will deduct half a month's salary from you. Chen Fan said without looking back. He's adding lead weights to his weight training wristbands. What? Half a month? Isn't that 150,000? Kite sat up all of a sudden, and asked quickly with a frightened face. Boss, why did you deduct my salary? Because you can't even speak well. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at him like an idiot. If it weren't for you being a dumbass and saying that you want to be a father, I would have waited here with you. Idiot! Do you know that I paid for those tragedies you were beaten and damaged? Chen Fan scolded him all the time. Kite was momentarily at a loss for words. Then I've never been in touch with a girl, so I'm nervous for a while. It's not that you're so nervous that you can't say anything if you haven't met a girl before, right? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. The more I think about things during the day, the more angry I get. But seeing that Kite is about to die, Chen Fan will not really deduct money from him. Forget it, after the Kanto contest finishes Hyotei's mission, let's take them to Kabukiko. Think of it as a company party. Chen Fan thought to himself. He also looked up at the time. It's been 4 hours. God, please pray with the 10-year lifespan of the old woman Ryūzaki Sumire to let Akutsu join the team. If 10 years is not enough, you can add more. Chen Fan prayed silently in his heart. Pat. Advertisement. Suddenly there was a sound at the door. Kite opened the door sensibly. Chen Fan turned his head to look. Yajujin stood at the door with a fruit basket, still with a bad face. When he saw that it was Kite who opened the door, he froze and stood at the door. But when Chen Fan and Kite saw him, they both showed smiles on their faces. Come on. Come in. I've been waiting for you for a long time. 150,000. Kite smiled all over his face and hurriedly called Akutsu into the room. The two are so enthusiastic that they seem to have been friends for many years. The beatings at noon seemed to be erased from Kite's memory. In fact, in order not to deduct the 150,000 cherry blossom coins, even if Ajiajin wanted to give him 2 punches, he could accept it. 150,000. Akutsu was puzzled. I don't know what Kite means by 150,000. Looking at the enthusiastic Kite, he couldn't believe it. Yuki asked me to bring it to you. Akutsu handed the fruit basket to Kite in a cold voice. Then he walked in front of Chen Fan. Those dead fish eyes stared straight at Chen Fan, making his back feel chilly. I want to make money. Akutsu spat out such a sentence. Wipe. Hearing this, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at me like that if you want to make money. I thought you wanted my life. I want a lot of money. Yakujin's tone was still cold, and his eyes were still dead fish eyes, but he turned his head and looked away. If you want a lot of money, you have to have good tennis skills. Are you strong enough? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. You can try. Ajiajin looked at Chen Fan again with a serious look on his face. Chen Fan raised his eyes and narrowed his eyes. He just said casually just now, and didn't really want to fight. He still knows Yakujin's strength. Then came a world-class tennis player who, like Kite, was extremely nurturing. Don't try, you can't beat me. How will you know if you don't try? Chen Fan was silent. From Yakutsu's body, one can clearly feel the fighting spirit. Advertisement. This made Chen Fan couldn't help wanting to hit him. Let him be completely convinced. Forget it. You come with me, Kite, you also come. As Chen Fan said, he got up first and walked towards the backyard. Kite and Akutsu hurriedly followed. Come to the backyard. A web cord appeared in front of the three of them. This web cord has not been used since Chen Fan moved here. Even Kite came to this court for the first time. Without Chen Fan's permission before, he was only active in his own room and living room, and he didn't dare to break in easily. You guys watch here. Finished. Chen Fan walked into the court and picked up a jet black racket that was placed on the lounge chair. Went to the fence next to the court. Swish. Chen Fan reached into the tennis rack next to him. Grabbed 5 tennis balls and tossed them quickly. Then racket slammed. Boom. 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 5 shots sounded. All 5 tennis balls were hit the wall, and bounced back again. With a calm face, Chen Fan returned his 5 balls again. Facing the wall, Chen Fan sparred with 5 tennis balls. This. Kite and Yakutsu who were standing behind saw this scene, their eyes widened with disbelief. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan's left hand reached into the ball frame again. The arm is thrown again. Another 5 shots sounded. The balls on the wall increase again. 10 balls. In front of the two of them, Chen Fan hit 10 tennis balls at once. Can you hit 10 balls against the wall? Kite was already surprised by Chen Fan's move. Being able to catch 10 balls at one time has subverted Kite's cognition. With 10 balls, it is already difficult to catch all of them. Fighting against 10 balls is unthinkable. At the same time. Advertisement. Ajiajin was also dumbfounded, staring straight at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan is less than 3 meters away from the wall, and the tennis ball rebounds very fast. This guy's reflexes, ball control, and swing speed are not so strong. In such a short distance, the rebounding speed of the tennis ball is so fast that people have no time to react. When 10 balls are hit together, it is impossible to see the shadow of the ball at all. But this guy hits all the balls to the same point, makes each tennis ball bounce as narrow as possible, and hits the maximum number of tennis balls with every swing. This ball control and reflexes, what a monster! Yakutsu was horrified. It was the first time he had seen a monster stronger than himself. Immediately, I have a little more interest in tennis in my heart, at least it has some challenges. You too, do you want to see the world? Chen Fan asked without looking back. The two were suddenly confused, not knowing why. What world? Kite looked puzzled. Next second, a dazzling golden light appeared in Chen Fan's palm. Immediately afterwards, a strong aura surged from Chen Fan's body. A gust of air flowed from his palm, rustling Chen Fan's black windbreaker. Even the surrounding branches began to sway, and leaves fell. Now, Chen Fan's arms were bulging with veins, and he focused his attention. The racket of the right hand jerked. The super sweet spot rolls out radiant tennis balls. A striking golden light kept spinning. Boom! There was an explosion. Deafening. There were bursts of smoke. The smoke dissipated. The original wall has collapsed. A hole 2 meters in size appeared. This. Kite opened his mouth wide, completely stupefied. Yajujin next to him also froze in place with a shocked expression. Horrible. Shock. Horrified. Kite and Akutsu were completely terrified by the scene in front of them. They never expected that Chen Fan's ball could directly push the wall. Silence. Deathly silence. The two looked at each other. Among the pupils, all that was revealed was horror. A long time. Kite gulped. Is this power playing tennis? It's more than enough to sand people. Beside, Akutsu's eyes gradually became hot. For tennis, he seems to have a new goal. The goal is not just to make money. Is this the world? Chapter 37. How to become as strong as you. Ajiajin looked at Chen Fan with fanaticism in his eyes and asked. Do more tasks and be obedient. And this? Chen Fan said, throwing the racket in his hand to Akutsu. Snapped. So heavy. Trait racket. More than 15 caddies. After Akutsu received the racket, his hand sank visibly. Only then did he realize that Chen Fan had been using this pure iron racket just now. Just now he played with this racket. Akutsu was shocked again. He has practiced karate since he was a child, so in terms of strength, he is definitely not small. But now with this racket, he finds it difficult to swing the racket. I saw Chen Fan just now, it was so easy to hold. It doesn't feel like idiosyncratic racket at all. Hey, can you barely catch a racket? Kite next to him saw how Akutsu received the racket, and immediately complained. Swish! Next second, Chen Fan also threw a pitch-black racket towards him. Snapped. As soon as Kite caught it, his arm sank immediately. One inadvertently, the ball frame touched the cobbled ground. Clang! A crisp iron strike echoed clearly in the quiet backyard at night. Kite froze. Oh, why can't you catch it? The corner of Yakujin's mouth showed a slight arc, and he spoke back. Kite was stunned, but his heart was in extreme shock. He looked at Chen Fan with horror in his eyes. This characteristic racket, even he is very difficult to hold. Chen Fan's arm doesn't look very strong either. Surprisingly easy to use this racket. The outside world absolutely underestimated the strength of the boss. It's hard to imagine that a monster of this strength was kicked out of the school team by Seigaku. What Ekaizen Ryoma, what Tezuka Kunimitsu, what Fuji Siasuke, not even 1/10,000th of the strength of the boss. No wonder the boss dares to accept such a big order as the national champion. World-class strength. This is confidence. Seigaku kicked his national champion away with his own hands. The road narrows, Seigaku. Kite recalls Chen Fan and what he said about being kicked out by Seigaku. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Seigaku. Here. Chen Fan came in front of the two and spoke. In order to ensure the absolute strength of our team. Afterwards, when you have no missions, use this racket to fight in this court. Advertisement. Both of you don't have to go to school and have a lot more training time than the rest of you. And also, wear a weight training wrist brace during your daily activities. When Chen Fan said this, he opened the cuffs of his jacket and the bottom of his trousers, revealing the weight training wrist cuffs inside. Nanny! Akutsu and Kite's eyes widened again. The iron racket was enough to shock them. Now find out again. Chen Fan wears weight training wristbands on all four limbs. They are all stupid. But Chen Fan didn't care, and continued to look at him and said. Weight training wristbands, wear them according to your tolerance. It is absolutely not possible to be brave enough to wear several lead weights at once, as it is easy to hurt the limbs. Chen Fan told Kite and Akutsu all about his training methods. The team now has 3 or 4 people, as the level of competition increases. Enemy encounters will gradually increase. Kite and Akutsu's strength has improved, so they must hurry up to keep up. After the Kanto competition, the national competition, the U17 training camp, and the world competition. It can be said that the strong are like clouds. If you want to eat the rice of tennis mercenaries, you just need a strong level of strength. This is why Chen Fan has always been strict with himself. Both Akutsu and Kite. A physique that is rare in 10 years and super athletic. One is to practice Okinawa ancient martial arts since childhood, and has excellent physical fitness. The two of them want to improve, and they can directly use ultra-high-intensity training to improve the base, no problem at all. Time began to pass. Several people started to get busy. With the addition of Yakutsu and Kyunchi, Chen Fan's work focus was finally able to share most of it. In order to do a good job as a tennis mercenary with peace of mind, Chen Fan took a week off in a row. Just to give the Hyotei assault a boost, said the champion of Bayo Kanto contest. Then Chen Fan will not smash his own brand. In the next few days, Chen Fan spends every day in the Hyotei Tennis Club. A few days before the Kanto Grand Prix, Chen Fan was completely busy. Advertisement. During the day as a sparring partner for everyone in Hyotei. In the evening, I will go to the Adobe Manor to analyze the skills of Adobe, Ashitari Yuushi, and others in detail. At the same time, a training plan was tailored for each individual. The strength level of all members of Hyotei has been raised to a higher level in a short period of time. Adobe learned how to see through the opponent's weakness, and the super-skilled serve, Tannhauser serve. Ryūzaki Gakuto has learned to turn over on the moon at a low altitude. In the whole game, the shortcoming of lack of energy in the second half has been solved. Ashitari Yuushi has learned the stunt of blocking the mind, able to keep his attention on the hit all the time, free from external influences, and go all out to pursue victory. Odori Seotaro has learned the new heavy artillery serve, which not only perfectly solves the weakness of fault, but also has faster ball speed than the previous heavy artillery serve. Mingo Ryo not only raised his own reaction to a new level, but his eyesight has also been able to adapt to the ultra-high-speed serve, and he can easily receive it. Although Akutakawa Jiro is lazy most of the time, under the guidance of Chen Fan, he also learned his favorite stunt ball tightrope walking. As for Kabeji Munehiro, Chen Fan chose to stock up. There was no guidance for him at all during this time. Hyotei itself has the ability to imitate others quickly because he has no distracting thoughts and has the heart of a child. If there is too much guidance, it will be counterproductive. This short period of time, Chen Fan's high-intensity guidance, as well as one-on-one sparring practice for them, prompting their strength has been perfectly transformed. Compared to Hyotei at the beginning before Chen Fan came, the current Hyotei is truly equipped to hit the national championship level. That's it. Tired for a week, Chen Fan managed to survive until Friday. Back from Adobe Manor. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. After Chen Fan took a shower, he lay on the bed exhausted. With Hyotei's current strength, even if I don't need to play, it should be no problem to win the Kanto championship. I met Rikai in the final, and without Yukimura, I can win with a high probability. When the time comes, plus the information written to them by Rikai, it's almost foolproof. After thinking about it in my heart, only then did Chen Fan feel relieved. The Kanto competition starts the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow Saturday is a day off. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This week, he was as busy as a ghost all day long. In addition to sending tasks to Akutsu, Kite and Kyunchi, he barely communicates with Kite Akutsu. Those two people, since they saw Chen Fan's light hit ball. Every day, according to Chen Fan's request, they fought continuously until late at night. Advertisement. Boom. 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 There was the sound of hitting a ball outside the window. The two are still fighting. Energy is strong enough. I don't know how far the strength has improved. Chen Fan shook his head, ready to check the strength of Kite and Akutsu tomorrow. At the moment, he is so tired. Get ready to rest. At this moment. Ding. The phone vibrates. There is a newsletter. Chen Fan opened his eyes impatiently. He took out his phone and checked the text messages. Next second, he was short of breath, his eyes widened, staring at the screen. Chen Fan, you have worked hard this week. Hyotei's improvement has surpassed my uncle. Thank you very much for your expectations, and reward you with a bonus. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. 10 million. Adobe beef batch. It's still delicious to hang out with Master Adobe. When you are happy, a thank you gold is 10 million cherry blossom coins. Cool. After receiving an extra 10 million Sakura coins from Adobe, the exhaustion on Chen Fan's body disappeared. His net worth has returned to 50 million cherry blossom coins again. Xiongch Beauty. First Beauty. When you save up to 100 million Sakura coins, go open a dance hall. Chen Fan made a plan after thinking about it. In this world, some people are greedy for money, and some people are greedy. If the team wants to become bigger and stronger and achieve monopoly, it must recruit strong players. Generally speaking, tennis players are not short of money. Even if they are short of money, Chen Fan can't afford it. If there is a dance hall, then recruit some stunning beauties. Maybe he can pick up many strong players in vain and work for himself. If Ekizen Nanjiro can be recruited, Chen Fan couldn't help but fantasize. Certainly. Opening a dance hall is not all about attracting strong players. Chen Fan himself has such a small interest. But if there is a dance hall now, the pillows in the back should be softer. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. Come on, make money. Come on, make money. There are still 50 million to open the dance hall. A better tomorrow is waving to me. Effort. Struggle. Be bigger and stronger. The day after tomorrow Kanto tournament beat Seigaku. Chapter 38. It was dawn. Early morning. Chen Fan was woken up by the sound of a tennis ball being hit. These two, why are you practicing so hard recently? It's like going crazy. Chen Fan muttered, got up and went downstairs. When he came to the net court, the entire backyard was covered with tennis balls, only the middle court was clean. Kite and Akutsu are still fighting. Now, the two of them were already shirtless, and their bodies were sweating like rain. The jackets they took off were thrown outside the court, sweat dripped out, and the entire jacket seemed to be soaked in water. These two guys have been fighting from last night to morning? They have been fighting all night. Wearing a weight training wristband and holding a special pure iron racket in his hand, he can still fight for so long, two physical monsters. Chen Fan felt terrible when he saw it. Immediately let Kite and Akutsu stop. Originally planned to test their strength today. Now I can only give up. Super high-intensity training will only be counterproductive. Forget it, let's have a good rest today, and I'm happy to be free. Chen Fan looked at the two who were lying on the sofa and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes, and shook his head. He turned around and walked to the court, picking up the scattered tennis balls one by one. However, the scene just now. It was clearly seen by a person in the opposite residential area with a telescope. Those two people are really monsters. It's the first time I've seen a guy with physical strength comparable to Xiao Jin. I actually played for 10 hours. Across the street. With a telescope in his hand, Chito saw everything that happened in the backyard of Chen Fan's villa. 3 days ago. As soon as he arrived in Kyoto, he ran into Kite who was on a mission and followed him all the way. After confirming where Kite lived, he specifically chose the hotel that was closest to the villa and could observe the entire court in the backyard. He was completely stunned by the mad dog training of Kite and Akutsu. Take the time away from eating, going out and sleeping with a weight training wristband. The two of them all fought in the backyard without any slack. The only thing that surprised him was that in the sparring between Kite and Akutsu, they didn't use any skills or score points, just simply catch and return the ball. This training method made him very incomprehensible. After all, it's just this kind of normal sparring training, it's no different from swinging by yourself. According to the evaluation of Kite's strength on the tennis forum, it can be known that Kite is a strong player at the national level. National level strong players, are they still practicing basic training? I thought I could see something different. Really boring. Chitos yawned and happened to see Chen Fan who was picking up the ball in the backyard. Who is this person? It always looks familiar. Chitos looked at Chen Fan through the binoculars, and he always felt a little familiar, but he still couldn't remember it. Haha. Another yawn. Advertisement. I can't stand it anymore, let's go to bed first, and I have to watch the Kanto competition tomorrow. After watching the 10-hour training game, Chitos couldn't bear it any longer. Turn around and walk into the house. The other side. Forest Park Network Court. Adobe and Hyotei came to meet the friendly match proposed by Tezuka. Before the game starts. Tomorrow is the Kanto tournament. In this friendly match, I can't use my cards. It's enough to fight according to the original strength. Think of it as a trial match between each other. It doesn't matter if you lose. Adobe explained to several other members. Everyone nodded. Any fool would know that an appointment for a friendly match before a match is nothing more than a temptation. Seriousness in this kind of competition, using the whole card trick, is no different from being wise. It's just that Tezuka brought it up on his own initiative, and it's hard for Adobe to refuse. This friendly match. The two sides really fought very restrained. Finally, Hyotei narrowly won 3-2. After losing the game, Ryūzaki Sumire glanced at the forest park next to the court, and a casual smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then take the Seigaku members and leave in a hurry. Hey, Adobe, something doesn't seem right. Ashitari Yuushi spoke suddenly. Okay. Adobe looked puzzled. Follow Ashitari Yuushi's eyes and look forward. A group of street gangsters were walking towards them with smirks on their faces. What they hold in their hands is not only a net racket, but also baseball bats and other things. These guys. It's really a coincidence. Adobe's face was a little ugly, and he looked at the group of gangsters walking towards them with gloomy eyes. At this time, it always feels a little familiar. Adobe vaguely remembered something. Adobe, what should I do? Advertisement. Xiang Ri asked nervously. What should I do? Fight them. Fight the front with me, Hyotei. Mingto buckled his hat backwards, with the brim facing backwards, and his tone was fearless. Right. Hyotei replied with a blank expression. No. Go, run back. Adobe spoke to the crowd, then pushed Mingto and the others, and ran back with them. They're gone. Chase them. The hooligans saw Adobe's group of people turned around and ran away, and quickly chased after them with the racket sticks in their hands. Hey! Adobe! Why are you running? We are similar to them, and Hyotei, it's too bad to just run like this. Mingto ran while asking Adobe. Run! During the competition, fighting will be suspended. Besides, I think things are a little strange. Last year Chen Fan was also suspended during the national competition because of a brawl. Tomorrow is the Kanto tournament, you must not do anything. Adobe hurriedly warned, for fear that Mingto would be impulsive. Hey, no one saw it, so it should be okay, right? That won't work either. You can't take any risks. TCH. It's just too bad. At Adobe's strong request, Hyotei and the others did not fight back, and quickly ran out of the forest park court. Wait until there are many people. Those gangsters didn't come after them. Adobe and others breathed a sigh of relief. Several people were panting on the side of the main road. Those bastards! That look is obviously aimed at us. Xiang Ri looked angry and kicked the stone pillar on the side of the street. Isn't this all a coincidence? Those bastards came just after Seigaku left. Ashitari Yuushi had something to say. Obviously. He suspects Seigaku. Tezuka wouldn't use such dirty tricks. Adobe, who was familiar with Tezuka's personality, shook his head. Whether this incident is a coincidence or on purpose, I will ask someone to investigate. Everything will wait until the Kanto competition or the national competition. At least we have nothing to do today. Adobe comforted everyone, not wanting to distract others from tomorrow's Kanto competition because of this incident. After advertisement. To avoid regeneration accidents, Adobe took the crowd and went straight back to Adobe Manor. That night, everyone spent the night at Adobe Manor. The next day, the long-lost Kanto tournament officially started. Kanto tournament venue. The Kanto competition starts at noon. Yet, it's exciting. This Kanto competition, the strong are gathered. It's the first time I've entered Kanto Sion. Come on. As long as you can deal with it calmly, you will definitely get good grades. In the venue, players from major tennis schools have already come to report. Some are to familiarize themselves with the venue early, and some are to prevent themselves from being too nervous and relieve their mentality. Simultaneously, the audience of the Kanto competition is also obviously much larger than that of the regional preliminaries and the Metropolitan Conference. The atmosphere of the whole arena was extremely warm. There are people everywhere. Some players are warming up. Some players are wrapping their favorite tape around their rackets. There are still many cheerleaders who are making staff arrangements. Today's Seigaku, it's really early. Shiba Saji, a female reporter wearing a pink short sleeve and a sun hat, looked at Seigaku's team. Little brother Ryoma, you are in good spirits today. Next to her, Tennis Weekly's Inu also took a look at Seigaku. This year's Kanto competition, we can look forward to Seigaku's performance. How should I say it? Inu senpai, Seigaku must be in a very dangerous situation, right? After all the information has been released by that nasty Nara 42 shotgun fairy. Shiseiji asked curiously. Although their information has been made public. But that's after all the data from the divisional preliminaries and the Metropolitan Conference. Follow Seigaku's secret special training for the past few days. And 3-0 against Yamabuki Middle School. I can sense that the mighty Seigaku is back. Inu glanced at the confident Seigaku crowd. Hey? Oishi from Seigaku, why haven't you come yet? Looks like something is wrong with Seigaku. Talking. Inu walked towards Seigaku's team. Ask about it to find out. Oishi was unable to make it to the game because of an arm injury while taking a pregnant woman to the hospital. Seigaku lost the golden combination. Startled, Inu took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a schedule. After seeing the school Seigaku will face next, his brow furrows. Seigaku's game is really bad. Chapter 39. Whispering Sound. Our Seigaku is back in shape now. Even if you are targeted, with Coach Ryūzaki's information, you can rebuild your advantage. Horio said nonchalantly from the side. Material. Inu was taken aback when he heard this. Since when did Coach Ryūzaki become good at collecting data? In his impression, Ryūzaki Sumire is not a person who would waste time collecting information from other tennis schools, and integrate resources for the reference of members. But these are not things he needs to know as a reporter. Every school has a little hidden secret weapon. It is also normal. But Seigaku's opponent in the next round is last year's runner-up team Hyotei. The runner-up team Hyotei. Horio and the first-year cheerleaders were shocked when they heard this. Without Seigaku of the golden combination, this year's doubles are very dangerous. Ji Shaji also said with emotion. But as a first-year Horio, he is extremely confident in the Seigaku tennis team. It doesn't matter. Although our doubles are not dominant, our singles are very strong. There are President Tezuka, Senior Fuji, and Ekaizen. The three occupy the singles position. With the information of Coach Ryūzaki, we will definitely win. Horio is very confident, with his hands on his hips, and the red headband Seigaku must win is tied on his head, which is also fluttering in the wind. Yes. Inu glanced at the competition table. Hyotei's singles are equally strong. Titan Birch in singles 3. Akutakawa Jiro of singles number 2. Both of them are singles players with strength and very distinct personalities. And Adobe Kigo from singles number 1. Last year, Yamato, the previous president who defeated your Seigaku, is a player of the same national level as Tezuka. On the whole, you Seigaku are in an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation. Inu looked at the list and roughly announced the list of the competition. After hearing the analysis, Seigaku's first-year players also began to lack confidence. On the other side, Ryūzaki Sumire also heard Inu's words, and a hint of sternness flashed across her face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. And beside her, Ryūzaki Sakurano looked around. Strangeness. Why didn't Senior Chen Fan come today? Suddenly asked for leave for a week, completely unable to see other people. Should come today. Ryūzaki Sakurano with anticipation. Even if Ekaizen Ryoma was standing in front of her now, she didn't take a look. Hey! Here we come, here we come. It's Hyotei. At this time. Advertisement. There was a commotion all around. Everyone looked up. His complexion couldn't help but change. A group of people wearing blue and white school uniforms were slowly walking towards the court. They have smiles on their faces and a strong sense of confidence. It is even possible to feel a strong aura around them. Hyotei Academy, Tennis Division. A super club with more than 200 members. National runner-up team last year. This is Hyotei. The aura is so strong. The leader is Adobe, the guy who defeated Seigaku's third-year president Yamato last year. Just by looking at it, you can feel that this is a strong team. Seigaku is so miserable that he will meet Hyotei. But it's not necessarily true. Recently, Seigaku's Tezuka and Fuji, as well as that Ekaizen Ryoma, have also begun to win their external games. Looks like Seigaku has found a way to deal with it. This game is something to watch. When I saw Hyotei, the surrounding discussion gradually increased. Both parties enter the field. The surrounding audience has gathered around. Among the crowd, Chen Fan stood alone outside the iron fence, ready to watch the game. Kite and Akutsu practice sparring at the Forest Park court next door. Originally, Chen Fan planned to let them come to watch the game, but those two people were completely obsessed, and they chose to train after they came out. To this, Chen Fan didn't have much to say. After all, the two were stimulated, and active training is a good thing. At the same time, outside the iron fence on the other side, Chitos also set his sights on the court, also looking forward to the start of this game. Adobe and Tezuka, two national-level players, this game should be very exciting. Hyotei player preparation area. I didn't expect to meet Seigaku in the first game. It's really lucky. I played in hiding yesterday, and I was able to win clearly. I'm afraid I don't need to put in all my strength today. Advertisement. Seigaku had already started laughing. I don't think this Adobe needs to be played. Mingo Ryo also raised the corners of his mouth. Chen Fan gave us the analysis of Seigaku's skills and data. In this game, we should be able to directly beat them 3-0. Ashitari Yuushi's tone was relaxed, and he didn't take Seigaku seriously. They played a friendly match with Seigaku yesterday, so they know Seigaku's strength too well. Plus they hid their strength yesterday. It was too easy to win this game against Seigaku. The game officially begins. The first to start is the game of doubles 2. On Seigaku's side, because Oishi's arm was injured, he couldn't make it back, so Momoshiro and Kikumaru were sent. And Hyotei here. Seigaku and Ashitari, the two old doubles partners, also walked up the court. The moment they walk up to the court, the Super Tennis Club with more than 200 members showed its pomp at this moment. Hyotei! 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 The winner is Hyotei! The winner is Hyotei! Hyotei's cheers came from all directions. Their extremely imposing cheers echoed around the entire court. Face to face. Shock. Overwhelming momentum. Outside the iron fence on all sides, they were already surrounded by Hyotei Tennis Club members in dark blue. The sound of cheering from all directions without dead ends put Seigaku in the net court under a lot of pressure and felt uncomfortable, as if it was an away game. On the other hand, Hyotei's varsity team members are used to the applause. Indulge in it. Seigaku and Ashitari Yuushi even smiled and waved towards the sidelines, like stars. There was no tension at all. Hyotei's cheerleading team is amazing. Advertisement. Completely regard this competition venue as my own home, let's play at home. Ha 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 ha. Seigaku's dead old woman, her face is green. Chen Fan blended in among the members of the Hyotei Tennis Club, observing Ryūzaki Sumire's face. Seeing her upset, Chen Fan was very happy. In the coach chair on the sidelines, Ryūzaki Sumire folded her hands on her chest and shouted to the two people in the court. Kikumaru, Peach City. The two who heard the shout turned to look at Ryūzaki Sumire. Follow the rhythm I told you. Okay, coach. The two nodded. Immediately understood the tactics Ryūzaki Sumire told them at the beginning. After opening, Ryūzaki Sumire looked at Kikumaru Momoshiro, who followed his tactics completely, and was very satisfied. That's right, that's the way to fight. This game is not good for Seigaku in all aspects though. But judging from the information provided by Lu Likyu, everyone in Hyotei has obvious weaknesses. That Ryūzaki Gakuen, like Kikumaru, is an acrobatic hitter, but has the same disadvantage as Kikumaru. He can't support the whole court physically. As long as Kikumaru keeps hitting high-angled shots, it can cause him to burn out dazzlingly from jumping. As for that Ashitari Yuushi, he is thoughtful and hard to target, so Dokeng will pull it. After Ryūzaki Gakuen's physical strength is exhausted, 2-on-1 can still be easily won. Without Oishi, but with Rokuriko's information, we can still win. Ryūzaki looked at Chen Fan standing by the court, and smiled triumphantly. She has seen Chen Fan just now. Just watch it carefully, Chen Fan. Without you, I would still be able to lead Seigaku to the national championship. What you don't want to do, who you don't want to be, someone will do it. I will make Ekizen Ryoma a veritable tennis star. Let him fulfill my request. Just kneel down and regret after I complete my goal. Ryūzaki Sumire sneered inwardly, looking at Chen Fan like looking at an abandoned poor creature. At this moment, Chen Fan didn't notice Ryūzaki Sumire looking at him. Still watching the doubles 2 game with relish. When I saw the play style of Kikumaru and Momoshiro, it was very aimed at Xiang Ri. Chen Fan sneered. I understood immediately. No wonder Tezuka specifically asked Adobe to play a friendly match. I'm afraid that old lady Ryūzaki Sumire made Tezuka do it on purpose. The style of play is too obvious. It seems that this dead old woman is being pushed by those posts. I know how to collect data to counter it. Chen Fan saw the true purpose of yesterday's friendly match at a glance. However, I have already corrected the weakness of Xiang Ri's rapid physical exertion. If this consumption continues, Kikumaru should be the first to be unable to hold on. This dead old woman will be PD off later. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 40. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Boom. 5-0. Sun, Ashitari. In a blink of an eye. Ashitari Yuushi and Xiongri played 5 rounds in a row. The first to get the match point. Hyotei. 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 At this time, Hyotei cheers all around the court. The other members of the tennis school watching the game were completely dumbfounded. This is Hyotei's unilateral murder. Since when did Seigaku become so trashy? He can't even win a game. Didn't you see it? Seigaku's doubles combination is not a golden combination, so it's natural to lose, right? That's what I said, but at the beginning of the game, it wasn't Seigaku who attacked wildly. Why is the ending completely different? That Kikumaru, the rhythm is completely out of order, and the Momoshiro he is partnering with also doesn't know how to cooperate at all. It's no wonder that this half-assembled combination of doubles can win. Discussions from various tennis teams have already sounded. Many teams that had lost to Seigaku looked at Seigaku with a hint of schadenfreude. Doubles 2 has only started 30 minutes. The situation on the field has begun to fall. Not only was it a good slap in the face for Seigaku, it also highlights how strong Hyotei is today. On court, Kikumaru and Momoshiro gasped heavily. The sweat on his forehead dripped continuously on the ground of the court. Damn it, I'm almost exhausted, that guy just started sweating. The information given by Coach Ryūzaki clearly shows that Xiang Ri's physical fitness is relatively poor. The information is completely inconsistent. From just now to the present, he used the lunar surface to turn over, not 20 times, but 19 times. But judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to feel tired at all. Where is this Xiongri's physical fitness? It's surprisingly good. Kikumaru groaned inwardly. Dokeng on the side was also a little confused. From the beginning of the game, they followed Ryūzaki Sumire's tactics, constantly consuming Xianghai's physical energy. Didn't care much about the score. Advertisement. The purpose is to exhaust Xiang Ri's physical energy first, and then play 2 against 1 to reverse the score. Can now. Just 30 minutes. Not only was Xiongri's physical energy not consumed, the score has also reached the match point. Lost points and embarrassment. Even more desperate. At this moment, Kikumaru is sweating so much, his physical fitness is obviously not enough. The game that was originally set for Hyotei is now on its own. Cocoon yourself. Now it is themselves who are caught in 2-on-1. Hey, Kikumaru, dance again. Didn't you jump very high at the beginning, and you targeted me very hard? Why are you the one who can't jump now? Ha 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 ha. Xiang Ri's tone was slightly teasing, and it came from the opposite side. The smell of gunpowder is full. Kikumaru, who heard this, was quite bitter in his heart and could not refute. After all, in order to stimulate Sangri just now, let him use the moon surface to turn over, he was the first to provocate Sangri. Now being provoked by others, no matter how angry I am, I can only bear it obediently. What's more, his body is already very bad now. I can feel it myself. I'm so thirsty. Water, water. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Kikumaru looked at the center line of the net. It feels like the whole net is shaking. Immediately afterwards, his hands and feet began to go numb, and his mouth became parched. He kept swallowing his saliva. Kikumaru understands. This is a symptom of moderate dehydration. He really wanted to hold on for a while and stand to the end, but his body no longer allowed it. Advertisement. Next second, his eyes went black. Boom. The sound of falling to the ground sounded. Kikumaru-senpai. Momoshiro Takeshi yelled and ran over to check on Kikumaru. On the opposite side, Sunken and Ashitari Yuushi saw the situation and stopped their attack. Ashitari Yuushi walked to the net and took a look at Kikumaru before speaking. The face is pale, the limbs are sweaty, and the lips are bloodless. It's moderately dehydrated. Don't look at it, he has no way to continue the game. Hurry up and take him to the infirmary. Hearing Ashitari Yuushi's words, Momoshiro turned to look at him in astonishment. That look was clearly asking, how do you know? Stop looking. Yuushi is from a medical family and won't lie to you. Shanghai explained for Ashitari Yuushi. Only then did Dokeng understand. Quickly leaned over and put Kikumaru on his back, and after saying thank you to Ashitari Yuushi, he rushed towards the infirmary. Because of Kikumaru's physical condition, Seigaku's doubles too had to abstain. Ryūzaki Sumire's face darkened again, and she muttered to herself. Lu Likyu's information cannot be wrong. And Mukahi Kakuto's weakness in physical strength is no secret. The only possibility is that the problem is their coach. She turned her gaze to the man in a suit sitting on the coach chair next door. He is Hyotei's god coach. Okay. Sensing that he seemed to be being watched, Coach Shen turned his head and met Ryūzaki Sumire's eyes. It was a pair of eyes full of doubts. To this, Coach God couldn't help but smile, and said. Coach Ryūzaki is very busy recently, and he has started to collect player information from other schools. Where is it? Isn't it because there is information and it is still lost? Advertisement. So, I was just going to ask Coach Ryūzaki, whoever collected the information and gave you outdated information, you still have to be careful, Coach Ryūzaki. Outdated information. Ryūzaki Sumire was taken aback when she heard it. This information was collected by Ryūzaki Middle School during the friendly match yesterday. How could it be outdated? What is this guy talking about? Thank you anyway, Coach Ryūzaki. Oh? Thank you for what? Ryūzaki frowned, his curiosity was aroused by the god coach, and he turned to ask. Thank you for kicking Chen Fan out of the Seigaku school team. Coach Shen smiled, and pointed to Chen Fan who was watching the game outside the iron net. If you hadn't kicked Chen Fan out of the Seigaku school team, he wouldn't have come to Hyotei to fix all the weaknesses of our players. Including the shortcoming of Xiangri's weak physical fitness, he also repaired it. Otherwise, Sangri would be exhausted today. Ha 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 ha. Coach Shen couldn't help laughing out loud, his posture had a hint of successful revenge. That's right. God coach also hates Sumire Ryūzaki very much. At the meeting held by the major tennis coaches, this woman's various attitudes of relying on the old and pretending to be smart have long made the god coach dissatisfied. Now with the matter of Chen Fan, Ryūzaki Sumire is very angry, and she is very relieved. Chen Fan. Help you fix your weaknesses. Just because of that trash who hasn't played for a year. How is this possible? Ryūzaki Sumire's face was full of disbelief after hearing the words of God's coach. She looked out of the iron fence again, and Chen Fan was looking at her with a mocking face. Present. Ryūzaki Sumire believed a little bit about God's coach. After all, repairing weaknesses has nothing to do with one's own tennis level. Even if Chen Fan hasn't played tennis for a year, his tennis level is ruined. But the theoretical knowledge of repairing weaknesses is a lip service. Chen Fan is really likely to do it. After all, a year ago, Chen Fan was already a national-level tennis player. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan again. Why are you everywhere? Gritting her teeth, Ryūzaki glared at Chen Fan with stern eyes, hoping that Chen Fan would disappear soon. Because of being kicked out of the school team, you deliberately helped Hyotei fix his weaknesses, and wanted Hyotei to win, so you came to add trouble to me. Humph. Dreaming. Do you really think I didn't hold back? Ryūzaki Sumire sneered. Stand up. Walk towards the long table of the competition committee. Chapter 41. Hey? What is the old woman going to do? Go to the competition committee at this time. I always feel a bad premonition. See Sumire Ryūzaki walking towards the tournament committee. Chen Fan murmured inwardly. From what he knew about Ryūzaki Sumire, this dead old woman was definitely not a kind person. Her heart is sinister and ruthless, far less normal than she usually appears. Once something exceeds her expectations, she can do anything. Even more frightening. The old woman Ryūzaki Sumire is very scheming. It can be said that he is an old man. This emergency. I don't know what to do again. To this, Chen Fan was also very curious. The other side. Because of Ryūzaki Sumire, the game between Seigaku and Hyotei was suspended. The match, which was going on in full swing, was suddenly suspended, and the people around looked at each other and started talking. Hey! Why did the game suddenly stop? That's right. In the doubles 2 match, the combination of Mito and Shotaro is super strong. In my opinion, Seigaku doesn't even need to compete. Just throw in the towel. This game shouldn't be able to end the game without Captain Adobe playing. It's easy to see Sangri and Ashitari win. There's nothing special about Seigaku. Hey, look, what is Seigaku's coach doing? I don't know. Go to the table of the competition committee. Is there any major event that needs to be evaluated? Is it Seigaku who caused the game to be suspended in order to delay time? All the audience looked at the table of the competition committee members like curious babies. The god coach sitting on the coach chair also felt a little bad inside. He understood what kind of person Ryūzaki Sumire was. It is definitely not a good thing to go to the 633 committee of the competition committee at this time. And I just stimulated her. It's not guaranteed that she still has some tricks to trip her up. Simply. He also stood up and walked towards the table of the competition committee. Hyotei player area. Hey, Adobe, that's Seigaku's coach, what's going on at the tournament committee table all of a sudden? And God's coach has also passed. Sangri couldn't help being curious, and asked. I still don't know what the civil weight committee does. Ashitari Yuushi didn't know much about the tournament committee, so he simply asked. The competition committee is an official organizational structure, which is specially used to formulate the rules and regulations of official competitions, and to restrain and control the players. At the same time, they also play a supervisory role. Once a player violates the rules and regulations of the conference, they will be disqualified from the game, banned from the game, and even more serious, they will be banned for life, and they will not be able to participate in regular tennis games for the rest of their lives. After Adobe finished explaining, his complexion was not very good looking, and he felt that something was wrong. I have a bad feeling. Perhaps, yesterday's hooliganism and Chen Fan's suspension a year ago are not that simple. Adobe began to doubt. Based on his sixth sense, he absolutely did not believe that if Sumire Ryūzaki went to the tournament committee at this time, something would happen. No way, Adobe, are you overthinking? We met those gangsters yesterday, but they didn't do anything. And there is no one around, so it shouldn't be yesterday. After listening to Adobe's words, Mingto thinks that things are not so complicated, because Adobe is overwhelmed. Hope so. Adobe's face was still cold, and he was always paying attention to the movement of the Nest Committee. The Competition Committee. It's really rare to see someone take the initiative to contact you. What exactly happened? You need to go to the race committee. Court outside the iron grid. Chitose also saw Ryūzaki Sumire's actions, and couldn't help but feel a little novel. Generally speaking, the competition site will be equipped with a medical team, an order team, a referee team and a logistics team. Although the competition committee is also following the competition scene. But during the game, when they are really needed, they are rarely used. After all, in the arena, the most controversial issues are whether the ball went out, whether people were injured, and tennis arbitration. Advertisement. Most of the things in the court can be handled by the referee team and the medical team. Things outside the court, such as cleaning up the venue and maintaining order, are the work of the order team and the logistics team. Most of the time, the committee is just a decoration on the scene. Sometimes after a conference, there is no need to use them. So if they are useful, the matter may not be trivial. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chitose waited for the result with great interest. At that time, the originally clear sky began to be covered by a layer of dark clouds. Inside the venue, gusts of cold wind blew. Pull the dark clouds in the distance over the venue. The sky suddenly darkened. It's dark. The storm is coming. It seems to indicate something. Seigaku player area. Tezuka and others didn't know what happened, so they could only sit and wait for the announcement. The whole venue suddenly changed from a warm atmosphere. Repressed. Silence. Wait. Restless. Disturbed. Various emotions filled the entire venue. What a scary atmosphere. Senior Inu, what do you think Coach Ryūzaki is going to do when he goes to the tournament committee at this time? Seeing that the atmosphere in the venue was not right, Ji Sei, as a newcomer reporter, inevitably looked a little flustered. I don't know. On the side, Inu shook his head. But something big must have happened. If the event committee is not important, if it goes to disturb the game and cause the game to be suspended, that person will be punished. Even the coaching license will be revoked. This is also the reason why so many people would rather suffer some unexplained losses than alert the competition committee. Inu explained what was at stake. Only then did Ji Seizi understand. Shut up and wait quietly with everyone. The sky is even getting darker. There is a faint tendency to rain heavily. But the whole web court. All were silent and no one left. All are waiting for the result. This short 10 minutes seemed extraordinarily long and tormenting at this moment. At this time, there was a noise from the tournament committee. Everyone reacted immediately. Hundreds of eyes looked in that direction. I saw that the coach of the gods was excited, pointing at Ryūzaki Sumire was very angry, trembling with anger. Ryūzaki Sumire stood in front of him with a calm face, and even smiled when she saw the angry coach god. What's the matter, coach god? Why are you so excited? I think I heard him swear. Ashitari Yuushi was in disbelief after seeing the strange behavior of God's coach. The God coach who can make you usually gentle and elegant, like a gentleman, yells at you. What the hell did that Ryūzaki Sumire do? It seems that my sixth sense is about to come true. Advertisement. Adobe's face was ashen, and he had already vaguely thought of what was going on. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists with an angry look on his face. If that's the case, Seigaku. It's really ruined by a mouse poop, Tezuka. Soon. The voice of the competition committee came from the venue broadcast. Everyone's expression changed after hearing this. This is a shocking news. Announcement to the audience. Announcement. Announcement to the audience. Because of the members of the Hyotei Gakuen school team, during the meeting, they were suspected of participating in a violent incident of fighting. This behavior is a serious violation of Article 3 of the Rules and Regulations of the Competition Committee. During the tournament, it is forbidden for contestants to participate in or engage in violent incidents of fighting, which will cause adverse effects and troubles to the cause. Although the truth of the matter remains to be confirmed, the evidence obtained so far shows that all members of the Hyotei school team are suspected of participating in violent incidents. Therefore, the following members are temporarily disqualified from the competition. The list of members is now announced. Hyotei 3rd grader, Adobe Kigo. Hyotei 3rd grader, Ashitari Yuushi. Hyotei 3rd grader, Myuka Hikakuto. Hyotei 3rd grader, Mingo Ryo. Hyotei 3rd grader, Akutaka Jiro. Hyotei sophomore, Kabeiji Munhiro. Hyotei sophomore, Odorisi Odoro. Hyotei 2nd grader, Hyoshi Wakashi. The above members suspend all events of the Kanto conference within 3 days. After the investigation by the competition committee, the results of the investigation will be announced 3 days later. Above. Just 3 minutes. A broadcast announcement. Make everyone stunned in place. Quiet. Quiet. Deathly silence. The audience was silent. Asphyxia. Asphyxia. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't believe it. The competition committee will actually announce this matter. This circular. Like a depth charge. It exploded in the crowd like a tide. The first to explode were the spectators watching the game and the cheerleaders of Hyotei 200+. Hey! Banned. Disqualified. Did I hear you right? Seigaku really took advantage of this time. Disqualification. It's too serious. Hiss, this cancellation means all Hyotei's active members. The tournament committee must have made a mistake? Brawl. Is there any mistake? Hyotei was disqualified from all the main selection competitions at once. Didn't Seigaku win directly without competition? Shadow. It must be shady. Yes. There must be something shady. My baby Xiongri is so petite, how could he possibly participate in a fight? It's a lie to say that the seniors and the others are fighting. It must be Seigaku's conspiracy. If you can't beat it, report it. The report proves to be true. Idiot. Use frame up. The audience and more than 200 Hyotei club members expressed disbelief. Advertisement. Such a ridiculous reason. How can there be such a coincidence? Seigaku. Seigaku. Use such a dirty trick. Shameless. In the crowd. I don't know who started the phrase Seigakology. Soon. More than 200. The cheerleaders of the Hyotei club immediately cursed in unison. Seigaku. Cured chicken. Seigaku. Cured chicken. Seigaku. Cured chicken. For a while, the whole venue booed. The neat Seigaku chicken began to echo in the court. Sure enough. I knew Ryūzaki Sumire, a dead old woman, would do something wrong. I didn't expect to hold back a big move directly. Suspension of all Hyotei official players? What a big deal. After Chen Fan heard the announcement, he was also out of breath. Originally, he knew that Ryūzaki Sumire was collecting information, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, collecting intelligence is also one of the means of competition. Moreover, intelligence can only assist the players, and cannot directly affect the strength of the players themselves. But this time, it is a bit disgusting to report directly, through the personal relationship of the competition committee, to cancel all Hyotei members from the competition for 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. What concept? In 3 days, the Kanto contest is over. Is it Hyotei's turn yet? Chen Fan couldn't sit still immediately, and walked towards the Water Emperor's seat. Tisk tisk tisk, suspended for 3 days. What kind of Kanto tournament does Hyotei play this time? The 8 school teams, including Atobe, are all banned. Who came up with a way? It seems that the match between Atobe and Tezuka is invisible. This Ryūzaki Sumire is not easy. Chitose fixed her eyes on Ryūzaki Sumire. Intuition told him that this Ryūzaki Sumire is not a good thing. Hey? Inu-senpai. Banned. So serious. Then Seigaku isn't a walkover. After hearing the broadcast news, Ji was also surprised. This is the first time she has heard the race committee's decision. Didn't expect it to be a really big deal. Okay. Reporter Inu nodded. 1.1 Every game committee decision is an important event that will make headlines the next day. You have to remember that. Reporter Inu gave instructions to the junior, Shiseiji, who quickly picked up a note and wrote it down. I remember the last time the competition committee made a decision, it was during last year's national competition. Someone anonymously reported that Chen Fan, a Seigaku first-year player, got into a fight, and the evidence is solid. After that incident, Chen Fan was suspended for half a year. There was no news after that, and I went to the Seigaku club later, and I haven't seen him either. Chen Fan? First year? Is there anyone in Seigaku other than Ryoma who was selected for the school team in the first year? Ji seemed to have discovered some new important news, so she hurriedly asked. Some. Reporter Inu recalled. Chen Fan back then had a great reputation. In the first grade, he overwhelmed the genius Fuji Seiasuke in the second grade, and Tezuka Kunimitsu, the pillar of Seigaku. Not only that, even Yamato, who was Seigaku's former president, handed over the most important singles number 1 to Chen Fan. He is known as the person who can really support the Seigaku tennis club. If it wasn't for being suspended, maybe Seigaku will be able to end Rikai's 2-game winning streak last year. Hold the first championship trophy for Seigaku. Having said this, Inu suddenly looked a little sad, feeling sorry for Chen Fan. That Chen Fan, is it so fishy? After Ji Shaji heard about Chen Fan's glorious past, she was also surprised. A first-year monster capable of overpowering geniuses Fuji Seiasuke and Tezuka Kunimitsu. Pity. If he hadn't been suspended now. The current Seigaku Tennis Club should have a strong lineup. What kind of a scene would that be? It's a pity I couldn't see it. Chapter 42. Seigaku seating area. Banned. How could the good Hyotei be banned? When Fuji Seiasuke heard the broadcast, his eyes suddenly opened, very puzzled. Strange, Hyotei played a friendly match with us at Forest Park Net Court yesterday, how could he participate in the fight? And how did Coach Ryūzaki know? Kawamura Takashi frowned, faintly feeling that something was a little unbelievable. During the Great Cold, it should be the iron law of the major tennis clubs that you should not fight. It is engraved in your mind. Besides, Atobe and the others are from elite tennis backgrounds, so it is even more impossible for them to make such low-level mistakes. Inui Sadaharu pointed out the suspicious points. Atobe and the others will not engage in fights. I am very clear about this. There should be some misunderstanding in this. Tezuka chose to believe Atobe them, turned his head, and he gave Ryūzaki Sumire a meaningful look. At this moment, Ryūzaki Sumire was facing them sideways, looking at the members of the tournament committee, with a smile on his lips. Hyotei dugout. Hateful. 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 Myukahi Gakuto kept holding the rest chair with his feet, venting his anger. The faces of the other Hyotei candidates, all of them were covered with haze. BD. You said we were fighting and participating in violent incidents? Did those guys figure out the situation? We ran away yesterday. We ran away. Minghu couldn't hold back his emotions, he gritted his teeth, and couldn't help but smashed the rest chair several times with his clenched fists. I thought, is there some misunderstanding? Let's go and talk to them. Chang Taro felt a little unbelievable, thinking that it was a misjudgment by the exhibition committee. Shout, it's really infuriating. Hyoji Wakashi gritted his teeth, with anger in his eyes, and sat down cross-legged, using meditation to calm himself down. Atobe, I feel something is wrong with this. Ashitari Yuushi's performance was relatively calm. I've already thought of something, I'll wait for Coach God to come back and confirm it. Atobe squinted his eyes, his tone was cold, and his facial expression was terribly cold. At this time, Coach Shen and Chen Fan came to Hyotei's player area almost at the same time. Everyone immediately surrounded him. Coach! What the hell is going on here? That's right. We didn't get involved in any fights at all. 09. That's right, yesterday we were chased by a group of gangsters who suddenly appeared on the streets of Forest Park, and we didn't fight back at all. Ryūzaki Gakuto and Mingto couldn't wait to speak to the God Coach. But Coach God still had a look of resentment on his face. I know, and I also believe that you are not involved in violent incidents such as fights and fights. Because the video and pictures that the old witch Ryūzaki brought out, there is no clear evidence that you were directly involved in the fight. The picture and the video just captured the scene where you and the gangster were confronted together. It's nothing at all. It's hateful that old hag, Sumire Ryūzaki, relied on her seniority and taught Eikaizen Nanjiro's status as a legendary player to put pressure on the tournament committee. That's why I said that I was suspected of participating in a fight and waiting for investigation. The more God Coach said, the more unwilling he became. Looking at the back of Ryūzaki Sumire, he wished to eat her alive, and it was difficult to vent his hatred. Nausea. Too disgusting. Never seen such a brazen man. This kind of person dragged to feed the dog will not eat. Several members of the Hyotei school team were shaking with anger. If you can't win, use this kind of indiscriminate means. It's disgusting. I'm Tui. Baked chicken. Ryūzaki Gakuto spat at Ryūzaki Sumire's back, then threw the bottle cap in his hand on the ground, and jumped vigorously. Obviously, Sumire Ryūzaki has been plotting against us since the friendly match yesterday. And she made double preparations. First, we played a friendly match with us, and let the other team hide in the dark to collect data from us. This can explain why they targeted Xiongri in the doubles 2 game today. And for the sake of safety, make sure intelligence tennis doesn't win us win. The gangsters who appeared inexplicably immediately after the friendly match were her second-hand preparations. In order to disqualify us all, Seigaku made it through. Because they know that we will enter the Kanto competition every year and become their strong opponents. So it's easier to prepare in advance. Ashitari Yuushi has fully understood Ryūzaki Sumire's insidious tactics. Chang Taro looked at Ryūzaki Sumire, and suddenly felt sinister. For a while, everyone completely hated Ryūzaki Sumire. At this time, advertisement. After Atobe listened to the words of Coach God and the analysis of Ashitari Yuushi, his body stopped suddenly. Seems to understand something. Turning to look at Chen Fan. Really? Chen Fan's face was also terribly gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Chen Fan, you were banned a year ago because of this, right? Atobe spoke silently. Chen Fan turned his head to look at Atobe, his tone watery. You know about that too. Chen Fan's words were icy cold, as if they carried a cold air, making the listeners feel as if they had fallen into a cold cave. The atmosphere in Hyotei's team instantly cooled down. You know about that too. What's the matter? What are Atobe and Chen Fan talking about? After Ryūzaki Gakuto, Mingto, and others heard this, doubts appeared in their minds. I felt that there was something wrong with the faces of Adobe and Chen Fan. Everyone also fell silent. The atmosphere dare not breathe. Adobe looked solemn, and said slowly. I don't know much. All I know is that during the national competition, you were suddenly reported anonymously for participating in a fight, and you were suspended for half a year and missed the national competition. At the time, no one knew who made the anonymous report to the race committee. What's happening now is the same as what happened to you last year, isn't it? If that's the case, it's almost certain that it was Ryūzaki Sumire who reported you anonymously back then. Right. Adobe said all his guesses. Basically true. Chen Fan nodded. Hearing Chen Fan's nod, the other members of Hyotei gasped, feeling a chill down their backs. I didn't expect the old witch Ryūzaki Sumire to be so cruel. Even Chen Fan was framed. You know, Chen Fan was still a member of the Seigaku school team at that time, representing Seigaku in the national competition. At that time, who would have thought that the person who reported himself anonymously was his own coach? Why? I didn't want to understand why she designed to frame you. Adobe stared like a needle, and took the most crucial question. Everyone in Hyotei immediately pricked up their ears, afraid that they didn't hear clearly. Ah! Chen Fan gave a forced smile helplessly. I didn't know why at first. It's not even known who reported it anonymously. Now I know. Her goal is to get a green card from the beautiful country and become a tennis star coach. Enter the World Tournament Committee. Chen Fan began to recall. A year ago, I was participating in the National Great Cold. I received an invitation letter for the all-beautiful Daxia Open and asked me to participate. After Ryūzaki learned about this, in order to achieve her goal and successfully enter the beautiful country, she asked me to give up the national competition and participate in the beautiful country Open, but I refused. So in order for me to follow her instructions and orders, I found gangsters to block me, Dokeng and Haitang. I admit, I did it. Successfully let her get the handle and report me anonymously. Advertisement. So I got my wish and embarked on the all-beautiful National Open. But she never thought of it. After I participated in a game, the fights also spread to the beautiful country. So, I'm back again. That time, because I violated the regulations of the competition committee and played a game, I lost all my belongings, 500,000 yuan, and I paid it off within 10 years. For this reason, earning money to survive has become my daily necessity. I was suspended for half a year, and a lot of part-time jobs made me unable to participate in tennis training in the school. Ryūzaki Sumire sees no hope of entering the World Tournament Committee from me at all, and turns her attention to Eikaizen Ryoma, who is emerging in the beautiful country. With a level of tennis far beyond his peers, and the amazing title of son of Eikaizen Nanjiro. Let Ryūzaki Sumire see hope again. There are more promising and suitable candidates for her god-making plan. In order to create the title of Eikaizen Ryoma's strongest rookie monster, vacate the main selection position of the school team. So, she found a less serious justification and kicked me out of the school team. That's how the current tennis mercenary, Chen Fan, came about. The long memory is over. The whole story of a year ago was finally sorted out by Chen Fan. After hearing the whole truth about the event a year ago, everyone in Hyotei couldn't calm down for a long time. Everyone was trembling with anger, wishing to tear Ryūzaki Sumire apart. Framed by my own coach, half a year. 14 years old, 500,000 in debt. One can imagine how miserable Chen Fan was at that time. To know. It is impossible to find a stable job at the age of 14 in Sakura country. At most, I can only do part-time jobs. And part-time jobs have fixed working hours every week, so they are destined to not make much money in a month. 500,000 is enough to keep Chen Fan alive for a year. It's really, too bad. This kind of old witch should be cut into pieces, and then quartered. Ryūzaki Gakuto gritted his teeth, raised his knife with a fierce look on his face. How can such a person still live in this world? What a pity! Mingo raised his middle finger at Ryūzaki Sumire. It's really shocking enough. Ashitari Yuushi, who has always been calm, couldn't help clenching his fists at this moment. Ryūzaki Sumire did such a thing. I'm going to expose her to the tournament committee now. Coach God was filled with righteous indignation and was about to go to the tournament committee to report Ryūzaki Sumire. However, next second, Adobe stopped him suddenly. Coach. Coach God stopped and turned to look at Adobe. This matter, I will never let Ryūzaki Sumire go. But uncover the dirty matter of Ryūzaki Sumire, let Chen Fan solve it by himself. Will be better. There are nearly 2,000 spectators in the entire court, and there are also major tennis media weekly. You should. You also want to take revenge yourself? Chen Fan. At this moment, Adobe seemed like a roundworm in Chen Fan's stomach, and understood what Chen Fan was thinking at the moment. Only then did everyone in Hyotei understand. Indeed. There are many ways to ruin Ryūzaki Sumire. Just relying on the fact that the old witch framed Adobe, the Adobe consortium behind Adobe already has several methods to deal with him. But this is too fast and too cheap for Ryūzaki Sumire. This kind of person should torture her step by step, repeatedly. As for the beginning of this revenge, it is perfect to give it to Chen Fan. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Chen Fan, waiting for his answer. I think, it's time for you to rest. After all, it cost money to have the champion of Kanto Dayo. Chen Fan had no expression on his face, his tone was cold, and there was even a hint of murderous intent. Adobe, Ashitari Yuushi, Ryūzaki Gakuto 400 people, looked at Chen Fan's appearance, the corners of their mouths raised slightly. Since the old witch Ryūzaki Sumire sent us away with the rules of the tournament committee, then let's take advantage of the tournament committee's rules and send Chen Fan back, shall we? Hyotei and everyone looked at each other and smiled. Seigaku, send us away, what you will experience next is not heaven, but hell. This moment. After listening to what happened, all members of Hyotei gave up their chance to return to the game. Choose to help Chen Fan and complete revenge on Seigaku. Forest Park Network Court. Dash. Boom. Boom. 0. Boom. On court. Kite and Akutsu are fighting. The racket in their hands is still the black special racket. Because the Kanto competition is going on next door. The court at the moment. Nobody. Otherwise, someone must be surprised. The two of them were actually sparring with 5 balls at the same time. And it's weird. The court only saw the shadow of 5 balls. But you can hear the sound of 6 balls hitting. Really weird. Jingle bell. Kite's cell phone rang suddenly. He stopped and continued to catch the ball. 5 tennis balls hit his court heavily like cannonballs. Instantly branded 5 black ball marks. Kite took out the phone from his pocket and pressed the speakerphone. Work. Chen Fan's cold voice came from the receiver. After speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Kite to answer. It seems that the boss is not very happy. Kite frowned, and looked at Akutsu helplessly. Let's go. Look at the unsightly thing that PD off the boss. Kite's tone suddenly became serious, and his glasses flashed a little, revealing a murderous look. Swish! The two of them neatly grabbed the 2 black coats on the coach chair next to the court, and put them on themselves. Successfully covered the weight training wristbands on both wrists. Wearing coats, the corners of their mouths raised slightly. There is an infinite fighting spirit in my body. A gust of wind blew by. Flying leaves from the forest echoed over the court. The sky is getting darker. In the clouds, a few rumbling thunders were faintly heard. There is a little more chill in the air. The Kanto contest? Let's turn him upside down. Kite and Akutsu, wearing coats, looked like they were about to fight. With a fierce look in his eyes, he walked towards the Kanto competition venue next door. Professional team. Hire with integrity. Employee number 1, Kite Eshiro. Employee number 2, Akutsu Jin. All the members are participating. Chapter 43. Seigaku seating area. Ryūzaki Sumire came back with a face full of excitement. The haze on his face has disappeared, and he can even hum a little song. Her face was full of pride. Humph, Chen Fan, and God, you two brats, what's the use of cultivating Hyotei so hard? You still dare to show off your power in front of me? Then I'll send you all out. Let you fall short. Ha 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 ha. Ryūzaki Sumire was very happy. After successfully fighting back against Chen Fan and Coach Chen, she couldn't wait to see the two of them look like bereaved dogs. Coach, we want to talk to you. Tezuka, Fujishiasuke and other members of the Seigaku school team came in front of Ryūzaki Sumire. Okay, let's talk. After successfully taking revenge on Hyotei, Coach God, and Chen Fan, Ryūzaki Sumire nodded in a good mood. Hyotei fights, beatings and violence, are you responsible for it? Tezuka cut to the chase and asked his own question straight to the point. Okay. After Ryūzaki Sumire heard this question, her smile froze. The rest of Seigaku's regular team members waited for his answer with solemn faces. Why do you ask this? Hyotei has been suspended by all players, what's the point of asking this? Ryūzaki Sumire did not answer directly and chose to open the topic. We want an answer, otherwise we don't feel at ease. Tezuka was still unrelenting and continued to ask. Ryūzaki Sumire's face darkened, looking at Tezuka. Eyes on each other. A pair of gloomy and cunning. A pair of solemn and sincere. Everyone was silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No, Hyotei's suspension is none of my business. Ryūzaki Sumire spoke suddenly, looking into Tezuka's eyes and said. Got it, thank you. Tezuka bowed slightly to Ryūzaki Sumire, and turned away with the rest of Seigaku's regular team members. Tezuka, do you think we should trust Coach Ryūzaki? Kawamura Takashi asked. Believe it or not, follow your heart. Tezuka sat back in his seat silently, but judging from his slightly angry tone. He doesn't believe it. Actually, the country does not believe that. Fujishiasuke whispered next to Kawamura Takashi's ear. Hey? Then why did Tezuka choose to continue playing? Kawamura Takashi was very puzzled. Because, Tezuka has been persistently sticking to the agreement with Yamato Senpai to lead Seigaku to the whole country. Tezuka, but for the sake of the team and the contract, he cannot care about himself. Fujishiasuke smiled softly, and after speaking, he walked to Tezuka's side and sat down quietly. Kawamura Takashi, Inui Sadaharu, and others saw this, and after hesitating, they all sat back to their seats obediently. Great! All 8 of Hyotei's regular players have been suspended. Seigaku is now a sure win. Horio shouted excitedly. Horio, Hyu hasn't finished talking yet. That's right, that's right. Hyotei is only 8 main players who have been suspended, but they are a super big tennis club with up to 200 members. They can definitely let other members play. Mizuno and Mahatma hurriedly stopped Horio, telling him not to speak so absolutely. Oh! What do you know? As far as Hyotei's substitutes, Fuji-senpai and Ekaizen can easily get rid of them. Horio waved his hand disapprovingly. At this time. Internet court. Not only did Horio think so, but even the other school team members who watched the game had the same idea as Horio. Advertisement. After all, how can the level of strength of the school team's regular selection and the temporary pull-out substitute players compare? It's over, Hyotei suffered a big oolong this year. I didn't expect Seigaku to take advantage of it and let them advance so easily. Unfortunately, I thought I'd be able to see Tezuka and Adobe singles fight. Me too, inexplicably a little disappointed. Just when everyone thought that this year Seigaku would pick up the league and successfully advance to the next level without any effort. Next second. Zi. A piercing and sharp noise echoed in the Kanto conference venue. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the venue broadcast sounded again. Announcement. Announcement to the audience. Announcement to the audience. Because of the unexpected incidents encountered in the final selection of the 8 school teams of Hyotei Academy, the president of the tennis club and the tennis coach made a unanimous decision. Start Article 132 of the Tournament League. In the event of an emergency, with the consent of the team captain and his coach, non-staff personnel or substitute players with an age difference of no more than 5 years can be selected to play. 3 non-staff members of Hyotei Gakuen are qualified by the competition committee. Hyotei Gakuen singles 3 contestants, represented by non-staff, Kite Eshiro, 16 years old. Hyotei Gakuen singles 2 contestants, represented by non-staff, Kutsu, 15 years old. Hyotei Gakuen singles contestants, represented by non-staff, Chen Fan, 15 years old. The game continues. The announcement is over. Silence. Silence. Immediately afterwards, various voices began to sound on the court. Noise, discussion, softness. The audience who didn't know why were a little confused after hearing this announcement. Article 132 of the Tournament League? What's going on here? So Hyotei means coming off the bench. It's not a substitute. It's a non-staff member. There is an essential difference from a substitute. What essential difference? One is from the Hyotei Tennis Club, and the other is not. You can also understand that it is a foreign aid. Hyotei actually invited foreign aid. Why are these 3 people so powerful? I have never heard of their names. Hey, hey! Are those 3 people? In the crowd. Some spectators pointed to the 3 people standing in the Hyotei player area. Staff number 1, Kite, staff number 2, Akutsu, and Chen Fan himself in a black trench coat. And the other side. Hyotei's cheerleading team of more than 200 people saw the players standing in their own player area. There are quite a few sharp-eyed club members who have already begun to recognize them. Kite Eshiro. Isn't that the guy who beat Fuji Seisuke 6-0 in San Rudolph vs Seigaku? I remember him too. That guy is too strong. He is a tennis mercenary. Isn't that guy Yakutsu from Yamabuki Middle School who has a particularly violent personality? How could he become a non-staff member of Hyotei? That Chen Fan. The person who defeated President Adobe on the school net court. I remember him. He is the tennis mercenary that President Adobe hired for 10 million. 10 million? Really? Hey, hey! Those Kite and Akutsu are wearing, aren't they the work uniforms of tennis mercenaries? Black row coats. Advertisement. In short, it's right that these 3 people are very strong. They are very reliable. The members of Hyotei's cheerleading team saw that their outsiders were the reliable 3 Chen Fan, and instantly rekindled the atmosphere. Hyotei! 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 For a while, the entire court was rekindled with cheers from the Hyotei cheerleaders. Hey! Things seem to be developing in a direction I didn't expect. Chen Fan. The name sounds familiar. Finally able to see the real game of tennis mercenaries. Chitos, who was in the crowd, was aroused by success. He was still disappointed because he couldn't see the singles match between Adobe and Tezuka, but now he is looking forward to it. In the past 2 days, I used a telescope to observe Kite and Akutsu's training like crazy dogs. Let him very startled. I am eager to know what level the real strength of the 2 of them is. At the same time, There were two other people in the crowd, and their expressions were equally excited. Chen Fan? Could it be that Chen Fan? Reporter Inu's eyes widened when he heard the broadcast, his face full of disbelief. He turned his head and looked towards Hyotei's player area. Black trench coat. Those resolute eyes. Exactly the same as Chen Fan from a year ago. It's him. It's Chen Fan. It's really Chen Fan. Banned for half a year. Disappeared for a year. He finally reappeared on the field. Reporter Inu's tone was excited, as if he had seen some shocking news. Swish! Grab the camera hanging from your chest. Quick focus on Chen Fan in the Hyotei player area. Press the shutter. Crack! 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 The shutter sounded several times in succession, and the expression on the user's face was slightly excited. I am very glad that I came to the competition scene. Arbitration by the tournament committee. Light of Seigaku a year ago. The reappearance of the tennis mercenaries. There are so many headlines on the front page tomorrow that people don't know which one to put. That's Chen Fan? He looks so young. Seeing how excited the senior was, Shiseiji next to her also turned her attention to Hyotei's player area. Seigaku player area. What? It actually applied for the 132nd regulation of the tournament league. A hole. Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan again. God, this guy. He and Chen Fan are so haunted. After Ryūzaki learned that Hyotei used outsiders to play, his smile disappeared and his face turned blue all of a sudden. But after thinking briefly, her smile appeared again. 3 people are in the position of singles, so it proves that doubles won, Hyotei is abstained. Advertisement. As for doubles 2, because of the suspension, the score just now cannot be counted. In other words, we started 2-0. As long as you win one of the 3 games of singles. Ryūzaki Sumire thought of this, and turned her eyes to the Hyotei contestant area. Among the 3, Kite has the most difficult level of strength and can easily defeat Fuji. The place most likely to lose points is him. Among the 3 singles, only Tezuka can compete with him. Akutsu from singles 2 is highly favored by the boss at Yamabuki Middle School. He said that he is a monster that is rare to meet in 10 years, and his level of strength must not be much worse. Although Lu Liqiu couldn't collect his information at that time, I heard that this person was extremely reckless, and his style of play was wild and rough. It was just right for a skilled player like Fuji to play. As for Chen Fan in singles, hee. Ryūzaki Sumire looked at Chen Fan's figure and couldn't help it. He laughed twice, his eyes full of disdain. A waste of tennis for a year. But with the aura of Seigaku's strongest freshman in the past. Since the unwillingness to give up took the initiative to appear in front of me, it is perfectly appropriate to let Eikaizen Ryoma play singles 1. The strongest first grade in the past is against the strongest first grade now. Just enough to give Ryoma some momentum. As long as Ryoma can defeat him, the discussion within Seigaku about me kicking out Chen Fan will be self-defeating. This game is also the easiest game to win. Just win any one of the 3 games. Victory is still ours. Ryūzaki Sumire quickly calculated in her mind, and she clearly understood the layers of calculations and the stakes involved. The depth of the scheming city is shocking. And beside her, Seigaku's school team regular picks. He was surprised when he heard the radio. To their surprise, not only did Hyotei request non-staff intervention, but Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan. Chen Fan actually became a non-staff member of Hyotei, representing Hyotei in singles 1. Fuji Seisuke was surprised by the content of the broadcast. Kaitang and Inui Sadaharu were also surprised. I didn't expect that after the national competition, I would meet Chen Fan again in this form. It's really a dream, Nyonyo's, fantasy. Shout, kicked out by Seigaku, ran to Hyotei as a traitor. This Chen Fan is still a fool. But it's okay, Didn't Coach Ryūzaki say that? That guy hasn't played tennis for a year, so he can be dealt with casually. Horio interrupted at this moment. Yes. Not necessarily. As Inui Sadaharu said, he opened the diary he carried with him. Immediately afterwards, he propped up his glasses and said, based on Hyotei's previous net court arrangements, the finale of singles is all top-notch team leaders with national standards. So, since Chen Fan was able to beat Kite, whose strength is at the national level, he was assigned to the position of singles. There's a 100% chance that he'll have quality at the national level. It's over. Several members of the Seigaku school team fell silent. Tezuka, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. Our Seigaku goal is still to be the national champion this year. Whether it's Chen Fan or Hyotei, you have to beat them. Chen Fan is very strong, we knew that in the first grade, didn't we? The positions are different, there is nothing to say. Concentrate on it. Yes. Soon. The announcement on the court sounded. Next, the match between Hyotei Gakuen vs Seigaku Singles 3 will begin soon. Seigaku, Tezuka Kunimitsu. Hyotei Academy, Kite Eshiro. Contestants from both sides, please enter the arena as soon as possible. Hear the broadcast. Tezuka stood up with a solemn expression, picked up his racket, and walked towards the court. Kite also raised a smile, adjusted the black coat on his chest, took the black racket, and prepared to go on stage. Chapter 44. Kite. Just when Kite was about to play, Chen Fan stopped him suddenly. What's the matter? Boss. Kite stopped, smiled, and turned to ask. Put on a normal racket and remove the weight training cuffs. Hey? Boss, you mean that I can let go of all my strength and abuse the house? Kite's eyes lit up. The reason why I wear weight training wrists and iron racket to play. It is because Kite thinks that Tezuka's strength is almost the same as that of Fuji Seiasuke. There is no need to take it off. In addition, Chen Fan had ordered him to use a pure iron racket for the competition with Yakujin, and to wear weight training wristbands every day. So he didn't dare to take it off. I was afraid that Chen Fan would deduct his salary. Now I heard Chen Fan take the initiative to let him take off the burden. Kite subconsciously thought that Chen Fan was very angry and wanted him to tyranny Tezuka. Chen Fan glanced at Kite. When he saw Kite's serious face of I can really blow up Tezuka, he tried not to laugh. Now, he feels a little relaxed. Because he has already learned from Atobe. Atobe has already mobilized his family power to investigate Sumire Ryūzaki, collecting her violations over the years of coaching, and also specially invited many law-related people to discuss how to get Sumire Ryūzaki the greatest degree of retribution. It can be said that no matter what the result of this match is, Ryūzaki Sumire will definitely be removed from the tennis world, and her reputation will be ruined, and even the people in the tournament committee will also be purged. This made Chen Fan sigh the power of money. The follow-up matters have been taken care of by Atobe. What Chen Fan needs to do now is to win 3 singles matches, officially reveal his identity, and finally take a look at Ryūzaki Sumire's distraught face. After that, he formally took over the business as the tennis mercenary boss. Therefore, the only sliver of resentment left in him instantly collapsed because of Kite's words. Just let you dismantle it, please be safe. We are a professional team. If we say we can win, we must never lose. As for whether you are tyrannical to Tezuka, whether you can tyrannize Tezuka, I don't care. You can win the game. Chen Fan said with a smile. Understood, boss. After Kite understood Chen Fan's thoughts, he immediately put down the iron black racket in his hand. Clang! The racket was placed on the rest chair, and there was a sound of metal collision 107. This voice was heard by Chitos standing behind the iron fence behind the Hyotei school team. Chitos frowned, this guy, so the racket they train is made of iron. It's no wonder that when I was training in the backyard, I just pulled against each other. Soon. Kite took off the weight training wristbands she wore on her extremities and put on a plain racket. It feels so much lighter. If you perform well and beat Tezuka, maybe the boss will get a bonus if he is happy. He shook his hand, packed lightly, and walked into the court to be king. Both players are in place. Game start. Served by Kite. The referee sitting on the high chair next to the court raised Kite's hand as a signal. Seigaku's Tezuka, I've known you for a long time. Let me try to see what level you have. Kite has a gloomy expression, and the corners of his mouth are full of villains. At the same time, Tezuka also tightened his grip on the racket in his hand. After all, the opponent is a tennis mercenary who can take Fuji Seigaku to 6-0. With a crushing attitude, Fuji's people are definitely at the national level. And he was there in that game, so he can better understand Kite's strength. Whoosh! Next second, Kite on the opposite side has already thrown the tennis ball into the air. The whole body leaps high, leans back in the air, and widens the distance between the racket of the right hand and the tennis ball as much as possible. The moment the racket touched the ball, there was an explosion, like a cannonball, and the tennis ball flew towards Tezuka's feet quickly. Boom! Next second, Tezuka's eyes widened in disbelief. The racket in his hand was actually directly hit by this ball. Turning his head and glanced at racket who fell behind him, Tezuka's eyes were a little dignified. Okay, what a terrifying power! Advertisement. That ball actually knocked the player's racket away. Kawamura Takashi was surprised by the power of Kite's shot. He is good at power tennis, and he knows very well how much power is needed to forcibly knock a person's racket off the racket. Even if he hits a fluctuating ball, he can't do it easily. Kite's big explosion seems to be more powerful and faster. Chen Fan was very satisfied when he saw Kite's ball. At least Kite has been training, crazily for a while. Field. Kite glanced at his hands in disbelief. Just using that special racket and training with weight training wrists for a few days. The power of the Big Bang and the speed of the ball have increased so much. The boss has been carrying it for a whole year, and the special racket is heavier than ours. Let him hit a big explosion, wouldn't he send Tezuka away on the spot? Kite was secretly surprised. Opposite. Tezuka picks up the racket again and waits for Kite's serve. Since this is the case, I will reward you with 5 big explosions and easily win the serve round. Talking. Kite hit another big bang. The cannonballs sounded again. This time, Tezuka stood in advance of the landing point of the big explosion. Hold the racket with both hands, and firmly grasp the handle. Boom! A strong impact came from both hands. The constantly spinning tennis ball rubs against the racket. Tezuka's bangs and Seigaku's short sleeves were billowed by the wind. I actually caught it. Kawamura Takashi stood up excitedly. However, next second, pat! Tezuka's racket broke free from his hands, and the racket slid on the ground and spun a few times before stopping at the court baseline. The ball was still not caught. Tezuka glanced down at his palm. Palms are flushed. His arms were numb, and even trembling slightly. He turned his head and glanced at Kite, with a decision in his heart. Turn around. Tezuka picks up the racket at the baseline. He glanced at Kite with a serious face. The other side. Kite sees that Tezuka has picked up the racket and takes his position. There was another big explosion. Whoosh! The tennis ball flew towards Tezuka like a cannonball. Tezuka runs fast. Holding the racket tightly with both hands, he sprinted and swung suddenly. It's useless, just obediently get blown out by the Big Bang. Kite's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously very confident about the power of the Big Bang. But just when Kite thought Tezuka was going to be like the 2 balls just now, racket was blown away by the Big Bang. Suddenly, a yellow object flew quickly in front of him. He subconsciously picked up the racket in his hand to block it. Boom! Kite's racket was instantly sent flying by the powerful impact. Fall behind. Advertisement. Surprisingly, it actually hit back my big bang. Kite's eyes widened, and he looked at Tezuka in astonishment. Also, still use big bang. Immediately afterwards, Kite's pupils shrank suddenly. It was like seeing something incredible. Opposite the court, Tezuka's body emitted a whirlwind like white mist. This whirlwind of white mist quickly condensed into a cluster, exuding colorful phantom light, covering Tezuka from the beginning to the end. It's like the Super Saiyan transformation in the anime. Hey? This is... Outside the iron grid. When Chito saw this scene, his pupils widened suddenly, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Very yearning. This is what Tezuka has mastered. One of the 3 gates of Uvo Hall. The limit of thousands of tempers. Chitos was a little excited. The reason why he quit the Shitenhoji Tennis Club is to find an opportunity to open the other 2 doors from the non-self to the triple door. Now that I see Tezuka playing it, I pay more attention to this game at the moment. 40-0. 03-2-0. Seigaku Tezuka takes this round. The referee's voice sounded in the court. In a blink of an eye, Tezuka, who turned on the limit of hard work, won 2 consecutive rounds. Sumire Ryūzaki, who was sitting beside her, couldn't help but smile. As expected of Tezuka. It's still so reassuring. After opening the limit of tempering and tempering, that Kite has nothing to do with him. Now, after seeing Tezuka suppressing Kite, Ryūzaki Sumire's original worry was completely eliminated. Shout, what tennis mercenaries! At best, it's just that I haven't met a strong opponent. Ekizen Ryoma also showed disdain when he saw Kite being beaten by Tezuka twice in a row. He picked up the grape-flavored soda in his hand and brought it to his mouth. Because his skills were analyzed by the tennis mercenaries on the tennis forum, he didn't have any good impressions of the tennis mercenaries. Seizing the opportunity, he sprayed a few words. The other side. Looking at the current situation on the court, Hyotei's varsity team members, too, started to feel a little worried. Hello, Chen Fan. That Kite won't lose to Tezuka in the first game. Adobe glanced at Chen Fan strangely. If he loses to Tezuka in the first game, then he will lose face of Master Adobe. If you don't want to see Ryūzaki Sumire lose and lose. Now he can ruin Ryūzaki Sumire's reputation. Don't panic, don't panic. Chen Fan waved his hand. Kite was just seeing the triple door of Wuvotang Austrian for the first time, and was a little confused for a while. Chen Fan's expression remained calm. Before that, he had already printed Tezuka's information and related abilities in the analysis book. Kite watches every day, it's impossible not to know how to fight Tezuka. 9 times out of 10, I just want to see more for myself, trying to see if I can also start the triple door of selflessness. As for Kite's psychology, Chen Fan can still guess. This guy, play for fun, make trouble for trouble, he can't joke about serious things. The tasks given to him by Chen Fan, he has completed them at an excellent level. According to the evaluation of employees, Kite is a proper A grade. Advertisement. It is very reassuring to hand over the game to him. In that case, let him end the game quickly. The longer the delay, the greater the variables. After Adobe heard Chen Fan's words, he hurriedly urged, for fear of losing the game and losing Hyotei's face. Hey, Adobe, I'm going to talk to you about this. If you let him end the game now, then it belongs to the business of customizing scores. In the project of including the champion of the Kanto contest, there is no such business as private custom scores. What do you want to say? Adobe frowned, listening to Chen Fan's sudden talk about these ghost business, he was at a loss. Personal custom score business. I have to pay more. Chen Fan blinked his eyes with a serious face. Lying. Adobe's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Always a gentleman, he even almost blurted out the essence of Hyotei culture. Is there something wrong with this guy? Just now, you were still thinking about revenge with resentment on your face, and it seemed like you changed someone when you mentioned money? I'm curious now, what exactly did you experience in your working life that year? If you want to listen to the story, that's a different price. I already forgot to charge for telling you the story just now, so you're paying for nothing. This moment, the original profiteer Chen Fan has completely returned. As long as it involves making money, anger, hatred, etc., it has to be ranked second. 4-3. This round was won by Tezuka. The referee's voice came from the court. Adobe was already a little restless. The fear of losing the game amplified again. FK. Let Kite end the game quickly. How much? Adobe spoke impatiently. How much depends on how fast you want him, the speed is different, the price is also different. Seeing that Adobe was about to pay, Chen Fan became excited. Fastest. 500,000. Can. Make a deal. Determine the price. Chen Fan turned his head and shouted at Kite. Eshiro. Finish the game with your fastest time. A bonus of 50,000. As soon as the words came out, Adobe, Ashitari Yuushi and others beside him suddenly widened their eyes. Damn it! Is this guy too dark? Earn 500,000, and give 50,000 to others. This is simply exploitation. Is there really anyone willing to follow such a black-hearted boss? However, after Kite on the court heard this, his eyes flashed, and he swung suddenly at the big explosion that Tezuka hit back. Swish! A yellow ball shadow flashed. It landed at Tezuka's feet in an instant. The speed of the ball is even faster than the beginning. 15-0. The referee announces the score. Sorry, the boss has increased the money. Your limit of tempering and tempering can only be appreciated next time you have a chance. The aura on Tezuka's body suddenly changed. A sense of war suddenly arises. Hit from the beginning. Because of the post, Kite already knew about Tezuka's skills. But at the beginning, he was still taken aback when he saw Tezuka go out of his way. He even had the idea of spying on the triple gate of Hyotei. That's why the game was deliberately lengthened. Now because of Chen Fan's 50,000 cherry blossom coins, Kite doesn't pretend at all. Hyotei Austrian triple door and 50,000 bonus. He chose the 50,000 bonus without hesitation. This is Kite. Professional Workers, Number 1. Chapter 45. Boom. 4-5. Kite wins this game. Boom. 4-6. Kite wins this game. Driven by the 50,000 bonus. The Kite on the court seems to have changed a different person. May I ask, has he always been this fierce? Ryūzaki Sumire looked at Kite, who had completely turned the offense on the court, and was a little surprised. As long as you add more money, he can be even more aggressive. Chen Fan said calmly. That guy actually suppressed Tezuka, who had begun to refine himself to the limit, I can't believe it. Ashitari Yuushi looked at the Kite people dumbfounded. Dare to feel that this guy was beaten up by Tezuka just now, did he play it on purpose? The limit of hard work? Sometimes you can't stand the potential of people's sudden explosion. Chen Fan glanced at Kite who was standing on the court at the moment. With an excited face, bright eyes and a high degree of concentration throughout the body. The muscle groups on the feet and the arms can all be seen with obvious bulges. This state. It's like being on steroids, Kite at his best. This is the potential of Kite that Chen Fan accidentally discovered in the previous mission. The state that is difficult for others to enter, he can easily enter with just adding money. It's really a worker. Chen Fan couldn't help but envy Kite. After all, the sport of tennis. It is nothing more than a competition between the two players for strength, skill, speed, and mental endurance. And all tennis stunts are inseparable from these 4 days. It's like Ishida-jin's 108 style swing ball. Fuji Siasuk's various returns. Kite's full image reduction method. As well as Baden HS light hitting. These skills are the most obvious representatives of the 4 basic principles. The origin of each person's good skills is different, and the final direction is also different. This is why Tezuka, Ekizen, and others were able to open the triple door of Ryūgadu, but Fuji, Atobe, Sonata and others were unable to open the door. As far as Kite is now on court, concentration, speed, power, and explosiveness are at their best. In the case that the strength levels of the two sides are already similar, it is not difficult for Kite to beat Tezuka. Now, the surrounding Hyotei members watching the game see Kite fight back. They all started shouting, "Hyotei! Hyotei! Hyotei!" The enthusiasm of the crowd was like a tide. All of a sudden, the atmosphere on the court was ignited. And Kite in the field. The spirit is highly concentrated. Look up! The tennis ball flew towards his left. After Tezuka hit the return ball, he ran towards the net immediately. Going to tennis. Hitting my backhand on purpose, forcing me to hit the ball into the tennis ball. Hehe, do you want to put a zero-style short ball? In Kite's mind came the usual routine about Tezuka in the analysis post. I immediately guessed Tezuka's purpose. Since that's the case, let's give you a new trick that the boss taught us. Kite's mouth curled into a smile. Stretching out his left hand, the palm of his hand was shaped like a claw, and a transparent mass of air appeared in his hand. This air mass, if ordinary people don't look carefully, they won't be able to see it at all. Kite smiled slightly. The left arm naturally makes a natural swing when swinging back. Between swings, the air mass was also hit back by him together with the tennis ball. Good chance. President Tezuka is ready to use the zero-style short ball for this opportunity. When Horio saw Tezuka's posture, which looked like he was throwing a zero-style short ball, he immediately became excited. Successful. Tezuka saw that Kite's ball was as expected. He hit the position he expected, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Swing the racket, slowly aiming at the tennis ball that crosses the net and is about to chip away. AD. Boom. The racket is like being hit by something. The racket was bounced off the ball when it was one body position away from the tennis ball. The tennis ball landed directly at Tezuka's feet. 7-4. Competition is over. The referee reacted first and quickly announced the score. Chen Fan's twin stars. Tezuka froze for a moment. Then he turned his head and glanced at Chen Fan, which meant a lot. I didn't expect to lose in your hands in the end. Tezuka smiled helplessly, and some fragments of memories flashed in his mind. A year ago, Chen Fan reached the main selection of the school team by relying on a trick of Gemini. The one who took the title of genius from Fuji Siasuke. It can be said, Gemini is Chen Fan's representative ball game. Similar to Ekizen Ryoma's external spin serve, it can make people see the skill and think of the player's own skill. Only, the skill level of the two is completely different. Ekizen Ryoma's external spin serve is just a gimmick, just a spin ball that bounces towards the face. As long as a little research, you can play. The reason why it is so famous is because of the hype in the media. As for Chen Fan's twin stars, until now, no one can understand his reasoning. Just know that before hitting the ball, there will be an obvious feature that the racket will be bounced off by a mass of air. Without Chen Fan personally teaching, I'm afraid no one can learn it. Court side. In the coach chair, Ryūzaki Sumire's face trembled with anger, and her eyes were about to burst into flames. But in order to maintain her image, she calmed down a little. The mentality will be adjusted soon. For this game, she had already planned that she might lose. It doesn't matter, there are 2 more games. Just win the next game. Ryūzaki Sumire comforted herself. I put my inner expectations on Fujii of singles number 2. Soon. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Fan's number 2 hitter, Akutsu, is ready to play. Before playing, Akutsu, do you want to take off the racket and weight camp wristbands too? Hey? Are you ordering me? Ajiajin's dead fish eyes widened, and he looked at Chen Fan with a fierce look on his face. The surrounding Ashitari Yuushi were shocked when they saw it. Is this guy really an employee? How do you feel that Chen Fan invited a desperado? This is not an order, this is respect for the profession. Chen Fan looked serious. After all, this is our job, not a hobby. You take off your weight training wristbands, and change to a racket, to win 100%. D. Akutsu was silent. 3 seconds later, he began to unzip his black coat. In the middle of his waist and abdomen, there is also a waist bag tied. On it were 6 finger-sized pieces of lead. Immediately afterwards, he took off his entire coat again. The weight training wristband on the arm, the 2 hands add up to 10 caddies. Densely stuffed with 10 1-jin lead weights. And then, he rolled up his trousers. A lead weight of 5 jin for 1 foot and 10 jin for both feet. Hey! You white-haired monster! What a chicken thief! You actually secretly added lead to your waist. Kite pointed to the lead weight in Akutsu's waist, and complained to him. The implication is very obvious. It was agreed to fail the exam together, but you secretly learned what I mean in the inner circle. That's what I asked him to add. Chen Fan said. Boss added well. This white-haired monster has very good muscle flexibility and body coordination, so it needs to add some weight to the waist and abdomen to practice core explosive power. The boss is a professional. Kite gave a professional compliment, and then gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Chen Fan gave him a blank look and didn't say anything. Because Kite really got it right. Let Akujin increase the weight of his waist and abdomen in order to improve his core explosion. Now it is not good for Yujin to learn too many fancy skills. The most important thing is to give priority to improving Akutsu's own foundation. With the body, you can have the qualifications of top athletes. Under the emphasis of Chen Fan, Akutsu has already removed all his weight training wrists. Even Chen Fan let him remove the lead weight on his waist and abdomen. I didn't have a chance to verify the strength of Kite and Akutsu yesterday. Just happened to be able to take a look today. To what extent has Akutsu's wild tennis been developed in the past few days? 30 minutes after the opening of singles 2. Akujin's performance exceeded Chen Fan's expectations. Strength, speed, breakout, endurance, mental aspect, and physical coordination. From all aspects, there is a significant improvement compared to before. If we say that the potential of Kite is stimulated by the ability to add money, then Akutsu now doesn't need stimulation at all. Every movement, every muscle group mobilization, every swing and batting movement is completely natural. It's like an untamed beast. It's as if this person was born with the ability to play tennis. Chen Fan looked at Akutsu on the court, and couldn't help being envious in his heart. It's just like God chasing after him to feed him. Some guys really don't need training to play better than trained guys. And once this kind of person trains seriously, he can easily surpass professionals who have been immersed in their field for several years. Where did these tennis mercenaries come from? And one is stronger than the other. That Kite too, this Kutsuyasuke. Since when are there so many unknown tennis players? On court. Fujii opened his eyes, looked at Akutsu across the way, and was quite shocked. 0, seeking flowers. Next to the scoreboard. The score was 5-3. Fuji Seisuk trailed by 2 points. Let Yajujing get the match point first. Now. Seigaku player area. After delivering the pregnant woman, Oishi hurried to the competition field. Sorry, I'm late, how is the game going? Oishi asked everyone, with a trace of apology on his face. Silence. Silence. No one in the Seigaku player area spoke, and everyone's faces were a little dignified. Okay. Why don't you talk? Oishi was puzzled, seeing that everyone was looking at the court, he also looked towards the court. AD. Immediately, a strange expression appeared on his face. Fuji is 2 points behind. Who's that guy? It's Akutsu. Kawamura Takashi, who has known Akutsu since childhood, spoke at this time. You know him? After hearing Kawamura Takashi's words, everyone turned their heads and asked. I know, he is the same as me before, he belongs to the karate club. Recently I heard that he quit the Yamabuki Middle School Tennis Club, and he quit school on the same day. I was also surprised at the time and asked Akutsu's mother. According to his mother, he entered a tennis studio and worked on tennis. I didn't expect to become a tennis mercenary. Kawamura Takashi slowly told the news about Akutsu that he knew. Everyone was surprised to hear that Akutsu never practiced tennis at all. Never tennis practice? Are you kidding me? Oishi pointed to the scoreboard next to him, never practiced tennis and suppressed Fuji. Everyone was stunned. But seeing Akutsu's chaotic, weird, and awkward movements on the field, they believed it. Those moves. There is a running charge style, a high jump style, and a backward jumper style. It looks very awkward. It's like merging the postures of various sports into the body. It silenced those who could play tennis and those who could not. Say he can play tennis. None of the strokes are played like tennis. Say he can't play tennis. He was able to overwhelm the genius Fuji Seisuk. How should I put it? Several school team players from Seigaku looked at the court with mixed feelings. They really don't understand. Who is the boss of tennis mercenaries? Where did you find these monster employees again? How did Chen Fan meet? Now. They haven't suspected the identity of the tennis mercenary boss on Chen Fan. After all, in their impression, Chen Fan is poor. Every day is not working, or on the way to work. Although I played as a singles today. But they just thought that Chen Fan became one of the employees of the tennis mercenary team. That's all. Hyotei player area. Adobe looks at Akutsu in the court. His gaze went from disgust at the beginning to interest. From the beginning of the game, all the postures were chaotic and completely illogical. Not only that, but you can forcefully change the route of the shot in the air. No matter which corner the ball hits, he can catch it with speed, and the strength is amazing. This person is playing tennis purely by physical instinct. There's no skill at all, it's completely different from Tezuka's tennis. Where did you find this monster? Adobe saw Akutsu on the court and was also amazed by his physical talent. He turned his head and asked Chen Fan, who was sitting on the side. He has been learning elite tennis since he was a child, and he is very interested in seeing Jujin's beastly style of play. This is a commercial secret and cannot be disclosed. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously, and simply perfunctory. Joke. Where to find it? I found it from the original work of my previous life. Can this tell you? It's still a trade secret. I'm your big client now, right? It can't even be said. Adobe smiled and shook his head. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't want to talk, he didn't want to ask more. Anyway, as long as you can win. He doesn't care. What's more, the stronger Chen Fan's tennis mercenary team is, it doesn't matter to him. The big deal is to spend more money. 10 minutes later. Ajiajin walked back calmly with his hands in his pockets, looking at Chen Fan with his dead fish eyes. How many? 100,000. Remember to call Yuaki. Call the boss, I'll call 50,000 more. Boss. 150,000, I'll transfer it to Yuaki right now. Okay. Enter. Chapter 46. After knowing how much money you can make in this game, Yajujin sat back on the rest chair without saying a word, looking like a stuffy oil bottle. Adobe glanced silently at Akutsu with his eyes. Then leaned over and whispered in Chen Fan's ear. Hey! Is it really okay for you to squeeze the employees like this? The price is so low. Is the price low? Chen Fan froze for a moment, then looked at Adobe in surprise. Isn't it low? Adobe asked back, and at the same time gave Chen Fan a supercilious look. Including a Kanto contest, not to mention earning 10 million. The score customization cheated me of 500,000 Sakura coins, and the bonus was only 50,000. Isn't that low? Do you think they feel low? Chen Fan pointed to Akutsu and Kite. Adobe turned to look. Ajijin looked indifferent, sitting on the rest chair in a daze. Kite was holding the 50,000 cherry blossom coin bonus that Chen Fan gave him just now, his eyes were shining, and he had been counting from before Akutsu started the game until now after the game ended. Like a slave to money. The two of them really didn't seem to think they were short of money at all. Maybe someday they can't bear to run away. You are exploiting Chiguakuo. It is easy to cause resistance from the employees below. Adobe is the young master of the Adobe Consortium. I usually have my own unique views on management. He started to feel worried for Chen Fan. Run. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head. Impossible. I can handle it to death. And my employees are not short of money, they just need it. Is there any difference between the two? Hearing this, Adobe was taken aback for a moment. Lack of money, you have to give them a lot of money. You need money, as long as you have money. How did I hear a truth? 613. It proves that you have read less. Read more newspapers, play less tennis, and sleep more. Chen Fan patted Adobe's shoulder, pretending to be inscrutable. B. How can Hyotei win the national championship if I don't play tennis? Here. Chen Fan pointed to himself, Yakujin and Kite. Give me 100 million and we'll send Hyotei to the national championship. Add 10 million, and the beast will bring the championship trophy to your bed, and you don't even have to leave the bed. 100 million, 3 people, 2 months, fulfill your dream. As soon as the words came out, a group of Ashitari Yuushi, including Coach Chen, once again refreshed Chen Fan's emphasis on money. Right now it's just the Kanto competition. It will take nearly a month to finish all the comparisons. In addition to the 1-month preparation period, the national competition will take 2 months to start. And Chen Fan has already started looking for Adobe investment package projects. Do you really think my family is printing money? Adobe couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. Even for me, my monthly pocket money is only 20 million. Here. Chen Fan froze for a moment. A month's pocket money is no more than 20 million? Right. The Adobe family has what they want. But those more are fixed assets. Like helicopters, yachts, manors, villas, mansions, and luxury cars, everything is there. In daily life, pocket money of 20 million a month is more than enough. To know. Even in the noble school Hyotei Academy, the monthly pocket money of Myukai Gakuto, Mingto, and others is only about 200,000. Think here. Chen Fan took out his mobile phone and glanced at his account. Account balance, 67.5 million cherry blossom coins. It's still more than 30 million yuan away from my dream of singing and dancing hall. For this game, we have to find another way to make money. National competitions are not compared every day, and it is not a long-term stable source. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Originally, I wanted Adobe to take over the national competition first. AD. An important point has been overlooked. The money printing machine also has to wait for it to print money. At this moment, the court's announcement sounded. Now Hyotei vs Seigaku, singles match. Hyotei Gakuen, Chen Fan. Seigaku, Ekizen Ryoma. After hearing the broadcast content, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly. Forget all the thoughts that were in your mind just now. It's finally started, the singles match. I can take one last look at the distraught old lady Ryūzaki Sumire. Stand up. Chen Fan looked at Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting on the coach chair. When she saw Ryūzaki Sumire's hateful eyes, as if she was about to eat herself, she felt a sense of refreshment in her heart. Gas, keep breathing. Don't worry. The more angry ones are yet to come. At that time, the sky above the venue of the Kanto tournament. It was getting darker and darker. It was as if someone in the sky stretched out his hand and blocked the sun. It's dark. Apparently there was a downpour about to fall. Court. A group of people wearing black school team uniforms appeared beside the court. Here we come. It's Feudaman. It's Seigaku's Feudaman who won the regional competition. They came to watch the game too. Strange, don't they have a game at the next court today? Why do you have time to watch the game at the court here? They've finished the match. Feudaman beat Akiba Middle School 3-1. The arrival of the Feudaman school team attracted the attention of the surrounding audience. Feudaman. It must be the school Tachibana transferred to. Among the crowd, Chitos heard the surrounding voices, and looked towards the other side of the court. Really? I saw Tachibana Yoshihei in Feudaman school uniform standing in front. Seriously watching the upcoming singles match. At the same time, Kanto tournament venue. Really, this brat, doesn't he know how to carry an umbrella when he goes out? I must have gone out today without checking the weather forecast. Ekizen Nanjiro looked helpless, wandering around the court muttering. He was quickly attracted by the Hyotei crowd. Which school cheerleaders are those people? The scene is so big. Soon, Ekizen Nanjiro came to the court. Squeeze your way from the crowd to the front. Looking at the figure walking out of the court, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Found it. It turned out to be here. It just so happened to be that brat's match. Interesting. Hey, it's time to play, boss. Did you take off your weight training wristbands? Here. Seeing that Chen Fan picked up the pure iron racket and was about to go on stage, Kite couldn't help asking. I don't have to take it off. Chen Fan waved his hand indifferently. For him, this game was nothing more than going through the motions and taking off the hammer. And the current Ekizen Ryoma, at best, only has the skills of a few three-legged cats. Initially, selfless state can be turned on. AD. By contrast, Chen Fan has already encountered a bottleneck early on, unable to enter a new realm. This is why you need to bring these loads and increase the difficulty for yourself. It's not a good thing to say. After knowing the principles of the ball skills in the original work of the previous life, even if Chen Fan has not learned it specifically, he can still use his own imitation to forcibly play a lot of golf skills. This is the benefit of solid basic skills. Just like in the original work of the previous life. Even if Adobe doesn't need to activate selfless state, he can still play Pirate's Horn in Kai of Higa. Okay. Kite didn't speak anymore, feeling a little disappointed inside. I still want to say that I can see the full strength of the boss. Since the last time in the backyard of the villa, Chen Fan wears a weight training wristband and hits light shots with an iron racket. He was very curious about Chen Fan's real tennis level. Soon, accompanied by the referee's voice, Chen Fan walked into the court. Before the game, the two sides shook hands. The height gap between Chen Fan and the two is very obvious. With a height of 1.83 meters, standing in front of Ekizen Ryoma. Ekizen Ryoma could barely reach Chen Fan's chest. This height difference. Make this match look like a father-son game. Hey, I broke your record in the tennis training hall last time. And I turned on 3 machines. Ekizen Ryoma smiled, and mentioned the incident at the tennis training hall last time. After that day, he goes to the tennis gym every day and starts with 2 machines. It was found that the serving frequency of the 2 machines was too high to break Chen Fan's record of 102 balls in 1 minute. So he started trying to turn on 3 tennis ball launchers at the same time. After training, with a record of 104 balls in 1 minute, he regained the top spot among tennis trainers. What? After hearing Ekizen Ryoma's words, Chen Fan froze for a moment. That's when I remembered the tennis training ground. If you don't tell me, I'd forget. Turn on 3 machines at the same time, you are awesome. Chen Fan praised him very politely. In fact, 3 machines break the record, which is much simpler than 2 machines. After all, the transmission frequency will be relatively low. As long as you can catch 2 or 3 balls at the same time, you can basically easily break the record. Nothing great. But human beings are sophisticated. Don't be stingy with your compliments. It won't do much to praise a child. Just praise it. In this case, how about we play faster in this game? Hit 3 balls at once. Ekizen Ryoma, who was praised by Chen Fan, took the initiative to speak. Looking at Chen Fan's eyes, there is still a hint of persecution, obviously wanting to see Chen Fan's jokes. Nice job, Goose. That's it, make things difficult for him, so that you can stand out enough. Ryūzaki Sumire, who was sitting in the coach chair beside her, was delighted to hear Ekizen Ryoma's request. Although she knows that it is impossible to hit 3 balls at once in the game. But Ekizen Ryoma said this word. The momentum is coming. And the other side. Chen Fan was stunned when he heard Ekizen Ryoma's words. Glancing at Ekizen Ryoma's expression, he quickly understood his intentions. This little brother is a little swollen. It's true to praise you twice. Ad. Is it to avenge Ryūzaki Sumire last time? A child is a child, and everything he wants to do is written on his face. Chen Fan thought for a while. Then he deliberately showed an unbelievable look. No way. Hit 3 balls at once in the game. Did your coach die too early? You don't even know that you can only play 1 ball at a time on the court. Talking. Chen Fan stopped and deliberately turned his head in the direction of Ryūzaki, who was sitting beside him. The yin-yang monster upper body mode is turned on. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't see that you led the team, Coach Ryūzaki. I haven't seen you for a week, and the wrinkles on my face have increased a lot, and I can't recognize them all at once. He's still leading the team himself at such an old age. It's really hard work. Chen Fan looked at Ryūzaki Sumire yin and yang, while observing the changes in her face. Every sentence saw the attack towards Ryūzaki Sumire's pain points. Old. Died. Wrinkle. These are the words that Sumire Ryūzaki hates the most right now. And with age, these pain points are being infinitely magnified. Chen Fan, this BD. It was on purpose. Ryūzaki gritted her teeth angrily, and was embarrassed to attack in public. Endured. I haven't been on the field for a year. I didn't expect you to talk a lot. Many. I'll say more later. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Fan's mouth, and he turned his head and gestured towards Adobe. Adobe, who had been prepared for a long time, nodded to the 2 bodyguards of men in black beside the court. 08-. 2 bodyguards of men in black immediately walked into the court carrying 2 floor-standing radio speakers. One on the left and one on the right next to the court. The volume outlet is placed outward. Hello, please don't interfere with the game. Seeing this battle, the referee hastily opened his mouth, ready to stop it. A bodyguard in black stood in front of him. See the Adobe Group business card on the chest of the bodyguard of the man in black. The referee suddenly misfired. The Adobe Group also sponsored this game to some extent. And after seeing that they just put up 2 loudspeakers, they didn't do anything, so they chose to shut up. Everything's ready. Chen Fan took out the last pocket microphone from his pocket and hung it on his neck. When everyone is confused. Moses. Chen Fan's slightly magnetic voice came from the loudspeakers on both sides of the court. Sound quality 3.5 is very good. It's not the kind of low-quality audio in the mall. What is this guy up to? A concert? Cameo had a strange face, not knowing what Chen Fan was going to do. He brought a microphone during the game, and even put a speaker on the field. He acted so high profile, what were he planning to do? Cameo, Fukeiji, is this guy really the guy who beat Hyotei's 2 main picks last time? Looking at the appearance alone, no matter how you look at it, you don't have the appearance of a national standard. Tachibana Yoshihei was also curious. Ever since Cameo and Chenji said Chen Fan's name last time, he has always had an impression of Chen Fan. Exactly. He heard from the voice broadcast just now that Chen Fan would appear, so he accelerated the pace of the game and ended the game early. Want to see the style of Chen Fan? But now Chen Fan's behavior made him feel like a clown trying to please the public. Now, in addition to Adobe and their related insiders, no one knows the full true identity of Chen Fan. Most people don't even know Chen Fan at all. Not to mention they can guess what Chen Fan is going to do. Under the curiosity of everyone, they all focused their attention on the court. Chen Fan walked to the baseline, ready to serve. His voice also came from the black loudspeakers on either side of the court. Hello, everyone, audience. You're not just going to see a ball game today. And here's some incredible stories. To save time, I'll just talk about it while I'm playing. The reporter friends at the scene pay attention. This is a story that will hit the headlines tomorrow, remember to pick up a small notebook and write it down. Give me time for a game. Uncover Ryūzaki Sumire's secret past. Chapter 47. Senior Inu, what is that Chen Fan planning to do? How could someone raise the stereo to the court in the middle of the game? What are you talking about telling a story? Can you start the game quickly? I also want to see Ryoma's new skills. Ji Shaji looked at Chen Fan with dissatisfaction and complained. As a trainee reporter, she smells the acuity of big news, which is completely different from the experienced Inoue. Even as a reporter, because I like to watch Ekaizen Ryoma play, I often have negligence at work. Zisha, you have to record every word Chen Fan said in this game. Maybe, what he said is really big news. Reporter Inu told Shiba Sashiba. From what Chen Fan said just now, he could vaguely feel it. The big news Chen Fan refers to is related to his suspension a year ago. Reporter Inu looked at Chen Fan on the court. There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Contest. After Chen Fan speaks the first sentence of the story, it begins. Boom. The tennis ball landed cleanly at Ekaizen Ryoma's feet. Strong and powerful. An ace serve. No touch points. 15-0. The referee's voice sounded. The staff on the court flipped the scoreboard. My name is Ryūzaki Sumire. A coach who has been coaching for many years and waited to die. Because I was lucky and accidentally brought out a student named Ekaizen Nanjiro. He is very competitive. In just a few years, he has become a legendary professional player in Zhongheng, North America. With his aura, I have gained a certain reputation in Sakura country. I also became Seigaku's star coach, and spent most of my life in Seigaku in a flash. However, in the past 20 years, none of Seigaku's tennis club members has lived up to expectations. There is no next Ekaizen Nanjiro. I am disappointed. The halo of star coaches is gradually weakening, and pensions are constantly being compressed. I hate. When Ekizen Nanjiro was on fire, why didn't I go to the beautiful country to develop? Even if Ekizen Nanjiro became famous in 2009, I could still become a star coach in the beautiful country. Maybe you can enter the World Competition Committee, stand on a higher stage, and enjoy more honors. Instead of being in this small country of cherry blossoms, watching weekly the fame gradually fading and dissipating. I cannot be reconciled. I must do something. Boom. 3-0. Hyotei's Chen Fan won this round. While talking, Chen Fan played against Ekizen Ryoma. At the same time, it also took care of Ryūzaki Sumire's face sitting on the coach chair. Ryūzaki Sumire at the moment. After hearing what Chen Fan said, his complexion changed suddenly, very ugly. She didn't know what Chen Fan was doing with these words. But these words, to her, are just a little dull on her face. Worrying for her. Yes, Ekizen Ryoma couldn't take a point from Chen Fan. It made her unbelievable. How is it possible? Chen Fan obviously hasn't played a tennis match for a year. Not even Seigaku's school motto. The strength should have fallen off a cliff. Why is it still suppressing Ryoma, so that he can't get a point? Not only that. Judging from his current state, is he even stronger than last year? Ryūzaki Sumire started to feel nervous. Fear that Ekizen Ryoma will lose the game. If so, AD. She kicked Chen Fan out of the school team, which is like shooting herself in the foot. The other side. The opening story told by Chen Fan successfully attracted the attention of the surrounding audience. Now the situation on the court has become a little indifferent. Chen Fan's voice continued. The sky pays off. I finally found a first-year team who was as strong as a monster in the Seigaku Tennis Club. He became Seigaku's first tennis player who entered the school team's official selection as a freshman. Okay. Hear. Ekizen Ryoma on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This guy, isn't he talking about me? I didn't expect him to think so highly of me. Strong as a monster first-year genius. That's pretty good. Ekizen Ryoma looked at Chen Fan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This guy doesn't look so annoying. Senior Inu. Did he mean Ryoma? Ji Shai held a pen, and when she wrote this sentence, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect our Ryoma, even his opponents, to think so highly of him. As expected of Ryoma. No. Reporter Inu shook his head. He's not talking about Ryoma. He was talking about himself. You forgot, I once told you what happened to him a year ago. Chen Fan is now in Seigaku's second grade. Last year, he happened to be in the first grade. Reporter Inu explained. What? It turned out that he was talking about himself, so shameless, he actually said that he is a genius who is as strong as a monster. Ji Shaji looked dissatisfied, looking at Chen Fan on the court, feeling a little disgusted. Arrogant. Arrogance. For a while, she put 3 labels on Chen Fan. Actually, what he said was true. He's really overpowering, a monster and a genius at the same time. Look at his feet. Reporter Inu said, stretched out his hand, and pointed to Chen Fan on the court. At Chen Fan's feet, a 1-meter-sized circle appeared. And he was standing in the middle of the court. Not a step left. Tezuka District. So does this guy. Ji Sazi's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. Tezuka District, Chen Fan already knew it when he was in the first grade. Also, this skill is not a skill at all for him. For him at that time, the Tezuka zone was just the ability to control the ball's own rotation, accurately calculate the ball to his side, and prevent himself from picking up the ball. It's just this skill that Tezuka will use later in the national competition. At that time, Everyone was shocked by the technology, so the Tezuka area came into being. Reporter Inu explained the origin of the Tezuka district. It turns out that this guy has been in the Tezuka district since he was in the first grade. AD. In that case, he is really weak like a monster. Ji Suzi said. Quietly pricked up his ears. Listen to Chen Fan's story. With that monster-like first grade joining, our Seigaku tennis club has started to enter the golden age again. Tezuka Kunimitsu, who possesses the limit of trials and trials. Known as a genius, Fujisi Asuke, who has mastered 3 returns. And that monster first grader. Let us be invincible in the singles position. Doubles Kikumaru and Oishi are also blooming frequently, and have the reputation of golden doubles. In the national competition, Seigaku finally entered the national semi-finals again. I feel once again that the era that once belonged to Seigaku is coming. Hear this. Ekizen Ryoma finally realized. It turns out that the monster-like freshman Chen Fan mentioned was not him. Instead, Chen Fan was talking about himself. For a while, feelings of shame welled up inside. Hateful. Ekizen Ryoma swung hard. However, the tennis ball hit by him flew towards Chen Fan's midfield baseline again. Ekizen Ryoma noticed this. Chen Fan started just now. I never left the baseline position even one step. This guy. To tell a story. Use the Tezuka area to prolong the game on purpose. Ekizen Ryoma looked terrified. But there was nothing he could do. Every return, there was no way to crack the spin in Tezuka's zone. It's simply, stronger than the president of Tezuka district, the suppression force is stronger. The rotation force and strength are also greater than that of President Tezuka. Ekizen Ryoma gritted his teeth. Now he is like a donkey being led, forced to perform this competition. At the same time, Ryūzaki Sumire, who heard Chen Fan's words. The heart has begun to panic. Her intuition told her that Chen seemed to already know something. Think of Chen Fan playing on behalf of Hyotei. She suddenly thought of a fact she was unwilling to accept. Did Chen Fan already know? Because of the Hyotei incident this time, did you show your feet? No. He must not be allowed to continue talking. If he really knows something, then. The more Ryūzaki Sumire thought about it, the more nervous she became. He stood up quickly, wanting to do something. Next second, 2 bodyguards in black appeared in front of her. Coach Ryūzaki, our young master wants you to listen to the story carefully. Otherwise, the case of the Forest Park Network Court. Really? Sure enough, they know. Ryūzaki Sumire's eyes widened suddenly. But now she has something in Adob's hands. Have no choice. AD. I had to sit down obediently, with the fluke mentality that Adobe would not do anything. Continue listening to Ryūzaki Sumire's autobiography. On the eve of the National Final Four. That first-year rookie actually got an invitation letter to the all-pretty National Open. This is simply a surprise to me. I once again saw the hope of entering the World Tournament Committee. My dream, my second spring. Rejuvenate on this first-year monster. As long as this first-year rookie goes to the all-pretty National Open, with his strength, he will definitely be able to shine on the field. This first-year rookie is the second samurai, Ekizen Nanjiro. I am sure he is. However, to my surprise, this first-year rookie gave up the opportunity to go to the National Open Championship, and chose to stay in Sakura country to help Seigaku win the national championship. 1. I am surprised that it can. In that case, it is enough to stick to your heart. However, time waits for no one. The closer it is to the start of the all-pretty Daxia Open, the more anxious I will be. Time is running out. This is the closest I've come to my dream. If you say anything, let him play in the all-pretty National Open. Then. I thought of a brilliant plan. Seigaku player area. Hear hear. Fuji cursed and waited for several school team finalists to listen. Until now, they have all experienced the things Chen Fan said. But what Chen Fan will say next, they really don't know. I found a few gangsters, and during the national competition, I revealed the whereabouts of that first-year rookie to them. Unexpectedly, those gangsters actually took the other two first-year cheerleaders wearing Seigaku school uniforms as him, and surrounded them as I had agreed in advance. Ali. Just when I was about to speak to stop it, that first-year rookie happened to appear. He who didn't understand the rules of the competition moved his hand during the national competition, which was perfectly recorded by me, and anonymously sent this scene to the competition committee. As expected, the first-year rookie was banned for half a year because of the violence. Everything is developing as I expected. There is no possibility of this matter being discovered. After all, who would have thought that it was his coach who reported him? Lost his qualifications during the national competition. Under my strong suggestion, he finally went to the National Open. And in the all-beautiful National Stadium, he played an incredible ball. It has attracted the attention of many countries. Soon, something unexpected happened to me. Sakura Countries Competition Alliance ban clause is actually the same as the All Pretty Countries Competition Alliance clause. This greatly exceeded my expectations. In order to avoid joint and several liability, I quickly disregarded all contact with him. My dream is shattered again. Speaking of which, Chen Fan looked up at Ryūzaki Sumire, his eyes were full of sarcasm. It turns out that what happened a year ago was like this. Chen Fan was suspended, but it was reported anonymously by Ryūzaki Sumire. And even designed to frame his own players. What a terrible truth! No wonder I used the internal reporters of the competition committee to investigate, but I couldn't find any clues. Who would have thought that it was Ryūzaki Sumire's own team member who reported it herself? At that time, Ryūzaki Sumire was still arguing at the gate of the competition committee with a face full of resentment. I didn't expect it to be a thief calling for a thief. Reporter Inu looked horrified. The eyes that looked at Ryūzaki Sumire were full of disbelief. From daily contact, it is completely impossible to tell that Ryūzaki Sumire is such a person. You actually designed to frame your own players. Coach Ryūzaki, would you really do such a thing? Ji Shaji's eyes were also full of fear. I really can't believe that Ryūzaki Sumire, who used to look easy and approachable, would do such a thing. Courtside. Ryūzaki Sakurano, who was standing alone, had a sad face. Looking at Chen Fan, I couldn't help but teardrops began to roll in my eyes. Grandmother. The first-year rookie Chen Fan mentioned was probably himself. No wonder senior Chen Fan and Grandma seem to be enemies and dislike each other. It turned out that Grandma did this to him. Hear what Sumire Ryūzaki did to Chen Fan. Ryūzaki Sakura himself also lowered his head, deeply apologetic and guilty towards Chen Fan. Chapter 48. Now, Ryūzaki is not the only one who feels guilty and apologetic towards Chen Fan. Also Kaido, and Momoshiro Takeshi, who just came back from the infirmary with Kikumaru. They have also returned to the court since Chen Fan started Ryūzaki Sumire's autobiography. Also heard down. It turned out that the person who blocked Dokeng and me a year ago was a gangster arranged by Coach Ryūzaki. Kaido Kaoru looked solemn, with a little unwillingness on his face. He looked at Chen Fan. It seems that from the pupils, I saw the picture of Chen Fan helping them out a year ago. A deep apology welled up from the bottom of my heart. Coach Ryūzaki, he would do such a thing. Chen Fan. I asked why that day. There was no one around, but someone successfully reported anonymously. It turned out that Coach Ryūzaki had arranged it long ago. If it is like this. In Momoshiro Takeshi's words, it was unbelievable. Thinking that Chen Fan was unable to participate in the national competition last year, it turned out to be because of this kind of thing. He felt more and more resentment for Chen Fan in his heart. and finally understand. Later, why Chen Fan and Ryūzaki Sumire are so hostile. Coach Ryūzaki, would he really do such a thing? Oishi, who has always respected Ryūzaki Sumire, now has a look of horror on his face. The inner shock is no less than the Big Bang. But there is still a sliver of reason in my heart. The truth of the matter. Is it really like what Chen Fan said? According to the above, Chen Fan was kicked out of the school team by Coach Ryūzaki because of his personal emotions. The probability is 100%. Inui Sadaharu turned his head to look at Ryūzaki Sumire, the lenses of his glasses shone with a slight white light, and said slowly. Tezuka Kunimitsu glanced at Chen Fan with complicated eyes. Silence. Fuji Siasuk opened his eyes, extremely serious. Also silent. The two know. What Chen Fan said is probably true. They want to keep listening to follow UPS. Now. The ongoing singles competition on court. For everyone, it doesn't matter anymore. Ryūzaki Sumire originally wanted Eikaizen Ryoma as one of the singles to attract attention. However, the current Eikaizen Ryoma seems to have been selectively ignored by everyone and has become the background board. Among the crowd, Eikaizen Nanjiro put away his usual carefree appearance. Started to look seriously at Chen Fan on the court. Chen Fan. It turned out that he was the one who hit the ball at the All-National Open last year. Eikaizen Nanjiro narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to see through Chen Fan. This dead old woman really hasn't changed at all. So she offered to transfer Ryoma to Seigaku. The motive is not pure. My luck seems to be good. Half a year after that incident happened, I began to notice another newcomer who had made his mark on the pretty elementary school student cup. Fortunately, he turned out to be my former student, the son of Eikaizen Nanjiro. Great, he is my third spring. From him again, I saw the possibility of me entering the World Competition Committee. Under my strong suggestion, Eikaizen Nanjiro agreed to transfer his son, Eikaizen Ryoma, to Seigaku. Okay. After hearing this, Eikaizen Ryoma was taken aback for a moment, with a surprised expression on his face. He stood still. There is no option to catch the ball. But Chen Fan hit his racket accurately with the tennis ball he played on his court. When Eikaizen Ryoma stopped thinking about playing, Chen Fan started a tennis solo show that only one person can perform. The purpose is simple. In order to tell the whole story. Boom! There was the sound of thunder in the sky. The entire court was completely plunged into darkness. Not long. From the sky. Drop. 2 drops. 3 drops. Seems to be to give Chen Fan time to tell the story. AD. The expected downpour turned into drizzle, Fall slowly. But it seems. In the distance, a group of even darker clouds is being carried by the wind and drifting towards the court. Knowing that it will rain heavily later. But at this moment, the audience was silent. No one left. They were completely attracted by Chen Fan's story. Want to keep listening. In order to fully utilize the identity of Eikaizen Ryoma. Highlights his fame, identity, and particularity. In the team, there cannot be anyone with the same label as him. Then, the first-year rookie who was suspended for half a year was targeted by me. Since the incident in the beautiful country happened, I deliberately didn't notify him to participate in the training, and he seemed to be so devastated by the compensation demanded by the competition committee every day that he didn't have time to participate in school team activities. Sanctioned for half a year, did not participate in school team activities for a year, and have not seen him participate in any tennis matches in daily life. He seems to have completely disappeared from the tennis world. Although he was once extremely talented and strong, how can he compare with the popular Eikaizen Ryoma after a year of neglected tennis? And this person has already begun to escape from my control. For this, I kicked him out of the school team without hesitation. On the one hand, I can use him who is worthless to once again establish the majesty of my coach and increase my control over the team. On the other hand, the return of Ekizen Ryoma will also attract more attention and get more team resources. I want to train Ekizen Ryoma to become a tennis star. Use his aura to win the national championship and knock on the door to enter the World Competition Committee. It turns out that Chen Fan was kicked out of the school team. It's not for the ridiculous reason of not participating in tennis training. When Momoshiro Takeshi heard the truth about Chen Fan's departure from the school team, he became even more emotional. His fists were the same as Kaitang's, tightly clenched. Looking at Sumire Ryūzaki, there was an uncontrollable anger in his chest. Why? Coach Ryūzaki? It turns out that you are lying to us, right? What led Seigaku to the national championship? Obviously last year when Chen Fan was here, Shui was the most powerful dark horse school team. For your own dream, you must destroy Seigaku's dream, Chen Fan. Please speak. Coach Ryūzaki. Momoshiro Takeshi asked Sumire Ryūzaki, who was sitting in the coach chair, loudly. Ryūzaki Sumire had closed her eyes. What Chen Fan said is true. She couldn't even refute it. Even if she wanted to leave the two black-clothed bodyguards in front of her, she would not let her go. Now I can only pretend to be deaf and dumb in front of everyone. Accept all this silently. Anyway, Chen Fan is talking about old accounts. No matter how you say it, it's just a bit of a bad reputation. Now Chen Fan. I'm afraid I can only talk about these stories. It doesn't have any effect on her now. It's just a story after all. Stories are all fabricated. As long as he bites him to death, refuses to admit it, waits for the storm to pass, and regains control of the tennis club. Hehe, the story is well told. Not to mention that these are all fake. It's you who kicked you out of the school team in retaliation, ruined my reputation, and made up stories. If it's true, what can you do with me? Now you, on the contrary, look like a resentful woman who tells her grievances. It's really ugly. Chen Fan. Just by defeating an Ekizen Ryoma with one Tezuka district, can you prove that what you said is true? Can you get rid of the fact that your strength has declined? You can only rely on one Tezuka district to earn a living. AD. Sumire Ryūzaki denied these stories told by Chen Fan. And don't forget to belittle and mock Chen Fan. The court is extremely quiet at the moment. Her voice clearly reached everyone's ears. For a while. As for whether the story told by Chen Fan is true or not, it has become uncertain. Soon. There are some people who think that what Chen Fan said is fake and used to gain attention. He has never heard of such a first-year rookie. There are also some people who have heard of Seigaku's suspension a year ago and are dubious. The last ones are the Hyotei cheerleaders. They believe that what Chen Fan said is true. After all, Chen Fan was there at the time to defeat their trail jumper. Any decline in strength is completely nonsense. Around the court, the audience whispered because of these things. My level dropped. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Ryūzaki Sumire's words, Chen Fan smiled instead of angry. With a sudden wave of the racket in his hand. This time, the tennis ball didn't fly to Ekizen Ryoma's racket again. Instead, score directly. Chen Fan turned towards the Hyotei rest area next to him. What does this guy want? Is he giving up the game? In the light size of the crowd, Chen Fan put down the pure iron racket in his hand. Clang! The sound of crisp metal collisions came from the speakers. Hey hey hey! This sound! That guy's racket is not an ordinary racket. It's made of iron. That Chen Fan is playing ball with an iron racket. Strange man! Pure strange man! This metallic sound not only surprised the audience, but also surprised Ekizen Nanjiro. Iron racket, listening to the sound, the weight is not light, the whole frame is made of iron, at least 10 caddies. Holding that kind of clumsy racket, but also hitting such a delicate spin, this young man is really a monster. It's no wonder that last year shocked the entire North American division and attracted the attention of the beautiful country's U-17 training camp. Chen Fan. Ekizen Nanjiro has that name stuck in his mind. Hey! Look! That guy! Not just an iron racket. Look at his coat. That guy! He's wearing a ton of weight training wristbands. There was an exclamation from the crowd. I saw Chen Fan take off the black windbreaker. Waist and abdomen. Wrist. Even the big arms. Both strapped on weight training wristbands. Chen Fan unloaded them. Then he pulled up his trousers again. Only the ankles. There have also been weight training wristbands. The weight training wristbands that the boss wears are more than twice as many as ours. Kite's eyes widened, and he couldn't help being surprised. Monster! Akutsu was also surprised to see the weight training wristband on Chen Fan. Adobe, is this guy really human? Wearing a training wristband of that weight, you can still walk. Ryūzaki Gakuto has a terrified face of being hanged. The ghost knows that this guy has such a serious tendency to be masochistic, it's completely self-abuse. Adobe's mouth twitched. Seeing Chen Fan take off the layers of weight training wristbands on his body, he also began to look forward to it. It seems that something serious is being prepared. Kite. Give me an ordinary racket. Chen Fan said to Kite. Okay, boss. Before Kite turns to get the racket. A racket flew to Chen Fan. Snapped. Chen Fan caught it subconsciously. Look up. Use my uncle's racket. Slap that old hag Ryūzaki Sumire hard in the face. Let her see and see what a drop in level is. Adobe smiled confidently, his tone light and flamboyant. Thanks. Wait a minute and call your bodyguards in black, run ahead. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Turn around and walk into the court. He took out a tennis ball from his pocket and slapped it on the ground twice. Caught in the hand. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan fixed his eyes, cast a glance at Ryūzaki Sumire, and raised the net racket in his hand. The 5 fingers of the right hand form claws, grasping the tennis ball in the hand, and the airflow surges. Soon, a ball of air the size of a tennis ball appeared in his hand, wrapping the tennis ball tightly. Gas! Ekizen Nanjiro looked surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't think about it. There are still people who can understand the use of chi. Call! Call! DF! A gust of wind began to blow on the court. The leaves are flying. The black windbreaker on Chen Fan's body was rattled by the blowing. The air currents coming from all directions quickly gathered around Chen Fan's body. The cloud of air in his hand gradually solidified. From the original transparent color, it became dark blue. Good job! Now, Chen Fan stands on the court baseline, his body is like the center of the vortex. White cyclones continued to fly towards his left hand. A dazzling blue light bloomed on his hand. Everyone's eyes widened. Unbelievable face. Hey, what's the matter with this powerful aura? What is that guy going to do? The blue light in his hand has wrapped the tennis ball. The other side. Hyotei player area. Kite and Akutsu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chi. So strong chi. It's stronger than the Gemini's chi that the boss taught us. No. It's not on the same level at all. The dark clouds in the sky seem to be affected by this air current. Even the clouds began to surge. Bursts of electric arcs lit up within the clouds. A storm is coming. There is more and more airflow. Chen Fan is surrounded by oyster-shaped gas. It seems to be in the eye of the wind, very scary. Whoosh! The dark blue tennis ball was thrown into the air by Chen Fan. The solace of the feet exert force. The body jumped up. The weight of the whole person rests on the racket. With a sudden wave. Boom! The tennis ball flew straight towards the right court closest to Ryūzaki Sumire. The two bodyguards of the men in black heard Atob's run command coming from the headset. Run away immediately. Ekizen Ryoma wants to catch the ball. Already stand in advance. The tennis ball lands. The dark blue air burst suddenly. The powerful airflow lifted Ekizen Ryoma's body into the air. Even Ryūzaki Sumire, who was on the side, was pulled. The coach chair she was sitting on was overturned, her body also lost its center of gravity, and she fell backwards. Blown by the airflow to the wall behind him. Everyone in the Seigaku player area. They all grabbed the railing in front of them and stabilized their bodies. Chapter 49. A strong air current swept through the Seigaku player area. Like a tornado destroying a parking lot. People who are close to the area of Ryūzaki Sumire can feel the strong air current. Humming in the ears. The lounge chairs and sundries that were constantly being moved by the airflow made tinkling and clanging sounds. With the constant roar coming from the sky. Near the Seigaku player area, it is like the end of the world. And the area behind Chen Fan. It has become a central area of absolute safety. They were lucky enough to watch the full power of Chen Fan's ball. Everyone opened their mouths wide, not knowing what words to use to express the shock in their hearts. Is this the true level of the boss? The control of Qi is simply at the level of the patriarch. Can we master that power too? Kite's tone trembled slightly. In his eyes, there was finally a yearning for something other than money. Kite's life goals. 1. Money. 2. Follow the stronger ones. Chen Fan possesses both of these points. At this moment, Chen Fan on the court, in Kite's mind, has raised his level to a very high level. Already a bit like Akutsu's little follower, Dan Tei. With such terrible destructive power, is this guy really playing tennis? He is simply committing a crime. Is that short guy on the court okay? I saw him blown up just now. The same goes for Ryūzaki Sumire. The direction of the last ball was obviously flying towards her. Hey? Really? Hope the ball is okay. The spectators who witnessed the power of this ball showed a look of joy on their faces. 5 seconds later. The area around the Seigaku contestant area started to quiet down. The buzzing in the ears disappeared. I can't feel the pull of the wind and waves. Only then did the audience open their eyes and set their sights on the court. The audience gasped. In front of them. This half-court area of Seigaku. The clutter is messy. Water bottles, towels, hats, racket, fallen leaves, masks, bags etc. Everywhere. On court. Ekizen Ryoma lay prone on the court baseline, and racket flew to the coach's chair next to him. The coach chair at the moment. It has been overturned, and it is nearly a meter away from its original position. On the overturned coach chair, there is still an old-fashioned pink cover. Ryūzaki Sumire's hands were tightly gripped on the armrests of the coach's chair. Look! There's a sexy swimsuit on the coach chair. Still my favorite girl fan. Which lucky viewer is 410 from? It must be a kawaii girl. In the audience. A sharp-eyed boy at the head of the plane exclaimed with excitement. Next second. Ryūzaki Sumire's old wrinkled face lifted from the coach chair. When she saw the pink cover, she froze for a moment, her face full of horror. Looking down, he quickly put away the pink cover. Airplane head, vomit www. Airplane heads began to cast shades of pink in this lifetime. What a terrifying power! Tachibana Jihei stared at the landing point of the tennis ball just now on the court. The ground is sunken. Cracks are everywhere. A 1-meter-sized circular pothole appeared on the court. Obviously. It was the damage caused by Chen Fan's ball just now. Can tennis play that terrible destructive power? Totally changed my view of tennis. It turned out that this Chen Fan didn't even play a tenth of his tennis level at the Forest Park Nets court last time. Seeing the pothole on the ground, Kamio couldn't help swallowing. Suddenly I feel that playing tennis is very dangerous. Ibufukeza complained expressionlessly. In the crowd next to it, Chitos also looked at the potholes on the court, dazed. Ad. This power does not lose at all to the power of the no-self-tang Austrian triple door. But it's not any of the three doors. This guy, does he have his own genre? Pure destructive power. It's even more powerful than Xiaojin's super big wheel mountain. Not only is the power more concentrated, the explosiveness is stronger, but it also has good destructive power. It's the first time I've seen this kind of tennis. Chitos was shocked, recalling the scene just now. Extreme destructive power. It does not belong to the power of Wuvotang profound truth. His heart gradually became excited, and the look in Chen Fan's eyes also began to reveal a strange color. He suddenly felt that it was necessary for him to get in touch with this Chen Fan. Now, everyone has seen the current court. My heart was shocked by the power of this ball. Level down. Damn old woman, this ball didn't blow you to the northern hemisphere, you really fell. Chen Fan's voice came from the loudspeakers on both sides. The tone of yin and yang is strange. In an instant, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Just now Ryūzaki Sumire is still saying that Chen Fan's level has dropped. But now he was hit by this ball, the cover was snapped and flew out, and everyone was almost blown away. Level drop? Nonsense! Where do you have the courage to say such a thing? Just for an instant. Several fiery and disdainful gazes were projected on Ryūzaki Sumire. Now, Ryūzaki Sumire's eyes were vicious like a snake's scorpion. Looking at Chen Fan, she still didn't feel any regrets in her heart. On the contrary, he developed a strong hatred for Chen Fan. Humiliate her in public. Shame. Even if she admits, Chen Fan's level has not dropped. But she took all of this as Chen Fan's dissatisfaction with her inability to leave the school team. So, Sumire Ryūzaki thought about it. Thorough decision in Chen Fan torn skin. Even if your strength level doesn't drop, so what? So what if your strength is stronger than Eikaizen Ryoma? Are you taking revenge now for not being able to return to school? I tell you. Impossible. No matter what, even if you are strong enough to reach the national level, I can't let you return to the school team. Ryūzaki Sumire yelled loudly, speaking excitedly. Back to the school team. Chen Fan showed a "you are not kidding me" expression. He straightened his clothes. Orient the tiny microphone that hangs around your neck. Immediately afterwards, his voice came out again from the loudspeakers on both sides of the court. All right. Dear viewers, I have a private story about Sumire Ryūzaki, and I'm done. Next, let me introduce myself and make a few advertisements by the way. Is there any problem? Just a few words. Instantly aroused everyone's doubts. My name is Chen Fan. It was the banned rookie monster from Seigaku a year ago. In a word, the discussion and noise of the audience boiled again. What? Ad. Chen Fan is the first-year Seigaku monster in that story. True or false? I thought he was telling a story, and now he tells me he's telling a story. So, this Chen Fan is the one who was invited to the all-beautiful Daxia Open. I'm CAO. It's so exciting. No wonder he targeted Seigaku's coach as soon as he played. This is a blood feud. Being designed, targeted, kicked out, ridiculed. If it were me, I would wake up in a FG dream. The audience started pointing at Sumire Ryūzaki on the court. Old witch! Harmful spirit! Why don't you die? These words reached Ryūzaki Sumire's ears, and they were extremely piercing. Chen Fan is that Seigaku's first-year monster. Chitos on the sidelines was stunned. Suddenly his eyes widened and he patted himself on the head. I just said, how come I heard the name Chen Fan, so familiar? Last year's ban list was announced. It turns out that the first grade he mentioned just now is, Achk, himself. Chito suddenly realized, and recalled when he came to Beijing to find Xiaojia 2 days ago. Tezuka rejects what he said while playing. I am not the only one who opens the limit of thousands of tempers. Could it be that Chen Fan is the one that Tezuka said opened the door of the limit of trials and trials? If that's the case, this Chen Fan's level of strength is definitely world-class. No way. After this match, no matter what, we must find this Chen Fan and make it clear. The more Chitose thought about it, the more excited she became. The broadcast continues. After being kicked out of Seigaku, I opened a tennis studio. At the same time, he also became a tennis forum author with a monthly income of tens of millions. I believe many of you here know me. The ID is Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Yet. Silence. The entire court fell into silence. 3 seconds later. There were exclamations. My CAO. This ratio is Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. I have consumed it. I have consumed it too. My pocket money for a month can't even look down on one of his posts. This profiteer. Money back. RNM money back. You profiteer. Brother, what money do you get back? His posts are of good quality. I've bought them all. Call it casually, it's too expensive, I'm not balanced, my heart was bleeding when I bought it, just shout it out. Understand, understand. Feudomen here. Plus. Chen Fan's broadcast content just dropped. Feudomen's cameo just blurted out the quintessence of Hyuxia culture. This guy is Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Not only did I earn my pocket money, but the price will increase later. Zhu Jiping opened his mouth wide and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. He never dreamed that Chen Fan would be the Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. In retrospect, when I first saw his post, Tachibana has always thought of him as a 42-year-old retired professional tennis player from Nara Prefecture. An old man with a high level of tennis. Now, watching Chen Fan, who is even 1 year younger than himself on the court, admit his identity, the image of Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy in his heart collapsed. Completely broken. Seigaku player area. Chen Fan is that Nara 42 Shotgun. Immortal. Damn it. Completely published all our information. Kikumaru gritted his teeth angrily when he heard that. AD. But Coach Ryūzaki treats him like this, and it is understandable that he treats us in turn. Momoshiro Takeshi started to speak for Chen Fan. That's right. Technically, he's targeting Coach Ryūzaki. Haitang also nodded. Others, members of Seigaku's school team, also feel that there is nothing wrong with not having Chen Fan. It was Ryūzaki Sumire. I heard that Chen Fan is the one who frequently targeted Seigaku and sniped Seigaku. His face flushed red with anger, and he trembled all over. Blood pressure rises linearly. The teeth are clenched so tightly that they are about to be crushed. This scene of Ryūzaki Sumire was seen by Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt happy. Right, this performance is right. Be more angry and see if you can just let it go. Let me give you some food. Think here. Chen Fan spoke again. Seeing everyone's reactions, it seems that my reputation is really incredible. In this case, then I won't pretend, I'll show my cards. I am the boss of the tennis mercenary team. If you have a big project, you can contact me directly. We are professional tennis mercenaries. The quality is absolutely pass. All the players are very good at playing. Just like our number 1 employee, Kite. Chen Fan said, pointing to Kite. Made a look. Kite immediately understood. Put on an official smile. He stood up and waved to everyone. And our number 2 employee, Akutsu. Talking. Chen Fan pointed to Akutsu. At this moment, Yajujin was not cooperating with the business at all, and stared blankly with a pair of dead fish eyes. Chen Fan frowned. He gave Kite another look, and made A2 with his fingers. Kite's eyes lit up immediately, and he whispered in a voice that Akutsu could hear. Hey, give me a wave, Takumai. Akutsu glared at Kite. He raised his hand reluctantly, and put it down within 2 seconds. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Did you see it? The strength of our 2 employees, you can all see their games just now. Absolutely guaranteed. Now we accept orders online. Undertake, revenge, score customization, including national championships, etc. As long as we can solve things with tennis balls, we will accept them all. Chen Fan didn't finish his sentence. The radio sound suddenly disappeared. The court staff turned off the plug of the loudspeaker. The referee spoke to Chen Fan. Student, the tennis match is over, and your story is over. Stop advertising. I haven't announced the result of the match yet. Please cooperate with my work. Thanks. Finished. The referee raised his hand. Competition is over. 6-0. This is a match between Hyotei Academy and Youth Academy. Win by a total score of 3-2 by Hyotei Gakuen. Wow! The audience in the entire court was completely excited. Reporter Inu and Shiva stared blankly at the boiling court. Tennis Mercenary. Mercenary Boss. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Banning Turmoil. Arbitration by the Tournament Committee. Each of these factors is enough to make headlines tomorrow. This Kanto competition. Too much information, too much. Chapter 50. Hateful. 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 Ryūzaki Sumire shouted angrily, her heart almost collapsed. She looked at Chen Fan in the court. Chen Fan was also looking at her, showing her a smile of "You are a Xiaotian." Ryūzaki gritted her teeth, her face was ferocious, like an old witch who was ready to erupt at any time. Not long. Chen Fan walked towards Ryūzaki Sumire. Behind. Follow Hyotei Adobe and a dozen of Adobe's black bodyguards. As for Kite and Akutsu, they stood in the Hyotei player area and waited. Ryūzaki Sumire's expression changed. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Tezuka, Fujisiasuke and others saw Chen Fan approaching menacingly, and they also followed him. I am afraid that Chen Fan will directly use violence against Ryūzaki Sumire. However, they are small. Chen Fan wanted to make money, and he suffered the loss of beating someone and being suspended once, and that was enough for him. And since he was suspended last year, he has memorized the rules and regulations of the competition league. Now he is quite a law-abiding citizen. Come this time. It was because the loudspeaker was unplugged just now, and he deliberately came over to continue to discuss Ryūzaki Sumire. Chen Fan, I apologize on behalf of Coach Ryūzaki. If you can, the door of Seigaku's school team will always be open for you. Tezuka bowed slightly and bowed to Chen Fan. The attitude is very sincere. Ryūzaki Sumire's face was distorted with anger. She just said that it is impossible to let Chen Fan into the school team, but unexpectedly the captain of the backhand school team invited Chen Fan on his own initiative. No. I disagree. Chen Fan must not enter the school team. Ryūzaki Sumire had a tough attitude and hurriedly stopped her. Pfft ha 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 ha. Suddenly. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing, then shook his head helplessly. How did you make it sound like Seigaku's school team is important? Behind. Hyotei's Adobe couldn't help smiling too. Tezuka, if you want to invite into the school team, Chen Fan has already been a member of Hyotei's school team. Even our Hyotei school team, Chen Fan, won't make it. You poor people, how can you have the courage to invite Chen Fan again? Hear Adobe's words. Tezuka was at a loss for words. Oishi, Kikumaru, and others behind him also showed embarrassment. Really? Hyotei's school team, no matter in terms of number of people, overall strength, training equipment, etc., is crushing the Seigaku tennis team in all aspects. And with Chen Fan's strength, Adobe must have already invited him. Not even the Hyotei varsity team. Still in Seigaku? I'm dreaming. Back to the school team. Stop being funny, Tezuka. Chen Fan pointed to Kite and Akutsu standing not far behind. I am now a tennis mercenary, leading the team to take on tasks. A game will cost at least 500,000 Sakura coins. Write a post, set a random price of 50,000 cherry blossom coins, and how many people rush to buy it. Guiding and coaching skills, 1 hour is 10,000 cherry blossom coins, and there is no cap. To take on the task of being the champion of a big competition, that's a few million to tens of millions. Why am I going back to the school team? Is it very profitable? These words. Chen Fan said while looking at Ryūzaki Sumire. The purpose is to mock her. Really? After some words, Ryūzaki Sumire couldn't hold back her old face. She looked at the distance between herself and Chen Fan. A thought of revenge came to mind. Whoosh! Ryūzaki immediately rushed towards Chen Fan. Prepare to do something to him, and Fan will be angry. However, almost at the moment of her hands, a yellow light beam quickly swept out from behind Chen Fan. The surface of the tennis ball has a spiral airflow. AD. A precise hit on Ryūzaki Sumire's stomach. Boom! Ryūzaki Sumire was hit in the stomach instantly. Arched in pain. Belly is hot. Like being hit by a bullet. The Hyotei player area not far behind. Kite is holding the racket with a cold face, and holding the tennis ball in one hand, throwing it up and down. Always pay attention to the movements of Ryūzaki Sumire. It seemed that in the next second, the tennis ball in his hand would fly towards Sumire Ryūzaki. I know what you're thinking. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It's nothing more than trying to force me to do it. But unfortunately, I will not commit such a stupid thing. I'll give you a piece of advice, don't act rashly. Tennis hits people, not in the violent world of fighting. Even if I hit you in the hospital with tennis balls, I can still play. Finished. Chen Fan looked calm, looking at Ryūzaki Sumire who was full of resentment. Her expression of being so angry and helpless made Chen Fan very happy. Did you come here to tell me this on purpose? Yes, I'm done. Chen Fan nodded with a smile on his face. Yes. I'm here to disgust you. What's wrong? In that case, let's go first. Ryūzaki Sumire snorted coldly, turned around and was about to leave. But her way of retreat has been stopped by several bodyguards of men in black. What do you mean? Ryūzaki turned her head and looked at Chen Fan blankly. His talk is over, it's time for our talk. Adobe stood up and looked at Ryūzaki Sumire with some hatred. Snapped. A snap of the fingers. A middle-aged man in a black suit appeared immediately behind Adobe. Man holding briefcase. Wearing a black tie, he looked like a legal elite. I saw him from the briefcase. Pulled out a court leaflet. Ms. Ryūzaki, this is our Adobe group, the court leaflet for the lawsuit against you. You designed to frame our master Adobe, affect Hyotei's reputation and other related matters. We Hyotei group will investigate to the end. In addition, we have collected the evidence of your crimes in the competition committee that year. We will provide information to relevant departments to conduct a thorough investigation on colluding with the competition committee to make wrong judgments, illegally accepting and granting improper fees, etc. By the way, before that, you may have to stay with us in the security check hall for a while. Your action just now constituted an attempted intentional injury to our Master Adobe, which caused our Master Adobe's mental loss, and we will charge you relevant compensation in the future. Excuse me, then. A lot of content is finished. The lawyer of the Adobe Consortium winked at the bodyguard next to him. Bodyguards understand. Holding Ryūzaki Sumire's arms from left to right, they headed towards the police car outside the net court. The whole process was very smooth. After reading the lawsuit, go directly. Not sloppy at all. And the whole process is justified. Although it does not rule out some small routines. But people were dumbfounded by the old woman Ryūzaki Sumire. This made Chen Fan very satisfied with the vigorous and resolute actions of the Adobe Consortium. So professional. And aside, Tezuka, Fujisasuke and others saw Sumire Ryūzaki being taken away by Adobe's bodyguards in black and got into a police car. There is nothing they can do about it. After saying sorry to Chen Fan again, he turned and left. AD. Since then, Hyotei vs Seigaku in the first leg of the Kanto tournament. In the end, with Hyotei 32 winning as the final result, it began to spread to surrounding schools. And the next day, major tennis magazines, tennis weekly magazines, tennis websites, including tennis forums, etc. Within a day, the number of views exploded. One after another, the headlines on the front page kept swiping the screen. The major tennis media are as lively as a festival. Those reporters, working overtime, frantically writing reports. What happened on the first day of the Kanto tournament was like an earthquake in the Sakura country tennis world. A sensation in the entire cherry blossom country. Shocked. The Kanto tournament dispatched the competition committee for arbitration for the first time. Hyotei 3-2 Seigaku. Kanto tournament first match. Tennis Mercenary. Chen Fan, Kite Eshiro, long time. Secret revealed. Seigaku was banned a year ago. Ryūzaki Sumire did this to Seigaku players. Outrageous. Proliferation. Nara 42 shotgun fairy's real identity exposed. It turned out to be him. Chen Fan made a shocking goal, and a pink mask appeared on the scene. Hyotei Tennis Club was tricked by Ryūzaki Sumire. Adobe was furious, and the exhibition committee was cleaned up. Ryūzaki Sumire was sued by Adobe Group, and the verdict is as follows. 9. A total of 9 pieces of news covered the risks of major tennis magazines. Tennis Forum put these 9 big news at the top of the homepage. There are also 9 news headlines constantly scrolling on the programs related to tennis. Among the 9 news items, more than half were about tennis mercenaries and Chen Fan. Fire. Chen Fan is completely popular in the tennis world of Sakura country. At the same time, Adobe also informed Chen Fan about the follow-up of Ryūzaki Sumire. Seigaku also used Ryūzaki Sumire's usual means to kick Ryūzaki Sumire out of the school on the grounds of damaging the school's image. And quickly cut off the contact with Ryūzaki Sumire to prevent the school's image from deteriorating again. This method is exactly the same as what Ryūzaki Sumire used to Chen Fan at that time. It can be regarded as retribution. And Seigaku, without coach, doesn't have much impact. Tezuka is now the president and coach of the Seigaku Tennis Club. Now Seigaku Tennis Club. Except for the main selection of the school team. Only Horio, Katsuo, Ere, and a few scattered reserve players remained. Simultaneously, Ryūzaki Sumire needs to compensate Adobe for mental damage, 500,000 Sakura City. This is also not a small amount for her. Not only that, Ryūzaki Sumire was also tricked by Adobe, who fabricated a lot of things she hadn't done, and asked the relevant personnel to investigate and collect evidence, which greatly prolonged Ryūzaki Sumire's detention time. After the investigation and evidence collection was completed, half a month and a month had passed. Here, Ryūzaki Sumire's reputation is completely rotten in the Sakura country tennis world. Became the coach everyone despised. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. No, it's not the coach anymore. After a large-scale purge by the Adobe Group, the competition league has disqualified Ryūzaki Sumire. You can't take the exam again for life. The current Ryūzaki Sumire has been completely abolished. Chen Fan is very satisfied with Ryūzaki Sumire's fate. At that time, Ryūkai University High School. After yesterday's torrential rain, today's sun is more sinister. Under the scorching sun, inside the court of the Ryūkai Tennis Club, dozens of people are still doing swing training. 132, 133, 134, 135. Genichiro Sanada stood at the front of the team and practiced his swing with club members. Sanada. AD. The gate of the court. A voice sounded. Sanada looked up, after seeing Yanagi Renji. After turning around and letting the members continue their swing training, they walked towards Yanagi Renji. Vice President Sanada and Senior Liu seemed to be paying attention to the Kanto competition recently. Kirihara Akaya, with the kelp head on her head, looked at Sanada and Liu very curiously. After all, today, prepare to hit the 16th consecutive championship in the Kanto competition. It's normal to be more concerned. Marui Buntao, with red hair, talks. Taking advantage of Sanada's absence from the court, he quickly took out a green apple-flavored bubble gum from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, your news is too ill-informed. Didn't you read Tennis Magazine or Tennis Weekly today? With long purple hair and bangs, Lu Sheng, who wears a pair of round-frame glasses, interjected helplessly. 0. Subsequently, under the curiosity of everyone, Lu Sheng started talking about the headlines that were published in tennis magazines. At the same time, Yanagi Renji also talked to Sanada about what happened in the Kanto competition yesterday. Tennis mercenaries. Chen Fan, who was suspended last year, unexpectedly was hired by Hyotei. It seems that in this year's Kanto competition, it is very likely that we will meet Hyotei in the final. After Sanada listened to the headlines of the day, I don't care much about Sumire Ryūzaki. All he cared about was the possible obstacles in front of Ryūkai. By the way, how is Yukimura? I have already agreed to the operation, and the operation day will be the day of the final of the Kanto competition. That's good. Sanada nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I remembered something. I heard from King Ni that you are going to Seigaku. I have a friend who is in the Seigaku Tennis Club and I heard recently that he collects data on Chen Fan. It's amazing, I want to see it. Says Yanagi Renji. Okay, come back soon. Go to the hospital at night and see Yukimura. Okay. Shitenhoji. In the tennis club. Cicadas sing in summer. Shiraishi, Ashitari Kenya, Shoyama Kintaro et.al. Sitting in the shade next to the court, eating cheap popsicles that Coach Shiu bought for them. Shiu Zi set up a large sun umbrella and placed a deck chair beside the court. He still wears the fisherman hat, holds a toothpick in his mouth, and flips through the tennis magazine in his hand. Open a page. After seeing the title, Shiu's exclamation came. Hey! There's some great news. The boss of the tennis mercenaries has appeared. He heard Shiu's excited shouts. Kintaro Tuama, Shiraishi, and others rushed up with popsicles in their mouths. Where? Let me see. Let me see. The little Kintaro Tuama yelled, grabbing the magazine in Shiu's hand with both hands. Hey! Zaijin! Have you finished watching? Who is the boss of the tennis mercenaries? Shiraishi, Zioken, and the others asked quickly. It seems to be called Dong Dong. Dong Dong? What kind of Dong Dong? How can someone have such a strange name? Shiraishi frowned and snatched the tennis magazine from Kintaro's hand. Stupid Jin! It's Chen Fan. You didn't study well in the Mandarin class in the first grade, did you? Shiraishi stretched out his poisonous hand, as if he was about to untie it. Don't! Shiraishi! Don't undo the bandages that wrap my hands, I still want to live. Kintaro looked terrified. Then go and copy the word Chen Fan 50 times. It is good. Kintaro ran away in a flash. For fear that Shiraishi would undo the bandage and poison him to death with his poisonous hands. Shiraishi, don't keep fooling kids with your bandaged hands. Shiu said with a strong Kansai accent. Shiraishi covered his face with a headache, otherwise, children will be difficult to manage. Talking. Tennis magazine opened by Shiraishi. Banned. It turned out to be him. The guy who sold takoyaki part-time in Osaka last year and ran away. Towel. Chapter 51. Chen Fan woke up and muttered softly. Which big brother is speaking ill of me behind my back? Just go for this. This frequency, the content is not low. Chen Fan stood up. He turned his head and glanced at Kite and Akutsu who were training in the backyard. After finding out that they didn't speak ill behind their backs, he turned and walked to the desk. He took out his old computer. This old computer has been with Chen Fan for many years. The Pikachu stickers above have all been turned into black Pikachu. What post should I write today? Rikai Big? Shitenhoji? Never mind. Today's business should be very good, like millions of dollars every minute. Also write a hammer. There must be a big order. Chen Fan reached out and touched the miniature lucky cat on his work desk. On the lucky cat, there is a hot order symbol posted on it. But at the moment, lucky cat has no power. It won't move anymore. But Chen Fan didn't notice. In my mind, I have already started to fantasize about how to decorate the dance hall after I make money. Reach out. Press the power button once. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. More than 10 seconds passed. The screen still doesn't light up. Okay. Yesterday it was still on in 10 seconds, but today it is 2 seconds. Then wait. 20 seconds passed. Chen Fan patted the back cover of the laptop. Still no light. There was even a faint smell of burning. My CAO? Couldn't the hardware inside be burned? Chen Fan brought his nose closer again, and this time he could really smell the burning smell. Snapped. 483 Chen Fan unplugged the power cord decisively and put the notebook into the bag. Put on your backpack. Go downstairs quickly. Ready to go out to repair the computer. There is no other reason. There is a baby in the computer. A full 20 Guaranis. Boss, what are you doing in such a hurry? Kite turned around and asked, with a very enthusiastic attitude. It seems to be a professional social animal. My small town, Kongjing, Mai is sick, I'm going to give them a sickness. Chen Fan hurried away, and after leaving a word, he turned and left. Leaving Kite bewildered. Huayao. Bustling street. A tennis store. A golden-haired monster with a white hair tie on his head is choosing his favorite tennis tape. The golden retriever has a stubbled face, looking a little mature. Under the red and white casual sportswear, his amazing muscle mass can still be seen. And beside him, standing over a guy who was bigger than him. Almost as big as a tank. The hair on both sides of the tank is shaved, leaving only a section in the middle, a classic banana head. His face looked very simple and honest. These two are the U17 players who challenged to practice in Southeast Asia. Biadwan and his henchman, Duke Watanabe. Hey boss, look, there are tennis courts from Sakura country here. Duke Watanabe picked up a tennis magazine from the shelf. In a blink of an eye, I was attracted by the title of the 9 red and yellow characters on the cover. This is a tennis shop, it's so strange to sell tennis magazines. Biadwan picked up a piece of tennis tape on a shelf and checked it. Obviously don't care about it. But boss, it records the information of the Kanto competition. What is there to pay attention to in a tennis match played by junior high school students? Biedwan was a little helpless, picked up the tennis tape, and was about to go to the front desk to check out. Turn around instantly. He glanced casually at the tennis magazines on the shelf. The body suddenly stopped. The words Chen Fan and Tennis Mercenary are on the cover. Hooked him right away. No way. This guy has been gone for a year. Could it be? Biedwan's face showed a slight flame out. He quickly grabbed a tennis magazine on the shelf. Open it and have a look. Next second, his pupils shrank suddenly. It's really him. This guy. Banned for half a year, disappeared for half a year, and went to become a tennis mercenary. Biedwan couldn't believe it. The guy I couldn't find for half a year before. And now it's reappearing in Tennis Weekly. Everything I say this time will pull you into the Overseas Expeditionary Force. Kanto competition. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Find it now. Talking. Biedwan took out its mobile phone and opened the tennis forum. Skimming directly through the 9 news items formulated by the forum, he clicked on the search bar. Enter the words Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Really? Really have? Biedwan was overjoyed. Immediately click to open the private chat interface. Take you to see the world, Chen Fan. Take you to see the world, I am Biedwan, are you starting to play tennis again now? Do you want to consider entering the U17 training camp? Take you to see the world, Chen Fan? Talk. Take you to see the world, I'm Biedwan, the one from the Quan Mi I Open, the one with the golden retriever, remember. Take you to see the world, hello. Chen Fan? The other side. Duke Watanabe saw his eldest brother holding a tennis magazine and frantically typing on his phone. His face was anxious, and then gradually irritable. Finally gritted his teeth. A hole. He pretended to be dead. This Chen Fan? No way. If Borg and Reinhardt see this magazine, they will definitely look for him too. Be the first to act first. The House of Equality considered the stakes. Take your tennis magazine and tennis tape with you. Go, Duke. After challenging the stop of Huaio, we will fly directly back to the country of cherry blossoms. So fast. Isn't South Korea the next stop? Duke Watanabe looked surprised. But Biedwan had already moved forward, so he had to hurry to keep up. Win the country. Professional Tennis Club. Borg Room. After training, Borg returned to his room, took a shower and walked out of the bathroom. A white bath towel wraps her lower body. The strong 8-pack abs are undoubtedly revealed, exuding strong male hormones. He casually picked up the towel hanging from the bathroom doorknob. Wiped his bald head. After knowing how to polish his braised egg head, he nodded in satisfaction in the mirror. Go to the desk. Turned on the computer. Start browsing tennis-related posts from various countries. This is his habit. As a current top professional tennis player, he is also the ace player of the King's national team. Keep abreast of and pay attention to tennis-related information in other countries. Is very necessary. Rigorous. Serious. Meticulous. Know thyself, ever victorious. It is the most obvious characteristic of Borg. Of course, there is also the shiny braised egg head. Okay. Today's tennis forum in Sakura country is so lively. So many pinned news posts. The top news post on the Sakura country tennis forum immediately attracted Borg's attention. Move the mouse. Double click. Click on one of the tennis mercenary messages. Hey? Why does this person look familiar? Borg frowned. Cross-country network comparison card. What he saw in 360p was just a blurry shadow. Adjust sharpness. 1080p. The video was suddenly stuck into a PPT. This is breaking the network. Borg frowned and cursed. The heart began to be irritable. But his strong curiosity drove him to continue watching the video stuck into PPT. The video screen jumps frame by frame. 3 long minutes passed. The picture finally freezes on Chen Fan's face. Snapped. Borg quickly pressed the space bar. Take a closer look. The pupils suddenly contracted. It's him. Chen Fan. The guy who played that incredible serve a year ago. This guy is definitely a malleable talent. As long as he is brought into DQO's U17 training camp, the possibility of DQO completing 10 consecutive championships this year will skyrocket. Immediately afterwards, Borg continued browsing. When he saw that Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy was Chen Fan, he also clicked on the private chat box. Target to win 10 consecutive championships. Hi, Chen Fan, do you still remember me? Goal to win the country 10 consecutive championships. I am Borg, the special guest of the beautiful country last year. I watched you play next to me, have you not forgotten? Goal DQO 10 consecutive championships. I am very happy to see you playing tennis again, and I want to invite you to join DQO U17 training camp. What do you think? Silence. Silence. Borg snorted lightly. Keep typing on the keyboard. Target 10 consecutive champions, Chen Fan? Are you there? Target to win the country's 10 consecutive championships. Well, please be sure to reply after seeing it. Beautiful country. Old town. Street net court. Boom. Boom. 03. The sound of the shot echoed through the net court. A tall black guy with dreadlocks and a white hair band jumped up. Amazing bounce. Bounce to a height of nearly 2 meters. Coupled with his height of nearly 1.9 meters, he easily smashed the tennis ball in the sky. The tennis ball lands. Neat and tidy. Competition is over. Watching the little hooligan who lost the game and hurriedly left the street net court. The corners of Birdman Dudu's mouth rose slightly. Obviously because after teaching the little gangster a lesson, he became happy. The blonde boy who had been standing by the court and watched the whole process walked towards him while drumming. This blonde boy. It is Reinhardt, the current main player of the beautiful national team confirmed to play in the World Championship. Nice play, Dudu. It took only 10 minutes to win. Your jumping ability is getting more and more amazing. Reinhardt laughed and praised. Road. Nothing. Just a punk. As a member of the beautiful country team, it would be too embarrassing if you have to struggle even to fight a low-level gangster. Birdman Dudu waved his hand disapprovingly. He bowed and picked up the clothes he had just placed by the court. Next to the clothes, there is an extra magazine. Okay. The tennis magazine dropped by that BD just now. AD. Or Sakura Country's tennis magazine. Tennis mercenaries? Is it possible that the business has expanded to the beautiful country? Birdman Dudu looked disdainful. Picked up the tennis magazine that had fallen to the ground. Open. He frowned. Things don't seem to be that simple. Okay. 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 The Birdman Dudu whispered 3 different tones in succession. It immediately aroused the curiosity of Reinhardt behind him. Dudu, what are you doing? H. No. Reinhardt, look. Birdman Dudu handed over the tennis magazine in his hand. The image above is showing Chen Fan's full face. Okay. Okay. After Reinhardt saw Chen Fan's portrait, he also turned into a weird. 3 seconds later. Come to yourself. Reinhardt showed joy, and darkened Chen Fan in the magazine. Need to inform Ryūga immediately. Let him go to Sakura Country and bring this guy back. Ryūga seems to be traveling in Daxia and Australia right now? I can't contact him in a short time. Birdman Dudu thought for a while, but was quite helpless. You also know that when this guy is traveling, his mobile phone is turned off. That's it. Reinhardt fell into contemplation, then made a decision with firm eyes. No, let's go there ourselves. Pull him over. Hey? But the special training for the World Championship will start soon, and there is no time at all. Then try calling him on the phone. Reinhardt turned on the phone. After working together. Click on the private chat box. I struggle in the beautiful country, Chen Fan, are you there? I struggle in the beautiful country, I am Reinhardt, and I am now the captain of the beautiful country world team. I am struggling in a beautiful country, come and fight together. I am struggling in a beautiful country, Chen Fan? Aren't you there? At the same time. Inside Chen Fan's villa. Living room. Ding. Ding. The sound of news came one after another. A mobile phone on the coffee table vibrated continuously and made a sound. At the backyard. Kite and Akutsu, who were playing, both looked towards the coffee table at the same time. 5.8 Hey, white-haired monster, the boss seems to have forgotten to bring his mobile phone when he went out? Would you like to go and have a look? Don't order me. Let's go and have a look. What if there is business? Why don't you go and see? In case the boss finds out that wages will be deducted. The two looked at each other. A pair of dead fish eyes. A pair of evil brows and mouse eyes. Silence. Forget it, let's play, I didn't hear it. As Kite said, he hit the tennis ball out of his hand. Computer Technology City. A computer repair shop. Yanagi Renji and Inui Sadaharu walked into the repair shop with a computer in their arms. Sorry, Renji. The computer is too old and cannot be turned on. I saved all Chen Fan's information in this computer again. I can only trouble you to wait for me to fix it. Inui Sadaharu looked sorry and touched his head in embarrassment. It doesn't matter. From the video material you sent me, I also compiled some information about Chen Fan. While waiting for repairs, why not just stay here? Yanagi Renji kept his eyes closed. He took out the black notebook he carried with him. The two of them were in the repair shop. While waiting for computer repair. With his back to the door, he looked at Fan's information. The door. Chen Fan looked up at the signboard in front of the store. After confirming that it is a computer repair shop. Walked in. Okay. Rikai Dai's school uniform and Seigaku's school uniform. These two figures from behind. It's kind of familiar. Chen Fan walked behind the two of them. Chapter 52. Sadaharu, look. When he returns the ball to his feet, he will naturally hide his real hit point with his eyes. Basically when he hits the ball, it's farther back than the sweet spot, he said. Wait until the opponent judges his approximate hitting point, makes relevant actions, and starts running. He's going to swing the arm, use the chop to force a twist on the point of the ball. Fight in the opposite direction of the opponent. This is a habitual action of a person. To deal with this style of play, it's the best way to feint beforehand, to lure him into hitting the ball, and then act. Yanagi Renji pointed to the computer screen and spoke to Inui Sadaharu. Now. Chen Fan quietly stood at the counter not far behind them, staring at the computer screen. Very nice. Yanagi Renji does not have a privacy screen. Chen Fan was overjoyed. There is a sense of excitement about prying into other people's privacy. With good eyesight. Chen Fan saw it. What is being played on the screen is the video of myself playing against Ekizen Ryoma in the Kanto tournament. Unfortunately, the gap between Ekizen and Chen Fan is too great. The game was almost all in the passive state of being suppressed. Otherwise, more data should be collected. Yanagi Renji was quite helpless, and turned to look at Inui Sadaharu beside him. That's right, Sadaharu. You said that the data you collected has something to do with Chen Fan's last shot. You understand the rationale for his last shot. That last ball. The gravitational ball played by Chen Fan has a strong airflow. This is the purpose of Yanagi Renji, who came to Seigaku from Rikai this time to find Inui Sadaharu. This whole new tennis ball. I have never seen it in a junior high school tennis match. Even in the world professional competitions, there is no relevant data about Chen Fan's last type of ball. Judging from the overall data generated by that ball. Very destructive. Very aggressive. And using a very novel technique. No less than the power of Wivotang Austrian triple door. This intrigued Yanagi Renji. It's a pity he wasn't there. No data was available on that ball. Fortunately, Inui Sadaharu was there. 09. The two also often take out the data they have collected and start researching from day to day. Chen Fan's last ball was very similar to a skill he played a year ago. Wait. My data is stored in the computer. I'll show you later and you'll know. Talking. Inui Sadaharu and Yanagi Renji studied Chen Fan's performance in the Kanto competition. Soon. Inui Sadaharu's computer was repaired. But maybe it's for the air conditioner. The two of them didn't leave. Instead, he turned on the computer in the store. Chen Fan glanced from behind. Good guy. This ratio even got a folder for everyone. Tezuka Kunimitsu, Fuji Seisuke, Chen Fan, Adobe Kigo, and even many other schools document exhibitions. Properly, he is a data collection maniac. For the convenience of management. He also put the folders of those who are strong and who he focuses on at the top. It is convenient for you to find it yourself. So I saw Chen Fan's folder at a glance. Mouse double-click. Opened Chen Fan's data sheet. Chen Fan stared straight at the back. This guy even got me a combat power attribute table. As expected of a technical nerd. Let me give him a hug and see how powerful I am in his eyes. Chen Fan moved a little closer again. Until you can see the 5-star map above yourself. ICAO. Pentagon Warrior. Am I so changed in Inui Sadaharu's eyes? It's too high school. On Inui Sadaharu's computer. Chen Fan's data is infinitely close to full 5 stars. That's it. Inui Sadaharu talks to Yanagi Renji while pointing at the screen. AD. The two even took out their own data for comparison. Very serious. Shouting. Perhaps Inui Sadaharu drank too much dry juice himself. Started to have a stomachache. I got up and went outside the store to find the toilet. Yanagi Renji was the only one left in the store, sitting alone in front of the computer, doing research. Seeing this, Chen Fan was overjoyed. The opportunity has come. Yanagi Renji as one of Rikai's big three. The overall strength level is very good. If Chen Fan said that he did not want to be an employee, it would be a lie. Get up. Handed the computer to the maintenance boss. Chen Fan turned around and came behind Yanagi Renji. Gemini. The principle is to condense the airflow. But why in this intramural game, his arm needs to swing to the hip? Yanagi Renji is looking at Inui Sadaharu's computer records about Chen Fan's first-year school war data. Puzzled. Maybe, his arm doesn't need to swing to the buttocks, it's just that when he casts it, his butt just itch. Use this swing to grab it. Just when Yanagi Renji couldn't figure out what the necessary connection between the twin stars and the arm swinging to the hip was. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Turn around and look. A man wearing a black mask and a black windbreaker appeared beside him. How do you know? Otherwise, if you think about it, a normal person would need to swing their arms to their hips to play a ball. A word from Chen Fan. Ask Yanagi Renji directly. But soon. Yanagi Renji spoke again. One word is amazing. Gemini is a kind of balloon that has never been seen before. Maybe the gas is discharged through the buttocks and condensed before it can be released. Chen Fan was stunned. He opened his mouth wide, looking at Yanagi Renji's eyes filled with wonder. Shock. Shocked. Talent. It is true that Yanagi Renji's conjecture has been thundered. That means, every time I play Gemini, I have to fart, right? So how big is the displacement of gravity that I played in the Kanto contest to overwhelm Ryūzaki Sumire? Are these data freaks mentally ill? Even a swing of the arm can pull out the airflow. It's outrageous. But soon, Chen Fan also understood the reason. The reason why Yanagi Renji and Inui Sadaharu are so paranoid about data content. It is because of their absolute admiration for data tennis. Both are overly dependent on data. Think no one can jump outside the data. That's why I feel it. Every movement, every expression, every step has its reason for existence. The more powerful air ball played by Chen Fan in the Kanto competition is very. At the moment, Yanagi Renji is still babbling. Chen Fan couldn't speak at all. The heart has begun to feel a little irritable. Definitely. There was no chance at all. At first, I wanted to play tricks, correct his stats, and then lure him into the studio. I didn't expect him to be so good at it. Chen Fan felt helpless in his heart. Seeing that Yanagi Renji really took the principle of Gemini is played by farting as true. Even moved out various theories to confirm that the generation of airflow is farting. Chen Fan has completely given up on communication. But it's impolite to go straight away, and the computer is still under maintenance. Can only suffer in silence. Miscalculation. As long as you know how to talk like this. It's a long-term plan. Chen Fan sighed inwardly, and glanced at the master who was repairing. For the first time, I felt that the computer was repaired so slowly. At this moment, after going to the toilet, Inui Sadaharu, who was a bit out of shape, walked into the store with a sluggish expression. When he saw Chen Fan, he raised his eyebrows. Chen Fan. In a word, Yanagi Renji shut up and froze. He looked up at Inui Sadaharu with a full face. He found that his eyes were looking at the man in black windbreaker next to him. He fell silent. My CAO. You recognize this? Chen Fan took off his mask and said with a surprised face. I've studied your data, and I can recognize you even just by looking at your back. Inui Sadaharu's glasses flashed a gleam, and his tone was obviously a little smug. At the moment, Yanagi Renji was embarrassed. He looked at Chen Fan who had been silently listening to his explanation just now. Toes start to tap the ground. But soon, with the addition of Inui Sadaharu, the communication between the three became normal. Relying on the status of Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, and those professional data analysis posts published in it. Chen Fan soon chatted with Yanagi Renji about Hyotei's match against Rikai in the Kanto tournament. You Rikai will lose in the big game, not only in the Kanto competition, but also in the national competition. Chen Fan immediately waved his hand and expressed his thoughts. It's a loss anyway, it's better to follow me to make money. I major in data analysis, right? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Chen Fan exposed his purpose without hesitation. Losing? Why do you say that? Yanagi Renji was taken aback when he heard Chen Fan's words. According to the data, our Rikai's biggest victory this year is an overwhelming victory. It is absolutely impossible to lose. Yanagi Renji's tone was firm, clearly confident about the data he collected. Accept it as truth. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly. There was a flash of inspiration in my mind. A plan emerges from the mind. No. According to the data I collected, Rikai Day is a must this year. Really? I don't believe it. There is nothing wrong with my data. Yanagi Renji remains steadfast and believes in his numbers. There's nothing wrong with my data either. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, imitating what Yanagi Renji said. For a while, both are adamant that their numbers are correct. The smell of gunpowder is full. See, Yanagi Renji has started to head up. The atmosphere is almost there. Chen Fan took the opportunity to speak. Since we all think that each other's data can't be wrong, then how about we play a game? How to bet? Yanagi Renji on top really fit into the set. Just bet on the Kanto contest. Hyotei won, you join my team. So Hyotei lost. Hyotei will not lose. Chen Fan. The tone is firm, just don't say what to do if Hyotei loses. AD. Isn't that a little unfair? I lost and joined your team. I won nothing. Yanagi Renji spotted the blind spot. Okay, I lost 1 million to each of you. Make a deal. By the way, lend me 5,000 first. I went out too fast and didn't even bring my mobile wallet. That's it. Chen Fan managed to trap Yanagi Renji. Booked a staff member in advance. After coming out of Computer City, it was getting late. The night is bright and the stars are sparse. On the empty street, you can occasionally hear the barking of several pet dogs. Chen Fan saw it from afar. Beside the stone pillar at the door of his house, leaning on a person. 527. Chen Fan was suddenly puzzled. Walk briskly. The figure became clearer and clearer. This person was wearing casual clothes, black slacks, and a short yellow shirt. With a messy hedgehog head. It was Chitos, who applied for resignation from Shitenhoji and traveled around to practice. Hello, Chen Fan. I am Chitos from Osaka. Shitenhoji Tennis Club. I saw Chen Fan approaching. Chitos spoke first and introduced himself. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. About Chitos's information, I don't need him to introduce it, I know it all. Chitos Senri. In the world of Wang Wang, there are very few people who have opened one of the 3 doors of selfless support. If he hadn't come across Tezuka's little hacker for his comprehension of the limit of brilliant talent, there might not be many people who could beat him in the national competition. But I'm too obsessed with the taboo mystery of Nyavotang Oo triple door. As a result, the strength has been stagnant and unable to improve. And therefore, he also fell into a vicious circle. The more he wants to open the non-self Tang Austrian triple door, the more his strength cannot be improved. The more his strength stagnates, the more he wants to open the triple door of selfless profound truth to improve his strength. Self-restraint. Seeing Chen Fan didn't seem very interested. Chitos also directly stated the purpose of his visit. Want to play with me? Yes. Chen Fan nodded after listening to his request. Really? That would be great. Chitos suddenly smiled. However, next second, his smile disappeared instantly. A game of 500,000 cherry blossom coins. 1 million cherry blossom coins for high-quality games. Which one do you think you would choose? Chen Fan showed an official smile. There was also some enthusiasm in the tone. Customers come to your door. Greeted with a smile. I have no money. Chitos scratched her head in embarrassment. Embarrassed? No money? Then you still say a ball. Chen Fan changed his face instantly. Without even looking at it, he pushed open the door of his own house. See, Chen Fan is leaving. Chitos was impatient. Come to Kyoto. Tezuka doesn't play with him. Chen Fan is the only person besides Tezuka that he knows so far who has activated the limit of trials. Fight this guy. It is very likely to be able to spy on the profound meaning behind Wyavo Gate. Wait. You still need people here. Fight with me. If I win, I will stay here and work for you. Chitos bit the bullet and opened her mouth. After hearing this, Chen Fan paused, turning his head with a meaningful smile. Come with me. Chapter 53. Kite. Pick up. Enter the porch. Chen Fan yelled towards the backyard. In an instant, the sound of hitting the ball stops. Chitose suddenly felt a chill down his back. Turn around and look. Ah 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 ah. There was an exclamation. Immediately resounded throughout the villa. Chen Fan didn't stop him, and looked at Chitose, who was frightened and sat on the ground with great interest. Anyway, I live in a detached villa now. Unlike the small alley before, it is easy to disturb residents and cause complaints. But as a professional killer? No, as a professional beater. You should always know how to consider your boss. What the boss doesn't worry about, the employees need to worry about for the boss. In a blink of an eye, Kite Eshiro reached out and covered Chitose's mouth. Chitose was terrified. Just see Kite in front of you. There was a glimmer of coldness in the glasses. Then a standard evil villain's face approached Chitose. Wash the motor, bad. This guy doesn't want to kill me. Help. Chitose panicked and wanted to struggle immediately. Kite is worried that he is not good for the boss like Kyunchi last time. Immediately. One knee, pressing Chitose to the ground. Immobilize him. Chitose's eyes widened, like a panicked deer. Goodbye, Shiu. Goodbye, Shiraishi. Goodbye, Kintaro. Goodbye, Miyuki. Chitose's sister. Goodbye, everyone. Chitose was already in despair. Watching the villain's face getting closer to Kite. Thought he was going to break his own neck. With a smile on his face, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Keep down. Otherwise, the neighbors will complain about disturbing the people later. Kite said cautiously. Okay. Chitose was taken aback. Feeling as if things didn't go as I thought, I opened my eyes suddenly. Kite, let go. You won't kill me. **. Kite was suddenly confused. He turned to look at Chen Fan. Boss, are the people you brought back a bit out of their minds? That white-haired monster in the backyard, this hedgehog head, and that part-timer. It's more or less a bit abnormal. Hear Kite's words. Well. Chen Fan just wanted to refute, but these people really don't look normal. Akutsu's character and dead fish eyes. Qianxi's lust and idleness. And Chitose from Shitenhoji, who has a talent for funny and suffers from persecution paranoia. There really isn't a normal one. Can't answer. Deduction of wages. Chen Fan gave Kite a salary deduction warning look. Kite's heek shut up. Tell Yajujin in the backyard to stop, don't hit the wall, I'll knock it down later. Pack up the court and get ready for the game. Good boss. Kite nodded repeatedly. Stand dignified. It's like being a hostess. Only the boss orders are obeyed. Seeing how dedicated Kite is. AD. Chen Fan suddenly felt guilty. Diligent. Hard-working. In addition to accepting tasks, I can do everything the boss tells me to do. Isn't this the employee every boss dreams of? Yajujin is disobedient and has so much money. There's no reason to treat Kite badly. Chen Fan finally found out with his conscience. Kite. Given your excellent performance. In the future, I will give you an extra commission for each mission, and the bonus will be calculated separately. Thank you, boss. Boss is awesome. I must die for my boss. Kite was ecstatic. To Chen Fan is a triple bow. Chen Fan's face darkened. Kite, 3 bows are for the dead. Intimate Marseille. Kite made another bow to Chen Fan. Immediately afterwards, Chitose and Chen Fan played a game. The ending can be imagined. Chitose lost 6-0. Successfully pressed the fingerprint on the labor contract. Became a laborer. Yard. Chitose's cell phone rang. Shiu's Kansai dialect came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Chitose. Ah, when are you coming back? It's been a week. Did you have a match with Tezuka? Did you go to the Kanto contest? How is the Chen Fan investigation going? What? I'm not coming back. Are you sure you're quitting? Why? Xiu's unbelievable voice came from the phone. Chitose smiled bitterly, because I lost myself to Chen Fan. Hang up the phone. Chitose looked back at the interior of the villa. Maybe staying here and training with these monsters every day will make me stronger. Just according to what Chen Fan said, forget about Wyovotang Oo Triple Gate for now. Are you aiming for the World Championship? The goal is really ambitious. Chitose walked towards the villa. Competent employee Kite has prepared a starter kit for Chitose. A black coat. A set of weight training wrist wraps. There is also a jet black iron racket. Employee number 3, Hedgehog Head. Welcome to join us. My name is Chitose. Okay, Hedgehog Head. Turn around. Chitose went to the changing room in the villa to change clothes. Shua. The curtain of the locker room was pulled open. Employee number 3, Chitose, in a black uniform, walked out of the room. Yo, it fits pretty well, Hedgehog Head. Kite praised Chitose after seeing Chitose's appearance. Yakutsu, who was sitting on the sofa, also turned his head to take a look, and continued to wrap his tennis tape. Put on the weight training wristbands and grab that jet black solid iron racket. It was only then that Chitose realized that this set of training equipment was actually so heavy. Ad. You all train with this kind of weight? Are you sure you can hit the ball? Chitose couldn't believe it, and pointed to the weight training wristband on his arm. That's right, this is called heavy? The boss's customized racket and the load are called heavy. Made of fine iron, it weighs twice as much as our current one. Kite disapproved, with a relaxed and calm expression. Twice as heavy as this? Are you a human? Won't the arm break if it weighs twice as much? Chitose was shocked. Now that he is carrying these loads, he already feels that his wrists and arms are stretched. Let alone playing ball. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Fan came down from upstairs, holding in his hand the training plan for Kite, Akutsu, and Chitose that he had just written up. Kite has practiced Kobyu in Okinawa since he was a child. Akutsu's bones are amazing, and he is good at sports since he was a child. It's no problem for the two of them to carry such a load. Your load can be halved. Otherwise it's easy to hurt your muscles and bones. After you get used to the load, you can gradually increase it. Chen Fan said, and distributed the training plan in his hands to the three. Now there are 3 people, and there is also Kyunchi who is sleeping. Improving their strength is the main focus. Kite, your shrink ground method has been able to achieve all-round defense, and you can receive the ball from any corner of the court. The Big Bang, the Meal, and the Pirate's Horn are outdated. It's time to develop an alternative attacking technique. Okinawa Kobyu is a good development point, and it is also related to Chi. Study it carefully, and give me a surprise before the national competition. Okay, boss. Kite nodded repeatedly, and eagerly opened his training manual. When it was discovered that Chen Fan actually wrote the airflow cohesion of the evolved version of Gemini gravity in it, Kite looked at Chen Fan with grateful eyes. Akutsu, your training direction remains unchanged. I still focus on exercising, and I will add another third of the weight from tomorrow. And also, Chen Fan walked into his tennis bag. Pulled out an alternative solid iron racket. The racket is almost hollowed out, giving you a confident look. It can be seen that there are 2 racket lines interlaced in the middle. Deliver this special racket to Akutsu. Starting tomorrow, you practice the super sweet spot with this racket. Before the nationals, you have to be able to hit the ball. 0. Akutsu picked up the racket, looked at it, and said nothing. Chen Fan also ignored it. Such is the character of Akutsu. Dead tsundere. Stuffy oil bottle. It is difficult to change in a short time. Chitos. Yes. Chitos, who had just joined the job, immediately cheered up. Training starts tomorrow, and you are not allowed to use limit of radiance. Temporarily forget about Wivotang profound meaning. Keep your mind awake at all times and don't set limits on yourself. During this period of time, you can learn whatever golf skills you want to learn. Talking. Chen Fan handed him the game analysis book of various schools. In this book, it records the analysis of tennis schools including Shitenhoji, Rikai, Seigaku and other tennis schools. If you see something you are interested in, try to learn it. Understood. Chitos nodded, and opened the ball analysis book. Stunned. He didn't think about it. It is so detailed in this book. This gave him a vague illusion. As long as I have this book, I can learn all these things. After arranging the training of the three of them, Chen Fan returned to his room. Turn on computer. Log into the tennis forum. For a while, the people chatting privately in the background took up an entire page. Eliminate those who don't have enough money and want to piao in vain. There are also some who are swearing, boring, chatting late at night, and those whose husbands are not at home. Chen Fan screened out a few familiar customers and responded. Loyal and strong boy Xiao Chun, is the little big brother there? Can the part-time job Jianshala arrange it? Blow kisses. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, yes, play money, report. If you sell the fare, I'll tie it up for you too. Smirk. Ding. The voice of a text message came from the mobile phone. 20% of the sparring fee has already arrived. Let's keep up with the rhythm, when will the price drop? I want that what Shitenhoji's Ashitari Kenya's analysis post. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, it is impossible to reduce the price, save money. Deep consideration, can I make an appointment to play tennis with you? It's cheaper, not so much money, 10,000 cherry blossom coins. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, make money with cameo, children don't sleep during the day. www. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan saw an incredible person. Ekaizen Nanjiro. I'm not Nanjiro, the cover of that post was used very well. It successfully tricked me into it. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, I have a better one. I'm not Nanjiro, please link. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, send the link. I'm not Nanjiro, good boy, kindred spirit, good stuff, contact me when I'm free. My CAO? Is this gone? Just come here and cheat me with a link. Okay, wait, after the dance hall opens, let's see what I can do to you. Chen Fan wrote down this grudge in a small notebook. Continue to look at the private chat box. Soon, Chen Fan saw the chat box of Reinhardt, Biedwan, and Borg. Hehe, all three of them have the same purpose. That's easy. Chen Fan smiled slightly, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Pull all three into a discussion group. Take you to see the world, Biedwan Chen Fan? Playing tennis again, why don't you come to Sakura Country U17? Target DQO 10 consecutive champions, Borg welcome to DQO, Chen Fan. I am fighting in the beautiful country, Reinhardt Chen Fan, let's play in the beautiful country together. After three people came in. Immediately threw an olive branch to Chen Fan. Hello horse money, Chen Fan smiled. A great way to make a lot of money has been thought of. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, sorry, 3, I have now become a glorious tennis mercenary. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, and I'm still studying, I can't leave. Take you to see the world, it's good if you can't go away. Sakura Country U17 is near, so don't delay things. Target 10 consecutive champions, I can help you arrange transfer. I am struggling in the beautiful country, the beautiful country can also help you arrange transfers. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, No, you misunderstood me. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, I mean, I won't even enter your U-17. Target to win the country's 10 consecutive hegemony. Take you to see the world? I struggle in the beautiful country? Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, mercenaries. Make money. What U-17 are you getting? Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, I will take the team to the World Championships to attack your team. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, if you want to win, you will need to bid at that time. Take you to see the world, are you serious? Sniping our 3 teams. Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy, of course, how much do you think a world champion is worth? Silence. The 3 fell silent for a while. Immediately afterwards, they asked repeatedly without giving up. After confirming that Chen Fan wants to snipe the champion of the World Championship and sell them money, immediately stopped chatting with Chen Fan. Everyone started to sneer at Chen Fan. When Chen Fan is crazy, whimsical. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth raised slightly. A complete super big project appeared in his mind, ZTE. In one night, the U-17 team leaders of the 3 countries stood on the opposite side. Chen Fan's pattern is completely opened. Huge project. Snipe the world. Chapter 54. Huayao. A spa hotel. Biaduan looked at the chat history on the phone. Can't help laughing. Sniper world. Does this guy take his own strength too seriously? The world is not as simple as he thought. Incorrigible fellow. I must have said that because I wanted to refuse to join the U-17 training camp. Thinking of what Chen Fan said to him just now, the Biaduan Institute shook its head. I believed in my heart that Chen Fan did not want to join the U-17 training camp, so he said this on purpose. Otherwise, which lunatic would say that he wants to snipe the world champion? Is it true that the world championships are all rotten fish and rotten shrimps? But I have the confidence to say such a thing. This guy's strength should have improved again. However, my strength has only improved compared to his. Biaduan said, clenching his fist slightly, feeling the strength from his arm, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I have mastered the power of another dimension, and I already have a world-class level. You were at the national level a year ago. After all, you were suspended for half a year. No matter how much you improve, you will probably reach the level of the number 5 court in the U-17 training camp. Meet you again, I will surprise you, Chen Fan. Win the country. Borg room. It was really a great thing to say. Sniper world. What a bold tone, Huawei. Having been suspended for half a year, what level of strength has reached? It's really exciting. That very entertaining skill shot at the all-beautiful National Open. With his current level, can he still play well? There are still 2 months before the selection of the new U-17. It just happened to be during their national competition. Let's talk about it later. Borg shook his head, and put aside the matter of soliciting Chen Fan for now. Continue to browse other websites. Simultaneously. On his computer desktop, except for a file named Chen, there is also a folder called Tezuka Kunimitsu. Beautiful country. In a luxurious manner. Reinhardt looked at Chen Fan's private chat box and shook his head with a smile. On the opposite side of us. Isn't Chen Fan a bit too drifting lately? In the year when I was derailed from the world, I probably don't know what the world has become. Say something like that. It's inexplicably exciting. As Reinhardt said, he picked up the wine glass in front of him. Get up. Step up to the huge 690 floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking at the bright full moon. Seems to be thinking about something. That's all. Forget about it. Perhaps Chen Fan's strength, after a year, has declined. The goal in the Kanto competition. The power doesn't seem to be that great. Compared to the shot he played at the all-beautiful National Open that year, the power is much weaker. Let's see if he can snipe the national champion of Little Sakura country. Reinhardt made a decision. He raised the red wine in his hand and drank it in one gulp. And at this moment, Chen Fan, who is far away in the country of cherry blossoms, after successfully making the decision to attack Biaduan and others. I can't help but praise myself as a genius. If you snipe them and win a world championship, you will have nothing to worry about in your life. To do such a big business, you have to plan from the long term. It's impossible for me alone to handle such a big project. We still have to wait until the national competition is over. And Kite, Yakujin, and Chitosa's current strength are still at the national level. Simultaneously. Not only to improve their strength, but also to improve my own strength. Chen Fan's mind was spinning wildly. Understand the principle of game analysis in the original work of the previous life. As long as you want to play at the national level, you can basically play it. Even when hitting the ball alone, Chen Fan can not only hit it well, but also play tricks. But he still hasn't awakened Ajura Shinto. It is obvious that he has touched the threshold. But there is no way to make him appear. Wearing a weight training wristband and holding a racket made of fine iron for almost a year. And just touched the threshold. AD. Obviously, I can already feel that Ajura Shinto is close to being activated. Where is the difference? Chen Fan shook his head, quite helplessly. Isn't it hard enough for yourself? Yes. It must be so. Be tough on yourself. 2 days in a row passed. Hyotei Gakuen of the Kanto competition. It seems to be because of defeating Seigaku, and then inheriting the template of Seigaku in the original book. Successively encountered Chengcheng Shonan and Rakeku Junior High School. Both were easily won by Hyotei, a GI. Hyotei will join Rikai in the Kanto finals on Saturday. And the other side. Kite, Chitose, and Akutsu also started to be their own guests every day. Mostly it's a list of acting, sparring, revenge games and so on. After completing the task, follow the training plan given to them by Chen Fan and continue training in the backyard. The days are going on in an orderly manner. And that poor Kyunchi who was arranged by Chen Fan to fight with Koharade in Osaka. When I came back, I was seriously ill. Lying at home for 2 days. To this end, Chen Fan also took Kite and others to visit him with a fruit basket. Kite and Kyunchi, who had the same experience, unexpectedly became good friends. Qianqi also decided accordingly. After recovering from the illness, he officially joined the team and became the number 4 player. The premise is, he is not allowed to accept customers of this type about Xiao Chun. Chen Fan readily agreed. At worst, let Akutsu go. Friday. Early morning. School day. The final of the Kanto competition is tomorrow. Kite, Chitose, and Akutsu, as usual, practiced tennis in the backyard. Chen Fan walked downstairs calmly. His eyes are tied with a black satin. This is what he decided after thinking about it. A practice method that can awaken Ajura Shinto in a short time. Boss, do I need to take you out today? Seeing Chen Fan going downstairs, Kite immediately appeared in the living room and asked enthusiastically. No, Kite, I feel fine today. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Then he picked up the tennis bag placed at the door with ease. Walked out of the house. Seeing that there is no need to send Chen Fan out, Kite feels a little disappointed. Turn around. Walk towards the backyard. What's wrong? Kite. Don't you need to send Chen Fan out today? Seeing Kite coming back, Chitose was immediately confused. I don't know, the boss said he feels fine. Already able to go to school by myself. Kite shook his head and said. Can you go to school by yourself? Chitose stopped training, obviously a little shocked. 2 days ago, I was wearing silk and satin, but I was bumped, and I was almost hit by a car when I walked on the road. Are you able to walk normally today? Kite, You're not kidding, are you? No. Kite shook her head. Today's boss, it seems a little different. He seems to be able to see, take the bag, open the door, all are smooth, and he is not so cautious when walking. Really? Blindfolded for 3 days, is it possible to do this? It's really weird. Youth Academy. A red-haired woman escorted Chen Fan to Seigaku's door. The woman is dressed sexy, has a proud figure, and reveals a charm from top to bottom. Okay, kid. AD. I've sent you to Seigaku's gate. Your little girlfriend is here to pick you up. Go by yourself. Seeing Ryūzaki Sumire running towards the school gate, the woman smiled and said to Chen Fan beside her. Although I don't know who you are. But thank you for sending me to school for 3 days in a row. Chen Fan turned his head to the direction of the woman and bowed slightly. 3 days ago. Chen Fan brought Silk to school on the first day. On that day, Kite sent Chen Fan to the station. Then Chen Fan got off the nearest station to Seigaku, and walked to Seigaku blindfolded. On the road at the entrance of the station, he was almost hit by this woman driving. After this last stretch of the road, the woman always waited for him specially and escorted him to school. So it is right to say thank you to others. Chen Fan still understands this basic courtesy. You're welcome. It's time to pass the baton. Your little girlfriend is here, and I'm leaving. The woman finished speaking. He turned and left with a big smile on his face. Feel happy for doing something good. 3 days ago, she almost bumped into Chen Fan, who was not looking at the road. Scolded Chen Fan, I don't have eyes. It turned out that Chen Fan was covered with black satin, and subconsciously regarded him as a blind person. Feel guilty. Escorted him on a walk every day, for fear that he would be hit by a car. If only he could play tennis. Also able to develop him into my perfect work. It's a pity he's blind. No. It's a pity he's blind. The woman sighed helplessly. He walked to a red car beside him and hung an employee badge on his chest. Employees are listed above. It says 2 lines. Chinchin Shonen Tennis Club. Coach, Aoi Hwamura. Senior Chen Fan. Who is that woman? Why have you been sent to the school gate every day for the past 2 days? When Ryūzaki Sumire and Chen Fan were walking towards the teaching building, they suddenly asked. I don't know either. A good-hearted man. Chen Fan didn't pay much attention, and answered as he walked. Now he can clearly perceive the approximate objects around him. It was a wonderful feeling. Hearing, smell, and bodily sensations are all completely opened up. This feeling. It is called Sixth Sense by Chen Fan. Chen. Senior Chen Fan. Suddenly, Ryūzaki Sumire voice came. Okay. Chen Fan stopped in his tracks. He could feel Ryūzaki Sumire standing behind him. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. It seems to be because of nervousness. Ryūzaki Sumire was short of breath. This is for you. Before Chen Fan could react, a long, strip-shaped object was stuffed in his hand. There's also a fluffy letter. AD. Sakura, what is this? No. Not telling you. Wait until your eyes recover and see for yourself. Ryūzaki Sakura blushed, and refused to say anything. Chen Fan had no choice but to give up. He told Ryūzaki Sumire that he was fortune-telling and that he needed to be blindfolded for a few days. Ryūzaki Sumire really believed it. That's all. Let Kite see what it is when you go back. Chen Fan ignored it and put it in his school bag. Started a day of Seigaku class trip. Today's Seigaku. No more Ryūzaki Sumire later. The tennis club began to revive itself. In school, Chen Fan is still getting along well with Momoshiro Takeshi, Kaido Kaoru, and others. They communicate with Tezuka normally, too. Everyone is private. There is no mutual hatred for Ryūzaki Sumire, or Chen Fan sniping Seigaku. It was Eikaizen Ryoma. It seems to be because of Ryūzaki Sumire. Started to be a little jealous. And Chen Fan don't talk much. But today, uncharacteristically, school has just ended. When Chen Fan walked out of school, Eikaizen Ryoma appears. Block it. Hey! Compete with me. Eikaizen Ryoma's tone carried an undeniable tone. Yes, give me the money. Chen Fan is not afraid at all, even if he is blindfolded, playing Eikaizen Ryoma is still very simple. The premise is to have money. Yes, should. Why? At your level, it's worth 200,000 cherry blossom coins for sparring. It is good. Eikaizen Ryoma readily agreed. My CAO? Is this kid so rich now? Chen Fan was suspicious when he heard that Eikaizen Ryoma agreed so readily. It doesn't matter, if you have money, you don't make money. Subsequently, Eikaizen Ryoma and Chen Fan agreed on the playing field time. Just tonight in the backyard of Chen Fan's villa. Night. Chen Fan returned home. I remembered what Ryūzaki Sumire had given me during the day. Immediately called Kite and asked him to open the backpack to see what it was. Hiss. Kite unzipped her school bag. After seeing what was inside, he suddenly exclaimed. Wow! Boss, someone confessed to you. Confession. Chitos in the backyard heard it. Quickly came to the living room. Yajujin hesitated for a moment, and pretended to come in to drink water. What confession? Chen Fan frowned and asked. I love chocolate. And this envelope with a heart on it. This isn't a confession, what is it? Boss, it's inconvenient for you to be blindfolded, let me read for you. Kite's tone was excited. The soul of gossip burns. The smile on his face got bigger and bigger. Chitos next to him also hurriedly urged, hurry up, hurry up. Take it apart and have a look. Then you take it apart. Probably not a love letter. It's something else. Chen Fan's face remained calm, and he felt that it was not a love letter. Ryūzaki Sumire is Ryūzaki Sumire grandmother after all. Sent in by Chen Fan. It would be nice if Ryūzaki Sumire didn't hate him. How about writing a love letter? Thinking room. Chen Fan also understood. The reason why this guy, Eikaizen Ryoma, suddenly wants to challenge. It's probably because I got jealous after seeing the gift from Ryūzaki Sumire. Chapter 55. Dear Chen Fan Sr. I'm sorry about my grandma. But I can also understand, after all, what she did wrong is what she did wrong. It's not appropriate to say that though. But I still want to invite you to watch the moon at Tian Lake tonight. At 10 o'clock in the evening, I will wait for you at Tian Lake. Sincerely, Ryūzaki Sumire. Kite read the complete envelope. The living room suddenly fell silent. Silence. 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 Kite and Chi Sui were a little excited. Yakutsu still had a look of disdain. Chen Fan is a little confused at the moment. What are you doing? Going to the lake at night, what a moon. When it's hot, there are so many mosquitoes. If you want to enjoy the moon, you can stay at home. She rewards at her house, and I reward at mine. It's all the same moon, what's the difference? Chen Fan frowned, very puzzled. On the other side, Kite and Chitos suddenly widened their eyes. Looking at Chen Fan is like looking at an alien. Boss! Do you really not know or pretend not to know what this letter means? Kite was shocked, wondering if Chen Fan had a short-circuited brain. How could anyone not even understand the meaning of this letter? When the two confirmed again and again that Chen Fan really didn't understand, Chitos quickly opened his mouth to explain. The girl took the initiative to ask you to go out to watch the moon at 10 o'clock in the evening, because she likes you. This letter is equivalent to a confession love letter. If you agree. If you go to the appointment tonight, that means you have agreed to confess your love. Don't you understand all this? Finished. Kite on the side was very excited. The soul of gossip is burning wildly. Boss, are you going tonight? Are you going? Are you going? No. Chen Fan shook his head. He glanced at the time. 7 o'clock at night. No way. Boss. Girl. How much courage it must have taken her to write this letter of her own accord. And you send someone's grandma in, and she will write you a love letter. When you go to school, she is worried that you will fall, and she will be your babysitter every day. It's to bring you rice balls, it's to bring you snacks, and it's to bring you things. Aren't you going here? That family is so sad. Kite persuaded Chen Fan earnestly. Got a date with a guy today for a ball game. For 200,000 yuan, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. If you don't make money, you don't make money. The voice just fell. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Look, 200,000 has been sent over. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose slightly. Tell Kite to open the door for Ekizen Ryoma. Ekizen home. Now. After taking a bath, Ekizen Nanjiro hummed a ditty. He walked happily into his room. Before closing the door, make sure there is no one in the surrounding room. There was a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. Snapped. Ekizen Nanjiro sat kneeling beside the small tea table. Reach out and carefully move the small tea table away. Then lifted the tatami under the tea table. A dark space appears. Pull away. It is densely packed with Nanjiro's treasures. Collected for 20 years. A photo book of sexy actresses in every era. Should I look at the sackcloth today, or use it for nothing? Ekizen Nanjiro's eyes searched among hundreds of books. Suddenly, his face changed, showing doubts. Someone touched my photo book. The My Youth version should be next to the lace. When did you go to the back? And the book cover was not clipped properly for me. Ekizen Nanjiro suddenly felt something was wrong. There is a faint feeling that something is wrong. Reaching out for an empty book, he rummaged through it quickly. No. He took out another sackcloth book and continued searching. No. Azaa. No. Maria. No. Uniqlo. Still none. AD. Ekizen Nanjiro's face darkened. Quickly flipped through all the photo albums. My million. All gone. Which BD? Ekizen Nanjiro glared. This is his private money that he secretly hid. Absolutely secretive. Ryoma. Ryoma. Ekizen Nanjiro sprints out. Quickly shouting Ekizen Ryoma's name in the hallway. Ah, uncle. Nanako suddenly poked his head out from the back room, his face full of doubts. Nanako, where is Ryoma? Ekizen Nanjiro hurriedly asked. Ryoma, he just went out. Where did you go? It seems to be number 88, Chinnan Street. Did you say what he was going to do? Not this one, but when he left he had a tennis bag on his back and an envelope in his hand. Nanako hadn't finished speaking yet. I saw Ekizen Nanjiro barefoot, wearing a black monk robe, stepping on that old bicycle and rushing out. Strangeness. These two people are weird today. Wow. Ekizen Ryoma tore open the envelope he was holding. A total of 100 cherry blossom coins with a denomination of 10,000 were thrown on the coffee table by him. There are 1,000,000 here. I'm going to fight the four of you. Ekizen Ryoma pointed to Chen Fan, Kite, Akutsu, and Chitose. 1,000,000 and the four of us. It's really rich. Could it be stolen money from unknown sources? Chen Fan raised his eyelids with a little curiosity. I didn't expect Ekizen Ryoma to get 200,000 is already the limit. But I didn't expect him to be able to get 1 million. As expected of the son of Ekizen Nanjiro. Little pixie who belongs to yes. Now that the money is in place. Then there is nothing to say. I used to be unhappy no matter how I looked at it, but now I feel happy no matter how I look at it. Kite, water the VIP. Chen Fan ordered Kite, then put 1 million off the table and put it in an envelope. Guest, would you like milk, coffee, or soda? Grape-flavored soda. Yes, honored guest. Kite's sudden enthusiasm made Ekizen Ryoma a little confused. Guest, please wait a moment. We're going to clean up the venue. Soon to play. At the same time. 8 p.m. Swan Lake. Rows of street lights surround the entire Swan Lake. The lights reflected on the lake. Sparkling. Very nice. By the lake. Under the bright light. Ryūzaki Sumire sat on a bench by the lake. Swinging your feet back and forth. From time to time, his eyes looked towards the entrance of Swan Lake Park. Not at all attracted by the beautiful lake view in front of you. Will Senior Chen Fan come? He can't see. But he said in the afternoon that he can see it, so there is no need to send him back. Whether you can see it or not. Ryūzaki Sakura is very tormented, nervous, and scared. Time passed by every minute and every second. Soon. It was 9 o'clock. Now. Although there is still an hour before 10 o'clock. But Ryūzaki Sakura already had sweaty palms. After hesitating for a while. She turned on her cell phone. Logged into the tennis forum. Click on account balance. 5,211 cherry blossom coin. With strong longing and anticipation. She clicked on the private chat box of Nara 42 Shotgun Fairy. Sakura Naokan, transfer 5,211 Sakura coins to you. Sakura Nao-chan, mini Sakura Nao's wide-eyed expression pack.jpg. AD. Boom. 15-0. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Game. Competition is over. The score is 6-0. Chen Fan wins. Call. 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 On court. Ekizen Ryoma's pupils were wide open, and he was breathing in the fresh air. The body has been soaked in sweat. From the forehead, the sweat that dripped to the ground quickly formed a small water stain. Side effects started to show. Tisk, I didn't expect to help you comprehend selfless state unintentionally. Chen Fan looked at the state of Ekizen Ryoma in front of him. In the world in the original book, when Ekizen Ryoma opened selfless state. It was in the Kanto competition. Used during the match against Rikida Sonata. Now Seigaku has not won the Kanto Grand Prix. Ekizen Ryoma's selfless state is actually opened here. That's not bad. This 1 million competition blind box actually gave you the best. This selfless state actually came out in the first game. You really earned your blood. Chen Fan looked at the exhausted Ekizen Ryoma and said. Boss, what game blind box? Kite asked curiously from the side. Chen Fan explained. Sparring is actually a kind of game blind box in disguise. The correct purpose of finding a sparring partner is to improve your strength. If you can find a comparable opponent and gain some understanding, then it won't be a loss to spend money to find this partner. If you can find a strong opponent, when you are suppressed to the limit, you can comprehend incredible skills, or you can master some kind of strength, skill, or spirit in a desperate situation, then it is a blood profit. He competed with us for 1 million cherry blossom coins. We can suppress him with every strength, so he is equivalent to 4 times the best blind box. Look, didn't this open my blind box? A selfless state burst out. An image metaphor. The sparring service of tennis mercenaries instantly became more meaningful. Immediately afterwards, Ekizen Ryoma on the court stood up again. Clearly out of breath. He holds out the racket in his hand. 0. Seeking flowers. The eyes are firm. So, who will be my next opponent? Kite, Akutsu, and Chitose were stunned for a moment. It hurts to look at Eikaizen Ryoma. Not so much an opponent. It's better to say it was abused. Even a few people don't even need to take off the racket and weight training wristbands on their bodies. Chen Fan finished. Kite, Chitose, and Akutsu began to torture them in turn. And at the moment Chen Fan. He took out his mobile phone. During the game just now. His cell phone rang. No time to look. Click on the tennis forum. Chen Fan saw the transfer message of Sakura Naokin. Even the mantissa is reversed. This is all her money. Chen Fan looked at the chat box, lost in thought. Transfer only. No reason was given. Send truth chocolate. I wrote another moon appreciation letter. Chen Fan suddenly realized. Something is not right. It's over. This little girl really depends on me. Look up. Time, 21:45. That's too late. Forget it, I won't go. Chen Fan turned around and walked up the stairs. Swan Lake Park. The number of pedestrians in the park has gradually decreased. There are only a few scattered couples left, who are hugging you and me. AD. Even under some trees, someone is already posting stickers. Under the bright moonlight. The full moon in the water of Swan Lake is even brighter. There is no wind at the moment. The lake is like a mirror, which is even more charming. Ryūzaki Sakura has no intention of admiring the moon. Look at wristwatch. Tick-tock. 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 Did-a-die. 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 The watch rings. The pointer points to 10 o'clock. Ryūzaki Sakura turned to look at the entrance of the park again. Still empty. Senior Chen Fan, why haven't you appeared yet? Must be late. It must be on the way. Ryūzaki Sakura comforted herself inwardly. Continue waiting. His eyes looked straight at the intersection of the park. No one entered. Time, 22:10. Maybe they're buying me presents. Continue to wait. Time, 22:20. Maybe he came on foot. Continue to wait. When the time came to 22:30. Ryūzaki Sakura's eyes. From the original expectation and longing, the light in the eyes gradually became dim. Several couples in the park who kiss me and me, both arm in arm leave the park. Inside the park. At the moment only Ryūzaki Sumire is left. She turned her head. The eyelids droop. With a lonely face. He stared blankly at the lake in the distance. Calm. There was no disturbance. Silence. Silence. Ryūzaki Sakura took one last look at the time. 22:45. Crystal clear teardrops rolled in the eye sockets. She decided to get up and leave. A hand covered her eyes. What? Ryūzaki Sakura was frightened. Immediately afterwards, a magnetic voice sounded behind him. Awaited. Chen. Senior Chen Fan. Ryūzaki Sakura was surprised when she heard the familiar voice. Immediately wanted to turn around. Do not move. Chen Fan's strong hand pressed her shoulder. Turn around. I can't say it. I saw your invitation to watch the moon. I also accepted your 5211. Thank you for such a beautiful moon. I'll send you a flower in return. Chen Fan glanced at the grove in the distance. In an instant, there was a sharp firing sound. A trail of white smoke flew from the woods towards the sky. Into the stars and moon. Chen Fan let go of the hands covering Ryūzaki Sakura's eyes. Boom. Night sky. Blooming a gorgeous firework. Bright moon. Twinkling stars. Gorgeous fireworks. Not just in the air. Also occurs on lakes. It's like being on a fantasy island. What a nice view! Ryūzaki Sumire eyes flickered, and there were a few teardrops on his eyelashes. By the way, Senior Chen Fan. Where's Truth Chocolate? Ryūzaki Sumire suddenly remembered. Chen Fan didn't mention Truth Chocolate just now. I brought the chocolate of truth. Where? Ryūzaki Sakura turned her head curiously. The four eyes are facing each other. Chen Fan is empty-handed, and there is no truth chocolate at all. No. Yes, take a closer look. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Ryūzaki Sumire eyes widened this time and he looked carefully. I saw a twinkle in my eyes. Eyes widened. 3. Chapter 56. Swan Lake Park. In the woods by the lake. Look. Look. Kite looked excited, looking at the figures of the two people on the other side of the lake. He seemed more excited than himself. Oh, it's nice to be young. Looking at this beautiful scene, Chitose couldn't help but lament his youth. Why should I come here? Yejujin folded his hands on his chest, still expressionless, and even felt a little bored. Hey, after all, it's my first love killer Qianqi's plan, okay. Why doesn't anyone praise me? Behind. Sengoku Kiyosumi complained, looking at the scene on the other side. He was very happy and had a sense of accomplishment. I made a decision. When I become a full-time employee, I will fill in the confession plan on my service items. It must be a lot of money. Qianqi narrated his grand plan. But no one paid him any attention. Kite had a successful head press expression on his face, and his aunt's smile was always on his lips, and it never disappeared. After a while, Kite spoke suddenly. Hey, is that abused kid still in the backyard? Akutsu, yes. Chitose, looking at him like that, he has fallen asleep and won't wake up in a short time, don't worry. Kite, it's not a question of whether we can wake up or not. It's because he fought us 2 more times. It's still because we haven't paid the 400,000 cherry blossom coins. Let's go. Go back quickly, or wait for the servant to run away. Kite urged. Chitose, don't you read this? What are you looking at? The proprietress is not ours. But the money is ours. Finished. Kite hurriedly ran towards Chen Fan's villa with everyone. 30 minutes later. 417. Chen Fan returned to the villa after seeing off Ryūzaki Sakura. I found an old bicycle suddenly appeared at the door. Puzzled. Go into the villa. What's the matter, kid? Is the bill paid off now? May I take this stinky brat away? In the backyard of the villa. There was an uncle's voice, very mature, with a sense of vicissitudes. Chen Fan's footsteps stopped in the living room. Listen to this familiar voice. Chen Fan was shocked. This voice. It's Ekizen Nanjiro. Why is this guy here? Chen Fan quickly ran towards the backyard. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan was stunned by the reality of the picture in front of him. The court is messy. Fallen leaves and gravel all over the ground. Hundreds of tennis balls scattered. Broken glass street lamp. A layer of bark 20 centimeters long was peeled off. The wall that collapsed again after repairing. The whole backyard is like a typhoon passing through. A mess. 4 employees. Qianqi fell in the ruins of that wall. Kite, who fell down at the foot of the tree and panted heavily, had a slightly tired look in his eyes. Chitose leaned on the bench next to the court, covered his head with his hands, and furrowed his brows deeply. Obviously, the fatigue and dizziness caused by excessive use of the brain made him uncomfortable. On court, Ajiajin knelt down on one knee, covered in sweat, staring at the sloppy man in black monk uniform with bare feet with a pair of dead fish eyes. Ekizen Ryoma was lying behind him. This sloppy man. It was Ekizen Nanjiro who came to recover his private money of 1 million Sakura coins. After defeating Kite, Akutsu, Chitose, and Sengoku one after another, his face is still very relaxed and comfortable. Holding the pitch-black pure iron racket in his hand, he seems to be fond of the weight. Is this the base camp that was picked? Looking at his messy backyard, the abused employees. AD. Chen Fan's expression was unexpectedly calm. Open your mouth slowly. The 4 employees were fine, it was just excessive physical exertion. After hearing Chen Fan's voice, everyone looked at Chen Fan one after another. Are you the kid who showed chi in the Kanto competition? The strength of your employees far exceeds my expectations. I don't know if your strength will make me feel the experience. Do you want to compete? Ekizen Nanjiro said with a relaxed face and a slightly teasing tone. Totally forgot. I came here to recover the 1 million cherry blossom coins from my house. Competition. With a smile on his face, Chen Fan looked at Ekizen Nanjiro in his eyes and had an idea. I saw him silent. Returned to the living room. When back in the backyard, a calculator appeared in his hand. Chen Fan remained silent. Standing on the terrace in the backyard, looking at the entire backyard, he began to frantically press the calculator in his hand. 23512 plus 35315 plus 50,000 plus 50,000 plus 5872. The sound of the calculator kept ringing. Chen Fan is like a button machine without emotion. Ignore Ekizen Nanjiro completely. For a while, the entire backyard was silent. Ekizen Nanjiro looked at this strange Chen Fan curiously. Don't know what he's doing. Forget it if you don't fight. Then I'll take my kid and leave. Talking. Ekizen Nanjiro threw the pure iron racket in his hand to the ground. Clang. Iron racket drops court. There was a scratch on the ground of the court. Chen Fan's eyes flashed, as if he saw something extraordinary. The calculator in his hand rang again. Plus 500000. Then, Chen Fan stopped. Eyes flicked to Ekizen Nanjiro. He is carrying Ekizen Ryoma on his shoulders. Ready to take him away. Do you want to leave like that? Chen Fan stopped in front of them with a smile on his face. Ah, do you want to fight? Ekizen Nanjiro was taken aback, and asked back. What to call? I'm going to call the police center. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a standard commercial smile. Pick up the calculator in your hand. Handed it to Ekizen Nanjiro's eyes. Look at this string of numbers. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1.88 million. Ekizen Nanjiro was at a loss and didn't understand what Chen Fan wanted to do. Not 1.88 million. According to my staff, your precious son Ekizen Ryoma has spent 1.4 million Sakura coins with us. But he only paid 1 million cherry blossom coins. So, Chen Fan picked up the calculator again. Plus 400000. Now you owe me 2.28 million cherry blossom coins. AD. How do you pay? Chen Fan handed the calculator to Ekizen Nanjiro again. This time, Ekizen Nanjiro's complexion obviously changed, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. This is about playing tennis. He is still full of confidence and has never been afraid of anyone. But the money. All the private money just now has been taken out by Ryoma, a brat. Where did he get the money? Think here. Ekizen Nanjiro suddenly thick-skinned. Little friend, don't talk nonsense, your 2.28 million cherry blossom coins are calculated by yourself. And the numbers are all filled in by myself, why do I owe you? Besides, your 2.38 million cherry blossom coins are groundless. Even 200,000 Sakura coins for one game, isn't it too expensive? I'll charge 250,000 Sakura coins for 4 games, it's more profitable than playing games. Ekizen Nanjiro is already a bit of an impression now. He knew about the profession of tennis mercenaries in the tennis weekly of the regional preliminaries. I found out who Chen Fan and the others were at the Kanto competition that day. This kid in front of me. It is simply a money-making robot. If he was targeted, no amount of money would be enough for him. So, this must be another bill calculated by ancient etiquette. If it is really stupid to lose, it is really a big joke. No basis. Don't tell me, there really is. After Chen Fan heard this, he immediately became excited. Turning around to the living room, he took out a bunch of bills. Tisk, these things were originally used to deduct Kite's salary, but I didn't expect it to be a big surprise. Chen Fan looked at the receipt in hand and couldn't help sighing. There is no hindrance to these words. It directly reached the ears of Kite and other employees. Their hearts suddenly tugged. Kite, I felt a chill down my back, and I was almost plotted against. Akutsu. Chitos, how much does this guy like to deduct wages? Qianxi, do you feel a bit impulsive to become a full-timer? Do you want to think about it again? Hey, let me show you. After getting the documents, Chen Fan returned to the front of Ekizen Nanjiro. Damaged chairs, glass, these miscellaneous things add up to 200,000 cherry blossom coins. And then there's lost wages for 4 of our employees. Look at their current state, they have exhausted their physical strength, and they will not be able to make appointments tomorrow, and they are weak at work. They come out once, no, a mission starts at 200,000 cherry blossom coins. Each person probably has 1 task per day. Kite is more capable, almost 2 doctors every day. This adds up to 1 million cherry blossom coins. And also, Chen Fan pointed to the tree in the yard whose bark had been peeled off, and the collapsed wall. That tree belongs to the townhouse, 200,000 cherry blossom coins. Then the wall, 200,000 cherry blossom coins, I made up for it last time. If you don't believe me, this is my house purchase contract. My house has 50 million cherry blossom coins, and these things are included in it. And the court below you was built with 2 million cherry blossom coins. Just now you lost the racket, scratches, and the messiness of the court. I count you 280,000. Is that too much? Not too much. Chen Fan calculated all these values. It's unreasonable and deceitful for you to charge so much money for a game. Then let me say this, my profession. Ekizen Nanjiro suddenly shut up. I don't want to expose my identity, otherwise it will be too cheap. Then let me put it this way, if I fight with your employees, it can be counted as a 500,000 cherry blossom market. AD. Then it's even. No. 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 Chen Fan stretched out a finger, shook it, and smiled mysteriously. I've been expecting someone to question the pricing. So we have a business license. Talking. Chen Fan took out a business license as if he was juggling. The price is clearly marked on the website forum. Professional team, honest employment. Every game of ours counts as money. Your game doesn't count as money. Correct. Thank you for reminding me. You fought my staff 4 times just now. Another 800,000 yuan was added. Although they lost, every game they played was counted as money. The price is clearly marked, and it is valuable. Now it is 3.08 million cherry blossom coins. Chen Fan added a string of numbers to the calculator. Beside, Kite, Chitos, and others have been surprised by their boss. Good to count. That's a lot of money. And it's justified. It's like a person who lives in a money jar. Now, Ekizen Nanjiro's face was not very good. Looking up at Chen Fan, he glanced at the direction of the door again. What is calculating in the heart? And this scene was discovered by Chen Fan. I advise you not to choose to run away, old sir. Chen Fan pointed to the monitor above his head, and the monitor ball in the corner of the wall. Your face and what you did just now were all monitored and recorded. If you run away, the things in my hand, as well as the monitoring, will be sent to places that shouldn't be sent. You still have to lose money. I'm not teasing you. I listened to what Chen Fan said. Ekizen Minami 1.9 gritted his teeth, and gave up his last thought. It would be a shame if this story got out. Forcibly break into the house. Damage to personal property. Bullying junior high school students. No matter which incident was reported, Ekizen Nanjiro's face would be disheartened. Fortunately, none of the little ghosts in this yard knew him. So Ekizen Nanjiro is also acceptable. 3.08 million, I don't have one. What do you say? Ekizen Nanjiro directly started to play badly. There is really no money. If the family found out about the private money, the consequences would be disastrous. Hey. No money? Then work part-time to pay off the debt. Chen Fan said with a smile on his face. I think you are quite good at tennis, old man. How about being a coach for our employees here? We have a big plan in the near future, because the project needs to be implemented. Just one item missing. Coach. Ekizen Nanjiro was taken aback. He has been retired for more than 20 years. I am used to the life of idle clouds and wild cranes. And if I don't look at the photos for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. It is absolutely impossible for him to be a coach here. Etc. Ekizen Nanjiro was about to refuse when something suddenly occurred to him. He gave Chen Fan a meaningful look. If I remember correctly, this guy is the guy who gave him the link to his site the other day. Those links are the best. It can be said that he won his heart. Like-minded people. If you can. I think we can talk about it alone. There was an imperceptible smile on the corner of Ekizen Nanjiro's mouth.